Our story begins with a story from a long time ago. Once upon a time there was a famous blacksmith who had a shop where he sold his wares. He had a huge selection of equipment, for which he received an incredible amount of money. He was once lucky enough to cooperate with the Cairo kingdom. At that time, there was a war going on and it was an incredible chance for him to raise his status. After the end of the war, he was given the title of Baron. And this blacksmith is the owner of this land, the father of Mr. Roman. The young man sits opposite the old man, who tells him a story with interest. The man with the mustache standing behind the youth wondered why he was even listening to a story that everyone knew so well. They're taking us back a few hours. Roman asks, so someone wants to tell him that he is older than the son of the family Dmitri. And this is the kingdom of Cairo, located on the continent of Salamanders, and the world that is called Miram does not exist. The man with the mustache replied with surprise that it was true, and then wondered what had come over Roman, even though he wasn't very smart. But this was the first time he had ever seen him like this. Was he drugged? He'd heard it was popular with rich kids these days, and it probably was. The man turned to Roman and said that his fiancée, a lady from the Lawrence family, was coming to visit them today. The man with the mustache thought that this was more than possible, since Mr. Roman, unlike his brothers, had been sitting in his room for the last 25 years. That's why he was called the fool of the Dmitri family. The man turned to Roman saying that Lady Lawrence appreciates elegance and manners, so he needed to. He didn't have time to finish. Roman interrupted him and said that there was something more important than that. And then he added that the man should take him to the elder of this land. For him, this Lady Lawrence is less important than the ability to live in this world. The man looked at Roman in bewilderment, and then wondered why a man who had lived here all his life would say that. Well, what can he do? Being a simple servant, he just needs to fulfill all his whims. And then the servant said that he understood his master. We are being moved to the present tense. The elder says that's all he knows. Roman says that I thank him for his help. He will reward him for this. The elder replies that it was an honor for him to even talk to Roman. Roman thought about his first and last name. His real name is Baekhyung Hyuk. Like a true follower of the Miram martial arts, he lived a turbulent life and, having achieved everything he aspired to, peacefully accepted his death. But for some reason, he woke up in the body of Roman Dmitri. Roman wondered if this was the will of heaven, or if it was God's punishment for not accepting ascension. Suddenly, he heard a shout from behind him. Someone was shouting, "You geek." People watched in horror as a young boy was kicked in the head and shouted to die. The guy was lying on the floor, and 3 men were standing over him. The guy was breathing heavily, bleeding profusely. The beefy man said the guy was a nasty brat. Then the 3 of them started kicking him. Roman's servant was trying to make his way through the fleeing crowd. He saw that the muscular man had a tattoo of red fangs on his shoulder. The servant was attracted to something. Before him stood his master, Roman. The servant told him they looked like blood fangs, and Roman asked who they were. The servant replied that this was a lone shark group that operated not only on the land of the Dmitri clan, but also in the surrounding territory. And it seemed that the boy owed the blood fangs a lot of money if they had gone this far. The servant suggested that they just pretend they couldn't see anything, but Roman seemed to have disappeared. Roman shouted at the 3 bandits to stop. They looked at him, puzzled. The servant watched in dismay as Roman slowly approached the bandits. One of the bandits looked at him and asked Roman Dmitri. Then he spat. The bandit shouted that Roman thought he could do anything just because he was a noble. What an idiot. The drugged bandit said that Roman better get out of here and not be a disgrace. Get away from them before he gets hurt. Roman ran up with a bow and told them to leave quickly. The blood fangs are dangerous people, but Roman interrupted the servant by calling him Hans. He still doesn't know much about the laws of this world, so let Hans explain it to him. Roman the Terrible looked at Hans and then asked who broke the law and what punishment is appropriate for them. Hans stood there in shock, not knowing what to say. Then he said that since the boy couldn't pay back the debt in time, it was his fault, but the blood fangs didn't have the right to decide for themselves. And more importantly, they showed disrespect to Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. This is a crime that will cost them their lives. According to the law of this land, it wouldn't be strange if they received the death penalty. The bandits looked in Roman's direction with an indifferent face. And then Roman said what they heard. They broke the laws of this land. He picked up a stick from the ground and said that's why. He is the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri and will do justice. One of the bandits said that he understands that Roman is a nobleman who does not know how the world works. But he puts them in a very difficult position. For sure Roman does not even know what situation he is in now. The bandits have started to draw their blades. Roman replied with a smile on his face that this confirms everything. The bandit asked him what he was talking about. Roman replied that they were a bunch of trash to talk to the lord of this land like that already. He charged at them, yelling that he didn't give a shit what they were doing. The bandits were taken aback by this impudence, and one of them shouted for them to attack Roman. The bulky bandit swung his blade, but Roman deftly evaded it. The bandit felt unimaginable pain. Blood was sent from it. He started to gasp for breath as the stick pierced through his neck. The other bandits watched in horror as their comrade helplessly held onto his throat. The bandits, rushed at Roman with knives. Hans, worried about Roman, called out, "Master." One of the bandits swung his blade, but Roman easily evaded it. Then he dodged and tripped the bandit, and with great force, he pierced his chest with a wooden stick. Hans watched in horror, not understanding what was happening. Could it really be his master Roman, dealing with a bunch of bandits at this moment? When Beak opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a will written by Roman and some pills on the floor. The kingdom of Kira, who was often at war, chose a representative from each family and forced them to serve the kingdom. And Roman, who was chosen to join the army and represent his family, committed suicide out of fear. It was a miserable life, but whatever life he lived. The current owner of this body is Sky Demon Sect leader Baek Young-hyuk. Since he has already taken over this body, then he will live as Baek Young-hyuk. Roman dusted off his stick, which was covered in a huge amount of blood, as he stood over the defeated bandits. Suddenly, he felt something and wondered if it was a monster. The ordinary guy behind him was screaming as he tried to run away. Roman grabbed him by the hair. The guy shouted at Roman to let him go. The boy fell to his knees. Roman said that in order for the group to act appropriately, it is necessary to ensure compliance with the law. He won't take the guy's life, but he still has to pay. The boy screamed in pain. He moaned as a small pool of blood fell to the ground. Roman said that his name was Roman Dmitri, and people who heard this were horrified. He went on to say that if any of them didn't like the punishment he gave the bandit, then they can tell him about it at any time. Baek Young-hyuk, with the help of his overwhelming strength, he climbed to the top of Murim. Hundreds and thousands of masters challenged him, only to be killed in the end. When their blood formed a river, the entire world recognized that the Sky Demon Sect controlled all of Murim. Roman stared down at his bloody hand and wondered what was going on. It took him so long to deal with some gang of bandits. Roman shouted to Hansu to call the guards and report what had happened and tell them to have someone look into it. Hans stared at Roman in a daze and then replied that it was fine. At the same time, he rushed after the guards. Roman thought that this body is useless. It has almost no vital energy, and the flow is simply terrible. He needs to gather information as soon as possible and strengthen this body. Suddenly someone called out to him from behind. It was the young man who was beaten up by the bandits. He could barely stand on his feet, and then said to Roman, "Thank you for helping him." Roman thought that this is the boy who was beaten up by those bandits. Roman turned to the guy and said that he had misunderstood everything. He did not do it to help him. The Blood Fangs had broken the law, so he had to punish them, and he was no exception, so he would have to tell them everything, and even if he didn't try to lie, otherwise he would end up like those bandits. If he wants to keep his language, of course. The boy thought about it, and then he said that he understood Roman. He went on to say that his parents had borrowed money from Blood Fang to buy land for farming, which they could easily pay off if they sold the crops. Then the kid yelled that they destroyed all their crops, so they couldn't pay them back. Later, he found out that these freaks did it because they needed his little sister. The kid fell to his knees and then started shouting that it wasn't fair. They never hurt anyone. He asked Roman to at least save his little sister. Roman, looking at him, wondered what his eyes were like. It felt like he was looking at a mad demon that was one of the 4 heavenly kings. But come to think of it, he also met one mad demon in a similarly run-down place. Roman turned to the boy and asked him his name. The boy answered, Kevin. Roman replied that all right. He would check up on what he said a little later and take care of what happened today. Kevin called after Roman as he left. Thank you so much. As he leaves, Roman wonders if it's just a feeling. But something tells him that this is their last meeting. We are taken to the carriage. Someone turns to Lady Flora and says that very soon they will arrive on the land of the Dmitri family. Flora replies, okay. She will soon meet him, Roman Dmitri. They're moving us back a month. Someone in the palace shouts, a marriage of convenience with the family Dmitri. Flora's father turns to her and tells her that she must understand that their land is in a precarious position, and they have no other choice. Flora is startled to think that this simply cannot be. She will have to get married. Yes, and for one of Dmitri. She will spend the rest of her life in the family of Dmitri, which is almost all minors. Flora turns to her father and says it's too much. The father, not wanting to listen to her, replies that he is really very sorry that her pathetic father had to make such a decision. We are being moved back a month in advance. Someone says, Mrs. Flora, we have arrived. Flora, getting out of the carriage, thinks that she should have married her second son, who has a bright future ahead of him. But apparently even this is not destined to happen. After all, the eldest son, Roman Dmitri, forced her to marry him, who lives for his own pleasure. Why would he get so puffed up, even though she knows how bad the earth is, too? But she just can't do it, so she should definitely tell him about it. Flora turns to Roman. She asks him to forget about their marriage. Roman sighs heavily and says that this is fine. Flora, in shock, asks why. Roman replies that he's heard a lot about this marriage, and he doesn't understand how an idiot like him would even dare to marry someone like her, so he would also like to cancel this wedding. Flora thought that Roman was serious about this, but it was very strange. Roman, leaving, says that then he will tell his father about it. Flora is frightened and asks him to wait a second. Roman turns around and asks, "What is it?" Flora, running up to him, answers that she heard that Roman himself wanted her to marry him. And now Roman wants to cancel the marriage himself without a good reason. So she is a little taken aback. Roman asks that Flora wants to marry him or not. Flora, after a little thought, replies that not really. And then Roman says that this is wonderful. They both agreed to cancel the marriage, so let this be the end of their conversation. And yes, he will take all the responsibility. She has nothing to worry about. He's already called the idiot of the Dmitri family, so it's not a big deal if a divorced person is added to it. Flora looked at Roman and wondered what was wrong with him. Did they really call him an idiot? Roman went into his father's room. There was a slurred speech, and then a shout that he was having an affair. Cancel the marriage. He was in his right mind at all. Roman, standing in front of his father, says that yes, he has already arranged everything with Lady Flora. His father looks at him with a menacing look, and then he shouts that Roman is a jerk. Despite the fact that people call him the idiot of the Dmitri family, he is like a father, trying to prove the opposite. Marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for them, the Dmitri family, to take a good position as a nobleman. All he needed to do was marry a noble girl, but he can't even do that, so Roman bowed and asked for forgiveness. His father, grabbing a glass, shouts that really Roman thinks that an apology might fix something, and then forcefully throws the glass over Roman's head. His father says that if everything had gone smoothly, he would have been able to do something about Roman's disgrace. But now in 6 months he will have to go to the battlefield. There is something to say to Roman. Roman started to bleed, and he replied that there was nothing else. Then the father says that he heard that he had some problems with Blood Fang. The witnesses say that Roman punished them, but the father starts laughing and asks who will believe it. Surely someone helped him. The problem is that the Blood Fangs are a group that even he can't do anything about. Now Roman is responsible for his own problems as he failed to do his duty. From now on, he will sort out everything that falls on his head. The father thought that now his son would burst into tears and beg for mercy, but Roman answered well. He'll handle it himself. His father, in shock, asked what had happened, to which Roman replied that it was all his fault, and he believed that he should be held responsible for it. He'll be back as soon as everything's sorted out. His father, looking at his son, I don't know what to say, asked him to wait. But Roman left his father's office and then took a napkin out of his pocket. He wiped the trail of blood from his head. Flora looked at him and asked him if he was crazy. Roman asked her what she was still doing here, and Flora didn't know what to say. Then she said it was the Blood Fangs. The Blood Fangs, they weren't afraid to terrorize even the nobles. And if Roman somehow annoys them, they will not leave it so that he can do it at all without the help of his family. It would be fine if he just asked his father for forgiveness. Roman turned to Flora and asked why he was doing this. Flora started to say what she had said, but Roman interrupted her and said that Mrs. Flora, she really didn't know her place. Flora looked up, startled, and then asked what? We are being transported to a rich estate. Roman indignantly says that this is a smell. Hands, spraying perfume on him, replies that there is nothing to be done. The smell of blood is so strong from him. Roman says, and also this suit, why is it so tight? Hans says that since Roman is meeting Flora for the first time, he should show her some respect. Roman thought that he was having a wedding. He was just getting used to this world. Marriage now will only add to the hassle. Hans told Roman that Flora would be arriving soon, so let them wait downstairs together, and Roman wondered if Hans was right. There was no reason for him to disrespect a girl who didn't cause him any trouble. He needed to somehow abandon this engagement. Without hurting her feelings, that was exactly what he was going to do. But it looked like Flora wasn't going to show him any respect. This gives him even less reason to show her respect. Roman turns to Flora and says that she is quite an arrogant person, isn't she? He knows what she's getting at, and she probably didn't even consider his circumstances when it came to breaking off the engagement. But when he told her that he would take full responsibility, she was worried, and Flora tried to protest. But Roman interrupted her and went on to say that from the moment the topic of breaking off the engagement came up, she had no right to interfere in his decisions. Flora stood there in shock, not knowing what to say, and Roman said that he thought that would be the end of it. He started walking away from her in a different direction, saying that since their paths diverged, they should not interfere in each other's personal affairs. The only reason he said that he would take full responsibility was to prevent any talk of marriage that might arise as a consequence of the breakup of the engagement. But it was also because he didn't want to have any relationship with her. Romance wondered if this was the first and last time he'd met Flora. We are taken to a mansion where someone says he drinks too much. And maybe that's enough for today. Roman's father tells Vicky, his wife, that he has raised his hand against his son again. He looks into his glass and says that when they were commoners, he often chose Roman. But since they became nobles, he promised himself that this wouldn't happen again. Lyanna, embracing Roman's father, says that thanks to this promise, their other children have grown up and become decent people. The father replies that this is true. But Roman, he is the only child who went through that difficult time with him. He does not know how to treat Roman. Lyanna, kissing Roman's father, tells him not to blame himself despite the fact that he may not have been good enough to parents. They are the only ones who can influence the behavior of their children. And the Dimitri Romero she knows isn't someone who would let his own son go astray. He still has a chance to make things right. Lyanna says that Bloodfang, Roman is a proud child. He probably blurted it out in the heat of the moment. Romero replies that if they leave everything as it is, who knows what will happen to Roman another time. Lyanna asks why not just ask Captain Jonathan to help him. Romero replies that she is right. Romero suddenly shouts for someone to come in. A servant comes running into his room, asking if his master has called him. Romero orders us to call Captain Jonathan immediately. Hans turns to Mr. Roman and says that it is too dangerous to walk around outside. They don't know when the Bloodfangs will attack, and it's so tiring, maybe they'll come back. Roman turns around and says that Hans thinks that when the Bloodfang gained the power it has now. Hans replies that he doesn't know. Roman says that Bloodfang got his notoriety when he ran away to kill his enemy. He found it in the war of those who committed a misdemeanor. Notoriety breeds fear, and fear motivates you to do what you say. Hans, not understanding what Roman was talking about, asked if Fang was still not dangerous. Roman, smiling, replied that so far, yes, they can make him afraid. We are taken to a restaurant. There are stormy conversations going on in it. Someone puts food on the table and says it's the food they ordered. Hans, looking at her, glows with happiness. Roman gets up from behind his chair and tells Hans that he can stay here and eat, but he will go, and Hans screams in fright, which is exactly what Roman is talking about. Roman replies that from now on he will continue the investigation on his own. Let Hans stay here as it is too dangerous. He gets up from the table and shouts that he won't let Roman do this. Even if he might end up in danger, he would never be able to send Master out alone. Roman looked at Hans, and then he asked that he was really one of his people. Hans was shocked by this question, and then he replied that of course he was one of his people. Roman said that then he should stay here, let him not sacrifice himself unnecessarily. He had already done more than enough just by accompanying him on the street. He'll be back soon. Hans watched him go, thinking that to think that he could say such a thing to him. He didn't expect it from him. No one could enter the tavern. The door felt like it was jammed, and Hans thought that if this wasn't the time, he would have to tell them everything. We are taken to Roman, who is walking down the street, and he thinks that if there's one thing he's learned about Yufang in the last few days, it's that their powers are very strong. But since they work in small groups, tracking them down is problematic. Perhaps they don't show themselves because they are afraid of the consequences if they fail to kill him. A leader sitting in the shadows if he can't find them by himself. He just needs to make them come to him. He was walking the streets with Hans on purpose. They probably already knew where he was. On top of that, today is the day of regular night training, and because of that, the number of guards on the street has been greatly reduced. This means that if they plan to take revenge on him, then this is the perfect chance. 3 robed thugs stood behind Roman, immediately drawing their knives. One of them jumped, shouting that this was Bloodfang's revenge. Roman stood motionless. Hans ran to the captain and shouted at him. Captain Jonathan turned. The captain quickly ran up to Hans and asked what was wrong. Hans began to breathe heavily. The captain told Hans to calm down and tell him what had happened, and Hans, catching his breath, said that the young master. Let the captain find him immediately. Roman is in danger. Roman calmly grabbed the hand with the knife and shoved his elbow into the attacker's stomach. The bandit told Roman that he was scared. Roman twisted his arm so that he couldn't hold his blade in his hand, and then he grabbed it himself and pierced the thug's chest. The bandit, leaving bloody footprints on the floor, slowly began to step back. And then he fell, and 2 of his comrades behind him shouted, "What the f***?" They looked at Roman in fright and shouted, "What's going on?" It's not what they heard at all. Roman smiled, then asked why they'd stopped dead in their tracks. Let them go to him, and then Roman made a gesture with his hand teasing them. The captain asked Hans what he wanted to say. That young Master Roman had gone into the city without guards to fight Blood Fang. And Hans shouted yes. The captain and his charge looked at each other in silence. And then the captain laughed and shouted that this couldn't be happening. Probably Hans, joking as he did. Hans nervously interrupted the captain and said that it was true. Why would he lie about such a thing? They don't have time, they need to hurry, the captain thought. He remembered Romero's words about Roman and Bloodfang having a big fight and asking the captain to help him. But once the master also asked him to do so. The captain scratched the back of his head and then said that why did he go there in the first place if he couldn't even hold a gun properly? Well, he ordered his knights to prepare their weapons immediately. And then he told Hans to take them to a place where the young master might be. Hans replied, and the captain went on to say that as long as they were around, the Blood Fangs wouldn't dare touch him. The captain wondered if what Hans had said was true. Then Roman is really an idiot. We are transported to the bandits, who are looking at their dying comrade. Roman asks why the bandits stopped dead in their tracks. The bandits look at him in fright. Roman, smiling, tells them to go to him. The bandits clenched their teeth and shouted that Roman was rushing into battle. They shouted for Roman to die as they raised their blades. One of them lunged, but Roman dodged. Then he plunged the blade into the thug's stomach. The bandit's comrade, seeing this, shouted that Roman was a scumbag. Then he leapt on top of him, swinging his blade. But Roman managed to jump back and kick the bandit in the stomach. The bandits flew a couple of meters away from him. Roman slowly approached the bandit lying on the floor and asked what it was all about. The bandit shouted that if Roman killed him, he would never be safe again, to which Roman said, seriously, but he had already killed two, didn't he? Bandits can only talk their tongues. Roman swung his blade and said that it would be better for the bandit to answer wisely what he asked him more. He stabbed the knife into the man's leg, and the man screamed in agony. And then Roman asked who their leader was. We are taken to a certain street where people are walking. And then we see a bar where fun conversations are actively conducted. One of the people was saying something while raising his mug, but suddenly he noticed something. Roman was walking in front of them. His clothes were dirty and his hand was covered in blood. The bartender turned around and wanted to say welcome, but when he noticed Roman, he stopped. Then he said, hello, young master, and Roman returned the bartender's greeting. A whisper went around the bar that this was Roman Dmitri, and why he had come here. Was he really looking for someone? The bartender asked what Roman would order. Roman said, Tear of Dawn, please. The bartender apologized and said they didn't have one. Maybe they could recommend something else. Roman sighed, and then said okay. Have them pour him something stronger. He has some work to do in the morning. The bartender and several people sitting in the hall looked at Roman in surprise. Roman continued, so he wants some drinks, maybe the Dew of Dawn. This pub is in the middle of the street, where they get their orders. The bandit went on to say that they give them a task if they call a special cat. Roman asked what the code was. The bandit replied, Tear of Dawn, something stronger. In the morning to work in this order should be said. Everyone in the pub tensed. And then the bartender said, people. Unbeknownst to Roman, he pulled out a knife from behind the counter. Then he swung it and shouted for everyone to attack, but a fist suddenly flew into his face. At the same time, the bartender collapsed. Everyone in the pub pulled out knives and swords and shouted that, oh, he's a beast, he needs to be killed. Someone shouted for the guards, and the man flew out, knocking down the door. Roman used his bare hands to smash down one bandit after another. Two men were standing in front of him, and one of them asked what had happened. Roman instantly laid down three of them. This is definitely Roman. They all heard something else about him. Roman thought that this was the greatest technique in Mirror. It allowed him to increase his strength by constantly breathing. In a tiny amount of time, the heavenly demon was able to strengthen Roman's body with martial arts. She doesn't look anything like her old self anymore. There is only one novel here, there are more of them. Romanu smiled and thought that these people were nothing but trouble. And suddenly I woke up and asked what happened. Roman from the inn barber replied that the bartender was just in time. Roman slowly approached him and said that he was just about to finish up. The bartender asked what the young gentleman was doing here. He was the first one who decided to attack him, and it seems that they are here alone. Roman said that he was interested in something, and the bartender looked at Roman with a frightened face and a huge bruise on his nose. Roman invited them to chat. The captain called out what it was. Looking at the huge number of unconscious bandits, he asked if it was really the young master who did this. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted to the captain that there was a survivor on the second floor, and he said that the young master was heading towards Lawrence. The captain, not understanding, asked why. The soldier replied that the survivor had told him that the Blood Fang's main base was at the Lawrence. An hour ago. The sun is shining brightly on the houses. Someone calls the innkeeper. He says that he thinks what is in everyone's best interest so that he will speak up. And he's worried. there's a bruise on his nose. And he says that besides, he doesn't have 2 fingers, and then shows how he cut them off. And the innkeeper tells him to go and he won't tell him shit, tied to the table. While the man who cut off his finger, covered in blood and smiling, looks at him with scissors in his hands. He tells him to kill him, because he is sure Blood Fang will take revenge. To which the man says that he should have done it right away, after which he smiles and says that he knows if he knows, that he even likes people like him. He smiles and looks at the one who says that those who are silent even after terrible tortures and are not afraid of death, because such people usually have the most valuable information. To which the innkeeper tells him not to waste his time and just kill him. He says something that is serious, and he is surprised. He turns around and says that it's time for him to make sure, then looks at the photo of the innkeeper with the child and asks if it's true that he won't open his mouth until the last moment. He takes that photo, says that, for example, if he says, what would find and kill his son, after which the latter became angry in shock. He turns away, says they know what he's talking about, because it's not his son. To which the man says that who he is trying to deceive, because they are the same person with him. He grits his teeth and yells at him, saying he's and the fact that that aristocrat is threatening him with violence against his family. To which the man approaches and says that recently he accidentally learned something interesting about Blood Fang. And for the sake of revenge, people from this group are ready to sacrifice their lives. And from here he found out one curious detail, after which the innkeeper begins to tremble. These guys aren't that bad, they just owe the Blood Ducks a lot. That's why they became scoundrels. He goes on to say that Blood Fang does not commit crimes to drive people into debt, but to turn the debtor into slaves for them once spit. And here was the truth about Blood Fang. They put people on the edge of the abyss, threatening to kill their family. And don't you think that's a very reasonable assumption? After which the innkeeper says that even if he knows the truth, he won't change anything. Game Fang always gets his way, after which the man tells him to think better and he wouldn't be so sure. After all, he wasn't joking when he said that he would kill his son, and then drops the photo right at his feet. And he says he swears by his own name. He lets the soldiers find him, and then he'll kill him by stepping on that picture, very slowly and very painfully. But before doing so, he will give another chance, after which the innkeeper begins to cry. And the man says that if he keeps silent for Blood Fang's sake and even has his son die a painful death, or if he shares the necessary information with him so that he can deal with Blood Clique. After that, events are moved to one of the buildings. Someone asks another person what happened, and he replies that really, a man stands next to other bandits and tells him that Roman Dmitri single-handedly defeated an entire squad. If a knight from Dmitri's family is in business, their business is bad, after which a bearded, gray-haired man says that damn them, he refuses to believe it. He sits on a broken stone throne and slams his fist on it. He says that Roman Dmitri is not capable of such a thing, and he thinks to himself that they are going to make themselves known by destroying Dmitri's 7. Entire squads were dealt with by someone who evaded service at the Royal Swordsman Academy. And he asks where he is now, and the guy says that he just left Earth from the Dmitri family. He thinks he knocked the information out of the morning's quote. The man asks if they did it alone, and the man replies that they did. After which the grandfather gets angry even more, burning that he is bullying them. He will be able to attack our bases alone and let them immediately gather forces. And the guy says yes, sir, and then bows out. He gets up and says they'll kill Roman before he gets to them, and the knights of Dmitri's family. And we need to deal with this arrogant asshole. After which, he thinks to himself that Roman, he dares to challenge the Blood Fang. And today, he would kill him mercilessly, and hang his corpse over the town square. And Blood Fang will avenge the shame. Events are transferred to the mansion. The man says it's Barco's family. He reads a letter and says that they think they have made a decision. It was a feast for important people. Everyone had a pen and paper, and they were all sitting around discussing and writing something. A man with red hair says there is a rumor that the family has taken out a large loan from a gold bank. The only reason for this is to prepare for war. After which, they all turn to look at the white-haired man who was angry in the center. And next to him sits a black-haired man saying that the beginning of this war is only a matter of time, and they should gather forces first. After which the white-haired man sits and thinks. He crosses his fingers and says that as it is, he believes that excitement is avoided. He closed his eyes and says that he didn't think this could happen when he received the documents from his family. The black-haired man says he never thought the central government would take their side. And at this rate, everything will end with the transfer of our lands to Sect. Another white-haired man says they must hold the land at all costs, and the fact that their family lives only at the expense of fertile land. After that, everyone starts shouting at each other and arguing, saying that according to the document, our ancestors were born in the family of this land. Another says that this can't be true, to which the other replies that even the central government is shouting that they did something in secret from them. And the man in the center says that he asks everyone to leave everything as it is, and they look at him and are surprised. He says that no matter what happened, they should not give up their land. If this happens, other families will come running like hyenas to snatch a piece of land. And since the family is not going to compromise, they must fight back with all their might. He says it's true, which is why they got engaged to Dimitri's family. After that, everyone was inspired, saying that they definitely have a family. Dimitri, she's one of the richest people in the Northeast region, and even though she was once a commoner. And the man with the black hair says it doesn't matter how big the loan is to Barco. They are hardly richer than the Dimitri family. To which he nods and says he's hopeful, which is why he sent my only daughter to that idiot from the family, Dimitri. And he says it was for the sake of our family, and when the head of the family, you did the right thing, and he shouldn't reproach himself for it. Then everyone agrees and the doors open. There is a girl standing there, thinking to herself what to say and very worried. She has blonde hair and is wearing a blue jacket. Also, her hair is fixed on a blue bow with blue eyes. She stands in front of the door and is very nervous, thinking to herself that no, she broke off her engagement, and now she doesn't know how to look her father in the eye. But why worry about what's already been done? And then she says no, this is her life and now you can't sell it to an idiot like him. But after all, the father's plan and the family's future. Then she thinks to herself what she's going to say to him. That she can't marry someone she doesn't have feelings for. After which one of the soldiers runs to her and tells her to leave. She looks at him, and he tries to approach her. He shouts Mr. and greets Miss Flora. He bows down in front of her as a sign of honor, and she is surprised by this and says yes. He shouts that urgent message and wonders. Someone shouts that they've already got the hell out of you. The man on the wall says that he said to hand over the weapon and do everything as it should be. What are you up to? The man below says that young Master Romano is in danger. If something happens to young Master Roman, they will not forgive him, and he is surprised by this, saying that it is so absurd. A soldier runs up to them and says that the captain is a big trouble, and he is surprised by this, saying that is it really true? Saying that yes, there are riots in the square right now, to which he thinks that don't tell him that they will break down the doors to hell. Then someone shouts. They were frightened townspeople who wonder what it is. They look at the blood trail with the corpse and are afraid of what is happening. They think about whether they should step in. And the guy goes and drags his grandfather behind him, who asks for mercy. He takes him by the knee and says, please. He says it was easy. Show him how he enters the basement. And the enemy is just a fool from the noble ones, after which a huge number of bandits with weapons are waiting for him outside the door. One of them has a huge tattoo of fangs on his shoulder. Just one person doing a cool case, then the door opens. My grandfather stands behind me and sees that there were several of them, and they were armed. He is bursting. They say that he could not lose. It is simply impossible. And so it should have been, after which he was surprised. He fell to his knees and watched as all his bandits died. He is very scared and says to himself that he is finished. At this point, Dimitri Roman is coming to see him. His hands are covered in blood and he looks at him as he approaches and says that he is definitely finished. And that he will die. He's not saying that he doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. He's going to die. He doesn't want to die. He's going to die. And think to yourself that he doesn't want to die. After that, he comes to his senses and says that he asks for mercy. He's begging him, begging for his life. He grabs him by the leg, hugs him and continues to beg for mercy as that moment, taking him by the scruff of the neck, drags him along the ground. He says please, and then he throws it back and that's it. Screams in pain. He was taken directly to the town square. All the townspeople are in shock. And he says that if he spares his life, he will do anything, and he will become a loyal dog and serve him for the rest of his life, and he asks for mercy. After that, he smiles and says that he will become his faithful dog. He should have said that before showing his fangs. Then she kicks him on the head, and he hits the floor, smashing his head. After that, the townspeople recognize this man as the leader of the Blood Fang. They say they'll probably find out what kind of shithead and bloody rabbit crossed the road of the Dimitri family. They filthily deceived people. All the townspeople are shocked, and he says that they tried to kill him so that he could not interfere with these are the crimes of Blood Fang, and therefore in front of all of them he will uproot the evil one. Then he continues to kick him in the face with his foot. Are the townspeople shocked or? Knight on horseback, yells young master run forward. He is surprised and watches as he kicks and kills the Blood Fang leader. Blood splashes all over the floor. Someone in the mansion asks if this is true, and he says yes. They called Roman Dimitri to cross the border from the lands, since he's already Miss Flora's fiancé. But about an hour later, Roman appeared in Lawrence Square, dragging a man with him. He announced that this person was the leader of the Blood Fang. And all those who were sitting were surprised at this, and then he publicly executed him. Everyone is shocked, and they say that this is definitely not delirium, and this is the same Roman Dmitri who was able to catch Blood Fang and execute him. At him, the corner judge asks what is important is that he killed a person without the permission of the master, and this should not be left for nothing. After that, he thought about it and thinks to himself, permission. Is this the main problem? No, it wasn't important that the man who would become his son-in-law dealt with Blood Fang. And he says to summon Roman Dmitrievich here immediately. He wants to hear from him personally. After that, the soldiers bring him to the hall. They look and see Captain Jonathan. You're the same hair-bearded man standing next to Roman. And so, he was helped by the knights of the Dmitri family. Roman Dmitri greets them standing in front of them. And he tells him to forget about the formalities and get straight to the point. He came all the way to Earth from the Lawrence family to commit atrocities. And he began to tell me that it all started a couple of days ago when Blood Fang attacked an innocent citizen, and he executed him on the spot. Then the doors open and the knight shouts, "Hey," he's calling the lady to him. She points her finger and says that the one who came with him is Roman Dmitri, right? She says, why is he here? Why had he come to her father's office? Iris says that, apparently, she doesn't know yet, and she is surprised by this, saying what he is talking about. Roman goes on to say that this is why he decided that he couldn't just let it go and went to their main lair and killed the leader. That's how it was. After that, he says that he had no right to do this, and he does not have any rights to execute someone in the family's lands. And he says that he knows this, but he doubted that the family would be able to handle the Blood Fangs on their own. The identity of the Blood Fang leader was no secret. His crimes were well known in their lands, and he was repeatedly released on bail. Therefore, he took care of it on his own, because he decided to entrust this matter to his family. Then they shout at him, how dare he, and the knight says to the young master. And Roman says that, to be honest, he's a little disappointed. He shows his displeasure and says that he frostbitten his hands with blood, solving a problem that the Lawrence family did not pay attention to. So he asks permission to ask the Baron if he has done anything wrong. After which, the Baron says, have they passed on the Blood Fang chapter? And the man sitting next to him became agitated and said that he knew that he was a criminal, but he did not know that he was their leader. After that, the Baron says that okay, so be it, but we'll close the topic there. After all, if the family had taken care of it earlier, nothing would have happened, and he would reward him later, and now he can go. Then the knight and Roman bow and say yes, sir. They leave the room, and the Baron and his assistant remain there. Does he start laughing, or does he ask the Baron what happened? He says that he was taken away by him, and this is Roman Dmitri, pulling at his goatee. His assistant says that the master, they can't just forget about it. And he says that, of course, we can, because he will become a husband. To do this, you need timidity. But I don't want to hear anything. I didn't think Roman would be a good match for Flora. He thinks to himself how happy he is and tells them to bring his daughter here. And he wants to tell her about it. It's already getting dark. Roman and his soldiers ride horses. The knight asks him, young master, it was really necessary to be impertinent to the Baron, and maybe this time it was all right, but if he was angry. To which he says that they are not responsible for what happened, and everything that he did. This showed that their carelessness was to blame for what happened. And it seems that he hadn't heard about the cancellation of the engagement, and he didn't want to punish his daughter's fiancé. After which the knight is surprised by this and thinks to himself that he has planned everything. And what had already happened to have this person in front of him. Looking at Roman Dmitriev, not the Roman he knew. Beat Jun Hayek. He, the son of a heavenly demon. This boy is looking up, being in some kind of cave. The man at the top says that if he really has enough skills to be my heir, he will be able to do it. Then he must prove it by getting out of the cold, hard ground alive. He says that he is one of my 12 children, and his death means nothing to him, and even if they all die, he will just make new ones. So remember, the only way to prove that you are worth something is to seize power over everyone. It depends on the fact that all his children are behind him. After that, he is hit, and he flies away. Another boy, of a larger build, says that he thought the son of a heavenly demon would be good for something. But it turns out that he's just an arrogant little prick. After that, he gritted his teeth, stood up and attacked back, but was hit again. Other boys think he's a jerk even when he was a kid, when other kids defended their parents. But the big boy keeps hitting. He was just thrown into a world where the strongest survives. Events are transferred to the palace. There's steam all over the room and meetings everywhere. There is a hot tub in which Roman Dmitriev is resting. He thinks to himself how exhausted he is and how quickly he gets tired in this body. And after waking up in this world, he experienced a lot. He looks at his hands and says that most of it is related to the Blood Fang, and to destroy it, he swept away everything that stood in his way. But he doesn't regret anything, because his personality hasn't changed. Looking at yourself, He shred and torment those who do not interfere, and by any means get rid of those who want to kill him. This is the life he has led so far, and the fact that it became a novel, nothing has changed. He scratches his head and says that he always acted like it could be dangerous this time, and he still didn't fully understand how this world worked, and its power was much less than before. And he thinks to himself, what should he do now? If he thinks hard enough, and then they distract her and call her young master. He is told that the Lord is calling him, and he says that he has understood and will be there soon. After that, the events are transferred to the room. Ort taps his finger on the table game. What does Roman mean? Indeed, he did, and the knight says that yes, he noticed that young Master Roman has changed a lot. And he says, has he really changed? And apparently, the current young master isn't the person they knew before. Jonathan Roman has always been a headache for me. He is the only one of my sons who was not outstanding. He looks at his hand and says that he is also my only child, that he remembers the times when I was. Athena, Dad. The boy puts the bag in the man's hand as well. That one says what it is, and that one says what this candy is. He tells Tom that he came all the way here just to give him candy, and Tom says that he told you to stay away from him, because it's dangerous. But Roman is surprised, smiling, says that he worked all day, and that's why he wanted to give him candy. Let him eat it and finish his work faster and get home faster, after which he is surprised and says what did he want? What? So I treated him a lot in a special way. He allowed them to be laughed at because of their poverty, but he never thought that this would make him take a wrong turn. And what part of him had already given up on Roman? Whereupon the knight is said to be my lord. But he says that when he heard that Roman had destroyed the blood fang, his heart returned to hope. He clenched his hand into a fist or was told that Roman had arrived. He thinks to himself that it doesn't matter how exactly he defeated Blood Fang after what he did. Let him enter if Roman really did something of his own free will. Then he goes, and the Baron says that he will do anything for him. He will become the father that he missed. He says yes, Roman clasping his hands together. He says he heard him take down Bloodfang on his own. And he thinks to himself that Baron Romero. I can see that he has high hopes for what he will say. If he tells him the truth, he will see me in a new light. But an achievement that exceeds expectations can have bad consequences. And if he keeps quiet about it now, he can. Not for self-development. The latter addresses him, and the latter tells him whether to tell him the truth or not. He closes his eyes and thinks that option 2 is definitely more rational. However, remembering how he was beaten, and they said it was all he could do and he should fight him. After that, he takes a rock in his hand and hits it in the face of this black boy. The guy starts screaming in pain and says he clutched at the eye that was bleeding, and it, in turn, took the stone of the beginning. And there's blood everywhere. He hits it harder, and then, as he stops, the stone is covered in blood. Were the other kids scared by this? And as a child, when other children protected their parents, he was simply thrown out into the world where the strongest survives. He stood in front of everyone and said that he was in charge. And so tell those who are in the cave that those who broke his head. And he took over this place. After which, that white-haired kid said that it was him. He was asserting his superiority. And coming back to reality, he says that yes, it was like that. After which he smiles and says that he is a heavenly demon, and he does not know how to hide his superiority. The sun is beating down on the fortresses. Young people train on wooden swords. They fight each other, and someone yells at them to stop training. It turns out that the Baron says that everyone should buy up the road. Welcome to my lord. Everyone starts bowing down and saying welcome. One of the guys with blonde hair is surprised and looks at Roman Dmitri and thinks that he is lost here. He stops, and the knight looks at the others and tells them to pay attention now to a sword fight for Mr. Roman. And those who are willing need to take a step forward. All the young people are agitated and stand straight. One of them is surprised and says, "Why did you suddenly tell them to fight this fool while looking at him?" But Roman is looking at the sky at this moment, and he is not interested at all. An hour earlier, Roman said he did it while standing in the Baron's room. He smiles, and the other is surprised and says, "Yeah, how is it even possible to deal with all the blood fangs?" Roman thinks to himself that he should answer him in a way that doesn't make him doubt his words, and he says that he's actually been practicing improving his sword skills all this time. And the Baron tells him why he hid his training from him, and if only he knew, he would throw all his strength to the rescue. And Roman says that for him it was a long and difficult period when he lived and did not exist. And the one called Dmitri the Fool wanted to show that they can handle everything on their own. For he says no, even so, is it possible to first single-handedly hone your skills and then take on and defeat Blood Fang? Roman says that Blood Fang is also an organization that issues loans, maintaining its credibility by intimidating and recruiting those debtors who can be useful. So he decided that the only way to deal with her was to uproot the weed, and then he tricked their leader into attacking. And the Baron was surprised by his words and says that he lured the leader of Bloodfang, and Bloodfang would certainly want to take revenge on a familiar person, so he became a bait. He starts shouting at him. How could he? Because it was a very dangerous plan. If they decided to take revenge, they could just abandon their leader and even kill him. However, the people who created this organization by launching it, there would be no point in risking their own lives for a leader when they could finally gain their freedom. Roman thinks to himself that this is basically how it happened. Then they look at each other in silence, for he thinks to himself that it takes a great deal of bravery to do such a thing with careful planning. He closes his eyes and says that he has no words to express his pride. But was Roman capable of that? And he says that if his son can fulfill one request, and he says that he listens to him. He says that he would like to see his sword skills and how much his son has changed. He thinks to himself that he really wants to see it for himself. The Baron smiles and is very surprised at the same time. After that, the events return to the place of training, and the knight says that there are no longer only those who want to participate in the duel and everyone has become dim. One of the guys looks at all this and thinks to himself that, of course, no. If he won, he would only earn himself a headache, and if he lost, he would be humiliated forever. And who even wants to participate in this theater of the absurd, where the fool will show his father his talents? The knight thinks to himself that they need someone who can stand up to Mr. Roman, and to maintain the knight's prestige, and test Mr. Roman's strength at the same time. And he says that if there are no volunteers, then he will choose for himself. After that, he thinks to himself that he would like to fight him himself, but the captain will most likely choose just anyone to swing his sword in the image. And there's only one person who can handle it. Looking at a man with blonde hair and a green jacket. His name is Chris, and he knows he's being watched. He took a step forward, and the other man was surprised and taken aback. Chris is the deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family. The first time he'd met Roman had been on patrol last year, when he'd received a report to Augusta, and some drunk had gone straight there, remembering how he ran and say that the guard is in place, that they have here. Then he was surprised to see that these assholes were bullying him. Yes, how dare he say something trash, and does he dream of closing his shop? Food and broken bottles were scattered everywhere. The owner of this place apologized and told them to forgive them, but that drunken Roman was telling them to and not let them open their mouths. Looking at a drunken Roman lowering his bottle, to which he said, "And you go ahead and come here." And the man said that the gentleman first, let him calm down, and he throws a bottle at them and smashes it against the wall, saying that he told him to come here quickly. Those, frightened, defend themselves from the impact of the bottle. The knights come up to him and tell him to let the master have enough, and he tells them who he is and let them just get out of here. He grabs him by the hand and tells him that if you continue to behave like this, then you can do it for the master as well. Then he gets slapped in the face and Roman says Cactus dares to touch him. What he looks at with obvious disdain, says, "Look at this jerk, how he looks," and as soon as he hit him on the cheek, he immediately understood everything. This man had never trained his body in his entire life. He starts to push him, and he says that even not from his physical fitness is many times less than that of any adult man. And how pathetic is he? Roman continues to shout, and the latter says that he is bragging in front of everyone that he is the son of a baron, in fact, just a released child. He genuinely thought that he would rather die than become such a scum. And he thinks to himself that they want him to fight this Roman, after which the latter is surprised and is told to come forward. He tells the captain that he didn't think this was a mission for him. The captain says that Mr. Romanov has dealt with Blood Fang alone, and he will go to equalize the forces. The man tries to object, but the man interrupts him, and he says that he understood him. They all walked into the arena. On the one hand, there is a crisis, and on the other hand, there is a novel, and the captain and the baron are watching it all, and on the other hand, the rest of the soldiers. They look at each other, and the captain says that then the opponents and someone asks him to wait. Does he have a suggestion? Chris says that in addition to the usual sword swings, he has trained to fight in real duels and battles, and whoever his opponent, he doesn't want to be careful with him if he is allowed to perform without restriction. Fight with Mr. Roman. He thinks to himself that this blockhead couldn't have dealt with Blood Fang, and taking this opportunity, he will show him where the crayfish spend the winter. Then the captain looks at Boron, who nods. He looks at Roman, who starts to smile. Cross gets mad when he starts laughing. He gritted his teeth and says that a similar Mr. Roman agrees. Since that's the case, the opponents get ready. They stand in the stands and Roman smiles. Chris is very enraged and looks at him, and then the fight starts. The captain says just so to the opponents. Get ready, after which they get into position. Chris is very angry, and Roman is standing there, smiling. Chris is very surprised that Roman is very calm. After that, the captain shouts for them to start. He rushes forward and attacks Roman. Roman, in turn, notices this and blocks a crisis strike with his sword. All the soldiers wonder how fast he is. This is their crisis. The captain is shocked. He thinks about how he blocked it, and he is also shocked. Chris thinks that just as Roman blocked this punch, after which it retreats, Roman makes a punch. That power he felt when he crossed swords with him, pointing his own at him, and the steady stance when attacking. Is it possible that this is just an accident? And he did not expect this. So what's he supposed to meet this guy now? Resting. After that, he attacks again and, making his blow, he misses. Roman goes the other way. Crisis looks at him with burning eyes and makes repeated punches, but he is also blocked. Roman looks at this sword and doesn't show any emotion. Crisis then turns around and tries to stab him in the back, but Roman lunges forward. He thinks to himself, say bye, and then he hits, but also misses because he's sitting down. The latter is surprised, and Roman makes a counterattack, after which he hits him with his sword and hits Chris. He cuts a couple of hairs off his head, and the man looks surprised and runs away. He thinks to himself that this was very dangerous. It is worth perplexing. The Baron, along with the captain, opened their mouths in surprise and said, how is this possible? Other soldiers think about what just happened, and now he almost lost. After which he made an irritated face and thinks to himself that how could he do such a thing by looking into it. Evasion, defense, and counterattack are not present. There are no flaws, and the truth is that he was the one who punished the Blood Fangs. If that's the case, then so is he. He thinks, what the hell? Yes, what does he even think? And this is Dmitry Durak. And he's worried about blowing up in front of everyone. After that, Roman says that this is enough for warming up. The man is surprised, and he says that this time he will be the first, after which he strikes with his sword, and Chris does not even understand this. It's trying to block it, and they cross their swords again. The idiot is so damn fast, and then he tries to back away, but Roman doesn't let him do it and continues to attack, throwing a lot of punches. Chris is surprised at what these violent attacks are all about, and everyone watching is also shocked. They are already barely blocking these punches and are starting to get nervous. Speaking of how difficult it is for him to defend himself, he thinks that it's dangerous, and there should be some opportunity to attack, after which Roman lunges and hits the enemy, and the latter jumps back in shock. He doesn't understand how it happened, but he backed off first. Roman swings his hands from above, and he understands this and says what kind of move it is, and the fact that it has a lot of weaknesses. He decides to attack him, but at this point, he misses, and Roman steps sideways. He thinks to himself that he wanted him to attack and smiles, and Chris thinks in shock, why the hell is he saying that he's going to lose to Roman? And how can he lose? He then uses magic, and the captain shouts at Chris to stop. It uses a divine aura. His eyes start to shine red. A fun sword shrouds the blue color. Roman is surprised by this, after which there is a bump and a flash all around in smoke. The soldiers nearby think they're coughing up hell out of this dust. The Baron shouts at Roman and is surprised by this. At this moment, Roman himself stepped back and already made a serious face. He dodged Chris' attack while squatting down. Chris himself is surprised by this, and then he starts to fall to the ground. Captain and Baron shock, and all the other watchers too. Roman is standing over Chris' body, and she looks at him as if he's a dummy. One of the watchers asks what this new deputy captain is like, remembering how he fought with Roman. Another says he must be joking, and he's the captain's own best student, remembering how they douched with the captain and that's his age. After which, one of the guards says that he will even more say he is a 2-star or a knight. After that, the knight is a 2-star, and so young, and already 2 stars. And it's said that after half a year of training, he could feel the mana in him. Remembering how they continued, according to the information, they only attacked each other. Are going. One of the men asks what single-digit rank he has risen in more than 3 years. Another man with brown hair is asked about what really happened so fast, and he's heard that his possession of the ball is incredible. The captain dodges the second-in-command's blows, and the girl next to him says that this is what he gives and what is his name. After which, he knelt down, barely able to stand on his feet, and sighs. The captain tells him that he thinks well enough for today, coming up to him, calling him Chris. He is very tired and sat down on the floor. He is breathing heavily and very clutched. He says no. He stands up and says please let them fight again, rubbing the sweat from his face with his hands. And the captain thinks to himself that, despite his talent, he continues to work so hard and on a par with the others, and then smiles and says that this guy, he is undoubtedly a genius. After that, the crisis bounces off Roman's blow and falls to the floor. The captain barons were shocked and opened their mouths. All the soldiers were also perplexed by this. And Roman is standing over Chris, looking at him. Then, while looking at the lock, someone calls for the captain. The baron says what the hell is this and how he is 2-star knights, which Dmitry always flaunted, after which the captain himself is shocked and sweats. He starts to stutter and talk. What? How could this happen? To myself, that his mother is a woman. What's going on? He was always a bugger a month ago who was doing God knows what, and it takes years of hard training to get that kind of skill. I fought like I've spent my whole life training, and it's just not possible. The captain tells him not to be surprised and listen. Anyway, Mr. Roman is a real genius. Looking at his back, Roman is lost in thought and looks over the body. He sees that he can both lean on the baking sheets and see his next move, remembering how they douched and how he could have easily cut all the blood fangs on his own. And he deserves to be Jonathan and be proud of him. He has a good record by the standards of this world, but if you compare it to his, they are terrible. He thinks to himself that even the lowest ranked dark warriors will be stronger than him. And in the end, he surprised him by remembering how he activated mana, and what kind of power it was. The Baron starts laughing and he looks at everyone all in shock and looks at the defense. And he speaks delightfully. He says it's his son and smiles. He says that his eldest son is a true master of the sword. He says, Captain, that he is already sure of him. And the captain sees that he has no other explanation for it, and he was a fool not to have noticed it before. The Baron says it can't be true, and it's unbelievable. He calls Roman to him and tells him to come here quickly. It's been a long time since he's been in such a great mood, and he praises him for being able to achieve something on his own. Justice and punishment must always be earned, and he can ask for anything he wants, after which the other smiles and says that what he said was that in 6 months he should leave for the battlefield, once he had annulled the marriage. The Baron wonders if the other wants him to settle the matter with his summons, to which he says no, and let it be a shame for him to choose the people with whom he will go along with the others. Verona shows up and asks him what, why, and if he doesn't have more time to settle the marriage. And he says, Father, will he go? Boron appears and closes his eyes, saying that it is good. He says that he can regulate everything that concerns his service. There's something else he wants to ask, and since he's shown me his true colors, how can he not listen to it? Roman smiles and says that then he looks at Chris and says to teach Mr. Roman aura. A battered Chris in the hospital tells him how he will train him, to which the captain standing next to him says that this is an order from the Baron, if only he could understand his condition. To which he says that the captain is not a master. Isn't that too much? And look at his face after using the aura against Mr. Roman. It got to the point where he was just knocked out, and he only woke up now. And that's the only reason he wants to die. Hold his head, and then teach this gentleman aura. The captain says that if he refuses, his head will be cut off, so he should listen to him. He looks at him and says what he wanted to say and says that he heard it somewhere. To which the captain says that while he will teach him, learn more about his incredible transformations, and he is going with it, he will agree to the fact that he received secret skills. And he is surprised at this. He jumps up and says that is it really true? The captain says that, and he thinks to himself that if he can handle this, then the key is what helped the captain become a 3-day or a night. Looking at him, he clenched his teeth and said, Then don't take it back, then take it back, he said to the captain. Then someone calls the master. He had heard that they were simply incredible. Today, Roman dresses up and says that there are so many rumors going around the castle, and the deputy captain of the 2-star Aura Knight. Defeating him was incredible. An elderly man approaches them. He says that the 2-star aura, that he knows about this aura. He pulls up his jacket and the man says that, unfortunately, he can't say for sure, but isn't this a power that uses mana? He goes to the window and says that mana means here it is called the mana power that Chris showed. It was definitely a flash of Kai energy. Thinking back to how he attacked it, but, however, it was used differently in Murin. What is called aura here has so many flaws. And he does not understand why this energy is not used in this way, because if you learn more about the power that you use in this world, it will be superfluous. He smiles and thinks that tomorrow he will start doing this. And at this point, Chris says that he can't wait for something. The sun is shining brightly and Chris and Roman are standing on the lawn. He looks at Roman with obvious suspicion. What Roman is looking at is the one with the same face. Then Roman sighs, and Chris thinks to himself, what is this? He sighs and says it's calm and says we haven't started yet. He will tell you what the aura is. Aura is one of the parts of mana that is usually used by mages and knights, perceiving it as a bundle of energy, and while the wizards store the manual in some sort of explanation special circle, thinking of magicians as people who gather energy in a circle. The police, on the other hand, spread this power all over the body, showing the burning night. And the creator is not enough the Emperor Alexander, who is also called an innovator, remembering what he looks like. This is a gray-haired grandfather with a huge crown and a red hat and a fractional cloak. And he one who found a way to strengthen the human body. It was he who learned how to spread mana throughout the body. Unlike wizards, showing it in practice, aura implies the power to instantly release this mana. and the usual mana spread throughout the body, showing the hand how it is filled with power, instantly spills out, showed incredible strength, and in fact it is not necessary to know the history of the aura, and only a select few could. 1 out of 1,000 goes on the path of a knight. Only 1 out of 10,000 becomes a wizard. Therefore, it is very important to know if a person has any inclinations to this, and the minimum skill that a knight aura should have, the ability to feel mana. It is at this point that the vast majority of people have problems. It took him half a year to sense it. But this way, even if he could sense mana in a year, it would already be a good result. Which means it depends on his abilities. Then Roman looks at him and says, let's start by saying that you need to feel the mana, and you can describe some feeling. He says, of course, but thinks to himself that he could only beat me once. I've already become so proud. It's a pity, but it won't be the same as he thought it would be. Ball possession talent and mana possession talent are two different things. And today he will understand what the cruel reality is for him. Prerequisites: this training is inherently wrong. He had long sensed the mana of this world, remembering how he condensed it. And although it is a little, but it should accumulate in the lower abdomen, however. The shortest path to the bottom is blindly following common sense. Even if it is impossible to understand, first of all, he should follow their methods. Tells him that he's been breathing steadily and concentrating, and it's important to feel something tickle his skin a little. If he succeeds in learning how to use mana, he'll be able to detect his aura and the concentration of mana that wanders all over the body at one point. This is the manifestation of the aura. Something is already starting to shine on Roman's hands, and when he manages to prove his own, he will become a 1-star aura knight. On his hands, something begins to evaporate, and the appearance of aura can be used in completely different ways. Paint her sword can increase its destructive power, or applying it on your body. He looks at Roman and says that he will immediately become even stronger, feeling incredible. After which, he sees an aura flying around Roman everywhere. He opens his mouth and thinks to himself that this can't be how he got the idea. A golden-colored aura envelops the entire novel, and he says that he was right after all. The way Kai energy is used here is complete bullshit. In his world, they got rid of everything that was superfluous, rushed to the heights of energy, and eventually accumulated energy in their stomachs. Remembering how one of the people did it, and here in general everything is different. I do not stupidly hope that mana will accumulate with itself where it is necessary. Until what method you cannot achieve this, it has nothing to do with the energy from his world so abundant and heavy. I remember how black the dark aura is in his world, and how soft and light it is here. And the mana of this world is very easy. You lose very little of it as much as you get. He thinks to himself, even though he is able to use an aura similar to that used in training in that world. Despite his hand creating it, he thinks that there is nothing compared to those training for tempering. And this method not only does not make the outside stronger, but also does not even allow you to accumulate it inside. What's the use of scattered mana that will fly in different directions? What's the use of a milk goat? Remembering how the crisis hit him with a sword. And this way, even after 100 years, you will not reach the maximum. To which Chris says how he did it in the first place. Starting to scream and just what he really did, and he says that he saw everything himself, and therefore he talks about it, how many years he has for him to finally vent. He shouts, tells him to answer honestly. He knew how to use it, but just decided to make fun of him. After that, he has tears, says that he understood everything. Everything was suspicious even from that defeat in the duel more than once. He has strength. Then why 2 years ago? To which Roman says that he arranges everything as he wants, and he did not hide his strength. Chris says this is the only reasonable explanation, and he's been training to the point of exhaustion to get 2 stars for 10 years. When he does, he starts laughing and Chris asks him why he's laughing. Because it was funny how his efforts made him grin. Roman says that he will only ask one thing. While he was striving for this level, he at least once doubted the quality of these trainings. Then Chris stood up straight. And he says that now he says that people are sometimes mistaken, and the way of training offered from generation to generation is just a misconception. And he thought so while learning aura from him. Remembering how knights train and the disadvantages of this method were obvious. And so why was it necessary to manage it? Remembering how knights all learn it. And Roman says, didn't he know that? And he's surprised. This is because he firmly believed in the captain and from whom he studied. And this reason is simple. It is never easier to just repeat after others. If you follow the method of trial and error, you do not get criticism and condemnation. And let him not deny the fact that he worked hard for 10 years, and in all that time the fact that he never once doubted this method makes him laugh. Roman leaves and says that he has nothing to answer this, and the path he was following is only an answered path, someone's doubts. He thinks to himself that these doubts make his life miserable, and after making many mistakes, he always comes to an unfortunate result. I remember my past world, how he finds out from his father and says that everything will remain to cope only with other people's judgments and their despair. But no matter how you look at it, change is absolutely necessary. And as if he hadn't followed his father's instructions, he would complete his own mission. After that, Roman says that the training session is over, and Chris says that then he turns to him. Chris says that then he would have told him how to do it and what he should do now. To which Roman recalls his past life, like a man with blood. He's standing in front of it, and he says that he will still go crazy, and to which he says that he will not. He admits defeat and for his blood will henceforth follow him. They chose him to stop. The first time he sees such a powerful warrior, looking at his broken sword. And what do you need to do to become as strong as him? He says that no matter what, he is now forever loyal to him and gets down on his knees. So if he gets stronger, wouldn't it be better for the two of them? He shouts at him to tell him what he has to do now. After that, he speaks and stands in disbelief, and Roman looks at him and thinks to himself that he has put his pride aside. He starts to smile and says it's interesting. The main demon. The man stands and lets out a red aura. The one who created the sound of blood in the past and then let it. He was one of the masters who dominated his world. Thinking back to fighting him, and then having a feud with him over demonic power was inevitable. And finally, after a fierce battle, Roman stands over the body of the blood god, and he says he lost. He looks at Chris now and says that back then, the kid overcame his shame and asked him to teach him. He gave up his pride and everything for his desire to become stronger. Chris looks at him in disbelief, and Roman thinks this guy looks like a blood demon. And he says he's curious, and he says he's really asking how to get stronger, but he can't tell you, and Chris says what should he do then? This one says that first I advise you to stop believing everything they say, and he can't change anything, even if he hears his answer. But what if he really wants to learn something? Then he has to stay close to him, and he is surprised. He says he's leaving for the battlefield in half a year and watch him grow stronger. How he goes out alone against hordes of enemies, and how he wins. If in 10 years he will still be near him, then he will be able to get an answer to his question. Chris is sitting up in his bed for the evening. He starts to cry and remembers how he studied, how the guy says that he will train until he can feel the mana. Others are surprised that only 6 months have passed, and he has already felt it. And the captain speaks to manifest his aura. And the guy next to him says that 1 star in just 3 years, and he's a genius. The captain tells Chris that he is now giving a star night. He didn't deny the fact that he had trained hard for 10 years, and in all that time, the fact that he never once doubted this method made him laugh. He squints and says to himself, what is he? Someone asks him in the castle what. The captain says it's a crisis. What did he say to him? And he replies that he will follow Mr. Roman to the battlefield. He thinks to himself that he wants to become stronger. The captain says something has happened, and he says yes, they are looking at each other. Captain, is there a reason for this? And from now on, he is no longer part of the Knights of the Dmitri family, and no matter what happens, he must stay by Mr. Roman's side and pursue what he wants. He thanks him, and the captain thinks to himself that he is no longer he remembers as a young man saw and saw a small child crying over the corpse of his mother. He remembers that the little one held on tightly to your late mother. Show him how he pushes the corpse of his mother with his sacred hands and cries. And he was crying his eyes out. The captain says that he thanks him, and now, sure of one thing, he stands up and says that Chris, whom he knew, says that he will follow Mr. Roman. Then he is no longer the same fool that he used to be. And he comes out and tells him to follow him, and from today on he will start preparing. He is surprised by this, and the captain says that to survive on the battlefield, he must have at least one trump card up his sleeve. Chris is surprised by this and smiles. He says yes, mentor. After that, the events are moved to the city. Someone says that really someone listened to the rumors, and the guy says that Roman Dmitri won the Blood Fangs. Another man says that yes, it makes absolutely no sense, and this idiot who can't do anything at all. The leading man next to him says that this is about him, but who has seen that colorful one and describes it. And who knows what video these Knights 7 Dmitri played along with him. After that, one of the guys says that Mr. Roman has dealt with a gang of Blood Fangs. He is very surprised by this, says that the gentleman who killed those guys with the help of only one Swedish woman. Remembering how Roman mowed down all the bandits with just a single branch got dirty covered in blood. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with the Blood Fang gang alone. He was very surprised and says that really what he said then. He starts crying and says there is no way to do such a great thing for someone like him. But he really solved the problem with the gang of loan sharks. The other man shouts at Tom to tell him what he's doing and if he's going to clean up the mess so he can leave. And he says that, yes, he will deal with it now. After that, it's evening and he's walking down the street, carrying a box and thinking to himself that how does he want to become such a person as a master and such a strong warrior who can best protect people. After all, the world is still full of people like the ones he killed, and he needs to be stronger so that his family can survive. He thinks, how can he become like this? If only he could meet him again. Then no, he has no chance. And then someone calls his name. He is surprised and drops a potato from the box, saying that he is a gentleman. He says, is it really the gentleman? And Roman, who says they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks him if he's here on some business, or if he starts stuttering. Mix up the words and bows, saying that thanks to him and his family were able to live on. Roman says that means he is doing well, and he smiles, getting up from his head, and says that yes, they don't bother him anymore and even managed to get a decent job thanks to the gentleman. And honestly, I have no idea how to express my appreciation and gratitude. Roman smiles and says that maybe he will have a chance to do it when he hears his offer. He wonders what the offer is. And Roman says that he will no longer have to worry about the lack of your family's livelihood, and, of course, he will get a warm home and delicious food. And instead of fighting for existence, he will be able to enjoy his life. Is that how he feels about it? And Kevin looks at it all with his mouth hanging open in very big surprise. And Roman says that in return, he will live on it if he adds confidence to it, and it gives him a new life. The man looks at him, and he grits his teeth and bows, banging his head on the floor. He says he will live for it. If he has to die, he will die. If he has to kill someone, then he will risk his whole life for him, but he will do it. As he was bowing, his forehead hit the floor and it started to bleed. He says he promises to take care of his family, and that's all he needs. Roman says he showed his loyalty with blood, and he looks so much like a mad demon. However, his word and the mad demon fought against hundreds of enemies, remembering the person from the previous life and even holding thoughts of retreat in his head, even though he walked on the edge between life and death. Because he looks so much like a blood demon, he suddenly remembered this guy. He thinks to himself that his appearance is useful, and smiling, says that it's great. From now on, it belongs to him. There is a huge white palace. Roman says that he will leave Kevin to him and let him help him settle in. That the man says that he understands him and smiles. Roman tells him to rest, and he will find him later, and he smiles and beams. Says yes, thank you very much, sir. Roman says it will be in the library, so if you need it, look for it there. Everyone speaks well. The man says if he wants to see everything where he is, and the man says that it is possible. They say yes. A huge library with a large number of books. Roman has already read many of them and thinks to himself that the Knights of Aura. And the way to become an Aura Knight is to manifest your aura. Flipping through one of the books, he sees what it says to become a 1-star knight. It is Twiggy who must use his aura so that he can cut steel with it. He keeps counting and watching. After all, then the stars are divided depending on the power of its aura and destructive power. 3 more stars is a power that cannot be obtained by a normal knight. Remembering the captain, and in the whole kingdom, such people are treated with special attention. And there's even a 6-star knight on the continent. But those who have reached the level of 7 stars are not present. And even if all the knights in the top 10 of the rating have only 6 stars, I remember how they are dressed in the best possible equipment. He thinks to himself that there are only 6 ranked knights. And on Crisis, he checked level 2 stars, and he thinks that Jonathan's 3 will be slightly lower than the average level. And it turns out that 6 stars means that you have gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. And the size of the aura that is released after a month reaches several tens of meters. Hung up also unimaginably, remembering how Claude. The aura falls to the ground and leaves a huge footprint. And there are 12 people on the continent. It is also known how humble 6-star knights are, how they look, and in all states they were treated as extremely important persons, calling them the 12 swords of the continent. He thinks to himself that they seem to be quite strong, and even with such an inefficient way of using energy, these people have achieved the best result. And wizards. He starts reading about archmages. After all, these are wizards who comprehended the magic of the 7th circle, called archmages, remembering how they use mana to attack. In other words, these half-year demihumans are real walking calamity, and their magic is capable of turning the earth upside down and bringing down the sky, showing how huge meteorites will fall from the sky. And for many, their appearance causes more trepidation and fear than the presence of 6-star knights. He is surprised and says that in his world this power did not exist, and now it is clear what he needs to do. Maybe this character from the book will become his enemies. Who knows? And before Dimitri's ignorance, the chances of dealing with such an enemy are very small, but variable factors that cannot be predicted are very dangerous. He looks at the book and thinks that he is not the same person who was born far away from the danger of the world, like your father from a previous life. And he can only survive if he knows enough and knows how. And he was waiting for this. And now he will start full training. After that, a man enters one of the buildings. He says here he is. And what did this place serve for? The man says that this is a workshop that the Baron used in the past and entering for outsiders is forbidden, as well as closed from the outside space. To which Roman says that this place is suitable for training and he, for a week, and I don't need anything for him, not even food, so don't you dare let anyone in. And he repeats that he should not forget about it, and let him look for him only if people get into danger, to which the latter is surprised and agrees with him. He closes the doors and Roman stands in the hay. He thinks about straw and it looks like it's his job. This is very careful on his part, but in this way, the flow of energy will only become more diffused. He collects all the hay, turns on the grass and puts it aside. He sits down in the lotus position and begins to meditate. He thinks that he has accumulated a minimum of mana in his stomach, and that to turn his former power to him to take one step towards this he should take this one step. He uses a martial demonic art. Step 1 person. Then the wind rises everywhere, and his aura increases. He moves mana, getting rid of bad energy. His entire body begins to contract very much. His ears, mouth, and eyes are bleeding. He thinks that his mana that needs to be moved is blocked, and let bad energy come out. And compared to the body of an ordinary person, this body has accumulated a lot of bad energy. But if he were to think about the future, he would need some mana to enter the first human stage. He should like to restore his former power for a short time. His bloody eyes open, and he thinks that since he's making so many new acquaintances, he must protect each one of them and achieve his goal. And this is the entry into the human stage. Is this the beginning of it? A week passes. The baronial family enters with their daughter, and they tell him to wait here for a while, and they will bring tea and sweets. Viscount Laurencet and Lady Flora show them that they have blonde hair and do not stand next to each other. He asks where Roman is, and the man says that the master still has business to attend to, which he hasn't finished yet. He agrees to this. They are left alone. He says that he doesn't like to come so suddenly, as I live on this street, and anyway, they should wait, after which he offers to sit down and she agrees. He calls his daughter and she asks him. He says that this is a chance to correct a mistake and let her be careful in her speech and conduct, after which she lowers her head, worries, and says that she understood him. They recall how Pineapple told him about the annulment of the marriage. She said that during his visit, she shared with him her opinion on this matter. And she also wanted to follow the will of her father, but no matter how strong he is, he can't marry someone he doesn't even respect. It means at her. He grabs his head and says that he really thought she was a wise child, but to arrange such a problem. It's like he didn't tell her how serious the situation was with their land and how much money in the family she took from Golden Bank, and she understands what that means. All that's left now is this war, remembering what it's like to fight. And a marriage of convenience with Roman is an unavoidable decision. And in the northeast there is only one Bark family, but this. The family is not so weak and we might not have a chance without Dimitri, but the central government has approved documents that have not been verified as authentic. And the bank has lent money that is improperly protected. And this is no longer just a battle of two families, but the forces given to the Barca family, and they can't win. And there will be excuses. Many want only this one, their land and their good name. And the cute flower of our family, looking at your daughter. After that, Na is very surprised by this. She shakes her hands and thinks to herself that she has finally understood what the situation is with their domain and what it was that tormented her father so much when he decided to do this. She knows everything she pretended to, but she didn't understand anything just for her own sake, and let her come to her senses, and she can't stay the flower of the family forever. One of the servants goes back and forth and thinks about what he should do and when the master will come out. He thinks to himself that the Viscount and his daughter have arrived in the morning and are waiting for him, and already they are beginning to sparkle. He says he knew it would happen, but the master's orders are not to disturb him, but still. Then the doors open. He shouts that the master has finished training. He looks at it and is very frightened by it, starting to shout to the master. The Viscount and his daughter finish their cup of tea while sitting at the table. She thinks that everything was preordained from the very beginning, and after her daughter's mistake, he should arrange a marriage of convenience as soon as possible. She holds his hands, and he says that even if so, what is it? And he gets angry. His daughter asks him what happened, and he gets very angry and says that he will go to the Baron himself. The Baron writes something in a paper, and they start knocking on it, after which he enters and says to Baron Dimitri, "What kind of reception is this?" He shouts that if they didn't arrive at the right time, they should have reported it. They give them trouble to go, and he did not think that Dimitri's family could be like this. After which the Baron is silently surprised by this. He says that he understands them, but was his visit arranged in advance? To which he shouts that they arrived without warning. But he did it because a week ago, expressing a desire to meet with you, but he refused. He wouldn't have been so upset if they hadn't turned him down in the first place. To which he says, was he rude to the Viscount? Is that really all they wanted to say, and just wanted to show their anger after waiting so long that even the sun had already set? After which, they were surprised because they were worried. And on the day Flora visited them, Roman told about his intentions to break off the marriage. He cursed and shamed him, but even a 3-year-old child understands this, remembering how he yelled at his son. And Roman did it because it had something to do with Flora's decision to break off the engagement. I don't even know I was going to question them. I thought that Roman wanted to take care of everything in this way, and so he closed his mouth and did not resist it like a real fool. I didn't find out about it unilaterally, after which he starts to worry. And even though the idea of marriage was voiced by the family, the form is very worried and has lowered its head down. He clenches his fist and says that still they are reproaching him for his hospitality just because he had to wait too long, and even though their visit was unannounced. But forget about your own mistakes. And he slams down on the table shouting it, saying that, and now they're coming to him with these claims. They realize their mistake and stand silently and look at him. The Baron goes on to say that I was contacted a month ago by the Barca family. If they had sealed the alliance with them along with the family, then they would have received part of their land and direct connections with the top of the government. But he declined their offers, and do you know what the reason was? He is surprised by Hebrew. Why did they refuse? If they agreed, they would have received much more benefits. The bottom line says that the reason is simple. 7 people have powers, which means they can choose. And his eldest son adores his daughter, and for this simple reason, he declined the family's offer. And he understands that he was wrong. He should have been patient, but because of his pride, he made a big mistake. And how can this be? Flower of the Lawrenceses and Fool Dmitriev. They both understand that they are completely different, and they must remember the place that Dmitri's family occupies. As soon as Dmitri is added to the Romanov stones, his values and importance change. Therefore, this marriage was not necessary for them, but for the Lawrence family. Looking at the Flora. After that, he asks him if he is wrong. And there begins to worry very much. She says that she was suddenly reminded of a time when she was very young and attended the academy. In that place, children from prestigious families were taught and later, becoming real aristocrats, remembering how the zoo sat and studied. And in that place, she was looking at some child, saying that he also studied there from another family. Of the seeds, the situation was dubious. In the northeast, looking at how he sits with a pitiful look, and in a world in which there were children who believed in the holy, that parents are noble. He was a mutant. And one day he made a small mistake, breaking a vase of flowers. Sometimes the children of other aristocrats caused a huge amount of trouble. They were not paid anything for it, but his mistake of one child was reported to the disciplinary committee. After which, he was scolded by the older ones, and another one appeared between the figures of the shouting teachers. It looked like the boy's father was bowing his head. He was apologizing and raving to be better forgiven and better watched, and the other kids were laughing at them. And when she looked at him, she thought that she was sorry. If you think about it now, it's even funny. To which the Baron says that he has nothing to say to him. He bows and says yes, who can be sorry? He says that his daughter is still so immature, so she made such a huge mistake. Flora stands and thinks that she didn't have the strength then, just like now. After which, she sees her father begging for forgiveness while leaning over. And he should have started asking for his forgiveness, but instead he showed only his own rudeness. The weak can only bow their heads to the strong. And Flora also apologizes and bows. They say that let them forgive them. Speaking of which, just like her. Then the Baron looks back and everyone else looks back. And one of the servants says that Mr. Roman has arrived. She looks at him in surprise and says that she realized it too late. It turns out that Roman is wearing a new red and white suit. He pulls up his tie and looks really nice. He approaches his father and says that he has returned. The Baron is surprised by this, says that really his training went well. And the latter replies that it is. He says that they will return to this conversation, and he came here to discuss the wedding with his family. And once it all started with his decision, whatever the consequences, he would follow his choice. Roman looks at the truck and says that he understands what he means by this, and he perfectly understands what the union of two families means. Then he sighs and closes his eyes. He sees that a situation where a barge threatens the peace and security of this family. He takes a rag and wipes off the ink and tells them that their family's wealth ensures their safety. The Baron says that even knowing this, does he still want this marriage, and why then did he think it wasn't worth it? And he says that when he met her, listening to her talk about breaking off the engagement, he changed his mind. For sure he heard all these rumors about the fools of the Dmitriev family. So she decided she couldn't marry someone like that. And the decision made under the influence of these rumors. He looks at the ink he's washed off and says what if he wanted to be with someone who believes and follows what he's seen or experienced, regardless of how the world views Roman Dmitri. From this, he looks at them, very surprised, and you can see that their faces have turned pale. He keeps looking and says he has no doubts and no other possibilities. Continued the breakup of their engagement. Romero's office was dead silent. Flora's father reflected that it was all over, that marriage was the last hope of the Lawrences, and that because of the stigma of a falling out, no family would want to tie the knot. To overcome the crisis, Lawrence will have to rely only on his own strength. And if Dimitri happens to form an alliance with Barco, then even desperate resistance will be futile. If only they could stop it. Flora's father bowed his head and said that the blame for this mistake was entirely on the Lawrence family. Although they won't tax the gold merchants passing through the Lawrence lands, it's a penny for the ore mining kings. But he sincerely wants to apologize for his irresponsible attitude towards such a significant event for the family. Romero replied that there was no need for that, and that he was not interested in making a profit that would jeopardize his son's future. Let him announce the termination of Flora's engagement for personal reasons, and leave it at that, so that they wouldn't have to join forces with the Barco family. Flora's father said thank you. He thanked Romero sincerely. Then he and his daughter left Romero's office. Flora's father reflected that if he had seen the true value of Dimitri's novel a little earlier, he would have done everything to prevent Flora from making a rash decision. He made a huge mistake. Flora's father and she walked out of the office, and Roman and Romero were left alone. Then he asked me what the hell had happened in just a week. Roman spent a week in seclusion. He was purifying the body of impure Kai to ascend to the yin stage. The yin stage is the process of forming the foundation for cultivating the spiritual power of a divine demon, a small matter for the warriors of Morin. However, the nature of this world is especially abundant in mana. And since Roman's body was overflowing with accumulated toxins, just the foundation formation alone, it would be fatal for him. Roman thought that even a change in appearance during cultivation would prove that he was a completely different person now. Although he can't explain everything as it is, he told his father that while he was training alone, he seems to have gained enlightenment. His memories are blurry. But from the looks of it, mana was circulating in it. Romero was startled and asked if Roman had just mentioned mana circulation. The circulation of natural mana inside the body makes the body perfect. Romero reflected that only a few people managed to catch their luck by the tail. Roman, whom everyone called the fool Dimitri, starting with Blood Fang, overcomes difficulties. The metamorphosis that occurs with the novel does not lend itself to common sense. However, this doesn't change the truth that he is his son. Romero told Roman that he remembered that he was his son. Whatever difficulties awaited him, he would not turn his back on him. So let him not forget the simple truth. His name is Roman Dimitri, and he is Romero Dimitri. He will be one step behind and always support him. Roman remembered his real father, who had looked down on him with disdain in Murimu's world, and remembered his words that he was a pathetic non-entity. He looked at Romero and wondered if he was a cruel, cold-blooded father who wouldn't abandon a child in a dangerous place. Romanu smiled and said, "Thank you, father," and then reflected that it wasn't so bad. Roman came out of the office and then heard the words behind him telling him to wait. It was Flora. She sincerely apologized for the fact that she was biased about him, and for the fact that she arbitrarily ordered important events for the families. He turned around and started to leave, saying that there was no need for an apology, and then thought that since this was a wedding, it wasn't part of his plans from the very beginning. Flora, right behind him, said that she fully understood the reason for his anger, and even if it was a political marriage without the right to choose, she still broke the promise. However, Roman let her say one thing. Roman stopped and turned around, and Flora said that she had a special reason to break off the engagement. A social event where all the aristocracy of the north of the eastern region gathered. That's where it happened. As soon as the news broke and her engagement to Dimitri broke, a friend of the aristocrats shared a terrifying rumor with her. They told her that Roman was Dimitri. He dabbled in drugs that destroyed his mind and sanity. And then Flora added that she thought Roman should know about it. Now she understands that this is just silly gossip. Well, then she could not ignore them. Roman turned around and said before leaving that whatever happened in the past, it would not affect their relationship in any way. Therefore, she no longer needs to interfere in his affairs. Flora watched Roman go, disappointed. Roman, sitting in his office opposite Hans, was thinking about something. He thought, in Flora's words, that there was no energy in this body due to addiction. When he ended his life, the medicine he took held back some of the heterogeneous energy in his body. But through cultivation, he removed all the toxins completely. Roman called out to Hans, who immediately responded. Roman asked him if he had ever seen him swallow pills or if there were any situations that suggested this, and Hans, frightened, shouted out what Roman was talking about. Roman replied that he was not trying to find a reason to reprimand. He just wanted to look back on his past life. Not from his own memories, but something like an outside view, Hans replied, since Roman already says so. In general, he did not see it personally. But there were indeed a few oddities in Roman's actions. Roman asked when. Hans said 6 weeks ago, when Roman attended a social party. In general, nothing much happened that day, but after returning to the manor, Roman fell into a strange state, and with a white face, he locked himself in the room. Every night, he demanded a lot of alcohol because it seemed to him that there might have been drugs at the party. Now the idea seems insanely stupid to him. Roman thought about Flora's words at a social event that brought together all the aristocracy of the northeastern region. Roman asked Hans who was the organizer of the party. Hans replied that Barco's eldest son was Antoni Barco. Roman reflected that on the eve of a political marriage with the Lawrences, Roman accepts an invitation from Barco to a social party, after which he goes crazy, and he commits suicide. Now he sees in general terms what happened. From the very beginning, Roman's death was a lot of ambiguity. The suicide note he left behind only said that he was being sent to the battlefield instead of his 2 younger brothers, and he was terrified of it. But at that time, the decision had already been made to marry Flora, whom he so much desired. And a married aristocrat had several ways to avoid performing military duty. And yet, he was so afraid of military service that he committed suicide. Roman thought that somehow it didn't really add up. Roman asked Hans how he thought they were close to Antoni Barco, and Hans said that no one was as close to him as he was, although there seemed to be some awkwardness between them lately. About since the rumor of Roman's wedding to the Lawrences started. A political marriage between Dimitri and Lawrence would have been a huge hindrance to the Barcos, who wanted to take over the Lawrence lands. And the easiest way to solve this problem is to make sure that the marriage could not take place initially. Roman thought that for this they would have gone to any tricks, which was the real reason for Roman's suicide. Hans apologized to Roman and said that, in fact, a couple of days ago, an invitation to a party came from the Barco estate. Roman asked indignantly if Barca had invited him. Hans, holding the note in his hand, said yes, just as Roman was practicing in private. And then Hans asked what to do with the invitation. Roman wondered if they had the nerve, or if they didn't think much of him anyway. Romanu smiled, and thought that he was really annoyed by this. Roman asked Hans when the party was, to which he replied that it was exactly 2 weeks away. Romana smiled and asked Barco that he accepted their invitation. We are being transferred to the manor. Hans accompanies Kevin and tells him that the young master is waiting for him. And then they add that, by the way, the young master has changed a little. But even if Kevin is not very surprised, Kevin is afraid to ask what, and then replies that it's good. Kevin enters Roman's room and then asks if the master called him. Roman turns around and asks if it's Kevin. Kevin was startled when he saw Roman, and then wondered what changes Hans had told him about. Romana turned to Kevin and said that he was the one. How does he live here now? Kevin replied that he gets used to it without much difficulty, thanks to Hans. Only here he is, Roman only asked. Kevin went on to say that he kept trying to figure out what his role was in this place, but he didn't know what he could do for Roman. Even though Roman told him to live for him, but he's just an ordinary person. No better than a stone on the side of the road, which in the end, he can do. Roman replied that Kevin was interested in the role he was going to make Kevin your sword. That made Kevin go into a stupor. He was indignant and asked again, with a sword. Then Romana replied that, however, others cannot decide for a person who he should be, so he will tell him 3 ways. To give up the path of the ball, if he is afraid to hold a sword in his hands and shed blood. Then he can become Roman's hands and feet. He will follow Hans, learn how to do things, follow safe orders, and that will be his role. The second one will be nearby as his sword. Kevin was indignant, and then said that the Lord, he never even touched a sword in his life. Roman replied that of course, because if Kevin chooses the second path, he will test Kevin's will by splitting his muscles and stretching his bones. Kevin looked normal, startled, and then asked about the muscle separation. Muscle separation and bone stretching, a method that causes pain from twisted bones and muscles. Roman said that he did not need to be determined in words. The result would be proof of Kevin's will. And finally, the third way. Roman threw his sword at Kevin's feet and said that with this sword, Kevin would cut off his own hand. If Kevin can take the pain to the end, self-inflicted injury, you can gain power faster than anyone else. Roman thought that the mad demon grew up on the streets and didn't know anything about martial arts. He rose to 4 heavenly kings just because of one unwavering will. Well, what about Kevin? Roman said that whatever Kevin's choice was, it would benefit him. So Kevin will have to find a use for himself. Outside the fortress of Dimitri, a ramshackle shack ready to collapse at any moment. The place where Kevin was born. I had to work from an early age to survive. He followed his parents and helped them with everything they did, and there wasn't a job he didn't take on. But his life didn't change. No matter how hard he tried, there was always someone who would take everything away. and that was the fate of weaklings. Therefore, he didn't even have the heart to renounce such a life. Overwhelming power. Kevin raised his sword and wondered what the point of chopping off his own arm was. But if he can become stronger like that, if he can become like a master. Kevin looked confidently at the sword and said, if he can break the shackles of the life taken, he will do it. Roman stared at Kevin expressionlessly. Kevin then presented the sword to his hand. He swung with all his might. He slapped his arm with a yell. He was thinking as he walked down the corridor that, seriously, he had left the order of chivalry to follow the master, and then Roman suddenly went into seclusion for a week. Chris saw Hans at the end of the corridor and called out to him. Chris told Hans that he had heard that the master's training session was over, and then asked where Roman was. Hans said that the master was now personally talking to Kevin, and he ordered no one to be allowed in. Chris looked at Hansu in surprise and asked who Kevin was. Blood dripped from the sword that Kevin held back. Kevin's bloody hand fell forcefully to the ground. Looking at her, Kevin gritted his teeth and grunted in pain. He fell to his knees in front of Roman. Then he collapsed. Roman looked at him with interest. We are transferred to the same day in the evening. Hans, being in Roman's office, shouts for the gentleman to wait. Looking at the bloody sword, he asks if Roman was hurt because there is blood on the ball. Roman replied that it was nothing and everything was fine. He smiled crazily, then replied that it wasn't his blood. Roman wondered what happened when Kevin decided to cut off his own hand. Then he put him in an illusion. Illusion demon technique. He planned to hold it in the illusion for a bit to test his will, but before Kevin could fall into the illusion, he slashed at his arm. Roman, smiling, said to himself that Kevin is a fierce boy. If the technique of the demon of illusion is a little weaker, then he would completely take everything to himself. There were 2 weeks left before the party, and about 6 months before the war. Roman still has a lot to teach them, and soon more worries will be added. Roman told Kevin that he would teach him the mystery of mana, but it was a very dangerous power. Kevin asked, puzzled, if he knew mana, and Roman said he did. And then Roman thought that even though he called it a mana mystery, but in fact this knowledge was also used by a mad demon, an ancient martial art, and the cult's treasure troves. Ghost demon skill. At the moment of its use, the mind is absorbed by demonic kai. This is a dangerous demonic art that gives strength by piercing blood vessels, which is why you have to endure unbearable pain. But even in the terrible agony of feeling your limbs being torn apart, you can't lose your mind. In order to become a sword that would be useful to him, Mad Demon had mastered this martial art after suffering excruciating pain. If Kevin was willing to chop off his own arm, then he could learn the technique. Roman told Kevin that as the training load increases, he will have to endure much more pain than he experienced yesterday. But even so, there's only one reason why he's training it. For a 15-year-old who doesn't even know the basics of mana, it's the fastest way to get stronger. And if he can survive the mental training successfully, then he can protect his loved ones. Kevin rejoiced, and then wondered if the person who saved him and punished the Blood Fangs would now personally take over his training. Kevin turned to Roman, and then he said that he didn't have enough words of gratitude to express how happy he was. However, why is Roman so sure of him? Even though he had sworn to devote his life to it, he still hadn't shown up in any way, in case he passed the training and just ran away. He just wants to know the reason why Roman trusts him. Roman smiled and said it was simple. Kevin looked at Roman with a puzzled expression and asked what was simple. Roman, walking away from him, said that training will start tomorrow. That's all for today, let him come back. As Roman left, he wondered if the reason he trusted Kevin was because, come to think of it, the Mad Demon had also asked that question. To get blind faith from your opponent, they must trust you first. Either way, Kevin, he would never betray him. As his strength matures, he will realize for himself how dangerous it is to choose. Treachery of the Heavenly Demon. A huge dark shadow grew behind Roman. He walked while smiling an intimidating smile. We are being moved to the next day. Kevin waves his sword. Roman, looking at him, says that the base is important in everything. Even in one thing you need to act correctly. Kevin must not lose his concentration. Kevin suddenly shouted that there was. Looking at this, Chris said out loud that he didn't understand. Why was it necessary to pick up a strange kid and teach him fencing? But above all, why didn't he teach him? Chris thought that if he followed him, he would be able to learn the secret to becoming stronger in a short time. And then said that for him, it was as if he didn't exist at all. One sword training session with a mentor is even more useful, and you can go and explain everything. Chris looked up, and then, looking out at the scorching sun, he decided that he would wait a little longer. A day passed, then another and another, but Chris was still waiting. Chris threw one of his gloves on the floor and yelled, "Damn it." He started walking towards the novel, and then told him that it had already been 2 weeks since he followed him. Of these, Roman spent a week in seclusion, and the rest he devoted to Kevin, and he can only watch. If suddenly it is because of the fact that at first he behaved insultingly, then he sincerely asks him to excuse. So they ask him to teach at least something to him. He will study hard, no matter what it takes. Roman looked at Chris with disdain. And then he said that didn't he say look at your surroundings and learn? And Chris panicked and asked, I mean, it was literally look. Roman turned around and started to leave, saying that there was a different way for everyone. Kevin is clueless until he gets up to the proper level, from start to finish, who needs to be there to guide him. But Chris is different. No matter what he teaches him, Chris will not benefit from it. He is the one who defeated him, and instead of calmly mastering the knowledge, he will forcibly push it into himself. Chris asked if Roman was telling him to just keep watching, but Roman said he wasn't. Then, suddenly, he threw the sword to Chris, who caught it in fright. Chris asked why the sword was made of wood, and Roman said that accurate results were needed to confirm the current state of affairs. And then I asked Chris what he thought about a little fight with Kevin, and Chris and Kevin were shocked. Roman went on to say that his sparring opponent would be Kevin, and he would tell Chris how to beat him, even if he thought that Kevin would be something like his double. If even after sparring, Da didn't think he was right, then he would personally pay for his training. Chris was furious. Kevin asked in fright that he was going to mate with Lord Knight, and Chris thought that he needed to fight this rookie. This man, who does he think he is? Chris then shouted that it was fine. They would have a fight. This time it would show him that he wasn't such a weakling. Kevin and Chris faced each other. Kevin turned to Roman and said that to fight a knight with a double-digit aura, Roman told him that he understood that he was at a disadvantage, but that he had absolutely nothing to lose if he lost. There are countless people in the world who are stronger than him, like the blood fangs that tormented his family and Chris who glared at him like he was about to be torn to pieces. It's no different. And that Kevin would back out every time. Kevin gathered all his strength and confidently replied that he would try. Chris, looking at Kevin, wondered how much it annoyed him to fight the yellow-faced youngster. What kind of look he really thought Kevin could win. From the looks of it, Roman is going to tame it with this battle. Roman commanded to prepare. Chris wondered if it was sparring or something. He didn't care. Roman shouted for them to start. Chris instantly charged into the fight, swinging his sword, with the thought that he wouldn't lose to a rookie who had only trained for a week. Chris hit Kevin's sword with great force. Kevin tried to hold it back with all his strength, but Chris started to push, knocking Kevin's sword out of the way. Then, with great force, he kicked Kevin in the stomach with his foot. Kevin was thrown several meters away. We're flashed back a few seconds to when Roman was telling Chris and Kevin to get ready. Suddenly, Kevin heard a voice in his head telling him to raise his sword and block in front of him. Chris would try to attack suddenly. Roman commanded them to start. At the same time, Chris charged into the fray. He swung at Kevin and slashed at his sword. Kevin could hear the voice in his head, step to the side, aim for Chris' chest as he brought his foot up for a kick. Kevin tried to take a side step, but stumbled. Chris then kicked Kevin in the stomach. Kevin fell to the floor. He heard the voice in his head again, telling him to get up. And then he wondered if it was the master's voice. Roman told him that he was using mana to send him voice messages through Chana, so he would guide him. Kevin wondered if that was even possible with mana. Roman told Kevin in his head to jump to the right. Kevin jumped back obediently, and Chris missed. Chris hadn't expected this. Roman continued to guide Kevin, telling him to turn around and hit him in the chest from the left side. Kevin spun around and swung back to strike, but Chris kicked Kevin in the stomach again, and it bounced a couple of meters away from him. Kevin wondered if that was exactly his weak spot, but he raised his sword too late. The novel in Kevin's head told him to put a block on top. Kevin raised his sword and blocked the blow that Chris was throwing with great force. Roman continued to guide him, telling him to go to the right. And then Kevin was hit in the face from the knee, and he fell again. He was lying on the floor, his nose bleeding. Chris wondered if the kid was holding up better than he'd expected. Roman reflected that Kevin wasn't his opponent at all. His body couldn't keep up with his edict, however. This situation, as if to say, Kevin gradually started to get up. Does this amuse Kevin? Kevin smiled. He wondered if Mr. Roman was all-powerful, even though the opponent is a knight with a double-digit aura. But he is moving precisely according to the instructions of Mr. Roman. And his problem is only a weak body, otherwise he would have taken over long ago, following the advice of the master. The master plays with the knight Chris as if he were controlling a puppet. Roman told Kevin to dodge to the right. Then, he swiftly charged forward and counterattacked. Chris had time to react and punch Kevin in the face. He thought that he had landed so many punches that he was about to end the fight, but at the very last moment, Kevin coldly dodged, also counterattacked. Was it really an accident? Kevin reflected that even Chris, who was dubbed the best genius among them, wasn't even close to the truths of Master's skills. So that was the level of Master Roman. It will serve him faithfully for the rest of his life. even if it's something he can't understand. One word from the master and he'll blindly obey it. If a weakling like him is going to become the master's sword, the answer is the same. Kevin grabbed his sword and swung it, thinking that all he needed was fortitude. Kevin was bleeding from the mouth. Chris said he'd give him a final answer, that if Kevin wants to continue fighting, he should be ready to be crippled. Kevin smiled, then laughed. Roman, looking at this, was also smiling, and Chris did not understand what was wrong with him. Kevin said they'd go all the way. Chris was fuming. Then he screamed through gritted teeth that he didn't even know when to stop. He stepped forward and said that if it was his wish. Chris swung his sword and shouted that then he would execute it. Looking at the severed hand, Kevin will regret his choice. Kevin didn't move, just watched Chris approach quickly. He heard Roman's voice in his head, telling him to put his foot down. Then he moved forward. He swung his sword and thought that he needed to gather all his strength. Looking at him, Chris was afraid. Chris dodged Kevin's punch. Then he fell to the ground. Looking at Kevin, he wondered who would have thought that he would hit from there. Roman was telling Kevin that there was more to come. He told him to turn around right away, and Kevin did just that. Roman told him to make a dash forward. Kevin quickly ran at Chris. Chris wondered if Kevin was planning on hitting him with such a slow and sweeping attack, but he was too weak. It dawned on Chris. He swung his sword at Kevin, who dodged it. Chris was scared, and Kevin was seething with rage. Kevin swung his sword with a shout. Roman, looking at this, smiled. Chris was breathing heavily. Chris managed to crouch down and dodge Kevin's punch. And then he got up with all the dope and made a low attack on Kevin's ball. Kevin couldn't stand the force of the blow and dropped the sword, falling to the floor. Chris looked at Kevin as if he couldn't get up. Roman stood behind Chris and watched. Roman wondered if Chris was planning to bend down when he swung the sword. He assumed that the second attack would be a trick. Chris looked down at Kevin on the floor and sighed. And then he said he was desperate. Roman walked past Chris and told him that the victory was up to him, and if he wanted to, they would start training tomorrow. He picked Kevin up and added that the choice was his. We're being transported to Chris's house. He stands over his bed and says that why he is asked to fight in the forest. Then he thought that even though he had won, it was no use. He had only wasted his time, and he had almost lost. Still, it was Kevin's last maneuver. It reminded him of the day he'd first gone up against Roman, a day he'd replayed hundreds of times in his head. If it wasn't for the experience gained from fighting Roman, he might have been able to defeat Kevin without using mana. Chris laughed, and then he said that his skills were improved only because of the experience of one battle. We're moved to the next day, and Roman asks Chris what he's going to do. Chris thought about it, and then he said that he needed training, that he would find his own way to become stronger by following Mr. Roman. Chris reflected that he had only been able to develop his skills through one battle, and Kevin's every move yesterday had been well calculated. He thought that the novel didn't give any clues, but in reality, it didn't. Even if I'm just trying to understand Roman's train of thought, it would break my head to think about it. Even when he was teaching Kevin, a lot of his words seemed to be directed at him. No, the master is no longer the fool he knew. He doesn't know what happened, but he can tell that he's gone to a level that even Captain Jonathan can't reach. The words observe and learn mean look back on your actions and know yourself. In this case, he will keep an eye out and learn until he can surpass Roman. Chris watched Kevin's training intently while Romano smiled. Then Roman said, well, then they will continue training. We're being rescheduled for a week later, on the day of a social party at the Barco estate. We're being rescheduled a week before the social gathering. Someone tells someone if they've heard about it, and then tells them what they're talking about. Someone says Roman Dmitri. They say his marriage agreement with Lawrence is terminated. The man replies to his friend that the Viscount announced that it was because of Flora Lawrence's mistake. His friend replies that the mistake is just an excuse. He must have felt sorry for his daughter, he raised as a princess after having to personally deal with the fool of the Dmitri family. A lady in expensive clothes replies to her butler that she will nevertheless terminate the marriage agreement when Barco is already presented with a knife to the throat. Butler replies that this does not mean that the eldest son Dmitri is even worse than the rumors say about him. The maid tells her friend that it's still going around that Roman killed Bloodfang. Her friend replies that she really believes it. She's confident. You were made to raise your reputation, to be ready for the termination of the agreement. Someone laughs hard. And then to say that this boy Roman, in fact, broke off the marriage agreement. Seriously, it is so easy to manage. The guy is sitting on the couch and asks the butler if he is sure that Roman will attend this reception. He replies that a reply came from Dmitri that he accepted the invitation. This guy is the eldest son of the Victor Barca family, Anthony Barco. Anthony says it's wonderful. Everything is going like clockwork. He can't wait for next week. It's been a long time since I've been so excited about the upcoming party. We are brought in on the day of a social party. Roman stands over something and thinks, then calls hands. He looks at the expensive outfit, and then asks her if she really should wear it. Hans replies that this is his first official appearance in the world. After the termination of the marriage contract, you cannot go in anything. Hans began to tell the whole story of this outfit. Roman thought about it. And then Hans added at the end that they got this masterpiece with sweat and blood. And yet Roman isn't going to say he won't wear it. Roman Echidna smiled. And then he said that he would wear it well, and Hans happily replied that he knew Roman would say so. Chris was standing by the carriage, saying out loud that he really was. Why is the boy still not here? At this rate, the young master will come earlier. Kevin ran to angry Chris, apologizing. He was wearing a huge suit of armor and said he wasn't used to it yet. Chris slapped his hand across his face in annoyance and asked what was wrong with the view of Kevin. Kevin replied that even in the blacksmith shop there was no armor that fit him in size. Chris thought that even though the young master had helped him, he had almost lost to this idiot. Kevin's helmet fell over his eyes, and Chris just stood there, looking annoyed. All of a sudden, he started telling Kevin to listen carefully. They are the master's security detail in the face of the Dmitri family, and it is no exaggeration to say that the young master's reputation depends on their actions. Carelessness is unacceptable, and special attention should be paid to your speech and behavior. Kevin said he would remember that, and then added Mr. Knight. Chris thought for a while, and then said okay, well, let Kevin ask if you have any questions. Kevin beamed with happiness and said, thank you, Mr. Knight. Chris said, annoyed, that Kevin's helmet was askew, and Kevin said, ouch. We are being transported to Barco's estate. There is already a party in full swing, tables filled with expensive dishes. Small talk is going on everywhere. Ladies fanning themselves, dancing. Someone says that they heard that there will be a novel here today. The young man adds that I didn't even know that the Barcos were targeting the Lawrence family, but he still forced a political marriage. And now he dares to show up at Barco's party, abruptly ending the arrangement, whatever he's thinking. The girl next to him replies that that's why they call him a fool. If he had a brain, he would stick to one of two things. The young man replies that he is sure that because of the novel, the position of the Dmitri family has been greatly shaken. Another young man replies, you can do that, although Dmitri's influence extends to the entire north, but to maintain relations with Barco in such a situation is already greed. All this is heard by a girl with an expensive necklace in a purple dress. The young man continues to say that nevertheless, today Roman will be present here to correct his mistakes. His friend replies that how funny he is. The girl is quietly eavesdropping on all this. And then she asks the guy standing next to her what kind of person this Roman Dmitri. The guy replies that she will understand everything when she sees it herself. He makes an extremely disgusting impression, and he is plain, and for a puny build. But with all this, he is so important because of the title of the eldest son. The girl thinks about it, and the guy on the contrary answers that if he were a woman, he would go to any lengths to terminate the marriage agreement. The butler coughs violently, and then they say that the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, has arrived, and everyone turns around in surprise. The door swings open, and the butler adds Mr. Roman Dmitri. Roman confidently walks in with a smile. Everyone is watching him, startled. A whisper immediately went around the room. Is this really Roman Dmitri? He is completely different from himself in the past. I will never believe it. He was shorter than him, what with his hair. The girl in the purple dress is watching him closely, and then suddenly it starts moving forward. She approaches Roman and says that it is a great honor for her to meet him. She is Sophia from the Grizzle family, and after saying this, she bows to Roman. Then he adds that he may not know her name, that her family is not distinguished, but that her father, Baron Grizzle, has long been devoted to the kingdom of Cairo. Roman replies that he is well aware of Grizzle's family lineage, which makes Sophia glow with happiness, and then covers her mouth with her hand and asks that Roman really knows Grizzle. Roman replies that how can he not know the name of a family whose history goes back more than 100 years. Roman remembers asking Hans for all the information about all the families located throughout the Northeast. Hans looks at her in surprise, then asks why he suddenly needs her. Roman replies that he will attend the reception as a representative of the family. He needs to show at least minimal politeness. He needs to know what families the people he meets belong to, and by what methods their family line continues to inherit traditions. You need to spend your energy at least on this if he wants to attract someone else's attention, especially him, who is called the fool of the family Dmitri. Roman tells Sophia that her family has owned land in the Northeast for many years, that the grizzly woods are known throughout the kingdom for their excellent quality, and that he has heard that her younger brother has recently successfully awakened the ability to sense mana. He sincerely congratulates her on this achievement. Roman and Sophia Milo continue to communicate. Young people from other families are surprised to see this. One of them comes up and greets Mr. Roman Dmitri. and then says that he is Magner from the Bolt family. Roman smiles and then replies that he is the eldest son of Bolt. What a meeting. It was Viscount Bolt who had fought in the war in the past, performing a great feat. He was deeply impressed after reading about it in the book. Magner was shocked from Roman's words, and then replied, "Thank you." Roman was approached by a girl with pink hair, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had changed beyond recognition. Roman replied that it was she, Lady Ares. She was still beautiful. Then Roman asked if her mother was okay. He heard the news that she was not well lately. Just 10 years ago, Dmitri received a huge profit from a deal with the hero's family. He is also extremely grateful for the kindness shown by them. The young man approached Roman and said that it looked like he had misjudged Mr. Roman. It seemed to him that it was difficult to start a dialogue with him because he was always drunk. Roman replied that he was just going to have a drink, but it looks like it's worth lowering the glass. The butler came up to Roman and called him. Then he said that the young master was inviting him to a private room. Roman thought it was time to find out who had disturbed his state of mind. We are taken to a courtyard where a huge number of knights are standing. Kevin said there are so many knight guards from other family lines here. And then he asked Chris what a social event was, and Chris told him that Kevin should forget about it, and they were not allowed to go there. And then he added that Kevin's helmet was askew again. Kevin replied that it was too big for him. Chris angrily told him to just take it off. Looking at this, one of the knights with brown hair asked what else it was, and his partner with green hair replied that it was Roman Dimitri's guard. They watched as Chris tried to remove Kevin's helmet. One of them laughed and said that yes, one is more beautiful than the other. He'd heard that Dmitri had disowned their eldest son, but to bring a youngster who couldn't even hold a sword as a guard, Chris had told Kevin to ignore it. The knight continued to say that how else this state can match the level of the Dmitri family. At these words, Kevin seriously tensed up. We are transported back in time. He's at a social party watching a girl, namely for the unimaginably beautiful Flora. Anthony comes up to him, hugs him, and asks him who Roman is watching. Roman answers, the girl is blonde. Who is she? Anthony says, if Roman asks, then he doesn't know. It's Flora, the Lawrence flower, Flora Lawrence. Roman, looking at her, blushed and thought only of her. We are transported to the present, and Roman is escorted by the butler and told that he is here. Anthony meets him and asks what the hell happened to him. Roman wonders if this is Anthony Barco. Roman goes to the chair, and Anthony tells him that he has heard that Roman has changed, but he would not have thought that so much. Why Roman should let him sit down, tells him. Roman wondered if there were traces of other people's presence here. So Anthony had escorted everyone out before he arrived. So this is going to be a secret conversation. In this case, so that the opponent does not feel shy, Roman replies with a smile that he does not know what the reason. When I spent a lot of money to fix up my appearance, nothing changed, but lately it's changing day by day, without even putting in the effort. Anyway, he's glad to see him after all this time. Anthony, pouring a glass, replies that he hopes that his words can be believed. To be honest, he was very interested in what he was guided by then. Roman, taking a glass of wine in his hand, asks then. Anthony replies that when he found him in a locked room, hugging his cousin after he forced a political marriage with Lawrence, betraying their friendship, in fact. Even if all the secrets were kept at a social gathering, he never thought Roman would do something like this on the eve of his own wedding. In that case, can Roman's presence at this reception be considered an agreement to his proposal, since he kept what happened a secret? They can discuss marriage with Barco. Roman pondered his marriage to Barco. Suddenly, he felt something, these memories, how he stood at his father's door. By betraying Anthony Barco, he asked his father to enter into a political marriage agreement with Lawrence. Well, he can't avoid them forever. So they used this chance to restore the old relationship. When Romero went to see his father, he told him that he was late, so he should come quickly and sit down. Then Anthony introduced him to his younger cousin, Emilia Barco, and she replied, I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Roman. Anthony suggested that they drink together, probably because it was the first time Emilia had ever been in such a place, and she leaned in alone. Roman replied that, of course, he did not mind, because this is a member of his family. Anthony said Emilia go fill Roman's glass too. Roman said no need, he would pour it himself. Anthony fiercely replied that the novel would be over, immediately emboldened by the marriage. Roman despondently said that by the way, Anthony interrupted him and told him not to worry. Barco is no longer interested in the Lawrences. Roman happily asked if this was true. Anthony replied that this was so that Roman would not steam, but rather drink with them. Roman drank the entire glass. His head was spinning, and his vision was blurry. Roman woke up and saw Emilia naked in front of him. They were lying together on the same bed. He gave her a startled look and asked her how it had happened. Anthony burst into the room and shouted at Roman what he did. Roman replied in a frightened voice that no, it wasn't what he thought it was. Roman didn't remember anything that day. In the evening, Anthony told Roman to listen carefully. It was none of his business who he rolled in bed with, but he had touched Lady Rhoda Barco. This problem cannot be ignored. Roman sat depressed. Fear filled his entire body. Anthony said that he would give him a choice. Either the truth will come out and the marriage agreement will be terminated unilaterally, or Roman will re-establish relations with them, becoming related to Barco by marriage. Anthony went on to say that he was now beside himself with what he had done. But if Roman became Barco's man, he would calm his anger and forgive him. Then Anthony asked the terrified Roman what he would do. We are being moved to the present time. Roman wondered what had happened. Now, he finally dispelled all his doubts. If the marriage agreement was annulled because of an affair with a relative of Barco's, Dimitri's reputation would be trampled on. Even without this, there is a lot of talk about low birth. Roman must not have been sure that he could withstand the wrath of his father. But he couldn't choose the other option either, because Roman genuinely loved Flora. He didn't want to blacken her name by annulling the marriage he'd forced her into unilaterally. And when the moment of choice came, he took his own life. I hope that death will solve all the problems. A weak person who can't do anything on his own. That's what Roman Dimitri is. Truly pathetic and wretched. Anthony asked why Roman was hesitating. Their union would be put on the ears of the entire Northeast. No one will dare to attack them. Roman can gain unlimited power in the northeastern lands. He has no reason to refuse. Roman asked that just for this. Anthony asked what, surprised. Roman went on to say that just for this, he should agree to a political marriage. Anthony sternly replied that it looks like Roman misunderstood something. This is not an alternative election at all. If Roman refuses, then he will announce to the whole world what happened in the closed room, and what will then become of Dimitri's reputation. So let Roman think carefully about how he will show up in public in the future. Roman suddenly put his feet on the table. Then he told a dumbfounded Anthony to listen. How many times would she tell him to understand that just for such a pathetic reason, Dimitri didn't need to accept Barco's offer? The party was still going on, and Sophia was standing with the girl and talking about something. Suddenly, she noticed Roman walking towards her. She stopped him and asked him where he had gone. Roman smiled and said that he had some business to attend to. It looked like it was time for him to go back. Sophia was very upset, and then asked that he was already leaving. The reception was in full swing. Let him stay a little longer. Roman replied that he was sorry, but the matter does not require delay. People began to accumulate to him. I do not understand why he leaves. The girl said that it was annoying. They still haven't talked about so much. Roman replied that neither did he, and they would definitely talk next time, as soon as they got the chance. Roman left the Barco estate. Suddenly, he heard a voice, "Take it back, you bastard," and he wondered if it was a familiar voice. He saw a horrifying scene. Two knights taunted Kevin by kicking his helmet. The knights told Kevin that how else to match the level of the family Dimitri. Kevin, from their words, was angry. Chris told Kevin to be patient, and Kevin responded well. Hearing this, the two knights looked at each other maliciously. And then one of them said that as it was possible to think of taking the child to security. His friend replied that he should look at the helmet, because it does not even fit him in size. The knights approached Kevin, and then one of them asked if he had picked up the armor from the street, pretending to be a guard. His companion replied that yes, the level had dropped a lot. Chris Sarova asked that the Knights of Barco train in barbs instead of the ball. The knight replied that who knows. Then he put his hand on Kevin's head and told him that he didn't need to train with a sword to surpass this boy. That's why they call his master a fool. Kevin couldn't stand being bullied by his master and told the knight to take back the words, because young Master Roman doesn't deserve such words. The knight looked at Kevin with a puzzled expression. Kevin grabbed the knight's arm, then shouted that he should take it back. The knight shouted, "How dare Kevin," then slammed his fist into Kevin's face with great force. Kevin took a direct hit, and then started to fall to the ground. Startled, Chris snatched up his sword, then took up a stance. He began to draw his sword from its scabbard, thinking that none other than the knight Barco. At the moment, Dimitri's family is in conflict with Barco. If they make a fuss here, it won't just be at young Master's, but the whole family may also have problems. Kevin started to slowly stand up, saying that he was his master's knight, and he's not going to mess with painted knights like them, slackers. The knight laughed, then replied that it was true. And now they're going to see how much Kevin can keep his pride. Suddenly, someone grabbed the knight's arm. Kevin, Chris, and Knight were all in shock. Kevin saw Roman standing in front of him and smiled happily. And then Roman turned his head to greet the knight with an unfriendly look. The knight was about to say something, but Roman slapped him hard. From such an unexpected blow, the knight became in a stupor. And then he wondered what it was, if he'd been slapped in the face and couldn't react at all. Some fool had dared to touch him. The knight raised his head, and then Roman slapped him on the cheek again. The knight rose again in anger. But the gift was given to Roman with such force that the knight fell. The knight held a hand to his reddened cheek. Suddenly, he heard Roman's voice. The man ordered him to raise his head. We are taken to Anthony, who is sitting at a loss. He wondered what the hell had happened. Then Anthony began to recall their conversation. He told Roman that what he meant was that Roman should be held responsible for touching a lady of his bloodline. So he offered Roman a marriage not with a sideline, but with a direct line of kinship. It could be said that this was his last act of caring. And now Roman is making a mistake with irreversible consequences. Roman smiled, and then replied that Anthony should do what he wants. He is still called a fool. He is already treated like garbage. Nothing will change with one new rumor. But Anthony should watch his behavior. Anthony looked at Roman, startled, and then asked what. Roman replied that he had ended the marriage arrangement by his own decision, and not because of Anthony's threats. But anyway, Dmitri had turned his back on the Lawrences, so let Anthony think that his goal was achieved. But if Anthony showed him his teeth now, how should he react? To deal with at least personal hatred. He could have helped Lawrence by thwarting Barco's plans, and Anthony's hatred for Roman began to grow more and more. Roman has already investigated the Barco. Their power of influence due to their connection to the central office definitely cannot be ignored. But as said, it is a force based on connection. If you take into account only wealth and combat power, then the influence in the northeastern region is in the hands of Dmitri, not Barco. Roman asked the fuming Anthony what he would do. Anthony asked that if they were done with it now, Roman wouldn't interfere with their business with the Lawrences in the future. Roman said that it was, and Anthony continued that in that case, they would consider the case closed. Anthony sat in his chair and thought about his conversation with Roman. He had changed a lot. He was no longer a simple fool. His actions, his look, his manner of speech are even overwhelming. This is not the same fool he knew. He's like a completely different person. What the hell happened? Anthony slapped his face with his hand and thought. The butler called out to Anthony, who shouted at him not to be touched right now. But the butler didn't stop and went on to say that Mr. Roman and his knights from the guard are outside. At that moment, Anthony abruptly turned around with a puzzled face. We are being moved to the courtyard. The guests and knights watch in horror. The knight stands at Roman's feet and begs him to forgive him just once. He will never do that again. Kevin runs up to Roman and says that this is enough for punishment. Chris agrees with him and says that Roman should at least think about the connection with Barco. It's better to end there. Roman the Harsh replied that he would decide for himself when the punishment was sufficient. Even if the knight died, it would only be a payment for his words and actions. Angrily, Anthony ran out into the courtyard and shouted what was going on here. And then he added that even if he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he can't let him get away with this if he doesn't personally apologize for his rudeness right now. Roman turned around with an indifferent face and answered why he should apologize. Looking at the battered knight, he said that he was the one who slandered him and dared to slap the face of a person of the Dmitri family. In fact, Antony Barco believes that he is to blame for this case. Anthony replied that even if that was the case, Roman had crossed the line. Roman said that the devil means, as he already said, a relationship between the two of them, based on hatred, can develop into a relationship between families. So it is better for Anthony to watch his behavior from now on. Anthony was very scared from those words. Roman came close to Antonio and said that because his patience was not so strong, let Antonio decide how to behave. Antonio recalled Roman's words that he could help Lawrence by thwarting Barco's plans. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. Antonio said that he thought well and Roman was right. And in Roman's place, he would have punished him the same way. Roman smiled as he left and said that he knew they would understand each other. And then he went up to the knight and said, what now? Let the knight grit his teeth tightly, and then Roman swung. The knight was then carried away on a stretcher. The old novel. Even with the influence of the Dmitri family in the northeast behind him. To the others, he was just a fool who was looked down on. Roman told Chris and Kevin that they were coming back. However, everyone who was there was no choice but to admit the truth. The fool they knew. Not anymore. We are being rescheduled in the late afternoon. Kevin and Chris are riding in the carriage, and they are very sad. Kevin bows his head in front of Roman and says that he apologizes because of him. Roman was greatly insulted. Chris also bows his head and says that he too is sorry. Dimitri's family line was humiliated, and he didn't do anything, even when Kevin was hit. Roman looked at them in silence, and then he said that it must have been difficult to hold back, but thank you for being patient and waiting for him. And then Roman added that carelessness leads to anger. Their choice helped to avoid the worst outcome, however. That's not the answer he wants to hear. At the very least, in the entire territory of the northeast of the kingdom, there is no one who would dare to touch the family line of Dmitri. And even if they have to restrain themselves, let them look their opponent straight in the face, even if their gaze should be filled with anger. Roman is not one of those people who can tolerate someone towering over him. He will throw everyone at his feet if they want to follow him. They will have to get used to his method. We are taken to Dimitri's estate, and Hans says that here is all the information about the Barco family line, ordered from the Black Moon Information Guild. According to Black Moon, their current position is worrisome. Roman examined the papers carefully. Then he realized that Barco was a family mouth that had settled in the Northeast more than 100 years ago. Their power in the territory has truly been sending out ever since. As a member of the family line, Barca entered the service of the central government. Roman, looking at the papers, told Hans that he was right, their military power is not so great. Hans replied that, to be honest, he was surprised. It seemed to him that due to its status, the Bark has a powerful military force. Roman replied that this is fully compensated by the huge power of the central government. The Salamander continent consists of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the Kingdom of Kyra belongs to a small state. With the exception of the mountain ranges in the northeast, all other state borders touch other countries. Therefore, many attempts have been made to capture the kingdom since ancient times. Too many dangerous enemies had accumulated outside the country, so the only way to survive was to concentrate forces in the central government. Thus, the central government naturally gained strength. In particular, the right to call for service by the central government had absolute power. If someone resisted the draft, they were labeled a rebel and immediately sent troops to suppress them. The rebel was suppressed, this territory was returned to the possession of the kingdom, after which all local lords who took part in the punitive operation received a piece of land as a reward, and the remaining plots became the new obedient nobility. Such a system of power gives a kind of abstract power to Barcos associated with the central government. Hans asked why everything is so serious. Roman replied that it was true, and thanks to this, they managed to borrow a huge amount from the gold bank. And now he suspects that they took out this loan without much collateral, on one guarantee of creditworthiness. And the money received was invested in the Burge Mercenary Group. The Burge Mercenary Group includes more than 100 people, led by a mercenary, namely Burge. The main task of the organization is to suppress riots on the territory of the possessions for money. Hans replied that also, judging by the mass conscription of the people of their domain, they were going to attack the Lawrences presumably within half a month. Roman replied that the Barcos had finished with their preparations. Hans asked if this was really a war. It was unlikely that Lawrence could be expected to win, even just defending. They would only last for a month at most. Roman reflected that even though he had told Anthony Barco that he would not interfere in their business with the Lawrence, but in order to continue to live under the name of Roman Dimitri, he cannot leave Barco threatening him without attention. Whatever the Barco do, they won't be able to stand up to the Dimitri clan. If you borrow the power of the family line, it will be easier to punish them, but then it doesn't make sense. Regardless of what kind of common people they come from, the aristocracy of the Northeastern District doesn't see the novel as a particular threat. Now he needs an indisputable reason to break through, just like that. Roman called Hans, telling him that he had to see his father right away. The time has come to fulfill the promise once made. We are carried out into the street, and people turn around in fright, and quickly try to hide from someone's eyes. A knight is walking in front of us, his armor covered in blood. He sighs heavily and starts to take off his helmet. And then a young man with a scar on his cheek and green hair says that now Dimitri does not change at all. This is a B-rank mercenary Lucas. He goes into the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith takes away his armor and says that he looks good. And then he says it looks like it was a particularly tough battle. And Lucas says those assholes had shit in their heads, and they just jumped on him and nearly killed him. The blacksmith, looking at Lucas' broken sword, thinks for a moment, and then says that the quality of the equipment itself is not very good. Where did he buy this sword? Lucas sighs heavily and says that he found out about the new shop and almost lost his only life because of it. Hearing this, the blacksmith replies that after all, the territory has the best iron and equipment. How stupid of him. Lucas gets up from the barrel, then replies that that's why he's here, relying on him, and the blacksmith replies that it will take a long time to make a complete weapon. Lucas, leaving the smithy, says that it doesn't matter, he will still stay in the hospital for a while to heal. He was sick of everything after the battle. As Lucas walked out into the street, he saw a crowd gathered around the news bulletin board. He wonders what kind of gathering it is. Had the war really begun, even though he decided to give up business for the time being? But he can't get over his curiosity, and Lucas makes his way through the crowd, apologizing and asking them to let him pass. Suddenly, he saw a summoning notice. It said that they were looking for soldiers who had a healthy body, strong ambitions, a number of seats for 30 people, and a salary of 8 silvers monthly. Lucas reflected that an average family of 4 spends about 5 silvers a month. 8 silvers is not bad terms, even considering the risk premium. if not for this point. It is important that you will be subordinated not to the family line Dimitri, but specifically to the novel Dimitri. Remember this. They want to hire only those people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the novel Dimitri. The guy standing next to Lucas said that if he was thinking of signing up, he didn't even have to hope. There were already over a couple hundred applicants. He smiled, then said that he hadn't thought about it. Anyway, he was a B-rank mercenary, so if he was offered at least 50 silver coins a month, then he would think about whether to fasten his loyalty to the aristocracy. Something suddenly dawned on Lucas. He asked the man standing next to him what he said, that there are already over a couple of hundred applicants. The man said that it was so. Lucas asked if it was really worth it. Despite the excellent conditions, the employer is Dmitry Roman. Isn't he a fool? The man replied, who knows what kind of suffering you will have to endure? Leave it to the soldiers. Lucas looked at the man, puzzled. The man continued to say that the mercenary is an outsider, so he doesn't know all the circumstances. Young Master Roman is no longer that fool. Not only did he defeat the Blood Fangs, but they also value and protect their people very much. Lucas looked at the man with a puzzled expression and asked what. The man went on to say that they didn't believe it at first either, but after hearing Clark's story, they changed their minds, and Lucas asked who Clark was. The man went on to say that Clark's son became the man of the novel, and after that their poor life changed radically. The man thought about it and asked to wait for Lucas to remember the name of Clark's son. And then the man said he thought his name was Kevin. We are being transferred to the Dmitry estate. Kevin looks ahead, puzzled, and asks if he's on vacation. Roman replies that he is giving him 3 days, starting tomorrow, so that Kevin can get a good rest and get back to training. He's had a rough time, so let him have a good time with his family. Kevin tells Roman whatever he says. We're taken to Kevin's house. He changes his clothes, muttering to himself, vacation. He thought that this was unusual for him, because he used to have to work every day to somehow feed himself. It had been a long time since he had seen his family, and he hoped they were doing well. Hans called out to Kevin. Hans ran up to Kevin and said that he hadn't seen his family for a long time, and that he was going to show himself like this. The young master had prepared clean clothes for him to put on, and Kevin didn't need the money to buy a gift for his family. Hans threw a small bag of money for Kevin's clothes and said that the third one would pay 30 silver pieces a month. He can spend it on gifts or luxury items. Let him have a good time. Kevin stood puzzled, looking at the new clothes and money. We are transported to the city, and Kevin walks happily down the street carrying a bag of bread. Kevin says that he can't believe there are such soft clothes, and then thinks that even wearing them is a pleasure. He bought a lot of bread for the family. It was just baked, so the smell is wonderful. Marie must like it, because she wanted to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. Every day, his little sister with red long hair complained about why they always had to eat only stale bread. But even so, he was never able to buy, as freshly baked bread costs twice as much as cold. In addition, Kevin remembered that fateful day when Blood Fang's house was broken into. He clearly remembered the moment when his family was without help in front of them. Kevin wondered what he would do. He would definitely become stronger under the young master's leadership, and they wouldn't have to go through this again. When he reached the house where he was sent, he was very surprised. In front of him was a luxurious house, and his whole family was relaxing and enjoying life. He was indignant, not knowing what else it was. He also initially thought it was strange that he was not sent to a poor area, but to the vicinity of the castle. Marie saw Kevin and called out that her brother was back. His parents turned around in fright and asked if it was really their son. Kevin was still standing there, motionless in shock. His mother threw herself on his neck, saying that, "My God, how long has it been?" Marie ran happily to Kevin, shouting that her brother was back. His father, smiling, came up to Kevin and asked how he chewed. Kevin, puzzled, asked your parents about this house. Kevin's father said that Mr. Hans came to them and said that young Mr. Roman ordered to give them a new house and land for cultivation. Kevin's mother said that this is not all. Roman helped a lot so that they could settle down in the city. In recent days they really healed. Kevin wondered how it was going, young Master Roman. Kevin burst into tears, then said he was so grateful. Suddenly, my father noticed something. Then he asked what was wrong with Kevin's cheek. Was it young Master Roman who hit him? Kevin calmly replied that it wasn't at all. My mother interrupted Kevin, and then asked him to answer honestly. If they suddenly treat him like this, they will immediately. Kevin was indignant, and then raised his voice to say that young master wasn't that kind of person at all. His mother asked what was wrong with Kevin's cheek. Kevin replied that he really did. We are taken to a bar, and the man is indignant, asking that Kevin's father wants him to believe it. Kevin's father replies that this is a brat, and how he, in his opinion, got this house and land. His companion opposite answers, exactly. Another friend replies that they say the same thing. that you don't need to believe all the rumors. Kevin's father went on to say that according to Kevin, Roman had slapped the knight Barco in the face while protecting his guard. There was no aristocrat in the world who would do it for his man. The friend who was sitting across from me was shocked, then said it couldn't be. That quarrelsome young gentleman. The rumor quickly began to spread around the neighborhood. The girl told her friend that she herself had seen how Clark's family had healed. He said that Roman gave this house because the son of the family became his man. The man tells the girl that for the sake of Kevin, Roman and gave the house, and gave the land, and even slapped the knight of the barge. His friends personally heard it from Clark. The woman replied that it was necessary. But yesterday she felt pity looking at the son of their family. The guy told his friend that in the past he himself had seen how he created arbitrariness in their store. His friend replied that he definitely did not confuse him with anyone. The boys, sitting on the street, said that Roman was terribly fond of his people, and his friend replied that he also wanted to become like Kevin. Someone said that if he won the young master's trust, so is the Quark family, and a completely different life awaits. Roman Dmitri values his people. If you gain his trust, you can live a completely different life. Rumors were flying around the city at a great speed. The man told Lucas that this was why many people had withdrawn their desire to participate in the recruitment process. Lucas wondered what the hell had happened. The Blood Fang debacle and the social gathering, if Roman had actually done that. The Roman he knew wasn't like that. Even he himself had seen him get into a fight 2 years ago after losing money in a gambling house. What has happened in these 2 years? Lucas was curious and said he wanted to see for himself. Jonathan had reported to Romero that the exam preparation was going smoothly. They provide only minimal control, and the young master told him that he would take care of the examination himself and deal with everything, ending the conversation there. Romero said it was so late. Jonathan replied that if Romero wanted to cancel, this was his last chance, and then asked if everything would be all right. Romero poured himself a glass of wine and listened as Jonathan explained that hiring soldiers for personal use was very dangerous, and at least they should know their purpose. Romero called out to Jonathan, and he said that when he heard that Roman was going to attend a social reception at Barco's, he decided that he was planning to team up with Barco to push the second son out of the inheritance queue. However, Roman, in front of the entire aristocracy, slapped the knight in the face despite all the persuasions of Anthony. A man like Anthony will take the side of his second son, with a heart full of vengeance, and may become an irreversible threat to Roman's inheritance rights. Romero put down his glass and said that for several decades, Roman had been described as a fool, but since the incident with the red fangs, he had begun to live a life of his own. And he's like his father, just wants to support him. Jonathan said he understood. Romero continued to talk. So how many volunteers are there? 50, 100 people. Given Roman's reputation, it's good if you get at least 50. Jonathan said that about it. It assumes that there are more than 500 of them. Romero was shocked and then asked what? We are transferred to all the volunteers. Everyone is waiting for Roman. Chris enters Roman's tent and addresses him, and then say that everything is ready for the exam. We are rescheduled the day before the exam. Straight to one of the bars. Lucas drinks a beer, and then he says that Dimitri's dark beer is still very good at wetting your throat. And then one wonders what, however. Already the day before the exam, so many people gathered, even more participants than expected, besides. A noisy table with 3 guys in the corner. When he saw the identity cards of the same color hanging from their belts, they were C-rank mercenaries. And the 3 of them in a row drinking at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but at first glance, you can tell that the guys are experienced in combat. In addition, there are still many inns in the city. If there are already 5-6 suitable guys on such a small area, then the level of applicants is much higher than he thought. Why? Even if you feed with a knife, there are many much better options. If a person is driven by curiosity, like them, then he cannot know the reason. Lucas slammed his mug down on the table. And then, as he got up from the table, he noticed a guy talking to his friend. The guy asked what Henderson was doing here, if he wasn't going to become a soldier of the Lawrence family. The guy replied that at first he had planned to, because Lawrence is his homeland. But when he saw Roman Dmitri defeat the Blood Fangs and Lawrence, he changed his mind. Perhaps those who weren't there wouldn't believe him. But on that day, in that square, he saw everything with his own eyes. The way Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragged the Blood Fang leader by the hair. Anyone can only imagine that. A young master of noble blood, who had come to a foreign land to punish the Red Fangs who had caused suffering to his people, and laid out the head of the leader of these scum. What he had seen that day would never be forgotten, and he was awed. People doubt and deny what happened in Lawrence, but he had seen it and felt it for himself, and Dmitri wasn't the weak fool that the rumors said he was. Then the guy hit the table with his fist and shouted that he was a real leader who was ready to fight for his people. And then he added that this set is a good chance to become a person of Roman Dmitri. He wants to pass the exam, get a residence permit in the territory of Dmitri, and live as a person of Roman Dmitri. Lucas wondered what Roman was, if he deserved to give him his loyalty. Who knows, maybe this excitement with the soldiers is not an accident at all. We are transferred to the training area on the day of the exam, Dmitri. The crowd stands and communicates. Somewhere you can hear the conversation that you can have a beer after the exam, and that the one who failed pays. Lucas wondered if everything he'd heard was true. In that case, what should he choose? Perhaps those who have gathered here are tormented by the same doubts, participants who doubt the authenticity of the rumors. As soon as the true nature of the novel is revealed, then the moment of choice will come. I felt a sudden silence, and then I wondered what was wrong, why everything was suddenly quiet. Roman was walking towards the volunteers, along with Kevin and Chris. Roman walked quickly through the crowd, everyone bowing their heads in front of him. Lucas wondered if no one had given the order, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads as they stepped out of the way. The rumors were true. Roman went up the steps. Then he told the volunteers to raise their heads. Roman went on to say that as they all know from the announcement, today here he will choose 30 soldiers who will fight for him, but he has a few words before starting. He shouted that Dmitri was not going to live on the outskirts of the kingdom. He would always fight to rise to a position higher than his current one, and in the process there would be no avoiding deadly battles. So those who had taken service under him lightly, the volunteers, stood in shock, their mouths hanging open as they delved into every word of the novel. Roman finished speaking, saying that they could retreat at least now. Later, after giving their lives on the battlefield, they will feel regret, but not because of hatred for him who drove them to fight, and because of the annoyance that they could not be close and see. As he climbs to the top of the continent, the volunteers couldn't contain their surprise. Lucas wondered what Roman was even talking about. What peak of the continent? Even if his position in the family was extremely precarious, there must be a limit to arrogance. But for some reason, he felt that it was quite possible. Chris stepped forward and said that he was going to tell the volunteers how to conduct the first stage of the exam. Everything is simple. Participants must stand in the specified place. The archer present here will shoot 3 arrows at the participant. The arrow will be released almost directly and can both stick into the board behind the back, so and pierce the body of the participant, causing a fatal wound. Only those who don't move until they've fired all 3 arrows deserves the right to pass the first stage. The exam is held in the order of the name Q. Dirk, get in. Next, Morrison, prepare and wait nearby. The archer was preparing his arrows. The guy who was first in line wondered if he really would have to stand up if he thought straight. Where would there be a loony who would guide the selection of soldiers through death? In this case, he is sure that this shooter has incredible skills. He would never make a mistake. The gunslinger drew the bowstring. Then he shot the first contestant, hitting the board near the neck. The guy next in line thought, that's right, this is a mental battle. You need to stand up. Believing that nothing will happen, the shooter pulled the next arrow. The arrow will definitely fly. Suddenly the first participant was hit in the knee by an arrow. The volunteers were shocked, but Lucas stood still and didn't show any surprise. The first contestant screamed in pain and fell to the floor, while Chris ran towards him shouting that a military doctor was needed. Let them come to the snare immediately. The first participant was taken away with an injury. The volunteers thought that they were told to be prepared for injuries. This can't be happening. Chris called the next contestant. Morrison, he was terrified. After all, the arrow of the first participant pierced through the thigh. And if it was not a hip, but a head, then instant death. Morrison started swearing and then said that it was crazy. He took part to get a chance to become a knight through a soldier. Chris replied that everything, as his master said, the behavior of the second participant will be considered as a refusal. Morrison fell into despair, and Chris continued to say that anyone who is afraid to catch an arrow, it's not too late for them to give up. Those who gritted their teeth will continue to endure, even with an arrow wound, will earn the right to pass the stage. Chris shouted that's why all cowards immediately get out of the square. Roman said that if so, then he would once again explain their roles. Tomorrow, at the first stage of the exam, they will actually be hit by an arrow. In front of Roman were confident young men. Roman introduced the archer standing next to him and said that he was famous in all the districts. His arrows would not cause fatal wounds. The archer replied that they had nothing to worry about. He would not make a mistake. Roman continued to say that the next reward is waiting for this. Chris showed them a small chest of gold coins. The young men lit up with happiness when they saw him. Roman went on to say that a military doctor would also be on duty nearby. The wounds would not cause serious damage, but one way or another, they would still be hit by an arrow. Whether they agree anyway. The young man said yes in unison. Roman continued to say that if there are no questions, then they can leave. The youths answered, well, young master. Chris turned to Roman and asked why such measures should be taken. Roman replied that he would not be able to find the people he needed, threatening them with danger and words. In order for the truth to be revealed, it was necessary to expose their lives to a real threat. Even if only one arrow out of 100 misses, with a probability of 1%, most volunteers will be overcome with fear. Before him, I asked that then what conditions must be met to become a person of the novel. Roman replied that he needed people with unyielding willpower, namely, born with the hearts of a wild beast. Chris looked at Roman with a puzzled expression, and then asked the wild beast heart again. Roman replied that it was true that those with the wild beast heart would quickly become stronger even if they had to start from the bottom. And only such people can be at one with him. We are taken to the exam. The guy shouts what a crazy exam this is. A bunch of volunteers leave him, saying that if they die, who will take responsibility for their lives? Roman is not even an aristocrat from the central government. He does not want to give his life for Roman. Another volunteer says that he will simply refuse. Another says that he simply will not go. Chris reflected that about 100 people were eliminated. Then he turned to Roman. But Roman was in his own thoughts, thinking that the heart of a wild beast is an innate talent. Like Kevin, who picked up a knife without hesitation after being ordered to cut off his arm. Or Chris, who after a shameful loss, asked the winner about a way to get stronger. Such criteria may indicate a heart-born wild animal. And no matter how strong those who can't do that, there's nothing they can win against a creature that's already different in origin. The exam should highlight people in this category. Roman shouted that they continue the exam. The guy is breathing heavily. Looking at him, Lucas wondered if this was the guy who was at the permanent yard yesterday. He didn't leave. At least his words were sincere, even though he's shaking like a leaf. The guy, clenching his lips with his teeth, thought that this was his chance to swear allegiance to Roman. He can't just give up without a fight. The first arrow hit the board next to her head. When he saw her, he was very scared. And then it occurred to him that he might actually give up. The second arrow hit the board next to his shoulder. He thought that at least now he was. The third arrow hit him between the legs. Chris reported that Henderson passed. Henderson fell to his knees and then began to breathe heavily. Looking at him, Lucas said that just a little more and he would have given up on his own. You can say that he was lucky. So the first stage passed without hindrance. I exclude those who gave up. There were 400 participants. 120 people passed the first stage of the exam. The first stage helped to decide which of them could still be useful. There are those who tremble all over after checking, and those with a straight face. Roman reflected that, in his opinion, the difference between them is not so huge. Only courage is important, which is able to suppress your own fears. Everyone has their own story and their own goal, and they need to choose from them, not cut diamonds. Those who, even when faced with it, feel not fear, but awe. Roman told the volunteers that they had passed the first stage of the exam. This test proved their worth as warriors, but he would only pass 30 people. Therefore, the tests will continue again during the second stage of the exam. If they suddenly pass the exam and become his people, they can live out their lives as predators. Lucas wondered, puzzled, if they would live out their lives as predators. Roman went on to say that the second stage of the exam is already in the queue, and the method of conducting it is simple. As they can see, wooden swords of various shapes are prepared here. The type and quantity does not matter. Let them choose the ones they liked, and prove his worth in a duel with him. The volunteers thought that Roman was going to fight alone. With all 120 participants, Roman said that he does not expect them to win, and anyone who stands against him for even a minute will immediately be credited with a stage and will be presented with conditions and conditions higher than the existing ones. The guy with the bald spot on his head and the scar on his eye said he'd try it first. He entered a small arena against Roman. Roman asked the guy's name, and he said his name was Vulcan. Roman asked if Vulcan was sure that this sword would be suitable for him, and Vulcan replied that it wasn't a problem. And then he thought that Roman's conceit had gone through the heavens. Maybe the rumors that he had single-handedly destroyed the Blood Fangs were true, but even so, he couldn't defeat him in 1 minute. Chris ordered them to stand by. Vulcan wondered what he would do if he only lasted a minute, but he wasn't going to do it, even if he could become his master in the future, but here and now. Chris flipped the clock out of the commanding room. It should clearly capture what it is. Vulcan charged at Roman, swinging his sword at him. Then he used all his strength to strike. But Roman, as if not noticing him, calmly evaded. Then I tripped him and Vulcan fell to the floor. Vulcan desperately tried to get up, shouting here. But Roman had already presented his sword to his throat. And then he said, "Next." Lucas stared at Roman in surprise, and then wondered why he was different. Roman dodged with such a light and fast movement that it seemed completely different. How could he move like that? The first stage of the exam is nothing compared to this one in terms of difficulty. At the very moment when Vulcan lost to Roman, all the people had one thought: Roman is insanely strong. However, it seemed to them that if the fights continued, the novel would eventually run out of steam. and it will become easier to resist it. An hour passed before the second stage of the exam. It was the 60th duel. The young man was lying on the ground in front of Roman. It was the 60th loss. Roman pointed his sword at the youth and said the next one. Roman doesn't even show signs of fatigue. Henderson wondered if the words Roman had said before the beginning now made sense. Novel's true predator. A predator that decides for itself how to live in a world dominated by natural selection. It is worth looking at it to believe that the words of the novel are being implemented. Now Roman is still considered a fool of the Dmitri family. But right now, everyone is presented with a fateful chance. Become the person of a novel that may no longer be presented. That's just how they can stand up to this monster. Roman said that if the next contestant didn't come out, everyone present here would be excluded. And the volunteers began to fuss and argue about who would go. Lucas stepped forward and said he was coming. The 61st contestant, Lucas. Lucas stood in front of Roman, thinking that Roman was a monster. Roman Dmitri is just a monster. Even if you don't take into account its piercing power, it only suppresses one thing with its aura. Roman Dmitri is completely different from how Lucas remembered him. As he himself said, Roman is no longer the one who will rot on the outskirts. It is obvious that one day he will bend the continent under him. Lucas grabbed his sword and blade and thought that he didn't care about 8 silvers or how much. He would only give you a year to see if Roman's words were true. So first, Chris flipped the hourglass out of command, started. Lucas rushed into battle. He needed to pass this exam. Chris, looking at them, thought that Lucas rushed without hesitation, with the exception of the first participant. No one has ever managed to resist, besides, this method of attack. The sword is aimed at the head, and the dagger is aimed at the heart. Lucas swung his sword in front of Roman, but Roman dodged it effortlessly. Lucas wondered if Roman had dodged the dagger by taking a step back and lunging with the wooden sword. When he did, Lucas threw the dagger straight at Roman. Roman calmly began to swing at the dagger that was flying straight at him. He parried the dagger and then blocked Lucas' attack with his sword. Roman's kick was so strong that Lucas was thrown back a couple of meters. Lucas reflected that he knew it wouldn't work. Usually if you score without stopping, there's a gap in the opponent's defense, but it's like a solid wall. However, he can't stop. Just one more delay and he's finished. In order to hold out for a minute, he must hold the lead in the attack. Lucas immediately rushed to the next attack. Roman, looking at him, smiled, and then thought that the guy who attacked him was called Lucas. It's quite good, not the best choice on the battlefield, but the right solution for a duel. He clearly has all these instincts. In that case, it's not going to stop it at rest after a minute. Roman and Lucas crossed their swords. Roman continued to think that 1 minute is a milestone, and the goal of this exam in the first meeting is to drive the recruits into their heads. Lucas swung his sword, and Roman successfully dodged it by crouching down. And then Roman lunged his sword forward at Lucas with a second dagger, Roman continuing to think that the leader they would follow was so majestic, and they must end it now. Lucas was very scared. Roman lunged at an extra human speed and swung his sword, and Lucas managed to avoid it, but he couldn't stand on his feet anymore. A B-rank mercenary, this is the limit of effort. If an ordinary person puts all their effort into putting their life on the line, they can gain B-rank qualifications. But without mana proficiency, the A rank area is inaccessible to them. Starting from a rank, one must possess a powerful force that surpasses the rest. And the main condition for this is the flourishing of mana. Therefore, Lucas had reached his limit. No matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to get out of the B rank area. And yet, he survived. On a battlefield that takes many lives, time after time. And in the process, Lucas realized one thing: to survive, to win, you need to use all the methods and tricks indiscriminately. Lucas, falling on his back, managed to throw the sandbag directly into Roman's eyes. The sand completely covered Roman's face. Chris wondered if Lucas had put sand in his eyes. You only had to hold out for a minute, and there were no further rules. Lucas fell to the ground. Then he was up in an instant. With a shout, he charged, holding a dagger in his right hand. Then he stopped and realized something. He glanced at Roman, who was standing calmly. His eyes were fully open. The eyes, reddened by the sand, stared straight at him. Lucas laughed. Then he dropped his dagger to the floor, and disappointed said he was giving up. The Heavenly Demon Sect. In the sect, before directly starting to master martial arts, the very first training is this: a way to keep your eyes open. If you only blink once during the exchange of blows, you can say goodbye to life. Just as during Nigong circulation, the sequence of breathing is important, so in combat, perfect calculations are important, even blinking. For this, they were trained to keep their eyes open in all situations. The guy with the dagger went into the cave where the newcomers were in front of him. There was Beak. He walked right up to Pack. Then he swung his dagger, and he stopped it right in front of Pack's eye, exactly 1 millimeter away. We are talking about absolutely any situation. Lucas, disappointed, said he was giving up. We are being moved to the training area. Chris hands Roman the bottle, saying it's water. Romana splashes water on her face, and Lucas stands behind him, looking disappointed. Lucas bit his lip and thought that if he had known this was going to happen, he would never have used sand. Hold out for a minute, using any means and methods, and as a result of this got a pass. What a miserable outcome. Lucas looked at Roman, and then wondered if he was disappointed in him. But no, he must have never had any hopes for him in the first place, would vent his anger on him, or maybe even punish him. Lucas was wondering what kind of punishment he was going to get, but Roman called out to the next one. Lucas looked ahead in surprise, not understanding anything. Why didn't Roman get angry, or even ask why he was using a forbidden move? Roman thought about it, what he knew about Lucas beforehand. As Lucas jumped and dodged, he saw Lucas' hand reach for the pouch. But he wanted to see everything Lucas was capable of, so he purposely didn't shy away. Lucas is an experienced fighter, hardened by hardships, and Roman wondered how much blood Lucas had seen. But he can say for sure. As for the blood he'd spilled during Beak Junhyuk, it was enough for an ocean. And it was the heavenly demon who created it. Roman asked that there was no one else. The next young man came out to fight, and he threw himself furiously at Roman. But Roman calmly dodged the blow. Then the guy pulled a rock out of his pocket. He turned and threw it in Roman's direction, but Roman dodged the stone again. Chris thought that there was a precedent called Lucas. Now participants use any methods and means to hold out for a minute. The guy rushed into battle again, taking advantage of the fact that Roman spent time dodging the stone. But Roman kicked the guy in the face with all his might. Lucas reflected that dishonest practices weren't a condition for exclusion, but once someone crossed the line, they might not expect to get off lightly. The guy whose nose was broken, Roman called out for the next one. Lucas kept thinking in his head that maybe if he hadn't given up in the middle, he would have ended up like the guy lying on the ground. By the way, this situation, what is happening at all, is simply impossible. This is the 100th match, and 2 whole hours have passed since the exam started. He was sweating profusely, and his breathing wasn't even labored. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and painted with death. You won't get a break just because you're exhausted. If you can't control your breathing, your movement will slow down, and then you will become one of the corpses scattered on the ground. Therefore, you need to learn your own method of combat. Inhale once, and then exhale again. Natural mana, obtained through the breathing of a creature consisting of a number of processes, circulates through the body, removing fatigue from the body. Together with moderate control of the physical body, enhanced by bone changes, Roman keeps the body in its original state. Roman successfully repelled the attacker's attack. During the first conquest of Murin, he even had to fight continuously for 4 days. Such an easy duel would never exhaust his stamina. Chris shouted for everyone to gather, and then he said that they had passed the second stage of the exam. 0 people. However, this does not mean that no one passed. Among the 120 people present here, 30 people who passed the stage will be selected, and later they will announce the names. Everyone has done a good job, they can disperse. We are transferred to the same day in the late evening. Roman gives Chris a list of the past ones and says that he will assign all 30 to him. Chris will take care of their training. Chris calmly replies that it's fine. He looks at the list and thinks that these are the selected ones. Vulcan was the first to challenge, and Roman must have appreciated his courage. And Henderson is on this list, but he's pretty mediocre. Maybe he missed something. The choice of all the others is clear to him, but Chris asked Roman, Lucas also passed, and Roman said yes. And then Roman asked if there was a problem with that. And Chris said that he admits that Lucas is a B-rank mercenary and has decent qualities. But in this fight, he didn't just go for a dirty trick. But he immediately gave up, not bringing the fight to the end, when he decided that he had already lost. Obviously, such a guy would become a poison on the battlefield. He is a typical mercenary, leaves honor, comrades, and will do anything to survive. As the soldier in charge of him, he wouldn't allow this. Chris didn't have time to finish. Roman interrupted him and said that's why he chose him. Chris looked at Roman, and then asked what he meant. Roman said that Chris, as I said, Lucas is a cowardly guy who doesn't care about honor. However, in a situation where no one even thought to go for a ruse, he found a real way to counter it and turned it into an action. This type, on the contrary, will shine on the battlefield. They will always find a way to survive and open a way out for you. Then let Chris answer his question. The fact that Lucas used a cowardly method means that he will abandon his colleagues. Chris stood in a stupor. And then Chris remembered what Jonathan had said, that those who survive on the battlefield aren't knights at all. Those who can use an aura like Chris or him. Those who are on the verge of death, always coolly assessing the situation and calculating actions, can survive until the very end. So let Chris remember that no matter what kind of swordsman they are very strong. Those who are silent behind his back and wait for the right moment can take him down at any time. Chris wondered if this was the right decision Lucas had made. This time, he's thinking too narrowly again. Chris turned to Roman and asked him to explain something else, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. Chris went on to say that there are still a full 5 months before Roman is going to the battlefield. Moreover, nobles are dragged to the front line just because they are called up for service. Then what is the reason for such an early recruitment of soldiers? Roman wondered what he must be announcing right now. We are taken to a crier who announces the official declaration of the Barco family line. They remembered past promises and had been waiting for the Lawrences' decision all this time. However, they disgraced the honor of the aristocracy and undermined Barco's trust. They endured for a long time, but eventually decided to draw their sword. The fault of the Lawrences is obvious. They did not pay the debt left by their ancestors, and they showed great disrespect, not wanting to give up the land left as collateral. Thus, with this statement, they notify the people of the Kingdom of Cairo. If within the next week the Lawrences don't pay the debt or hand over the land they left as a guarantor, then the Barco family line, with the approval of the central government, declare a federal war on the Lawrences. Chris, frightened, asks Roman really. Roman replies that it's true, from now on they are. They are preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and the Lawrences. Flora had a dream in which she was told that they were now strangers to each other, so he will solve his own problems. Barco took a large sum in the gold bank. Whether Flora understands what this means. This means that only war awaits them, the one who must cling to this marriage. These are the Lawrences. She wants to share her fate with a person who can trust what Lino is experiencing, regardless of how the whole world evaluates Roman Dmitri. Therefore, he insists that the marriage agreement be terminated without changes. It's your fault, you destroyed our family line. Flora woke up from a terrible nightmare. She began to breathe heavily, looking around. Then I got out of bed. Flora thought for a moment and then said what the hell had she done? We are taken to the Lawrence palace, and someone asks if this is because of the annulment of the marriage agreement. The maid tells her friend that after returning from the estate Dmitri, Flora locked herself in her room and does not come out. Her friend, the second maid, replies that they say that the arrangement was cancelled because of a mistake of Mrs. Flora. What did she do to make this fool reject her first? More importantly, what would happen to them? The other maid replied that there was a lot of talk about the upcoming war with Barco. Judging by the Lord, the situation. We are taken to Flora's room. She reflected that she had always thought she had a bright head. She graduated from the Academy's advanced course with honors, and she looked at her father's happy smile, which was meant for her, and considered herself a good daughter. But the reality is, without family support, she's a useless greenhouse plant. Dimitri's a fool. It's ridiculous to even hear that. There's only one fool here. She no longer has the courage to face her father. What this man would have done in her place. Come to think of it, Roman is the exact opposite of her. No one demanded anything from Roman and did not have any hopes. He had single-handedly defeated the Blood Fang gang on his own, resolutely acting in the name of their family line. In fact, he was acting alone, without anyone's help. Since when is he so strong? How did he manage to do such a thing? Although no, apart from what was originally possible, he was only able to do it through sheer determination. Unlike him, she is. The butler knocked on Flora's door and said they had brought food, but Flora didn't answer. But then she suddenly walked out, startling the butler. Flora gave the butler a confident look and informed him that she needed to go to the library. While in the library, she reflected that her father had done everything possible to enlist the support of other families. But in the current situation, there is no place where they can be helped. Like Roman, Dmitri single-handedly defeated the Blood Fangs. They themselves must find a way to solve this problem. Someone had informed the Lord that the Martel family mouth had rejected their offer, and the Lord had replied that they should try to contact the Bast family house. The butler reported that the Bast family had rejected their offer, and were sitting in shock. While the butler went on to say that they had stated that they would support the construction of the circulation channels that they had always requested, but could not help in this matter. The Lord continued flipping through the book that contained all the family lines. A butler ran up to him and informed him that one way or another, due to Barco's pressure, it would be difficult to get outside help in the current situation. The butler informed the Lord that it was rumored that those who tried to interfere in this northeastern conflict would definitely be met with Barco's revenge. A crier was saying in the street that if the Lawrences didn't pay off their debt or hand over the land they had pledged as a guarantor within the next week, the Barco family would declare war, with the approval of the central government. Flora closed the book, and then I realized that the war was only a week away. The maximum that the Lawrences can get in the current situation. The Lord slammed his fist down on the table and shouted a curse. He went on to say that before the conflict, this one went out of their way to curry favor, and now they pretend that they don't exist. The Lord asked the man if the answer from the gold bank had come, and the man said yes. They said they would consider offers to let the land as collateral, but most likely it would not be limited to a week. Given their huge investment in Barco, they judged that helping them would be more profitable than helping Lawrence, and the Lord wondered if in the end all they had achieved was sweat and blood. Doesn't really solve anything. One of the men sitting at the table said that maybe it would be better to give up. Because of Barco, they have no help from outside, and the difference in strength is obvious. So if they surrender or do what Barco wants, they will protect the innocent soldiers, and they will be able to keep at least some of the land and the family line. Everyone present pondered. The Lord was downcast, but his judgment was clear. He said it made sense. Suddenly, the butlers informed the Lord that Mistress Flora had sent word that she wanted to see him. Flora went into the study, and the Lord said that he was busy right now and would talk later. But Flora did not listen and went into the study. Flora's father looked at her with a puzzled look. She said that she had a very important conversation to have with him. We are taken to Romero and Roman says that everything is as he said. A war between Barco and the Lawrences. He plans to involve the last name Dimitri in this battle. Romero asked if Roman understood what that meant, and Roman said yes. Romero shouted, almost knocking over his tea, that he understood, but still said that the war between Barca and the Lawrences was a legal battle approved by the central government. Romero angrily told Roman that after his termination of the marriage agreement with the eldest daughter of the Lawrences, their reputation did not leave a trace. If Dimitri intervenes, the aristocrats of the northeastern part will break their agreements with them, and in the worst-case scenario, the central government may send an army to defeat Dimitri. If Roman decided to help Lawrence out of a simple whim, then he'd better stop. Romero clutched his head and said that he had already thought that Roman had matured. Roman turned to his father, and then I asked him what he would like to see in his future life. Romero asked why he was suddenly talking about this. Roman replied that his desire to interfere in the Barca war was not at all on a whim. In fact, Barco's eldest son, Antoni, had recently tried to threaten him, and this was done because the Barcos feared that his marriage might interfere with their plans. He doesn't have any evidence to back up what happened that day, but here's what he thought. Despite the fact that people consider Dimitri to be the real power in the Northeast, the Barcos think they've already taken over Dimitri. And even with Romero's strength and power, they don't do anything. They must think that Romero is completely satisfied with the current situation. Romero fell into a stupor from these words. Roman replied that, however, he is Roman Dimitri different. He wants power and is not going to stand by in silence, as not only Barco, but whoever it was denigrate the name Dimitri. There are enough reasons, just as the Barcos came up with a non-existent reason to declare war. For those who have the power in their hands, the reason is no more than a joke. A new life, he still feels like he's crossing the ocean. But one thing's for sure, his true identity as Beak hasn't changed at all. His life should be filled with power. Roman went on to tell Romero that he wasn't asking to borrow the power of the family line. His interference is dictated by a personal reason, because he is romantically involved, so let them just watch what steps he will take and how he is going to live his future life. No matter how much you climb up, you can't change the origin. Romero recalled a conversation when he had faced the window and said that no matter what feats he performed, no matter how much wealth he accumulated, even if he had land in his domain, he would still remain a commoner. The girl sitting next to him asked if he had collaborated with other aristocrats in the capital, and Romero laughed and said that he had. And so did she. Nothing like that. You can tell by their eyes alone that they're looking at him. This is not the way to look at an equal aristocrat. The girl asked Romero if he wanted to change anything. Romero smiled and told her, no, he's fine with his current life. He doesn't want to go out of his way to get anything else. But he hopes that his sons will be different. Hopefully, unlike him, who is content with small holdings on the outskirts, these children will go beyond their status and aim for a higher spot. We're taken back to our conversation with Roman. Romero was still in shock, wondering what the look in his son's eyes said, that he couldn't stop him. But it's true that he himself dreamed that this moment would come one day. At some point, his sore thumb grew so much. Romero told Roman to do what he saw fit, and would tell him if he needed his help. And then he punched himself in the chest and said that Roman was his son, and he was Romero Dimitri, Roman's father Dimitri. Whatever Roman does, he won't have to bear the responsibility alone. We are taken to the blacksmith shop, and Roman stands in the middle of the street and asks if it's here. Saying that Dimitri's forge was the biggest in the kingdom wasn't an empty phrase. A workshop where several blacksmiths can work at once. And such workshops, on the street as many as 30 pieces. Roman wondered what he had been thinking all along about how they could have accumulated such wealth, but the sight dispelled all his question. The iron mine at the back of the estate is considered the largest in terms of deposits in the kingdom. Dimitri's blacksmiths have great skill, which allows them to sell personally mined iron at a high price. For this reason, the aristocracy of the north of the eastern region of the kingdom. He's not going to ruin his relationship with Dimitri. It's not just that they are simply afraid of the power of Dimitri's influence. If the Cairo kingdom stops receiving iron weapons forged from iron ore, that alone will deal a devastating blow to the kingdom. So he's here. A man who can even be called a symbol of the family Dimitri, a master blacksmith. His plan was to settle everything on his own, but there were some things he needed his father's help with. We are taken back to Roman's conversation with Romero. Roman talking about the combat weapons of his soldiers, Romero answering what armament means. He had to go to Master Hendrik. Previously, he was the head of the smithy, but after receiving the title, this was handled by Hendrik, with whom they worked together as the master of their kind. He is responsible for all iron production. If you say that this is his request, he will provide everything necessary. Roman smiled and said thank you. Romero went on to say that when Roman comes to the smithy, let him remember one thing: Dimitri's blacksmiths have a strong confidence in themselves. They will not be loyal to him just because he was born in Dimitri's castle. Only those who understand hardware and have the skills to operate it. They can earn the trust of true blacksmiths. We are taken back to the smithies by Dimitri, and the blacksmiths look around at Roman unkindly. Roman thought that yes, it was just like his father had said. Besides, if you consider the behavior of the previous novel, this attitude does not seem strange at all. We are taken to the largest blacksmith shop in the city, and Hendrik asks us who we have here. What brings Roman here is that Hendrik is a beefy middle-aged man with a thick beard. Roman, looking at him, thought that this was Master Hendrik, then said that he knew that his father had told him in advance the reason for his visit. Hendrik replied that he had definitely heard that he needed equipment for 30 people. And then he angrily replied that he initially thought that the money for entertainment had run out again, and Roman had come to steal something for sale. Roman looked at Hendrik in disappointment. Hendrik said that there's a mountain in the corner. Let Roman choose from it and leave. This will be enough for us to equip 30 people. Roman turned to Hendrik and asked him if he was offering to take it, which he was. Then Roman added that Master Hendrik, this is the maximum you can do. And Hendrik angrily replied that the maximum is yes, then let Roman fail if it does not suit him. Roman grabbed one of the swords in the pile and turned to Master Hendrik. It seems that Dimitri's ironwork has an undeserved reputation for being the best in Cairo, and they pass off this garbage as weapons for soldiers. And he would ask Hendrik again. This is really his limit, Hendrik fumed. And then, in anger, he replied that he swore that Dimitri's ironwork was of the best quality in Cairo. But how could he, who had not shed a single drop of sweat in front of a hot brazier, dare to evaluate Dimitri's ironwork? If only Roman's father, Baron Romero, hadn't personally asked for it, he wouldn't have given it to him either. While his younger brother Rodwell ran errands for him for several years in a row, as the heir, he is the eldest son, chasing skirts down the street and wasting his life. Hendrik asked if Roman understood what he was talking about, but Dimitri's novel was even more incorrigible trash than the things on the ground. Hendrik pointed at the novels and shouted that he couldn't do anything. Being the eldest, no, he was just a useless trash. Roman wondered if it was the same situation again, and then replied that it wasn't, that he could understand Hendrik's anger. However, this sword has the appearance of being simply supported in the sun. And during the process of forging the sword, the master did not manage to distribute the force evenly. Most likely this is the result of an inexperienced blacksmith's unsuccessful forging. That's why it can't be called a product. And since Hendrik can't deny it, they didn't call it garbage, but they decided to use it to criticize it, didn't they? Hendrik stood in shock, and then asked what for. Roman swung his sword and spoke to Master Hendrik. He said that his soldier had just died because he couldn't cut the enemy with that trash sword. The blade with the uneven surface couldn't cut the flesh perfectly. And the soldier who couldn't take out the sword stuck in his muscles lost his head with a confused expression on his face. No matter how unfair it was, he did his best to survive. But because of the trash that the trash lord gave him, he had no choice but to die. Hendrik asked what Roman was trying to do, but at that moment Roman picked up the chainmail from the floor, and then asked, Master Hendrik, what do you think armor is used for? To protect your body from an enemy attack at least once, the armor must also support its bulky weight. However, the soldier who put on this iron chainmail that he got was betrayed by his own uniforms and killed. Roman pointedly cut the chainmail in half. Then he went on to say that the soldier believed that tightly woven pieces of iron would protect his body, but the nameless blacksmith's experimental product couldn't stop the enemy's attack. A hole was made in it, cutting through the flesh, and all its entrails spilled out through the iron chainmail. Hendrik asked unfriendly questions about what Roman was trying to tell him. Roman asked that Hendrik still didn't understand what he was talking about. Roman thought that naturally Hendrik would be angry. The eldest son was never interested in the affairs of the blacksmith shop. and here he came only when he needed help, and began to evaluate the products. Roman understood his thoughts, his feelings, but he crossed the line. Roman went on to say that if Hendrik suddenly didn't recognize the garbage in the products lying on the ground, his loyal soldiers would trust their lives to the garbage, unaware of anything. It's not something you can take revenge on for small personal grudges. 30 people's lives depended on it, and even if Hendrik didn't know about it, you turned your back on the truth. And then Roman asked Hendrik if he could safely call himself a master representing the Dmitri family line. Roman came right up to Hendrik and shouted that because of the garbage that he gave him for personal reason, innocent people almost died. Hendrik whispered that he wasn't going to, but Roman interrupted him and said that his intention didn't matter. The purpose of the weapon and armor is very clear. He asked for it on behalf of his father Romero Dmitri, and as a result received this garbage. Master Hendrik, see if you can regard his actions as not obeying his father. Roman went on to say that he knew that Hendrik was not going to show any disobedience to his father. They just didn't want to give him good equipment, but this problem in itself can be regarded as disobedience. This is not just a personal request. The owner of this land ordered to equip him with good weapons and armor. Hierarchy. The moment the line between master and servant is blurred, hierarchy and order collapse. And a loyal servant, and a servant who was like a friend. They should be punished to the fullest extent if they cross these boundaries. Roman said he would ask Hendrik again. Hendrik's actions towards him can be regarded as disobedience to his father. Hendrik replied that there was no such thing as disobedience when 2 other blacksmiths were walking nearby. And Roman asked Hendrik that if not, then let him explain why he had given him such equipment. Someone behind the novel knows what's going on here. From behind the blacksmiths, one of them shouted that it was so impudent, how he was behaving with Master Hendrik. The other replied that he didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't watch the family fool Dmitri pick on the master anymore. One of the blacksmiths shouted that Roman was holding a sword. Master, first you need to grab it. Roman was looking in their direction, his eyes calm. Hendrik shouted stop. The blacksmiths asked, but the master, Hendrik, shouted that he told them to stop. Hendrik bowed his head and then apologized. What happened was entirely his fault. We are transported to the past. A bald man yells at Hendrik saying that Hendrik is a brat, not only could not do his order, but also dope. He told him that he is not ready to forge a sword on his own. Right now, let him get his trash, do it again, and never set foot in the smithy again. So let him know. Hendrik was lying on the floor. He had a big bruise on his puppy. When the bald man left, he said he was a pig on muscle. He also calls himself the head of the blacksmith shop. Doesn't even teach him anything, just runs errands for small things, and then just lashes out with his fists. That's how long it will be before he becomes a blacksmith. While Hendrik was chopping trees, he heard a shout, "For you, trading is a joke." The guy stood holding 1 gold coin in his hands and said that he understands that this money is not enough to buy a good sword. But this is all his savings. If they sell him the sword, later he will repay them 10 times more. All he has is a strong body. He needs a weapon to earn money. Hendrik eavesdropped on their conversation. The blacksmith's head angrily replied that the guy should go beg somewhere else. The guy whispered back that he only asked for one request. He should take care of his family. But the head of the blacksmith shop shouted that the guy hadn't heard him tell him to get lost. The guy trudged down the road, disappointed. Hendrik, holding his sword, ran after the boy and shouted after him. The guy turned around and asked what. Then he asked me if Hendrik would just give it away. Hendrik replied that he had heard his story in the workshop. If he needed a weapon, let him at least take it. The guy thanked Hendrik and said that at least let him take this piece of silver. Hendrik replied that he didn't need the money, that he was going to throw the sword away anyway, that he should be grateful that the sword made by his own hands was useful somewhere. The boy smiled good-naturedly and thanked Hendrik again. Then we are transported to Hendrik, who was in despair. He was watching the dead guy in the middle of the city that he had given his sword to. The guy was lying on the ground, and there was a large pool of blood around him. Hendrik clutched at his throat, feeling as if there was a huge lump in it. It was hard for him to breathe, and he began to run away from the sight. He fell to the ground, and he heard people say that the guy had taken on the protection of the merchant guild, and that he himself had died. Poor little brat. If only his sword hadn't broken in the fight with the rogue. The rest are all intact, so you need to have a good weapon. What would happen to his wife and child now? Hendrik, lying on the ground, began to cry the same thing, that he'd just killed that man. We're being transported back, and Hendrik thinks that ever since then, he's sworn it would never happen again. The thought crossed his mind that Hendrik, what did you do just because you disliked Roman, was going to repeat the events of that day. How pathetic you are. Hendrik stood in front of the smiths and said that he would pay for his actions. Roman replied that if Hendrik was remorseful for what he had done, he would not press him for anything more, and they'll get back to the main point. because he knows that Hendrik is an outstanding blacksmith. Thus, Roman asks him to prepare uniforms for 30 soldiers. As already mentioned, he does not believe that Hendrik intentionally obeyed the order. Most likely it is because of disgust for him. He more than understands his feelings. So Roman wants to bury his and Hendrik's mistakes. All he needs are swords and armor that will protect the lives of his soldiers. Hendrik looked at Roman with a puzzled expression. He thought that Roman had just whipped him to the point of burning skin, and now he was offering carrots with his eloquence. He knows about the rumors, of course, but he really doesn't. How could Roman have changed so much? Hendrik sighed, then considered that it was true that this was not the same novel. Hendrik said that he would repeat it again, and he sincerely apologizes for what happened. This won't happen again. And as an apology, he will prepare for the soldiers of Roman swords armor made of the best iron, which Dmitri is proud of. Roman smiled, so that everyone gets back to their places and gets to work. The furnaces in the forges lit up, and the work began to boil over. Roman asked that he had stolen Master Hendrik's sword. One of the blacksmiths replied that he didn't remember, of course. Then the alcohol completely clouded his mind. Roman asked what he was talking about. The blacksmith went on to say that it was 3 years ago. The Lord had robbed him of his pocket money, and in order to get it, he sneaked into the blacksmith shop, stole Master Hendrik's sword, and then sold it to a roadside merchant for pennies. The sword Roman stole was the ultimate creation of the master. It only took Hendrik half a year to complete his drawing, and after that the master spent 3 months in the blacksmith shop to finish it, but nevertheless sold it for a penny to a roadside merchant. Roman must know what it's like when your best creation, which could not find a master, is sold for a song. Roman was silent. And then I wondered what it meant that the last novel had crossed the line. Roman came out of the forge. Someone called out to him. Roman turned and saw Hendrik standing in front of him. Hendrik said that he has not yet completely forgiven Roman for that incident. Because of his mistake, he will fulfill his request, but still cannot allow his eldest son Dmitri to interfere in the affairs of the blacksmith shop. Let Roman remember, the foundation was laid in the blacksmith shop. If there was a day in the future when even a single trash sword came out from under Roman's hands, then he might even look at Roman again. Roman smiled and said that he had to go. He would come back when the uniforms were completed. We are taken to Roman, who enters a small building. He smiles and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. And then they think that this is the workshop where his solitary training sessions took place. As instructed, the place was restored to full order, and all the equipment is available. Then Roman looked at the stove. You can start now. Time spent in Murim. He was 18 when he became determined to personally forge a sword. During the period when the successor of the demonic sect was not confirmed, a bloody war broke out between his brothers, and that night, he was once again unable to sleep a wink due to endless assassination attempts. His 11th older brother, Beek Cheng, unexpectedly attacked him, intending to take his life. Although the difference in combat skills wasn't great, back then, the sword that he had been saving like the apple of his eye couldn't withstand Beek Cheng Hun's attack and broke. Beek Cheng Hun decided to take advantage of this moment and attacked Roman. At that moment, Roman smashed his brother's face with a broken sword and freed from the feeling of near death. He thought, he needs a sword that won't break during combat and can ideally transfer his current abilities. He needs his own sword. Since that day, unlike the other brothers, he had been looking for blacksmiths and learning sword forging techniques. And in the run-up to the final battle, he forged a sword that matched his current strength. So he spent hundreds, thousands of battles, changing his sword every year. The 39th sword forged back then, he called the Heavenly Demon Sword, and it became a treasure that no amount of money could buy. And starting from now on, in anticipation of the upcoming war, it's your turn to create your own sword for a new life. Roman, without sparing himself, forged his sword all day long, following a certain rhythm, applying a certain force. Repeat the same actions, and at the moment of obsession with a given goal. Breaking through, Roman swung his hammer and hit the piece of iron with great force. Roman wondered what he was living for. In order for the heavenly demon to become a father, he had to live in a world where the strong ate the weak. After experiencing many turning points, he was called the strongest master in the world. They don't think it's a bad thing. It's the same now, he's just true to the present. However, his current level won't allow him to withstand all the changes. In other words, he can only temper himself more strongly. The world of the novel that he doesn't know, strong opponents that he doesn't know. Defeat is unacceptable. Roman blew, fanning the flames. Divine breath of flame. The technique of the followers of the demonic sect, using the power of scorching flames, was called the flame demon and helped to accumulate mana in a short period of time. It's more than he can afford in his current pitiful state. Its frequent use can harm the lungs and other internal organs. But now he needs a force that resists all the twists and turns of fate. We are taken to the Lawrence Palace, and Flora says that they are at the moment. We have reached a dead end. Outside help is not expected, and the difference in forces is obvious. There is an opinion that by surrendering, they should keep the lands of the family, but she doesn't think they should ever do that. Flora's father slammed his hand down on the table, and then he said that instead of getting involved in a losing war and letting countless soldiers die, you can choose to surrender for the sake of everyone else. Flora replied that using their connections with the central government, the Barcos took money from the gold bank. Most likely, this loan was given to them without collateral. All the people in the office began to whisper as much as possible. Flora went on to say that courts without bail always have a high interest rate. In this war, it's not just Barcos that are focused on profit. Barco, who borrowed the money, and the gold bank, which issued the loan in order to get a satisfactory benefit. Both sides, after the Lawrence occupation, will tear this land apart. There was silence in the office, and then Flora's father asked her what she was suggesting they do. Flora replied that there is only one way: fight to the death. This is the only way they can survive. Flora's father clenched his fist, and then said that she was saying fight to the death. He thought that for a moment. He was filled with hope as he looked at Flora's bold statement. He thought that Flora, who had the ability to see through the situation, would suggest an extraordinary method. But in the end, it turned out to be within the ordinary. Flora's father asked her what was really the best thing she could do. What she could do was to lock the castle gate. Flora replied that she wasn't just saying to be patient. Abandon this year's harvest and betray the fields to the flames. And by collecting the maximum amount of provisions, they will be able to hold out until winter comes. The Lord asked, puzzled, that it was only necessary to hold out until winter. Flora replied that yes, although the Barco family was able to borrow a huge amount thanks to their connections with the central government. But that's all. The interest on the loan will increase every minute. A huge power whose influence spans the entire continent, the gold bank. If the war doesn't end quickly and time drags on, the Barca family will be pressed for interest. The gold bank is not a power that can be intimidated by close ties with the central government. Mercenaries work for money, and this money originates from the gold bank. When winter comes, it's a bad time to lay siege to the fortress. They will exhaust themselves. The Lord seemed to have an idea. He laughed and said that he didn't think there was such a way. The high-ranking people in the room started saying that it made sense. It was a fight against time. The Lord reflected that when the incident with Dmitri had occurred, he had decided that he had spoiled his daughter too much. However, the truth was different when his daughter managed to grow up like this. The Lord got up from the table and slapped his hands together. And then he said that there was truth in what Flora said. From now on, they would start preparing for the tea resistance. They will hold out until the last one, and preserve the legacy of the Lawrence family. Even if the ramparts collapse and they die, they will fight to the very end to survive. We are transported to Roman, who almost forged his sword. For a person, any event that happens for the first time will be considered special. Roman came out of the workshop and picked up his first sword, a sword that would perfectly match his current strength. He will take a name for it from this world, and he calls it the Salamander. Someone was walking down the street. It was a Bark representative who had arrived at the fortress gate of Lawrence Castle. The Lawrence warriors on the walls were very nervous. The representative smiled maliciously. Then he opened the document and shouted that as Viscount Barco's representative, he was giving them 3 options to choose from. The first one was to open the fortress gates and surrender. Surrender is their only way to save their own lives. The second is to engage in a large-scale war against them, under the supervision of a central government judge. They will go out on the plain and identify the winner accordingly, and a duel of powerful warriors is also possible. Any method for identifying the winner will do, and they are willing to accept the method that the Lawrences suggest. Word looking at this, said they don't think that's the excuse under which the Barco family has declared war, rightly, and evidence of ancestral and Lawrence debts has been forged. Moreover, the Lord shouted that they were not going to sacrifice the people of Lawrence. So let him go back at once and tell the Viscount not to choose. Barco interrupted the Lord and shouted, the third, the Lawrences will forget about the pride of the noble family line. Because of the bars in the walls of the fortress, defending themselves to the death, the Barco family will accept any decision they make. The Barco representative turned and said as he left that they would be waiting for payback for the blood spilled during the siege. The warriors on the fortress were shaking with fear. The Lord seethed with such impudence. The war has already begun. A shout of shoot was heard, and from Lawrence Fortress, archers began shooting down the warriors in front. Shouts of come forward and not retreat could be heard everywhere. The screeching of metal and the sound of arrows hitting the shield could be heard everywhere. The Lawrence wars mercilessly shot down Barco warriors running to the walls. Someone shouted a curse and threw the helmet to the floor. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, arrogant. The army trained by the Barco family line was more than 3 times the size of the Lawrence soldiers. However, one of the commanders reflected that he expected to win within an hour. The course of the battle, it went against expectations. The commander turned to the Viscount and said that somehow the Lawrences were fully prepared. They dug a deep channel, preventing the soldiers from getting any closer. And judging by how bravely they released a huge stream of arrows at the very beginning, they had obtained a decent amount of military supplies, and the Viscount was seething with anger. He wondered what the hell had happened in 1 week for the Lawrences to choose to fight to the end. According to their calculations, they had to capitulate if they wanted to defend their land even a little, but in fact, they locked the fortress gates, not being afraid in the face of the death of the entire family. From what point did everything go wrong? The commander turned to the Viscount and asked what they would do. The Viscount asked what the commander was also asking. Let them prepare it immediately. The commander, frightened, replied that he obeyed. The Viscount wondered if Viscount Lawrence wasn't so resilient. He wouldn't be able to stand up to Barco's pressure, just like he sold his great treasure to the Dmitri family. In the face of danger, he would tremble like a coward. The Lord commanded the knights to move. No telling when Barco's brats will attack them again. Let them gather their courage and quickly raise their weapons. The knights shouted that they were obeying. Lord said Flora, she was right. Then he turned to Flora and went on to say that the Barcos were confused and had called off the soldiers as it occurred to her. Flora replied that she had confessed that there was no point in waiting for everything to resolve itself, and that you need to become stronger yourself. From now on, that's exactly how she's going to live her life. The Lord shed tears as he whispered, Flora, I'm sorry I forced you to marry Dmitri, but at the time he thought it was the only way to save their family line. However, now, whatever happens, he believes that she will make the right choice. Flora smiled. Then I noticed something terrible in the distance. Together, where they had just been standing in the fortress, something flew in and exploded. A breach appeared in the fortress. Flora ran to the edge of the fortress and wondered if the fortress wall had collapsed. It was a flash, a mechanical huge weapon that fired bolts of fire. The knights looked ahead in fright and said it was crazy. The Barcos had a flash ready. What the hell does that mean? Flora stared ahead in fright. A flash, a magical catapult-type weapon flying into the fortress walls. Huge explosion magic. Since this is a strategic resource that requires dozens of gold coins per charge, it is impossible to use it without the permission of the central government, no matter how rich the owner of this weapon is. Flora reflected that even with the huge loan, she didn't think Barco had the power and connections to rent out the flash. There are only 2 ways to stop the flash. Counter with magic weapons of the same level, or open the gate and exit by yourself to destroy the flash manually. Both methods are impossible. Flora fell into despair and wondered what was left to do now. But suddenly, a maid ran up to her and shouted that Milady had received a magical message. She was inspired to ask what the maid was talking about. The maid replied that Roman Dmitri told them to pass it on. He has a way to help, so let them accept this message. Flora didn't ask what. Roman Dmitri. The ability to help their family in times of danger. Flora said it, and Roman asked her what she meant by this, looking at him through the screen. He says he will speak directly for personal reasons. He plans to take revenge on the Barco family, and the decision has been made. The only question is at what point he will take his revenge. After which Flora is very surprised by this, and he says that if she suddenly agrees to follow his plan, then he will move his deadlines and immediately come out to destroy this family. After which she is surprised and silently looks at him. She asks him what is required of her to use this plan, and he says that everything is simple if they change their minds and are the first to sacrifice themselves and provide a field for battle. After which he looks at her, and she lowers her head and says that she swears on the name of Dmitri that she will use all her strength to help them. Flora clenches her hands again and looks forward. She says he must have suggested it knowing their situation and starts shaking and says there is no choice. And even if he so shamelessly tells us to sacrifice ourselves. After which she says that she promises that she will do anything if only it can protect him. 7. And he raises his finger and says that one more thing. Give him a reason so that he could go to war. After this, events move to the battlefield. The soldiers are standing at the castle gates, and one of the men is looking down at them from the wall. Roman says he needs a reason since the marriage contract has already been terminated. Lena asks him how she will create a reason and continues to worry. To which he says Anthony Barco, and she must announce that he harassed her, after which she was shocked and very surprised by this. She says that although she did not intersect with him in any way, she needs to report harassment, because of which she had to terminate the marriage agreement with Dmitri, and perhaps its value in the eyes of the aristocracy will fall below the plinth. We perceive everything as if she is sitting, and everyone is making fun of her, and she will decide on the excellent reputation of the flower among the Lawrences. However, if her daughter is an aristocrat, she will give up a lot. After which the chain breaks and a huge raven flies by. Then he will be able to get a good reason that will resolve family crisis. And this reason will allow him to intervene in the war. After which she pressed her hands to her chest, and I did not tremble very much. He remained silent. After that, he tells her that if she says what she thinks, and that he molested her, and once the engagement is terminated because of this, that's it. His man, and he never forgives those who touch his people. What did she understand something for herself? She thinks about my man. She clenched her lips, and an explosion occurs. Everyone around is burning. The soldiers are running, shouting that the fortress wall has been destroyed and there is a huge hole nearby and an iron fence needs to be installed as soon as possible. After which everything shakes, and Flora says that she has already said that she will accept any of his conditions. And she shouts that therefore immediately deal with all the curses and scum. After which the soldiers say that the enemy is breaking through and do not let them cross the fortress wall. After which some grappling hooks onto the wall. And the man says that we need to protect the fortress wall and should not hold out. After which one of the soldiers climbs up this grappling hook. Then, so that he was careful, none of the soldiers jump at him with a sword, and he notices that his sword is already near his face, and he is surprised by this. Then someone throws it away, and it flies off. It was Flora. She shot with her bow and killed him with her arrow. Boron shouts that it is his daughter, and she shouts that it is her father. They must open the fortress gates and confront them head on. Then he says what she wants to say. And why open the gate, being very surprised at this. She says that Roman Dmitri promised that he would help if he opened the gate and went out to distract the attention of the enemy. Romance with your Sardinia to destroy the outbreak. He is surprised by this. I ask why he needs this. And what she says is that there is no time to go into details, but she is definitely sure that he is not one of those who throw words to the wind and smiles after that. After which the crystal stops broadcasting Roman, and he stands in front of him. He looks and one of the men comes up to him and says, is he going to attack right now? And he says no. The soldiers are saying that if they don't pull more, the family could be destroyed. And the flash of a powerful weapon is capable of destroying an entire fortress wall. If it is not true, plans to help, then Barco's plans must be disrupted. He says that you need to immediately attack the enemy from the rear, looking at how the wall is burning. This makeup, why does he have to do this? He is surprised and wonders what, why not what? Whether they will be destroyed or not. He calls him to him and says that compared to the death of a couple of hundred strangers, it shows how he stands on many corpses. It is more important to him that not a single one of his people shed blood. Many will die in this war. They show dead soldiers lying on the floor. Their problem is that they followed an incapable leader, showing one of the soldiers crying in despair. And he, unlike them, is not going to senselessly sacrifice those who swore allegiance to him. After this, Chris is very surprised and says that yes, it is so. He says that he understands and stands looking at Roman's back. The soldiers shout that the fortress gates need to be opened, after which they are lowered and they conquer the cruel villain. After this, the Baron shouts to attack, and the soldiers move forward. They stand up against another family and soldiers, and one of them tells the general that they poured out without even knowing their place. With his axe he destroys everyone in his path. He cuts them with such ease and smiles at this moment. After all, this is a detachment of Burge mercenaries. The soldiers are shocked by how simply they cut up the people coming up in front. They begin to give birth and bite their lips. And they start to run away. They say that they need to be saved, and they say that they are finished throwing their weapons. Flora shouts at them to stand to the last from the top of the wall, and the archers continue to attack. She screams at them not to back down and thinks to herself that if they can't even act as bait, there's no way they'll show up. The horse runs to the base. One of the men asks what the hell. It was Roman on the slope with his sword. War. The moment when the soldiers had to put their lives on the line came too soon. Remembering how they run forward on their horses, some with a helmet, some without, and many with scars on their faces, they are very worried, but continue to run. Anxiety, showing Chris running and freaking out too. Anxiety shows how the other person is also very worried. Roman looks at his soldiers and says that it is a reality that they will have to experience first, and if they manage to survive under the banner of his army, he will give them the promised life of predators. But whether they survive or not will be determined by their own strength and will. After which Roman, running to the end, he himself in front takes out his sword. He says the primary goal is to attack the family from the rear and destroy their assault weapons. He says they may not be able to play the role of perfect bait, and they don't expect them to have much input into the strategy. By expressing all this to your soldiers, and he takes himself to the front line. He will run forward and cut down opponents and clear the road, and they must follow him and finish off the remnants of the defeated army. After which he tells them to remember that their main goal is to destroy assault weapons. after which the soldiers see Roman running with his group on horseback. Their commander gritted his teeth and said that let them look at their appearance, as they were not going to resist them. He turns away, leaving, and says to immediately prepare to meet the guests who have lost their minds, after which the soldiers take up their weapons. They say they get into a defensive position with shields and spears, but Roman runs straight at them. He swings his own then from above. After this, making many strikes, cutting opponents. And once upon a time the people of his past world, belonging to different clans, spoke. The horse is speared and he jumps off it. At the forefront of the demonic sect, there is always a heavenly demon. And Roman jumps on top of them. They also sent their copies upward, and the heavenly demon is invincible, after which he lands and continues to cut his opponents. He looks with a face like he doesn't care and says that coming face to face with him is like suicide. People wondered why even after becoming a heavenly demon, he always took on the most dangerous role. And what then is it that now he stands right in front of his enemies? The reason was always the same. The strongest warriors on the front line must completely undermine the enemy's morale. Looking at the soldiers of this family, how much they tremble and want to run away. He stands in front of them. He has a purple aura, and if they don't attack, they definitely will. They clenched their teeth and shouted that they needed to go on the attack and let them follow the master. After which Chris is surprised by something. He sees some of the soldiers getting very worried and noticing him. Roman's soldiers cut up the other participants, cleaning up after him. But then one of the soldiers wounded his horse with a spear. We got very angry. His eyes turned red and then followed. For Mr. and he jumps from his horse right at this soldier and hits him with his weapon, squeezing his daughter right into his chest. There is anger in his eyes. He says that being a master is just a little bit closer. Chris then strikes a pose and uses his aura to attack his opponents, killing several at once. The soldiers say that they must not stop this monster, looking at Romany, who is running towards them. He doesn't feel anything. He just walks forward and chops up all his opponents on the way. He looks and says that this thing is the goal of our plan. Flash. This is the design that creates a magical blow, concentrating energy in a golden circle. He runs straight at her, killing all the soldiers on the way, getting closer and closer. One of the soldiers who was at the wall says what the hell this is, and this is Roman Dimitri, captain of the Burge mercenary squad. He thinks to himself that there is a huge amount on the line for this task, remembering the chest of money. And since the fate of the mercenary squad depends on it, he personally will completely figure it out, after which he takes out his sword, and a red aura appears over his body. He jumps straight for Roman to stand in front of him. He says that their mercenaries, recognized throughout the kingdom as mercenaries, are of high rank, after which he clashed with Roman with swords, and they glowed. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, A-rank mercenaries must be able to control aura in order to gain their rank. Show how their swords crossed. Burge is a swordsman with a 2-star aura. His eyes turn red and he starts screaming and trying to attack Romana with even more force. He is surprised that he cannot even move, and Roman smiles at this. He is much stronger than this mercenary, and after that he makes a move. He is surprised that this is not so, or that he is the strongest of the strongest, trying to somehow protect himself from Roman's set of blows. But he makes blow after blow and continues to attack, after which he clenches his teeth and one of the blows hits him. 5 seconds Roman stands in front of him, and he falls to his knees. All that remains is to hold out again, from a mercenary and a rank against Roman, cutting off his head and standing behind him. The rest of the soldiers were very surprised by this and began to get nervous. They say their captain has died. But Roman soldiers, on the contrary, smile at this and are inspired. After which one of the captains tells him to die, pointing his finger, and orders everyone to kill this bastard. The soldiers stood in front of them and said that it was dangerous, and first of all they must take cover. After which Roman looks and watches how they scream and thinks to himself that the flash is a creation of magic that does not exist in their world. Looking at the huge golden circle, this is the unique merit of the heavenly demon, after which an aura appears around him. And this heavenly demon sword technique, remembering your past world. He raises the smaller one near his head and concentrates the magic directly on it. One form, after which a huge beam appears from this sword, and he attacks this structure with it. They watch as this battle is divided into 2 parts, and it begins to fall completely, breaking. After which Roman shouts to everyone to listen to him. He is Roman Dimitri, and he destroyed Barco's assault weapon. He picks up the sword and everyone starts screaming seeing how he destroyed it. Flora stands and begins to cry. Covering his face, he sees that he really succeeded. Flash destruction. Roman stands over a broken structure. Having lost Barco's central power, there was nothing left to do but retreat. The soldiers run towards Roman with white flags and say that they will look again. At this moment he looks into the distance. In this fight, Chris, I used it in a slightly different way than before. He stands bleeding, and the aura around him has formed a blue hue. He tried to concentrate it as much as possible, as Roman does, showing that he concentrates everything around the sword. And as a result, even in a fierce battle, the mana consumption was small, and everyone around them laughed. Why is he trying to repeat after Roman? But he continued to progress, showing how crowds of enemies are cut up behind him. He smiles and says that now all that remains is to admit it, that the gentleman used the correct method, after which he returns the sword to its sheath. And he stands there, smiling, after which he is surprised and asks what is it. He watches as the bloodied knights rise to their feet, and he thinks to himself how it all happened. And he clenched his teeth and rushed after the master, trying to keep up. Naturally, they were tired, looking at these bloody knights. And yet, not one of the 30 soldiers broke away, and no one was seriously injured. And that's why he chose them. Looking at all his companions, who are breathing heavily and are all covered in blood, trying to get up. They breathe heavily and look ahead and say that they were able to survive because of just one reason. Roman heads towards them and they say that the monster is beyond the bounds of common sense. They are shocked. And he says that he sees that everyone has successfully survived. And all thanks to Roman Dmitri. And his role is over. The gates to the castles open, after which Roman and his soldiers go inside. They watch what is happening in the city. Everyone shouts that he is a hero, their families, Roman, and say, "Thank you very much." They say that they will never forget Roman Dmitri. And all the residents lined up around. They will be happy that they were able to survive. And then the Baron thinks to himself, what a pity. Looking at Roman, he knew that he was unusual from the first meeting. But to destroy the outbreak with your own hands is an overwhelming talent. Roman greets everyone. The defense continues to watch him. They say that Dmitri gave birth to a tiger. Show Roman as a huge white tiger walking forward. If everyone didn't go ashore like this tiger, it would become their seizure. I perceive everything as this tiger approaches the Baron. He clenches his fists and says that it's a pity that this is in the past now. And Boron shouts to him that he is a great hero who has come with them. He smiles, extends his hand, and says that he is glad to stand and face the fight together again. Roman smiles and shakes his hand and they look at each other. After which they all go to the palace and Roman goes forward. Flora stands in front of him and says thank you, clenching his fists against his chest. She says that they could not adequately play the role of bait, but even so he did not turn away from the family in difficult times and helped. And she wanted to sincerely thank them. Roman looks at her and says that he was only fulfilling his role as promised. And the fact that they played their roles exactly as he had planned, after which she was surprised. She says that this is how she still wants to repay this favor, although she thinks that they do not need to accept her gratitude. But as a representative of the family, she will definitely give back. So if he wants something, he can safely ask for it with anything. I will definitely listen to him and reward him. After which Roman smiles and says that if they are not going to change their decision, there is no point in refusing. He opens the door to the meeting room and first he says that you need to go into the meeting room. Smiling, letting her go ahead. All the important people have gathered in this meeting room. They are discussing something, and Roman joins them. Rather than saying that this is their chance, if they don't offer Barco to end it there, they will certainly agree. Roman listens to everything thoughtfully. They say that it is true, because they do not yet have an impressive fighting force. Instead of causing unrest in vain, bringing problems upon themselves, they should bury the past and find peace. Roman thinks to himself that Lawrence, they are herbivores. And he says that their reasoning is correct, and this time they were helped to avoid a catastrophe. But their strength alone will not be enough to hold back the onslaught all the time. So now they have to send a messenger, after which Roman interrupts the Baron and asks if he can speak. Everyone else is silent, and excitement is visible on their faces. They tell him that he can say what he wants, and he gets up from his chair and says that he thanks him. He says that they are suffering from oppression from the money issue. He is heading forward, and in order to pay off the huge debt, they can only rake in the Lawrences by any means. And even destroying the outbreak did not change anything. This is just his assumption. But, most likely, in return they will receive the bloody head of the messenger. After which some of the officials sitting here thought about it, and began to worry. They silently exchange glances. And he says that the soldiers outside are now carrying corpses. And, despite this, he still does not experience anything. Has the Baron thought about this? And Roman says that Barco cannot be forgiven. Remembering how many soldiers, their families, clinics on this battlefield. Many mention their comrades and cry over their corpses. And they must clearly show the whole world how they are taking revenge on Lawrence and the monster. Why did you dare touch them? The Baron, worried, says that he thinks they understand this and what they really can do without having the proper strength. Roman goes further and tells them that he will say one way to eat, after which, smiling, he approaches the Baron. and he pays attention to him, looking at him like a tiger. He feels fear, and he says that the herbivores can only go to feed the predators. The Baron of the Barco family screams and screams from the fact that Roman Dmitri. He hits the table where the card is located and he gets very angry. He is surprised by the fact that under what pretext the person appeared, he decided to interfere with them. And he says that in order to change an unfavorable situation, all that remains is a duel of great warriors. Gritting his teeth, speaking this, and Roman says the same thing, that a duel of great warriors can solve everything. Duel of great warriors. One battle is determined by the victory or defeat of the family line. 3 swordsmen enter the battle. Second place is considered sacred, and to receive the blessing of Warsaw, both families must submit to the result. 3. The authority of the person in charge is extremely important. Once both parties reach an agreement, the decision is sent to the central government. After the decision is confirmed, the duel is held. A duel of great warriors. When calling the war, different families fight among themselves, crossing their swords directly above the shield and showing the coat of arms of this event. The Baron says that a long time has passed since the duel of great warriors gave way to a battle of connections and wealth, and their opponent, Barco. They have connections in the central government, and the amount is borrowed from the gold bank. They remember their Baron and how he holds the gold coins, and it's scary to imagine what kind of master they will invite to fight. I think it will be a monster. Roman says that they understand what he means, and right now he will give them confidence in victory, smiling at them. The Baron is silent and asks him if he is sure about this. Roman says that if only they are sure that they will win, there will be no better way for them to do this than a duel of warriors. Looking at the Baron. And first of all, Barco has a 3-star swordsman and will most likely come out as one warrior. And everyone else got worried. Roman says that he will participate in one fight on behalf of the Lawrences. And whether my opponent is the Knight Barco or an alien master, he guarantees with absolute confidence that he will bring the first victory. And no matter how outstanding talent they have, if they have 1 victory out of 2 defeats, it becomes meaningless. Looking at the Baron, who is worried, clenching his fists and placing them on the table. And the third fight will be completed by his man Chris. And despite the fact that he has 2 stars, he has a genius, remembering how he uses mana and the ability to lead to victory in a battle against a 3-star opponent. And isn't that enough to consider the battle won? If they defeat the warriors in the duel, they can regain the lost reputation of the Lawrences. After which Roman turns to Flora, and she is surprised and does not understand why he turned around. Roman smiles and tells them to make a decision despite her, and she understands everything. She remembers talking about how they can safely ask for anything at the meeting, and she thinks to herself, is it really possible? Is this what he wants? And he kept whispering that he would take part in the duel of warriors, after which he began to worry. She remembers that in return, Lawrence must be held accountable in case of a variable. Show how their castle will fall. And in fact, this is a dangerous person, looking at Roman. She closes her eyes and says that she supports the warriors' duel. And by agreement of both parties, the duel of warriors was approved, showing how the scroll was passed from hand to hand, and everything was decided within a week after the order was given. A man sitting in one of the tents says that he is Count Ertz. The wooden arena is in the way, and on 2 sides there are knights, and 3 men from the tents are watching it all. The Count says that the duel of warriors is a sacred place, blessed by Valhalla. A middle-aged man with black hair and a black beard, and he is the judge of the Count Ertz fight. And whatever the result, both families must accept them, looking at Baron Lawrence, and Roman and Flora standing next to him. If this rule is broken, he will judge them, putting the honor of the Kairu kingdom at stake. And Viscount Barco stands with 2 of his knights and smiles. The judge says that now both families must present 3 of their warriors and submit a schedule of fights. There is a scroll and a glass on his table. Wine is poured into it, and Roman watches as he stands next to the judge. Bacon and smiles, laughs. He narrows his eyes and says he thinks they need to change the schedule. The Baron turns to him and says, what does this mean? Didn't they install it a week ago? And he says that's the problem this week. The more time passed, the more pressure the interest should have put on Barco. And it looks like Barco was deliberately stalling for time. And it doesn't look like they're in a hurry at all. It depends how the judge communicates with the Viscount, and they are happy with each other. The Baron also sees this game. What? Maybe during this time they managed to invite strong masters. I don't watch one of the knights fall asleep right behind the chair. Roman looks ahead and sees the aura of this man. The Baron is surprised and says how will they change it then? And he says that initially he was supposed to come out first and snatch an unconditional victory. And 2, the Lawrence knight was supposed to come out. First comes Roman, then the knight of this family, and finally Chris should come out, completing a series of fights. And Roman says that the crisis will come first. and they are both surprised by this. He says he will go too and fight the card Barco prepared. He smiles as he says this, and they say they are changing plans for suppression. A lot of people came to watch the fight. They point their finger at the knight standing at the ringside. A man with long gray hair introduces himself as Jans from Barco. Jansen, a 3-star aura swordsman. And his opponents are Chris from the Lawrences. Chris swordsman 2-star aura. And then people began to think and whisper that he was a student of Jonathan Chris, and wasn't he the one who was called the genius of the north of the eastern lands? And why did they send a 2-star swordsman? Only in vain will innocent talent be wasted. He hears all this, and in his head he thinks about how to become stronger. He needs to endure the danger. He says that's right. That's the reason why he came out of the well and followed the master. After which the battle began, and the flag soared at the top. The swordsmen rushed at each other, attacking. From Barco's side, the swordsman had a red-tinged aura around the house to himself. When he first fought with the master, that is, he took off one thing, no matter how strong his aura. Looking at how he directs his less towards, but he avoids, only having mastered it. He lifts up the meaning, looking at how he tries, therefore, to get in, but he fails. He dodges again and again. Grit your teeth and wait for your only chance. To which he says that he is a pathetic rat, and how long is he going to run? He tells him to die and releases his entire aura. To which Chris is surprised and says that this is a wide-ranging aura. Watching as he jumped on top of him and everything became covered in a red tint, he thinks to himself that he cannot dodge. And we urgently need to come up with something. And then he remembers the words of Roman, who told him that he needs to free himself from the usual laws of the world. And he thinks to himself that this is true. An indistinct burst of mana will never show the full power of the aura. And he channels all his mana into his sword and it turns blue. He says that just like the leader revealed her greatness with a grain of mana, I perceive everything as a lake, and from plane to beam, from beam to point, it will concentrate everything in the sword, the power of the aura. After which they both attack each other, and he says that he collected everything at one point. And then he blows off the head of this knight. She falls to the ground and everything around is covered in blood. Everyone who watched the fight said it was crazy. They shouted his name and said that a 2-star swordsman defeated a 3-star swordsman. Chris breathes heavily and stands still. Roman looks at him and smiles. And now the next one. Just think, a 2-star swordsman defeated a 3-star swordsman. All the people watching this are shocked and say that this cannot be. Everyone is very surprised and happy, they scream. The Viscount clenched his fist, and he treasures it very much. He sees if he was defeated, and he thinks to himself that he planned to snatch victory in the second fight, but now the last one will be decisive. After which he became very angry and clenched his teeth. He thinks that it's okay, and in the second fight there's no need to even worry. After all, he has an invincible ace up his sleeve, which was worth a lot of money. And a knight approaches him. He is surprised and says that it is really his turn. He has blue hair and a pigtail. He enters the arena and yawns. He calls himself Homer from the Barco family. He scratches the back of his head and looks like he just slept, but there is a scar on his nose. Homer swordsman 4-star aura. After which Chris, the Baron, and Flora were very surprised by this, saying that it was Homer, the same wandering swordsman. Why would he appear here? And not for the first time in his life they see a ranker in person. 49th place in the ranking. He thinks to himself, what if it weren't for the request of the guild head? The rating originates from the Valhalla Empire, the land where everyone who died a brave death in battle goes. Remembering how many knights are trolled by a dragon, and they put their lives on the line in order to get to Valhalla, and the desire to receive proof of your strength. Yet the states of victory and defeat were recorded, showing how near the candle a man wrote down all the victories and knights, and the names of brave warriors were immortalized on documents. This was the origin of the rating belonging to the risk of Valhalla culture. And as the empire's influence expanded, it spread throughout the continent, showing how the ranking began to spread throughout the world, and the temple's supreme leadership personally selected people for the first 100 places in the ranking. He thought that who would have thought that they would send Homer to a duel. He was very frightened by this, and they say that there is no one here who does not know about his reputation. He wanders around the kingdom and enjoys strongman fights, remembering how he defeats other strong opponents. He received the nickname of the Wandering Swordsman. And a woman from the crowd said that she heard that he was fighting with another swordsman in 30th place, called the Gate Guard. We were scared by this, and another man said that he had just recently reached 4 stars. And I am sure that they will refuse to participate. Homer stands and yawns, and people continue to say that they are sorry, because with such difficulty they managed to win one fight. Roman smiles and thinks to himself that he is a 4-star aura swordsman. And he tracked Barco's activities with the help of the Information Guild, remembering how he exchanged scrolls with them. However, he only managed to obtain information that was already on display. So this is the secret card, and with the help of information warfare, looking directly at Homer. And he thinks to himself that he is looking forward to it. Just as the opponent hid his strength, they also failed to unearth what I was. Walking straight towards Homer and showing a huge shadow right below him. And he gives them the chance to see the battle of strongmen, whom they have only read in books. Flora stops Roman and says that he has gone crazy. His opponent Homer is ranked 49th in the rankings. As she says this, she gets very excited and says that he is being rated as a great warrior who will rise above 30th in the rankings in the future. I show the pyramids that he is now at 49. In fact, he thinks that he can defeat the ranker. He just has to refuse the fight because they want to save his life, holding his hand. And they will sincerely pray that victory will be on their side in the next fight. And then Roman feels something. And Homer too. They look at each other, and in this look one can read absolute superiority. And Homer says he doesn't like him. Flora says now is our time to pay for the variable, and they will field their knight. She begins to blush and says that there is no reason to risk his life in an obviously losing fight, to which he pushes her away. And he says that he doesn't want to put everything in order for them, so she just stays out of the way. After which she was surprised by this, and he turns away from her. He opens his cloak and says that going to the arena, Roman Dmitri will perform on behalf of the Lawrences. Does he pull out his bloody sword? Homer, in turn, takes out his sword. If he is able to destroy the Flash, then to what extent does he have an aura of 2 stars? They began to pose and look at each other. Homer thinks to himself that he should have challenged Fernando at number 30 in the rankings, but he has to fight with all the little things. He says that he needs to end this quickly, and then attacks with his aura. Roman is surprised by this, and everyone who watched also says what kind of speed this is. They watch Homer attack Roman with his sword, but he dodges the blow. Gamer jumps away and appears behind Roman, who is still standing in the pose. He smiles and thinks to himself that just look at this guy. He's funny. After which Roman responds with another attack. Homer smiles and responds with several more. Roman has a purple aura on his sword. Someone smiles at this and says what kind of method is this? It is used to release aura. Roman thinks to himself that he has been waiting for a serious fight for so long, but he considered him a weakling and is not fighting at his full strength. The game of measures uses a 3-star aura consisting of a huge top. He says that he is interested, and he will deal with him in all seriousness. Everyone spent the night around and the wind appears. All the passers-by say that his mana is too strong and it is overwhelming, but they don't grab the period and say that he needs to hold on tighter. Roman thinks that such a guy in the ranking in 49th place is this melancholy, and there is no point in dragging out this fight. Looking at him, he goes forward and tells her to try to hold out, and Roman concentrates all the aura in his sword. The heavenly demon sword technique is unparalleled. Homer is surprised that is this really a black wave standing in front of? Everything around turned black like a black wave. He smiles and says that he would only think that he controls such mana. And in fact, this formation does not have a name. And he just calls her according to the order of execution. After which, he appeared behind Homer and cut him into 2 parts. Roman continues on, closing his eyes and calling it the Sky Demon Sword technique. 3 formation. Homer, I know he's looking forward to the fight with Fernando, said a man with a scar on his forehead and a serious look and a beard. But he asks him to put himself in their position at least once. This speech is about a duel of great warriors between families of the borderlands, and he should think of it as a light workout. He tells everything to Homer, who is lying on the sofa with his feet on the table. He looks at Togo and is silent. He thinks to himself that ever since he received the mercenary's certificate and rank, he rejected all orders and was busy wandering around the kingdom, fighting with strong warriors. After which he frowned, playing that he had no reason to refuse and smile. Flora stands in shock. The entire arena is covered in blood. All the people were surprised and stood there scared, wondering what kind of bullshit this was. They are looking at a talented warrior, who entered the rating even before he reached 4 stars, watching Homer lie on the floor covered in blood. And this country's rising star, who had his sights set on 30th place, died with 1 blow, showing how Roman leaves with. From behind his back, Homer's corpse with the remnants of mana is black. Roman thinks to himself that the boy who couldn't reach the summit should be arrogant in front of him. And he assessed it all by the standards of not this world. Does he sheath his weapon? And thinks about his past life. After all, his world was a galaxy of people, filled with the most talented masters. Remembering how he fought against many different masters. And unlike this place, where, if you were careless, you were always ready to meet death, the mysterious teachings here were ineffective and looked more like garbage. After which he sighs and says that Mr. Judge should announce the results. Shocked and surprised by his words, he stutters and says that the winner of the second fight, Roman Dmitri, is from the Lawrences. All the knights are shocked and say how is it possible to think that he defeated Homer. and Homer died. Does everyone think this is a hallucination? Chris's hand trembled and he stood in shock, his mouth open, thinking that vodka cola was the real power of the master. He thinks to himself that at the time of their duel with him, he already possessed a power similar to this. He realizes this, he becomes scared, and he thinks that he made an unimaginable leap in growth after. Back then, the gentleman definitely did not have abilities superior to Homer, remembering how they sprinted the first time. But for option 2, too little time has passed, and this contradicts common sense. How the hell is this possible? He continues to watch as Roman is already descending the stairs from the arena. He breathes heavily and thinks that, having won one fight, he considered that he was on par with Roman and someday he would surpass him. And these were very hasty conclusions, after which he made a serious face. Victory for the Lawrences. Their flag was raised, and since there was no longer any point in wasting human resources in a duel of warriors with a known outcome, an indulgence was given to the possibility of changing the list of names. After which the judge shouts that both families can improve and confer, sending a new war. The Viscount lowered his head and clenched his fists, and he was trembling all over. He thinks it's all over, and how could his warrior lose? After all, 3-star swordsmen are more flexible, in contrast to the various image of the northeastern region. He is a real month of whom can be counted on one hand in the whole kingdom. Remembering what he looks like, he thinks that maybe the mercenary guild that sent him Homer sent him a fake, and he is horrified. In it, one of the knights comes up and tells the Viscount that their country must go to war, to which he says that they can no longer lose combat power by lowering their heads, and they ask to send Benson. Are flights shocked by this? He says that we will let the loser pay for it with the help of a duel, remembering how he knelt down and asked for forgiveness just once for losing the dignity of our family at a social ball. After all, he is a nameless knight, and this is the same as saying, "Go and die," after which he bows and says that he obeys. This one says in a trembling voice that he is Benson from Barco. This is a middle-aged man with gray hair standing and trembling with fear. Benson, nameless knight. Everyone is wondering who it is, and they are seeing him for the first time. People watching the fight begin to discuss it, trying to remember where they saw it. And then Chris, along with the other knight, comes to a realization. One of the lion knights runs up to Roman and tells him that he wants to fight him. He clenched his teeth and his eyes burned. Roman looks at it, and he says that in a world where the strong devour the weak, only death follows a loss. He looks at him and says that even a nameless knight is a difficult opponent for Kevin. Should he be wanting to prove usefulness? After which Roman smiles and tells him to join. And Kevin, leaving, says that he will be back soon. The nameless knight thinks to himself how he ended up here and why it happened this way. The sword in his hands shakes very much, and he thinks that thanks to his father's knighthood, he followed a smooth, gradual path without any worries, and became a knight of an influential family in the northeastern region. There is fear on his face. For Barco, he gave everything he had. But the price for his loyalty is death in a duel of warriors. Crap. He looks ahead and thinks. He sees this knight and thinks about what this boy, his opponent, is not teaching. After which he smiles and says, "Lord, thank you." They get into position and he can't stop smiling and start laughing. He asks him if he wanted to take revenge. And it doesn't matter whether he or the other abandoned both of them to our masters. And although this turned out to be a failure for him, his eyes say otherwise. To which Kevin says that he is only a sword protecting the master. He put on a serious face and stood in a stance, after which the knight shouts at him that he is arrogant and attacks, saying that he should die. He throws a punch and Kevin somehow dodges it and puts his sword right under his chin. He almost hits him, but then the knight dodges and kicks him. They say he's a brat. Kevin is pushed away with such force, and he flies back, his helmet falling off. There is blood coming from his mouth, and he somehow gets to his feet with the help of his sword. Chris thinks about how the difference in body type is colossal, and what the gentleman was thinking when he sent Kevin away, looking straight at Roman. After which the knight strikes Kevin with more blow after blow. He begins to bleed all over, hitting him in the stomach, then in the shoulder. He stands and does not move while he is hit with a continuous number of blows. Someone tells him, "Kill, kill, kill, this bastard hurting you, take revenge now." After which Kevin's eyes became very angry. Roman says that since the day he personally cut off his own hand, the mastery of a ghostly demon has taken up residence in his head, and he tells him to awaken the ghost within himself. After which Kevin appears a certain dark aura, and he gets into a pose. He grits his teeth in pain and his eyes are very irritated, after which someone tells him that it is from above and he must be careful. He notices that the knight is trying to hit him from above and dodges in time. And the knight misses. He jumps back and gets to his knees, and someone continues to tell him that they almost crushed his head, and they should rather tear this bastard to shreds. Kevin grabs his head and it hurts a lot. He says his head is very noisy, and tries to think through clenched teeth and think about what's going on. He remembers how he wanted to become the master's sword. It will be useful to him. He looks even bigger than Chris, and the feeling of inferiority of devotion to his master pulled him into a whirlpool of feelings, after which he went mad. Mastering the phantom demon, he grabs his weapon. A voice tells him to kill, after which he makes a strong jerk. They don't understand what's happening, and he sees that it's an aura, after which he tries to run away. But the sword hits his armor, and he thinks that he has pierced it. He screams that he is and tries to take a swing. He hits him on the shoulder, but he doesn't stop and he starts crying. And this guy is completely out of his mind, looking at how crazy he is and smiling. Kevin ends up stabbing the knight, and blood splashes out from behind. Everyone is in shock. The crisis is in shock. Kevin sits over the knight's corpse and smiles, stabbing his sword into his chest. He continues to smile and continues to strike, blow after blow, turning his corpse into a bloody mess. The tall barons Flora covered their mouths, not in shock at such cruelty, and the fact that blood was flying at Kevin. He comes down from the arena, comes to Roman, sits on his knee and says that he has returned. Roman tells him he did a great job and smiles. The ocean feels happiness and smiles back. And the duel of great warriors between Lawrence and Barco. 3 wins out of 3. Unconditional leadership of the Lawrences. And Roman Dmitri was at the center of it all. I show him sitting in his tent. Like the tales of heroes that have been formed in rumors since ancient times, truth and fiction have moved. People began to discuss how Roman won. And here and there people began to praise the exploits. A man at a bar, drinking a glass of beer, says, "Have they heard the story that Barco will have a hard time?" And they made such a fuss, but in the end they blew it with Lawrence. Another man says that he knows all his relatives, local residents of Lawrence. And Roman became none other than the savior of the Lawrences, raising his sword over a mountain of corpses. And single-handedly he killed hundreds of Barco's soldiers at once. And besides, with one blow he destroyed the Flash, after which he takes a mug of beer. Unless Roman showed up, the Barcos would have planted their flag on Lawrence lands long ago. And the scarlet blood of the ranker Homer at 49th place in Cairo splashes into the sky. And he put an end to the duel of warriors, because Roman Dmitri is a hero. After which the children run. And one of the light children put on a red cloak and says that he is Roman Dmitri, and he saved the Lawrences while holding a stick in his hand. And the water dragon, reaching deep into the family, Dmitri ascended to the sky. And everywhere, one after another, heroic stories about his adventures began to accumulate, perceiving him as a hero. Barco Castle. It has a blue roof and light walls. The man looks at the many papers and says that this is the end. He sits at the table, clutching his head and says that now this is definitely the end. The entire desk is covered in papers. He thinks about the written reminder of the gold bank, the interest and principal, and the fee for hiring Homer from the mercenary guild and compensation. Looking at these 2 documents, he hits them with his fists and says that they are insignificant, after which many sheets fall from the table. He thought that when the Barcos had influence in the Northeast, and not in crowds, they sought meetings with them, remembering how the banquets were held. And now they have completely turned their backs, leaving them with nothing. He clenched his teeth and said that it would be a curse, if only the scent of Dmitri had not intervened. After which he is surprised and thinks that it's true, all this happened because of Roman Dmitri. He calms down and thinks that he did something that high society should not have done, and this is the last chance to save Barco. After which he smiles. A few days later, the entire Barco family tree gathered around a round table. The Viscount says that before moving on to the conversation, he wants to sincerely thank the true aristocracy who visited him 7. Ladies and gentlemen, they believe that as long as you are there, the Eastern North will have a bright future. 2 man with brown hair and mustache says to get to the point. The result says he will get straight to the point. The Viscount says that then he will come straight to the devil to warm him up, which is exactly the same as the Barcos who attacked Lawrence on this matter. The reason in high society plays an extremely important role, and everyone is focused. He says that this war was intended to force payment for the ancestor, and even the central government reasoned that this would be the right thing to do. He crosses his arms and says that, however, Roman Dmitri intervened in this war without any reason because of his unexpected attack. Barco lost the Flash. Moreover, even at the duel of warriors, there was not a single person from his parents. I remember that it was Dimitri's entire squad. And is this possible to explain? By what right did he decide to help the Lawrences? Then he slams the table. If 2 families tied themselves to family ties, there would be no problems, but everyone is fine. It is known that Dmitri Vorontsov broke off their engagement. And Roman Dmitri is a stranger to the Lawrences, and he has no reason. And he crossed the line. After which everyone listens to him and says that they are right and Roman Dmitri has no reason. everyone says that is true. And the Viscount thinks to himself that great, that should have been enough, and smiles. If he only assigns responsibility to 7, Dmitri will receive a huge payment as compensation for being able to resolve the issue with the money borrowed from the gold bank. After which he smiles very hard, covering it with his hand. Everyone starts whispering, and Roman enters the room. He says that here you are, everyone gathered from the meadow in shock, but Roman goes forward. He says that he heard a lot of complaints about them in this case too. The Viscount was frightened by this and thought to himself, with what intentions did he show up here? Roman tells him to express them personally to Viscount Barco. Chris fearfully asks Roman that he is really going to Barco. And then he shouted that this was akin to suicide. Viscount Barco would not leave Roman alone. Roman calmly answered. As Chris thinks about how his relationship with Barco will develop from now on, Chris looked at Roman with a puzzled look. And then he replied that in the eyes of Barco, Roman is their sworn enemy, so he believes that it is better to avoid each other if possible. Roman replied that this was not so. If the beginning had not been made, it is possible, but something starting must be followed to the end. It's no secret that the Barcos harbored a grudge against him. Roman climbed onto his horse, and then he continued that in this case, now, when the position of the Barco is precarious, it's best to nip their revenge in the bud. Then Roman smiled and said that he would go alone. Chris was in a stupor. We are transported to a conversation between Roman and the Viscount. Roman asks why, Barco, everyone has been gathered here. Teeth asked the Barco, and then thought that the boy was from a family of barons, that he did not even inherit the title. How dare he ignore the difference in position? The Viscount seethed with anger. And then he said that, apparently, Roman's low birth did not teach him anything about the law, but he would kindly see him about them. In the kingdom of Cairo it is forbidden to interfere in a war without a reason. The Viscount clenched his fist. They announced the cause, in accordance with the laws of the nobility, received approval from the central government, and only then did they declare federal war. The Viscount asked Roman if he thought this rule came about because aristocrats are stupid. This is all for the sake of preserving each other's good name. The Viscount stood up from the table, hitting it with his hand, said that ignorance of the laws of the aristocracy does not exempt Roman from responsibility. And then he shouted that now he understands how stupid an act he has committed. Because of him, Dimitri's family will have to endure a strong insult. Because of one son's misdeed, they cannot escape the reproaches of everyone from the northeast region. Roman stood calmly, not answering anything, just thinking. But suddenly he asked if the Viscount had finished. The Viscount fell into a stupor at this question, then asked what. Roman did not listen to him and answered that in that case, now, it's time to tell about his reason. Roman's words confused the Viscount. Roman continued to say that initially Lawrence and Dmitri were bound by a marriage agreement, but now he has turned into a fool, rejected by his bride. Roman asked everyone present, "Gentlemen, what do you think is the reason for terminating the agreement? In his reputation, origins by women, all these rumors are not true." The truth is, Roman raised his hand and pointed his finger forward, that everything was to blame for the threats of Barco's eldest son, Anthony. The Viscount stood in a stupor, not knowing what to answer. Roman continued to say that it is worth returning to the moment of the Barco social evening. Being on friendly terms with Anthony, he attended the evening at his invitation before marrying Lawrence, and he fell into a trap. When he came to his senses, he discovered that he had woken up in the same room with Emilia Barco, and Anthony Barco threatened to break the engagement. Only then would he keep it a secret. Anthony carefully thought out a trap to separate Lawrence and Dmitri. All the high-ranking officials in the hall began to whisper that there are threats, then the head of the Barco family. The moment weakness is exposed, it ceases to be. The Viscount shouted that Roman thought his nonsense was faith. Yes, everyone knows very well that Roman lived like garbage. He is trying to cover up the truth with his filthy tongue. Roman replied that he knew that the Viscount would answer like that. And then he continued that then he would name another reason for his intervention. In the war between Lawrence and Barco, the Viscount fearfully asked, very nervously, another reason. Roman replied that Anthony Barco had crossed the line. He harassed Flora Lawrence, with whom they were bound by a marriage agreement, and his actions shocked her so much that she ultimately decided to end the engagement. And then Roman asked the Viscount that, in his opinion, this is also not true, then let them ask Flora Lawrence herself. Roman thought that Anthony lured him into a trap with lies, in which case he would repay him in the same coin. Roman continued to say, not to cause inconvenience in the family. He intervened in the war using only his own strength. The only thing he could do for her sake was to take revenge. Roman turned to Viscount Barco and said that he would ask him, as well as everyone present here, do they still think that he had no reason to intervene in the war? High-ranking officials thought that this is how Roman destroyed Barco's arguments and found his own reason. The Viscount thought in fear that there was no other way. Now there was no point in fighting for the truth of the occasion. We needed to gain time. First, he needs to settle this situation and find a new solution. The Viscount sat down in a chair and then said that he did not think that Roman was telling the truth, but he would check their accuracy later. But that's all for today. Let him go. Roman turned to Viscount Barco, and he said that he now had to make a choice, to end with Anthony receiving punishment for his personal insult, or this case will inflate problems at the family level. If the Viscount does not make a choice right now, he will return home and report everything to his father. The Viscount looked at Roman in fear, not understanding what to do. He thought that he could never choose war with Dmitri, one way or another. A clash with Dmitri in the current crisis situation would lead to the collapse of the Barco. Roman is a cruel boy. The Viscount replied that they believed that Roman's affair with Anthony should be inflated to the level of family feuds. At his behest, the Barco's eldest son, Anthony, would kneel before Roman and ask for forgiveness. And now, the Viscount did not have time to finish. Roman interrupted him and asked what, when he asked to bring Anthony Barco to his knees. The Viscount, in a panic, asked what this meant. Roman replied that where it has been seen that the instigator chooses the method of punishment, he himself will decide how to punish Anthony. We are taken to the Viscount's office. The Viscount, in despair, says sorry. Anthony, kneeling and holding his father's pants, shouts that no way. What other refereeing match? His father is really going to put his life in the wrong hands. Anthony starts crying and screaming that Roman will never spare him. He begs his father to reject Roman's proposal. The Viscount grabs Anthony and shouts for him to come to his senses. He is the eldest son of Barco. From the moment he took the place of successor, it became your duty to share your life with the fate of your family. Therefore, let him look reality in the face. The Viscount, getting very angry, told Anthony not to forget about this shame and be ready to give one hand for it. And then the Viscount left. Anthony remained on his knees. He said in a whisper, "Father, I beg you." He remembered Roman's smiling face. The aristocracy and the Viscount Bark gathered together. They watched the fight between Anthony and Roman. The sword in Anthony's hands trembled. Anthony, with tears in his eyes and fear in his soul, said that Roman, I like Flora. Apparently he briefly lost his mind from the realization that Roman and her would get married. Anthony's body was shaking. He continued to say that he was sorry for everything he did to Roman. There was no malicious intent in this. They are friends. Roman began to take out his sword. Anthony, frightened, shouted to Roman. And then he ran up close and shouted that no, Mr. Roman, he was asking to be spared only once. Let Roman only save his life, and he, Anthony Barco, will pay for his mercy all his life. The aristocracy looked at Anthony with pity and whispered that he would see no mercy. The Viscount began to think that Anthony was a stupid person. Roman said that means all his life, and then asked how. He has enough strength to pay off his debt to the gold bank. Even vaunted connections with the central government will not be able to hush up the atrocity they committed. The Barco family line is over. Roman came close to Anthony and said that he humiliated him in front of everyone and lured him into a trap with the help of a dastardly plan. So why let Anthony answer him? Should he spare him? The Viscount's heart began to beat with great speed and he wondered what was happening. Roman replied that there was really no reason for that, and then stabbed Anthony right through. Roman watched with an indifferent face as Anthony coughed up blood. Once upon a time, Baek Junhyuk, in order to survive, staged a bloody civil strife. He withstood the attack of his older brothers, who tried to kill him every night, and, on the contrary, thrust a sword into their hearts from me in life. Someone approached Baek Junhyuk and asked him if he knew what his problem was. It was one of the 12 elder brothers of the heavenly demon, the firstborn Baek Hole. He said that he did not know how to compromise. Once he sees an enemy in his opponent, he plunges headlong into the situation. He does not show even a shred of generosity towards his opponent. This is a fatal problem that will someday become his Achilles' heel. Baek Hole truly a great man. He was not just a strong warrior, defeating enemies one after another. He had the generosity that allowed him to gather them under his command. Baek Junhyuk replied that he understands what his brother is talking about, but this is his method, to trample and destroy a creature that shows hostility towards him. He lived like this in the very bottom of the demonic sect, and his life would change in the future. Only death is the only way to eradicate all variables. Roman sighed with his sword. Antonio's body was cut in half, his death. No one could have foreseen such an end. The Viscount desperately rushed to Anthony. He shouted that no. He grabbed Anthony's already dead body and screamed in panic. He didn't know what to do. Romana turned to him and asked if there were any problems. The death of a criminal in a judicial duel is quite common. The Viscount shouted that they stood up. This demon dared to kill Barco's eldest son. Let them kill him alive. The guards stood motionless. But they didn't think about how this monster got a terrifying aura from the realm. The Viscount, with tears in his eyes, said that Roman had planned this from the very beginning. His visit to the barge without a single person on guard was only a way to pretend that Roman intended to show generosity. Roman replied that from the very day that Anthony intended to threaten him, he could no longer live with Barco under the same sky. And here is the result. Roman turned to the aristocrats and asked what if there were still people who could not break the already leaky connection with the bank. They will have to face him. The Viscount shouted to Roman that he thought that after everything he would get away with it. As Romana left, she asked what was the point in his loud statements. From now on, he will observe the life of the Barco family and attack until the barge is completely destroyed. That's all. Roman left. The Viscount, holding his dead son in his arms, thought that they had made too dangerous an enemy. A few days later, the Viscount Bark, unable to pay his debt to the gold bank, tried to escape in the middle of the night. But in the end, his body was found on an unnamed hill. The Barco family line, which once spread influence throughout the entire northeastern region, suffered an extremely pitiful end. We are taken to Dimitri's palace. Hans meets a young gentleman in the corridor, and then asks where he is going in the middle of the night. Roman is walking down the corridor. His shirt is bloody. Roman smiles and replies that the light is so bright here today. He decided to take a walk for the first time in a long time. Hans, noticing the bloody footprints, begins to get nervous. And then he says that they have all been very worried lately. They are extremely happy that Roman has received recognition, but he gets involved in such dangerous adventures as war. And then he adds that he also cannot hide his anxiety and asks Roman to always be careful. Roman replies that he seems to have already told Hans that Hans is his man. Hans replies that yes, he remembers that. Having defeated countless enemies, Baek Jun-huk killed so many of them that there would be enough blood to fill the ocean. The only rule thanks to which he was able to become a heavenly demon. Protect your people. Roman, looking at the puzzled Hans, thought that one person behind the fence is more important than 100,000 of enemies. And then he replied that he would do everything possible to protect himself and his people. This is more than enough. Around the same time that the Barco affair was about to get hyped up, the Mellork family clan organized a social gathering. A girl in a red dress with a fan appears before us. This is the wife of the head of the Mellork family, Helena Mellor. She says that even the wives of former supporters of the Barco, who are usually difficult to climb, came in a gang. Helena thought that from now on, power in the northeastern lands is concentrated in the hands of Dimitri. For them, the Mellork family, who have long supported Dimitri, this is an exceptional opportunity. Helena turns to the girl to greet her and replies that she was looking forward to her approaching. The girl smiles. Helena tells her that she should. She's only becoming more beautiful every day. The girl is dressed in a green dress. There are expensive beads on her neck. This is the wife of the head of the family Dimitri, Rihanna Dimitri. She thanks Helena for her words. The girls fly up to Rihanna. One of them says that she has prepared her own wine for her. The other replies that it is a great honor for her to meet Rihanna. Rihanna laughs and says she's glad to meet you too. Baron Dimitri's wife, Rihanna Dimitri. She usually spent time with the wives of aristocrats, recruiting supporters of the Dimitri family. Baron Romero possessed an amazing talent for diplomacy and politics. Perhaps Rihanna did not lay the path in advance. Rod Dimitri, under the onslaught of Barco, he would have fallen even before he strengthened his position. Rihanna thanks everyone and then adds that she attended their meetings. She collected them here today, because I thought that as neighbors, they should understand and get to know each other better. The girls were confused by Rihanna's words. She continued to say that of course, until that moment, not each of them was striving for the same thing. But since the situation has changed, they need a new point of support. Hidden subtext. Rihanna wanted to really tickle the nerves of everyone who supported Barco, and at the same time, be generous to them and accept them. We are taken to a table on which there is a delicious cake, and small talk is held at the table. Helena asks Rihanna what she thinks about their Veronica. And then she adds that she thinks that Veronica will be a wonderful couple for Roman. The girl standing behind Helena falls into a stupor from such words. I don't understand where Helena has such self-confidence. Helena continues to say that, after all, Roman is already 25, and for the sake of the future, he should quickly find a wife and start a family. She says this not because Veronica is her daughter, but it seems to her that she will be very suitable for Roman. But these words did not impress her at all. She thought about it. One of the girls sitting at the table said that it wasn't so long ago that Veronica accepted the offer of another family. Another girl supported and said that Helena, her greed knows no bounds. Helena, sitting opposite, was seething with anger and thought that, oh, this is a woman's. While Rihanna was drinking tea, she heard the girl say that it's true that Roman needs to approach marriage with a special choice, and later be sure to stop by their estate. Her daughter fell in love with Roman at first sight. Another girl said that her cousin's daughter is so brilliant that she is considered the best student at the academy. Her daughter is still very young, but in the future she will become a real beauty. During these 6 years, Roman was the fifth wheel in secular society. The reality that he, the eldest son, could not inherit the leadership of the family tied him hand and foot, but his potential as a 4-star swordsman. This alone is a guarantee of a prosperous future, and if he also inherits the Dmitri family, you couldn't find a more suitable groom. In an instant, Roman turned from a fifth wheel into a man of dreams. Rihanna replied to all the girls that she was pleased that they spoke so flatteringly about her son. But Roman was already hurt very badly once, and she hopes that he will meet a girl whom he sincerely loves, and not one that his family imposes on him. Therefore, there is no point in talking to her about political marriage. The girls sitting opposite heard this and stood in a stupor. They could not expect such an answer to be given. Rihanna continued to say that this means that if she wins, the first one will take possession of it. The girls began to glow with happiness from such words. We are transported to the Lawrence estate. In order to survive in the world, strength is needed. Flora sits in the library and studies books. Flora thought that Lawrence and Barco, in fact, Lawrence lost this war, although she said that they would hold out until winter and then they would have a chance to win. But when faced with reality, there were too many variables. Roman foresaw absolutely everything and boldly rushed into battle, saving Lawrence. What does she need to do to become the same as Roman? Remembering Roman, Flora blushed. And then I thought that no. She began to shake her head in different directions. They said that she didn't like Roman Dmitri at all. Why did she blush? Roman is an arrogant egoist who cares only about his own benefit. And yet, how can he be so strong? What kind of person is this Roman? Flora wanted to get to know him better. Flora closed the book and said that she needed to go get some air. She went out into the yard. It was late evening. Flora thought that it was true, interesting or not, but the engagement had already been broken off, and nothing connected them anymore. She has neither a way nor a reason to meet Roman. Suddenly someone called out to her. She turned around, puzzled. In front of her stood a girl with expensive earrings and blue hair. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl beamed with happiness when she saw her sister Flora. Flora did not shout out that it was really Sylvia. What is she doing here? This is a girl from the sideline of the Lawrence family line, Sylvia Lawrence. Flora ran into the Duke's office. She shouted to him that she heard that Lawrence was responsible for holding the ball in Dimitri's domain. Why didn't he tell her anything? The Duke turned to her, and then he replied that this incident opened his eyes much. In a situation where no one could make a decision, she showed intelligence, pointing to the right path. Flora was stunned. The Duke continued to say that thanks to the fact that Flora brought Roman Dmitri to the battlefield, they were able to win this war. He will no longer repeat past mistakes of belittling the value of Flora and will support any of her endeavors that she desires. Therefore, from now on he will no longer force Flora to take part in family affairs. Let Flora live for her own dreams. Flora thought that all this was certainly touching, but she wanted to go to the ball. And then she asked why Sylvia was invited to the ball, given that she had come all the way from the capital. Her visit had another purpose. The Duke replied that it was his personal whim. Flora wondered if it was really a whim. With the help of Sylvia, restore the connection with Dmitri lost due to the dissolution of the engagement. And then she answered the Duke that if that was the reason, she understood. And then, glowing with happiness, she said that since she owed Roman for his mercy, she would follow Sylvia and take on the role of her escort. The Duke stood dumbfounded and replied that she did not have to interfere. He would make sure that she no longer had to contact her family. The Duke did not have time to finish. Flora loomed over him in anger and replied that she would accompany her. We are transported to the capital of the Kingdom of Cairo Kairos, the Temple of Valhalla, a branch of Cairo. The priest, reading the entry, asks if this is true. The son of a provincial aristocrat, 25 years old, defeated a 4-star swordsman with one blow. This simply cannot happen. And then the priest began to think that if these were not nonsense rumors, then a terrifying genius had been born. This man is a priest serving the ranks of Valhalla Willers. He smiles sarcastically, then says that he needs to verify this personally. We are taken to a girl who is getting out of the carriage. The planned ball will take place in the evening. The daughters of aristocrats arrived in advance on the land of Dmitri. All the girls were happy getting ready for the ball. Each one had incredibly expensive trinkets. I said that this is what Dmitri means. With a confused face, she continued to say that the rumors were not lies, and he was really sad. The girls all went to the ball together. Looking around the surrounding area, one of them said that anyone would understand that this is the land of blacksmiths. She doesn't even know how to live in such a place. In the capital, even commoners care about it in some minimally favorable way. Sylvia, covering her nose with a handkerchief, said that it is now clear to her that the head of the family, Dmitri, is far from art. Flora thought that Sylvia's father, Viscount Lawrence's younger brother, had settled in the capital as a merchant. Of course, when compared with the capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri are villages. Seal, looking at the group of people walking towards her, asked that these must be miners. Cheerful miners walked in front of her, heatedly discussing nothing. As they passed by the ladies, they looked at them with a blocked expression. The girls dissatisfiedly discussed that the dress would get dirty. Just think, unskilled miners were boldly walking down the street. This is the problem of the lands, Dimitri. Flora calmly walked past one of the miners. But suddenly she stopped. It seemed to her that she noticed something. She turned around and wondered what it was. Roman Dimitri stood in only a dirty t-shirt, carrying 2 picks with him. Hans ran down the street at full speed. He shouted to Roman indignantly. And then he ran up and began to wipe the dirt from his clothes, saying that of course he couldn't stop Roman from going into the mines, but he could at least take care of himself a little. Hans began to wipe Roman's face, saying that just look at this dirt. He only rubbed a little. The towel had already turned black. Roman indignantly replied that this would be enough. Hans continued to say that Roman returns every day dirty and dust. Your servant's heart is torn into pieces. The girls who came to the ball looked at this with puzzlement. They blushed, looking at the miner, and then enthusiastically said that this man was Roman Dimitri. Sylvia, looking at Roman, thought that he was more handsome than she expected. His body. Sylvia licked her lips and continued to think that it was lost. Everyone said that there was a high probability that Roman's second son would take his place as heir, but as an aristocratic family, he would entrust his son with work in the mine. These are definitely lessons in raising an heir. This means that Roman's latest actions have raised his prestige. Sylvia suggested that the girls all come up to Roman Dimitri together. They should say hello before the ball. The girls agreed with her with happiness. They all came up together and greeted Roman. Sylvia asked him, "He's Roman Dimitri, right?" Sylvia, lifting her dress, replied that she was Sylvia from the 7 Lawrences. She wanted to sincerely thank Roman for helping their family. Roman is truly a wonderful person, as they say about him. Roman answered indifferently that yes, okay. And then he turned around and said that they were leaving. Calling Hans, Sylvia stood behind him with her mouth open in shock from such an answer. Looking at this, Flora laughed and said that Roman was not changing at all. Hans, following Roman, said that the young master, after all, these ladies would be present at the ball, and Roman could not treat them a little more friendly. Roman replied that he would treat them if they represented at least some value. However, they ridiculed Dimitri's mining business. Hans, worried, asked Roman how long he plans to work in the mines. The Lord didn't even give him orders. Roman has been working hard for days already. Roman sternly replied that again Dimitri is a forge. Going further, this is iron ore mining. Iron ore, extracted by the sweat and blood of miners, melting in the flames of huge braziers, turns into iron. This is the essence of Dimitri. It is impossible to coexist with the people of this land if they are understood only in words. He only wants to be in solidarity with them, having gained experience together. Looking at Roman leaving, he stopped. Tears appeared in his eyes, and then in his thoughts he asked when Romana managed to grow so much. And then Hans shouted that from now on he would perfectly wipe off any dirt for the sake of his master. We are transported to the training ground. Screams are heard everywhere. The warriors selected by Roman are training in fencing. Chris shouts the team's name to start again. Experience in the war with the Barcos fostered reckless loyalty in the soldiers. To all the soldiers who went through the war after Roman distributed the basic teachings of the demonic sect, Asura spiritual instructions and technology. This knowledge was a real treasure that could unlock the potential of Aura swordsmen. Roman, looking at his warriors' training, thought that with this help, they were able to master the basis of combat power. But this is still not enough. He needs personal reconnaissance force, which will be able to extract all the ins and outs of the enemy. The problem is that to create an intelligence army, you need the appropriate money and talent. And he doesn't have such a special one yet. Roman called Chris. Chris ran up to him asking if the master called him. Roman asked how the training was going. Chris, that everyone has an amazing passion and a high speed of learning. He thinks that progress can be expected in the near future. Roman said that it was time for Chris to learn a new technique. This left Chris in a stupor, wondering what kind of technique we were talking about. Roman went on to say that Chris's starting point is different from the others. Chris has already built his own world. In this state it is not easy to accept new tasks. Roman replied with a smile that he thought Chris was ready for something new. The technique he is going to teach him is called Lightning, the Lightning Sword, which at one time subjugated all the Murim. It was at this point that Chris inherited a deadly technique, thanks to which its owner was nicknamed one of the 10 greatest masters. We are transported to the ball. Small talk is going on everywhere. The butler announces that the young master Roman Dimitri has arrived. The girls turn around. They are looking forward to his appearance. Roman comes in wearing a white shirt with a red cape over his shoulder. The girls begin to blush from his beauty. The girls surround him and ask why Mr. Roman left this afternoon. They wanted to at least talk a little with him before the ball. Romany smiles, then replies that he had just finished work then. He hopes that they can understand his desire to appear before them in a more worthy form. The girls begin to admire Roman, saying, "This is what it's all about," otherwise they thought. Sylvia approaches Roman and says that Roman is truly an excellent person, just as the rumors say about him. Sylvia beams with happiness and continues to say that just think, the heir to an aristocratic family works on equal terms with the laborers of the mine. And then she adds that perhaps if she could meet a husband like Mr. Roman, then she could change herself. Romana bows to Sylvia and says that he is grateful for such exaggerated praise. Roman beams with happiness surrounded by girls. They make small talk and drink wine. Later, Roman went out onto the balcony. It was late at night, and he sighed heavily. Suddenly, someone from behind said, "Here you are." Roman turned around and saw Flora in a blue dress. They were standing on the balcony having a conversation. Roman replied that this was a necessary step. Flora replied that it was unexpected. And then she added that she believed that Roman did not care at all about human connections. Roman replied that in another time everything would have been exactly like this. But his parents and all these guests are invited here. This is different from everyday life. Moreover, it is strange to consider this a surprise, because their first meeting happened in exactly the same way. Roman's words shocked Flora, and then she calmly replied that, if she thought about it that way, she had been tactless. Flora thought that Roman was a true person, so she only became more curious. What kind of life does one have to live to be so unshakable in one's own principle? Flora asked why Roman was doing mining work. She doesn't know how for the chief blacksmith, but going to the mines as an apprenticeship doesn't make sense for the heir. Roman asked Flora if she could give her opinion on how the Lawrences managed to rise to their current position. Flora looked at Roman, puzzled, and asked what. Roman continued to say that people believe that the Lawrences were revived thanks to fertile lands and agriculture. But in fact, the Lawrence family succeeded in business, selling their own crops or bartering. They created the current Lawrence. This also explains the reason why the Viscount's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora, looking at Roman, stood in a stupor. She thought that this was surprising. She herself had recently been able to find out about the origins of Lawrence, but Roman did it with such precision. Flora asked if it had anything to do with working as a miner. Roman replied that Dimitri's origins were iron ore mining. If only there were no miners who spend their days tinkering in the dust, extracting iron. Dimitri could not rise to the current level. He is confident that time spent in the mines will greatly help to understand and share their feelings. In his opinion, this is the duty of a person. The next fortress is Dimitri. From his words, Flora was very surprised and delighted. Roman said that he had stayed too long and it was time for him to return. Flora was left alone standing on the balcony looking at the night sky. She smiled and said to herself that she had made a decision. Even after the end of the war, her thoughts continued to wander in her head, but now it was as if she had seen the light, and everything fell into place. Flora said that after all, she made the right choice and met Roman. We are transported to a few days later. Flora left Lawrence and headed to the capital. Greenhouse plant. The moment has come when the Lawrence flower finally left the greenhouse and entered the real world. We are taken to Jacob, the chief of iron mining, and he drinks beer with Henderson, and then says that this is a blast. Henderson asks Jacob how his work is today. Jacob replies that everything is as usual. No matter how much you mine this damn ore, there is no end in sight. And they only mastered the foot of the mountain. Let several generations change, and the Dimitri family will exist for hundreds more years, but the veins of the Iron Mountain will not dry up. Jacob, who lived his entire life as a miner, is sure of this. Henderson says that, by the way, 2 weeks ago everyone was just talking about Roman taking up work in the mine, but lately he has calmed down. Jacob smiles, then says, Roman, we are transported back half a month. The miner drags the box and tells his friend that they say that today Mr. Roman will work in the mine. His friend asks why. The miner says that he himself doesn't know, just pretend that he's trying and leave. Veteran miner Morkan with blue hair and toned arms says that Lord Dimitri has completely lost his grip. It was necessary to do this earlier if he planned to raise his son as an heir. Until now only blacksmiths were held in high esteem, and miners were bypassed. And then suddenly Morkan shouted that even the third heir, Dimitri, had been taught blacksmithing since childhood, but they never taught how to mine iron. This is direct evidence that Lord Dimitri neglects them. The miner looked at him in fear. One of them said that he had jumped too quickly. Morkan shouted what he meant by jumping. The Iron Mountain is the foundation of Dimitri, and the blacksmiths took all the laurels for themselves. Roman must have been kicked to work here. but he is not going to blindly bow at his feet. Let the blacksmith show Roman how hard it is to work in the mine. Roman arrived to the miners. One of the miners introduced Roman as a miner and said that today the young gentleman would work with them. The miners yawned and pretended that they didn't care about him. Roman carefully examined each of them. The miner continued to say that they should always remember, working in the mines, the most important thing is firstly safety, secondly safety, and thirdly safety. The miners shouted yes in unison. Work began to boil. Someone shouted, "Come on, move faster." They were dismantling pickaxes and moving boxes. Roman, looking at them, thought that they were completely ignored, but he did not care about their behavior. City of Miners Dimitri. How Dimitri's people live, what power they have, and what he can do on this earth to implement the future plan. He must find out all the ins and outs of Dimitri. Work at the mine was in full swing. The miners shouted that no one should relax. The daily norm was still far from being reached. Roman was filling bags with iron. He looked around and thought that everything was systematized. He looked at the miner, who was swinging his pickaxe forcefully to strike, and thought that all the responsibilities were clearly distributed, and it was quite safe in the mine shaft. Why does the iron of Mount Dimitri attract everyone's attention? An elderly miner, wiping his face with a rag from sweat, answered Roman that the point is not only that iron lends itself well to processing in a forge. The iron ore itself is of the highest grade, which is why people recognize its real value. The extraction of iron ore in other regions incurs large losses in trade turnover, but Dimitri can carry out all stages of the process on his own territory, hence such large profits. The miner looked at the puzzled Roman and continued that it's not for nothing that Dimitri is called a billionaire. Both the supply of materials and trade turnover are feasible within the boundaries of the domain. Bearing the title of the city of blacksmiths, Dimitri makes a premium, and the prices are higher compared to other hardware. This has been going on for decades, perhaps the wealth accumulated by Dimitri. Much more impressive than he expected. Someone in the mine said that this place was not suitable for idle chatter. These words hurt Roman greatly. Roman turned around. A miner stood in front of him. He said that if Roman does not plan to work, then he should not interfere with others. Let him just leave. It was a pumped-up veteran miner, Morkan. Roman and Morkan locked eyes. And then Roman apologized to Morkan and said that they would focus on work. Morkan did not expect this. Roman turned, grabbed the bag, and began to work. Morkan watched him closely. A week later, on the tray are 2 fresh breads and a hot bowl of soup. While Roman was having lunch, he thought that he had worked with the miners for a whole week, and they only talked to him when he asked questions. Is this really local hazing? Roman looked closely at the miners. Suddenly someone approached Roman. It was Morkan. He sat down opposite Roman and asked if he could ask him one question. Morkan continued to say, carefully examining Roman, that he had been watching him for a week and therefore could not understand. Why does Roman even work here? Even the obvious heir of the family is Dimitri, the second son of Rodval. Never once showed his nose in a mountain mine. And now the eldest son Roman has appeared, supposedly to give lessons to the heir. Naturally, he thought that Roman did not value the work of the miners. Therefore, he specially worked nearby to observe him, but he turned out to be the same as he expected. No, or rather, Roman worked even harder than other miners, fulfilling the quota allotted to him. One of the miners told his friend that he had heard from the servants of the estate that Lord Dimitri did not order the young master to work in the mountain mine. Then it turns out that this was his own decision. Morkan looked at his miner friend dumbfounded, not knowing what to answer. Morkan, sitting opposite Roman, was eager to hear the reason. Roman asked with a smile what Morkan wanted to hear, the ideal answer or the truthful one, which of the two? Morkan asked in surprise if it was possible to listen to both of them. Roman replied with a smile that then it would start off perfect. Dimitri is a mining city. The mountain mine feeds all its inhabitants. He wanted to understand the residents, not just by statistics, by observing them from afar, and personally try to live their lives. Morkan asked if this was necessary. Roman boldly replied that it was. And then Roman, wrinkling his eyebrows, continued to say that as long as his last name is Dimitri, he is obliged to do this. Morkan, looking at Roman, pursed his lips and thought that this was the ideal answer. These are the words that one would like to hear from the ruler, and this is the image of the nobility that they so dream of. Roman said that the real reason is that they are the owner, Dimitri. Dimitri may have accumulated a huge fortune, but it belongs to his father. So he came to the mountain mine to find out what he could do for Dimitri, in order to fairly ask for your share. Morkan smiled, and then, clutching his face, he laughed and shouted that that's what it was all about. Demanding his father's fair share of his property was something he had never even thought about. And then, looking at the calm Roman, Morkan continued to say that he believed that Roman came to the mine only to compete for the place of heir. Morkan thought that in order to lay the foundations, young Mr. Roman came not to the forge, but to the mountain mine. This means that Roman understands how important their work as miners. Morkan clenched his fist and said that then. He smiled and then added that he would tell Roman about everything that interests him. Morkan diligently answered an endless stream of questions. Roman was able to get amazing information from him. The Dimitri mine is the largest in the kingdom, although no, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the largest on the continent. Especially the unexplored lands beyond Dimitri, nicknamed the edge of the continent, an endless mountain range. If you master everything up to this place, Dimitri's wealth will know no bounds. Morkan looked at Roman puzzled and then said that, in truth, the volume of production is not that great for the conditions that Dimitri has. The workplace is too dangerous, which reduces the rate of ore extraction, and ultimately leads to a decrease in production volume. Of course, the Lord provides all possible support to ensure safety. There is one big danger in the entire mining industry. Morkan smiled and continued to say that earthquakes happen quite often in the mountains of the northeastern region, and how people can usually prevent natural ones. Suddenly Roman got scared. He felt the mountain move. Morkan ran up to the miners and shouted what was the matter. One of the miners turned to him. In a panic, he reported that the 8th shaft of the mine had collapsed and buried one unskilled worker. Morkan shouted in fear, "What?" The miners began to talk about what they should do now. They crowded near the collapsed mine shaft. One of them said that there was a danger of further collapse. They could not take urgent measures. Roman, looking at the collapsed mine shaft, confidently said that he would go. Morkan shouted in fear that there is no way, young master, the eldest son of the Dimitri family, even if he is an Aura swordsman, if the trunk collapses again, Roman will be in danger. First, we need to reconnoiter the situation. Romana turned to Morkan and flashed him a frightening look, and then said that then it would be too late. Morkan, looking at Roman, was horrified by the aura that emanated from him and could not say anything. Roman continued to say that he had already answered that people named Dimitri should bear this responsibility. Roman looked deep into the mine and said that he had gone. Let the miners prepare to receive the wounded. Roman pushed off the ground with great force, and then, like ball lightning, pushing off the walls, it flew deep into the mine. Later, someone's hand came to the surface from behind the destroyed shaft. Morkan and the miners watched this while standing with their mouths open. Roman climbed out of the mine. There was one miner on his back. He shouted to bring the tires now. The miners shouted jubilantly that the young gentleman had saved the victim. Roman was bandaging the leg of an injured miner. Looking at the professional actions of Roman Morkan, I thought that treating injuries is not such an easy task, but even in this he is a master. Romana turned to Morkan and said that he had given him an ambulance. Let them take him to a doctor. If he needed an elixir for treatment, he would cover their cost. The miners shouted that they were listening. 2 miners were dragging the victim away on a stretcher. Roman watched this process. And then Roman sternly told everyone to listen. He is sure that they take the accident that happened today as the fate of the miner. The miners listened attentively to Roman, delving into his every word. Roman put his hands behind his back and continued to say that even without impeccable preparation, no one is immune from unexpected disasters. Roman proudly said that there is still a way to resist her, albeit a difficult one. He, as a person whose last name is Dimitri, uses all methods and means. Listening to him, Morkan stood in a stupor with his mouth open, to try to resolve the miner's difficulty, and perhaps it won't take that much time. The man asks that he is not wounded anywhere, and Roman replies that he is not. He asks him what he was thinking about when he went there, and even as an Aura swordsman, he cannot be immune from natural disasters. He looks at him with an incomprehensible face and says that this time he was unlucky and everything turned out fine. He starts to get angry and bangs on the table. Speaking of which, because of his reckless bravery, he almost lost his son. And he says this not because he is the eldest son of the Dimitri family, and if someone else were in his place, he still could not allow it to save one life. 2 were lost, looking at him with obvious anger and caution. And Roman, looking forward, says that he did only what he had to do. They continue to shout at him, calling him Roman. Roman continues to say that even if he returned to the past, his decision would not change. And there was an accident in the mountain mine, and he believes that the name Dimitri is responsible. He made the right decision. To which the Baron says that at least now he should leave the mining business. He was not told to do such a thing and cannot understand why he made such a choice. He sees that it would be better if he said that he would do blacksmithing, and then he would not stop him, remembering how he himself did this, forging a sword. He tells his father that he believes that he should work in the mine in order to better understand the Dimitri family. And Dimitri became famous thanks to the technology of forging smelting, recalling how they created their forge. But most of the inhabitants of Dimitri's lands work in the mines to feed themselves, and therefore it is natural that his only path was not the forge, but the mines. After which the Baron was very surprised by this and said okay. He asks Roman what he realized, and to which he replies that he was able to understand the difficulties people endure. The Baron talks about what difficulties there may be and what he is talking about. Roman says he saw that they cared deeply about workers' conditions and safety. Labor of the mines respect him very much for this, but even these efforts are not enough to avoid danger in the mining industry. And it is impossible to predict when an earthquake will occur, and the mine doors will collapse. Remembering how the curtains stand and hold the ceiling, I collapse, as happens so often today that all the deterioration is worth mentioning. The Baron says that he already knows about this, but, as he said, it cannot be prepared for this in advance. And he says that there is a way, because you need to introduce magical innovations. And then the Baron thought to himself about magical innovations, and is this really about artifacts? He says, what is this? The desire to secure the shaft of the mine is commendable, but how much do you think the artifacts are worth? And to protect the entire shaft of the mine with artifacts, remembering how they look in the form of a shield, an astronomical amount will be required. And Roman says that he knows, remembers how they break, and besides, the air shield artifacts have a limited duration, and he still claims that it is necessary. To which Roman says that with the installation of artifacts, the volume of iron ore production will increase. There will be no need to slow down the development of the untouched part of the mountain. And that's an opportunity cost. Let's remember how huge this mountain is. He says that if he spends an astronomical amount on equipping him with artifacts, while clenching his fist, he will earn a large sum. And this will no longer be regarded as losses. And after they introduce individual workers responsible for safety, thereby reducing the risk. Introducing these workers checking the design. Part of the increased profits can be used for the welfare of unskilled workers. And how does he like this idea? To which the Ram says that, judging by his speeches, he has already calculated everything. M says okay, how much should he invest? But he must be prepared in case his decision turns out to be hasty. In the world of Roman, where natural selection reigns, there are two organizations that have become famous for their ability to wield information. Caban and the Hao clan. They do not collect conversations overheard by vagabonds who are scattered throughout the world, showing him sitting on the floor and listening to many people in a bar talking to each other, while others use the socially vulnerable as ears, using waiters and labor to eavesdrop, using young men from entertainment establishments. And instead of a forge, he chose working mountain mines, and they create the whole of Dimitri with their help. And he will be able to get information about everything that is happening in the northeastern region. He is going to bring all this into this world with the help of his father's money and a pressing reason. Lords of information. But this is not enough yet, after which he angrily looks at the map. He thinks to himself that he doesn't need an information guild limited to the northeastern region. He should go further and have informants for the entire continent. After which the workers, who specialize in extracting information, point with their hands on the map. They will have to filter the knowledge gained. And looking ahead, you need to establish contact with the Dmitriev Trade Guild and find a person. From some it will collect information. After which he smiles and thinks that there is only one person and he actually has one in mind. At the end of the war, the soldiers heard unimaginable words. Chris said that from now on he was going to teach them techniques, mana cultivation and fencing. And this was a gift to them from Mr. Roman, after which all the soldiers were very surprised by this. They stand in shock and he says that they must approach their training with passion and diligence. And this is unthinkable. What is mana cultivation technique? The way a person sits on his knees and collects energy near his torso. If we systematize the features of the way to manage mana, it ceases to be market trash, a pathetic parody of teachings, and it turns into an invaluable treasure, a chained book. And even the father will not pass on the mana cultivation technique to his son. And one of the soldiers thinks to himself that he is sure he will tell some nonsense from the books scattered on the ground in the market. And although they swore allegiance to Roman, he still does not trust them enough to throw away treasures. After which Chris says that the name of the technique is the spiritual instructions of the Asura. And for the Asura's reference, according to one distant state, this is a demon battlefield. One of the soldiers thinks to himself that he is going crazy. He is very surprised and says that he feels mana. He can't feel his hands, and it's only been a couple of days of training, but his senses have been heightened to the limit, and he can even feel the wind tickling his skin. An Asura book containing 108 methods on how to fight the enemy, after which they train with each other. And she was an invincible technique, an ideal embodiment due to the power of spiritual guidance. After which everyone thinks, who the hell is this Roman, Dmitri? For if the spiritual instruction of this technique and sword had fallen into his hands, he would not have shared it with them, even with the soldiers, but he also kept it secret from his relatives. And he, having once spent all his property on studying the technique of cultivating mana, spent every day with the feeling that this was the biggest turning point in his life, after which he continued to train and was already smiling. And Lucas was happy. He says he asks for forgiveness and says he wants to be by his side. He thinks to himself that he refuses and adapts with wide connections, having forgiven himself on the test and a veteran among the mercenaries, who has gone through fire and water. And it fits perfectly. After which he says that if he takes over the Information Guild, he will have to leave it. And they went through the war together, and he swore that he would devote his life to him, and asks not to send him away. After which Roman smiles and thinks to himself that this is a worthy acting game. And he says that he will ask only one thing. Why do you think he taught spiritual instructions and sword techniques? What does he say that he doesn't know? He says that he gave them a gift in return for their devotion. Then he says, what does he think about him? A man named Ramana will give everything he has to thank the soldiers for their loyalty. After which the decree says what he really wants to say, and Roman, interrupting him, says that he does not need causeless devotion. This is only payment for putting his life on the line by following me to war. In any case, what will he give to a person whose value is higher than a soldier? After which he was very surprised and excited that this was something more than the spiritual instructions that he had given before. After which he bowed down and said that he would follow his order and create the best information guild on the continent. The team thinks to themselves that he is calculating and looks at things realistically. And he, as it is impossible, is better suited to the place of leader of the clan's information guild, seeing how Togo already had a green aura. After which Roman comes to the mine, and the miners saw this. They shout to him that he is a young master and wave their hands. They say they were very worried about their safety and thank him. One of the old men says that the young master is a hero. He can be calm for the life of my only son and begins to cry in the future, no matter what happens for his sake. He is willing to risk his own life to pay back. Kneeling down, Roman says that he is very grateful to this, and from that very day the faith of the Dmitriev people was chained to Roman. Everyone praised him and others like him. The situation plunged Romero's defense into deep thought. He sits in his office with his arms crossed and is very much thinking about something. At some point, a whole month passed from the end of the war with the Barco family. Regular meeting of the Dmitriev family. After which all the main members of this clan gather with the Baron and discuss the news. One of the men says that now with the fall of the family, the power capable of limiting the Dmitriev family has disappeared. Even former influential henchmen expressed a desire to enter into an alliance with Dmitri. The gray-haired man said this, and as he ordered last time, they refused to talk to the authorities so that they were closely associated with that family, and they showed excessive hostility towards us. And what should be done with them further, transferring arrests, and with their messages. To be afraid with those who have inflicted unforgettable wounds on them is not condescension, but arrogance, the Baron said, and there is no reason for them to enter into an alliance with them. After which he continues to say that they will not make it clear what it means to acquire enemies in the person of Dmitri, and all the others paid attention to him and became worried. And they will move on to the next topic. On the agenda in this war, they turned to outside support and demonstrated what changes it might entail. Said the man sitting next to the Baron. If they were to encounter this family, variables such as the outbreak and Homer would put them in great danger. Remembering how the Flash works and there is a soldier's duel. So along with the expansion of combat power, the ability to withstand unforeseen situations, and would not like to acquire magical weapons. After which the Baron thought about what this military force was. And there is no more reliable stable than this. Thanks to young Mr. Roman. Their budget can afford this, and a lot of money has been spent on installing protective artifacts in the mines. After all, they installed them on all the doors. But this led to an increase in production volumes by 30% in the shortest possible time. Showing it on papers. From this growth trend, they can soon expect that production results will exceed 2 times the previous volumes they are discussing among themselves. And what about spending money on artifacts? To which one of the men says that they have enough covering products due to increased profit. And Roman's decision turned out to be correct. He, following someone's instructions, decided to start mining iron in the mountains. I show him working hard in the mine, and he personally encountered the problems that arose during the process, and found the most rational solution, looking at how the stone flew back. This case made it possible to finally put an end to Roman's reputation, which had undergone drastic changes from the outside. After all, the whole family is now happy with him. After which one of the men asks the Lord, how are they going to resolve the issue with the future successor? For he thinks to himself that this has really begun. He is told that 3 years ago they appointed a young master to be the future head of the family, and then even the behavior of young Master Roman and the natural ability of the junior master indicated that they were not capable of shouldering it. What responsibility? But the current situation has changed, because they won the war with another family and solved the security problem in the mountain mine. And he is very brilliant as a swordsman. And the current actions of the young Mr. Roman demonstrate the quality of a competent ruler. To which the other people sitting at this table said that it is true. They also think so. Although they have not yet made an official statement, they believe that fair competition is necessary. And the rivalry between the heirs of Roman and Rodval. And this sent ripples across the quiet surface of the Dmitri family. After which the Baron thought about his 2 sons. And he thinks that in a short period of time Roman has proven his worth, but his other son has taken on the responsibilities of successor from an early age. And yet, would it be right to belatedly push their foreheads together? After which he begins to worry. He says that first of all they will observe the situation and think about what decision to make. After which the Baron returned to his office and sighed. He thinks that the issue of legacy should be decided according to key figures. The personal officials of the owner of the mining mine and the trust of the owner are blacksmiths. At least 3 parties must agree on everything, after which he sits back in his chair and thinks about how he can give them a rivalry, even if it makes a fuss, after which he asks to call hands. He came and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, very surprised, and the Baron said that he asked him if Roman was suitable for the role of successor to the family. Dmitri continues to look at him silently. And he answers that if he had asked this question 3 months ago, he would have answered no. But the current young master is different. He has watched him, and he has grown into a man worthy of being called a successor. For he asks to tell him in more detail. And he begins to tell that the young gentleman said that he would go to work in the mine in order to better understand the people of the Dmitriev lands. To unravel their souls, he bowed his head and worked in line along with others to come face to face with Dmitri's reality. And the current young master thinks about the responsibility that our family name has placed on him. After which, having said this, he stood up proudly, raising his head, and the hero told him to step in, and he understood everything. And he immediately asks to call the owner of the mountain mine, and he wants to ask him about the collapses. After which they enter the defense and are surprised, thinking about who is behind the boss in the mines. This man has long hair and says that he was told he wanted to hear about what happened at the mine. And he brought the one who was present there at the time of the collapse. After which he kicks him to wake up, and he says that he is Morgan from the mining mine. Borazdu thinks to himself that this is a familiar name and asks to tell him more about what happened. He says that the accident happened a week after the young gentleman appeared in the mine, and the shaft of the mine collapsed, burying one of the workers. Due to the danger of a subsequent raid, they were going to get out in a safe way, as dictated by management. But then the young gentleman was very surprised and declared that he could save the workers on his own. And, despite their persuasion, he went to the site of the collapse and rescued the victim, telling all this with great surprise. He says that, to be honest, he didn't expect it to be the young master at first, but now he realizes how stupid he was for thinking so. At the moment of the incident, the young gentleman stated that he was the eldest son of Dmitri, and he was responsible for solving the people's problem. And the salvation of one of the workers was completely the young master's decision, remembering how he said he would go. If suddenly they asked how to evaluate the young master, then he would say that he is the true successor of Dmitri, whom he wants to follow faithfully. Bowing to the Baron, I think to myself that everyone is saying that he is suitable to be the successor, but even so he still cannot make a decision. And the most important opinion of the forge remained. After which the events are transferred to one of the forges. The guy comes up and asks the master whether they sent young Mr. Roman's uniform and what needs to be done with it. He tells him to accept it. He is surprised by this and asks the question, why? And the man says that his ears are really clogged and he should accept them. This is the owner of the forge, Hendrik. He says that he obeys and runs away, and he thinks to himself that, frankly, he would gladly refuse. But, having listened to stories from the mine from Jacob, he felt guilty that he had been machinations in vain. After which he says that everything is in perfect order, as it was necessary to train to bring them to such a state. Looking at how the pile of uniforms has completely outlived its usefulness. After which all the workers discussed this, they were very surprised. And they notice Roman's sword and think about what is it? Its smooth blade and hardness is just right looking at it. And the dotted grip feels like art in the hand. And such a high quality sword is difficult to find even for Dmitri, who can be called the heart of blacksmithing, looking straight at him, and he thinks where he got such a thing. After which he notices that in fire mana reacts in a special way. And to similar results, although without even pouring in any mana. Watching how the swordsman approaches the fire, the aura will simply lose his head. And he is confident that his iron processing technique is better on the continent. But looking at this sword, and how high the resonance of mana is a completely different question. And yet, he should ask personally, after which they repaired all the equipment, so much so that it sparkles. But Chris asks them if they are done, and he thought it would take at least 2 weeks. To which one of the workers who brought it said that he also thought so, because there was work for 2 weeks. But the foreman said that he was furious and harnessed all the blacksmiths to do this. Chris is surprised by this and looks at how they did everything, and the owner of the forge himself came. He asks where is Roman, and did he get enough of this sword? He says that who is the master who forged it, and let him tell him everything. Roman thinks to himself that as expected, and he smiles. He says that he didn't get it anywhere, and he is surprised at what he means, and he says that he forged this sword himself. Pointing to himself, Roman said that he forged it himself, and the head of the forge got angry with him and said that he was really inviting him to believe this. And Roman, who stands in front of him now, is the master of the forge of the Dmitri family, and he still dares to mock him, after which he clenched his teeth. And he says that means all the rumors that Roman Dmitri has changed were lies. And so he says that this is really the only sword in the world. I named it a salamander in honor of the name of the continent. Ivan says that he is a brat and he is trying to the last, and he says that he will show him personally that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. And as a master blacksmith representing a family line, he must understand everything as soon as I look. How does he wield a hammer? After which he smiles. They move into the forge, and he says that in preparation for a war with another family, he made the decision that he needed a new sword that he could trust with his life, going to the hammer and sledgehammer. And after that, he faced the flames hotly outside, tirelessly knocking on the iron. And at some point, this forge turned into a sacred place. The head of the forge looks at all this with irritation, and Roman says that I think he himself knows this feeling very well, and soon he will have to fulfill his duty to defend the country. Therefore, he began to forge a sword that would best replace the salamander for him, pointing to the fire in the stove. And he asks Mr. that he wants to show him the process of his forging. He can chart an iron ingot on the table, and he is surprised that he is really going to work without protective equipment, and he doesn't even know the basics of a blacksmith. And sighs. He closes his eyes and thinks that there is nothing more for him to see here, after which he hears the sound of a hammer on iron. He is surprised and opens his eyes, and the aroma remembers both in that world and in this. In both worlds, iron is controlled differently by continuing to hit the iron ingot, holding it with one hand and hitting it with a hammer with two. He thinks that in this world they do not know how to manage mana ideally, so a lot of effort has been put into the sword itself. On the contrary, in his world, where the main conditions are jokes, the unimpeded control of energy, the sword is able to maximize the effectiveness of this very pig mana. How everyone uses energy to saturate the sword with it. It is this sword that gets its fame in his world. And he, spending his whole life on the battlefield, carved out countless swords for himself, and remembering what they look like. After which fire envelops his body in self-forgetfulness. He continues to hit the iron. The head of the forge looks at this and thinks that it can't be that this is Roman Dmitri. The way he handles metal through his punches, the sound of collision with steel, and every detail is perfect. He continues to look at it. He thinks that he immediately remembers the Baron at the peak of his powers. And in the end, one is not convinced by the blood, looking at the silhouette of the Baron in Roman's body. After which it is already evening. The head of the forge apologizes to him. They say that he is the true owner of this sword and bends down. He asks for forgiveness, and Roman, smiling, looks at him. Roman says that he will give the salamander to him, and he is surprised by this, and how could he see a new sword today? And besides, in the past he smugly sold it. I hope he accepts the salamander as a gift, passing his last sword into the hands of the blacksmith. 3 years ago, he asks that he finally wake up, so what if he is the eldest son? The head of the forge shouts that if he is destined to drag the future of the family to the bottom, then let him ask anyone, which one? Novel person 10 out of 10 will answer that he is a fool, shouting all this to the Baron and the table of the meeting that he has assembled. And do they really want to make Roman a successor? And aren't there alternative solutions? For he looks at it all silently with closed eyes. The blacksmith says that in his second son he not only studied blacksmithing from childhood, but also achieved recognition of his talents in the capital. Remembering how 3 years have passed and he has changed, the Baron drinks wine and says that he is worried whether it will work out, convince the head of the forge. And the head of the forge smiles and says that, of course, he agrees, and Roman fully deserves the right to be the successor. Baranov, in shock, says that he is really serious, and he says that how can he lie to him? And Roman worked in the sweat of his brow and blood, and where no one saw him. He remembers how he forged a sword for himself. And to be honest, the last time he ordered to equip him with weapons, he gave him low-quality equipment for hostility towards him. But does he know what Roman told him then? He reproached him for committing murder by calling the soldiers such trash. Looking at this equipment that night, he carefully analyzed Roman's actions and came to this conclusion while sitting on his bed at night. The novel has the insight inherent in the Dmitriev family line. Even today he had the opportunity to personally observe the work of Romanov's forge, after which the Baron was very surprised by this. He says that he watched as he, faced with the searing heat of the sword flame, devoted himself to self-development work. And as a blacksmith, he couldn't help but fall in love with this image. He takes out the sword and says that Roman personally forged it, and it will not be difficult for him to determine its value at a glance. The Baron holds it and is surprised. He thinks to himself that how could he forge such a sword? And as a master blacksmith, he believes that the decision made 3 years ago needs to be reconsidered. After which the Baron opens the box, which contained a letter from his son. He writes that not long ago in the kingdom of the Academy he was promoted to C class. Now he will move from the territory of practice and gain experience in the field of commanders in real combat. And he will graduate from the academy with the highest grades and become a son of whom he will be proud, and at all costs will show Dmitri a new future. After which the Baron stood at the window and thought to himself that they both had extraordinary abilities. Remembering their faces, but even Rodval, nicknamed a genius, cannot be compared with the current Roman. And Roman is able to earn a reputation not only in the kingdom, but throughout the continent. Remembering the map of the entire continent. And when he graduates from the Roman Academy, he serves in the defensive forces. A true struggle for heritage will unfold. And also a few days later, Priest Wilson, distributing rank. Gate of the Dmitriev fortress. 2 men in overalls on horses enter them. The Baron introduces him and he says that they heard that they came from the temple. To which they say that his name is Priest Wills, and he is from the family branch of the Cairo Temple of Valhalla. And he heard rumors that Roman Dmitri had defeated the ranker Homer. And since the matter is exceptional, he has come to meet him personally, after which he will decide whether he is up to the rank. Taking off his robe and showing his appearance, he stands with glasses and a long pigtail and gray hair. This is the priest of Valhalla Wilson. Certification of rank. The family line of honor includes the ranker. It will be even low. Thanks to this fact alone, illustrious families gain a reputation. And he asks for the priest's forgiveness, but Roman has been working in the forge for several days now. And why don't they rest from the road today and meet with Adobe tomorrow? At the same time, they will be able to look around the city, to which they agree and say that then they will provide them with a guide. The guide goes forward, showing them the place and telling them that it is Dmitri's family that owns the largest iron mountain in the kingdom and produces the most high-quality iron product, and they can notice for themselves. But all buildings are made mainly of iron. Even the fortress gates say that the land of the Dmitrievs is not easy to break. What does he pay attention to? Someone shouts 1, 2, 1, 2, and he sees at the gate that he can take a look at the training. To which he speaks only of from afar, and he thanks them. He watches 2 people sparring. A bald man with red tattoos says to Kevin, does he think he will remain intact if he ignores protection like this? Soldier Fauke. And Kevin tells him to defeat him first and then talk. Soldier Kevin. And he smiles and says that they are idiots, and let them check, and they begin to fight among themselves, already turning on the mana. The appraiser looks at all this and is surprised that they both have an aura. An army among the soldiers, showing them walking forward. There is no aura swordsman among them. Roman says that he was born with war, and he is surprised at this. Until now, no one could understand the meaning of the words spoken, and after a couple of weeks, one fine day, he successfully awakened mana, looking at it and wondering. And since then the attitude of the soldiers towards training has changed dramatically. In order to become stronger, they all practiced hard and broke through the barrier. They put their lives on the line, constantly sparring with each other. Fuki says he should try to fight back, and the father hits the other, but still holds back the attack. He looks with a serious face and says that he is a scoundrel, after which he creates even more mana and attacks Togo, and he, in turn, dodges and his class goes red mana. His sword is also shrouded in red mana, and he decides to attack. He realizes that he has just fallen into his trap and says what the hell, and they throw him back. He shouts at him whether it is necessary to go that far and says that he should take this more seriously, after which he continues to persist and attack. After all, if they were on the battlefield, your head would already be rolling under. Assessing his sword against his neck. And what did he just see, looking at all this? After all soldiers use the same fencing style, and their movements are honed to perfection. And do you think this is a professional army? It's like looking at a miniature Imperial Valhalla. Very surprised by what is happening. and he thinks to himself that he is sure they are not ordinary soldiers, and this must be a knightly order of Dmitriev's returned with blood and sweat. There is such strength in the tall hands of Dmitriev, despite all this, and he recognizes the family line. Dmitriev has influence in the northeastern lands, but nevertheless, this cannot be called an army of provincial lands, despite all this. To which a man standing nearby in a robe says that the Reverend, is he sure that the city of Dmitri is focused only on the mining industry? And he says that he himself has now begun to doubt what he saw, but one thing is clear to him, as if they are not easy soldiers. This must be the knightly order of Dmitri, subordinate to the Baron. To which the servant says that this is not the knightly order of Dmitriev at all, and those whom they see now, they are not subject to their family. And this is the personal army of the young Mr. Roman. He is surprised by this and finds out if they are ordinary soldiers. He stands in shock and grabs them, saying that how can they treat Aura swordsmen like ordinary soldiers? Maybe they hired them for a lot of money, or are they recruits preparing to join the ranks of the knights? What will he cook for? That he doesn't know for what purpose he is asking this question, but, if you mean, the two who fought. It wasn't that long ago that they weren't Aura swordsmen. After all, they come from poor families that you, the young gentleman, personally sheltered. And the other, on the contrary, was a mercenary of low rank, and they simply became stronger after the young master's teachings. And it's incredible, isn't it? After all, as a future successor, young Mr. Roman has innate potential. Reveal other people's talents. And indeed he is a true blessing to their family. After which he is surprised and thinks to himself, who is he? The next day, they drink tea and say that they finally met Roman Dmitri. He thinks to himself that who is he? A genius who has not yet received a chance to prove himself, or a fake hero. The servant says that young Mr. Roman has arrived, and he enters the room. He notices that he has a firm step and a look that calmly looks down and a moderately relaxed face, trying to observe him, and this man is accustomed to the life of war. And Roman greets him, says that he is glad to meet you and introduces himself to him. He says that it's true. He defeated Homer in battle. And he says that it is true, and the man says that it seems that he still does not realize what he has done, because he was in 49th place. And he reached the 4-star level, preparing to rise in the rankings, and he, barely 25 years old, struck down such a one. Looking at Roman. Or is this what it means? A huge bright flower, and if he is not mistaken, if he calls him the most talented warrior, the kingdom of Chiron. The tone will veil, but do not say that the deed he committed defies common sense. To which he says that let's skip this part and let him get straight to the point. To which the man says that in order to establish the truth, he must allow him to talk about the order in the rating and painfully awarded ratings. He is divided into official and unofficial battles. Official fights must obtain permission. Your strength, defeating your opponent in front of observers, and victorious defeat in an official battle directly reflects your place in the ranking, after which you are issued a status certificate confirming your rank. However, if someone unexpectedly defeats a ranker in an unofficial duel, the place of the defeated tanker is vacated, and a year later the main ranks of the era move up one level, showing how they fought. Winning an unofficial match will in no way assign the rating of the defeated ranker. But if you prove your qualifications, the winner of the unofficial fight will be awarded the consequences of a place in the ranking. And Roman, surprised by this, he thinks to himself that, in other words, he can rise to 100th place in the ranking if he proves his strength and smiles. The temple only believes what he can personally verify. And to confirm the qualifications of the winner of the unofficial duel, they use an aura meter by handing him a transparent ball. This method of proof is simple. If they measure the aura, confirm that he meets the established standards, they decide that he is worthy of getting the last place in the ranking, and at the same time, unlike the official fight, in case of 100th place, there is a high probability of going to defeat other contenders. That's why they give it time. And Roman asks him what is the reason for such a desire to get into the rating. And he says that the whole world will know about him as a swordsman, even without a special reward. Is fame not enough reason to risk his life? And Roman smiles. And he says that isn't it easier for him than to defeat a high-ranking person in an official battle? And he is surprised at this. And he thinks to himself what he thinks a ratings fight is. This one reluctantly agrees, saying that, of course, a fight to award a rating is the best proof of ability. Holding a fight is not such a simple matter, and an official fight requires that many conditions be met. Since initially there are no rankers in the northeast kingdom of Cairo, holding a battle to assign a rating is in principle impossible. To which Roman says that this is a shame, and then they will start checking. He says the way is to simply pour mana into the aura meter, and it will change the light. 1 star red, 2 stars are orange, 3 stars are yellow, and starting from 4 stars it will light up green. And since they defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, they must prove that they have at least 3 stars, and he agrees to it. He reaches out his hand and thinks to himself that unlike his world, this world is very advanced in magic and a device that can easily measure combat strength. Lord, who are these magicians? Is it possible that these are someone like the spellcasters from his world, or that the celestials have reached God's domain? And he absolutely cannot lose sight of the magical power, remembering what the poppy looks like. They tell him to start it. He thinks to himself that the foundations of both worlds are different. I wonder what will happen if he releases mana using the methods here. After which he smiles and says that we need to experiment. He releases all his mana and it flows into the ball. There is a huge amount of it, and the man opened his mouth. Out of surprise, he asks, how the hell is this? The globe under Roman's hand glowed brighter and brighter. He suddenly blushed. The priest stood in shock looking at how the ball turns golden. He thought that red is not orange. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to measure. The balloon glowed bright yellow. The priest stood there unsure of what to say, and then wondered what if Roman was even a 4-star swordsman for the color to change at such a rate. Roman smiled as he looked at the glowing ball, and then thought that, apparently, he had reached the limit, according to the laws of this world. Then he should try it, as is customary in Murim. The aura around Roman grew bigger and bigger, and then the ball changed color to green. The ball pulsed, emitting incredibly huge waves of light. Then it suddenly cracked. Looking at this, the priest stood in shock. He couldn't even move, and then thought that he might go crazy. The aura meter cracked. If anyone asks what kind of thing the aura meter, it is the quintessence of knowledge that all the higher minds of the continent have contributed to. The meter is so strong that it can accurately scan even a 6-star swordsman's mana. Green is the limit. But if the mana still exceeds the allowed amount, the meter does not experience any failures. Roman calmly asked if it was possible that the balloon was defective, and the priest looked at Roman with a puzzled expression and replied that it was impossible. The priest looked at Roman with a puzzled look and went on to say that such a case was an exception, so he couldn't give a clear answer. Then he thought that right before it split open, the aura meter definitely glowed green. The priest, looking at the shattered ball, wondered what Dimitri's novel 4-star swordsman meant. He watched Roman exude an aura of unimaginable power, and then he thought that Roman wasn't a hidden dragon that hadn't flown yet, but an evolved monster. If you think about it, there was such a monster hidden in the Dimitri family. The priest was startled to think that the appearance of rankers who had the potential to rise to the 6th star in the arena would turn them upside down. Not just the Cairo kingdom, but the entire Salamander continent. The priest adjusted his glasses and then apologized to Roman. The priest approached the shattered ball and said that this was his first time doing this, so he couldn't make any sudden decisions, and he would report the results in the next few days. The priest thought that the purpose of the empire, with which the Temple of Valhalla was built on the territory of the Kingdom of Cairo, should be fulfilled. The priest told Roman that he was leaving. As the priest left, he thought that the novel was Dimitri, and he needed to find out more about it. The priest sat in his office and reasoned that Dimitri Roman, what he is, the last 25 years, his life has changed dramatically. Whether a person can change so much. The priest studied his reports carefully and thought that from the extermination of the Blood Fangs to the war with Barco, he had worked cleanly everywhere. The audacity that allowed him to risk other people's lives to carry out his own plans, and the ability to turn them into reality. Roman Dimitri has not only the fighting power of a monster, but also has the head on his shoulders to apply it. The priest reread his report that there are no problems with the aura measurement, but it can only be assumed that the ball darkened and cracked because it was damaged by an incommensurable force. The normal result is green. The priest got up from the table and said that he should report it right away. A blue magic portal appears in front of us, through which you can communicate from the portal. A voice is heard saying that this is Willis from the branch in Cairo. The priest says that he is nominating Roman Dimitri as a candidate for hiring. The Empire of Valhalla, not the barbarians, turned in battle. They knew what to do to gain status, and they came up with a way to attract foreign talent using the so-called Empire Tradition rating system. The warrior of each country considered it an honor to get into the rank and nurtured the dream of becoming a ranker. Thanks to this, the Valhalla Empire was able to find talents even without having large human resources. A man in a white cape covering his face was communicating with the priest via a magical message, saying that Roman should definitely be obtained, promoted to a rank, and found a way to recruit him. The man in the white cape repeated once again that when sending soldiers from abroad, first of all it is necessary to observe safety. He told the priest that he had to make Roman like him as easily as possible. The priest put his hand on his heart and said that he obeyed. He will tell the Dimitri family that the aura meter was malfunctioning, that Dimitri and the swordsman had 3 stars instead of 4, and they will end up unofficially assigning him 100th place. Priest Echidna smiled and went on to say that since a small kingdom like Cairo is making a big fuss just because someone is on the list at all, We are transported to the next day, when the kingdom of Cairo is turned upside down by Willa's announcement that the youngest ranker is born. We are transported to the capital Cairo, a rich city with a rich infrastructure. A person writes a document and asks that it is true. The butler replies, holding up the papers, that yes, a priest from the Temple of Valhalla personally visited Dmitri and confirmed that Roman is a 3-star swordsman Aura, and that he did indeed defeat Homer. We are confronted by a man with gray hair and expensive clothes, a powerful man of the central government, Marquis Benedict, whose butler informs us that, however, in his opinion, Homer was careless and was defeated before he could show a 4-star aura. The Marquis, sitting at his desk, asked the butler how old Roman Dmitri was this year, and the butler answered 25 years old. The Marquis was surprised to say that by the age of 25, the 3-star level, an amazing nugget had appeared on the market. Marquis C frowned, then asked what about the movements of other forces. The Marquis glanced at the map, and the butler continued that everyone immediately took action, with both empires being particularly active. The Marquis was indignant, and then shouted that the damned imperial authorities, this talent appeared in Cairo, but they have the audacity to get close to him before them. The current kingdom of Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction that governs the country, the faction of the aristocrat, the main one being Marquis Benedict, the faction of the close associates of the Kronos Empire, and the faction of the close associates of the Valhalla Empire. Such was the reality of the small state of Cairo. The Marquis pondered, telling the butler to hurry up and send people so that other authorities wouldn't take Roman Dmitri away from them. The Marquis smiled, then added, especially the royal family. No way, they can't let it fall into their hands. We are being transferred to the front line in the west of the Cairo kingdom. The kingdom of Cairo borders the Kronos Empire to the west, and the kingdom of Hector to the south. The Kronos Empire, which owns 2 of the continent's largest mountain ranges and is the birthplace of Emperor Alexander, demanded that the kingdom of Cairo become part of it. And for several years now, it has been resolutely attacking the borders. On the front lines, the soldiers of Cairo died, and inside the country, traitors to the motherland, being supporters of Kronos, encouraged everyone to surrender. Someone looks at the pile of corpses and then says, "Damn imperial dogs." A young man in a red uniform standing next to his friend said that they fought for the sake of the country, but did not even have the right to a normal funeral. The guy said, "Rodwell, are you okay?" Before us appears a young man in a red uniform with brown hair. This is the second son, Dmitri Rodwell Dmitri. He answers his friend that he is already used to it, but he has been cooking in it for more than a day or 2. His friend, putting his hands behind his head, says that he did not know that the realities of the front are so terrible. He thinks 10 times a day to send this diploma to hell and return to his homeland. Rodwell throws a torch at the pile of corpses. The pipes are instantly lit, and the guy and Rodwell are watching it. Rodwell wondered as he looked at the burning corpses that this was the pathetic reality of a small state. Because of the external forces targeting Cairo, there wasn't a day that passed quietly in the west of the front line. A guy with green hair asks Kalia if he has heard the news. His older brother Roman has risen to the rank of ranker. Rodwell remembers Roman with a frown. Rodwell clenches his fist and wonders if Roman has really risen to the level of 3 stars. No, his brother from his memories is simply not capable of this. Rodwell tells his friend that this is all nonsense. He doesn't know what kind of trick his family is using, but it's not that he can't even protect himself as a ranker. Looking at the raging flames on the corpses, Rodwell replied that the truth would be revealed very soon. We are taken to the estate of Dmitri. Hans says that a foreign guest has arrived to see Roman. A man in a green robe with a hat on his head told Roman that they would get right to the point. He was serving His Majesty King Cairo. A foreign guest sits back and says with a smile that the reason for his visit is to choose Roman as the royal knight of Cairo. 4 factions of the Cairo. We have started direct actions. In order to get Roman's dragon lurking on the outskirts, Roman looked at the foreign guest and smiled. Royal knights, being in the royal guard protecting the king of a country, is the highest honor allowed to a knight. The foreign guest told Roman that he would answer honestly. This is an extremely rare case when someone is personally offered to become a royal knight. Usually such an honor can only be awarded after passing a strict selection controlled by the royal family. The foreign guest said with a smile that Mr. Roman, of course, if Roman now goes to the capital and swears allegiance to His Majesty, he will be able to join the guard without any tests. Roman dryly replied that this was all. The foreign guest did not expect such an answer, and asked Roman if he really refused. Roman calmly replied that isn't it obvious that he, as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, is happy with his life and does not experience any hardships. So why should he move to the capital, complicating his life, and become a royal knight? The foreign guest, frightened, objected to Roman that by becoming a royal knight, Roman would receive a personal estate in the capital, and the Dmitri family would be granted a large high title. Roman asked that this is the maximum of the royal family. The foreign guest, opening his mouth in surprise, asked again with a shout that this is the maximum of the royal family. The foreign guest suddenly jumped up from his chair and slammed his hand on the table, shouting that it seemed to him that Roman was very much mistaken. His Majesty wanted to get Roman into the ranks of the guard because he highly appreciated his future potential. The title of a royal knight, a new title, and an estate of the capital. In the current situation of the novel, such an award is already a permissible luxury. He replied that it was not he who was mistaken here, but the guest, and the foreign guest shouted out what Roman was talking about. Roman said that 5 days ago, Count Gregory's man came to him. They promised him an estate in the capital, thousands of yen of land, and a mountain of jewelry if he would fasten them to loyalty. Roman, looking at the naughty foreign guest and continuing to say that they also wanted to be related by political marriage, the foreign guest thought that the brats from the Kronos Empire faction had already made their move. Roman continued to say 3 days ago the Denver family mouth. They wished to become his patron, and overseas guest thought that the Denver family name belongs to the Valhalla Empire faction. Roman went on to say that just last night he met with a man from the Benedict family. They put forward a much more stunning proposal. They promised to triple what the other families had promised, and within a month to make Dmitri the family line of Viscounts. The foreign guest thought that it was all over. Then he lowered his hands and whispered that they were one step too late. Suddenly, a foreign visitor shouted that even so, if Roman could not choose them, all the people Romana mentioned are terrible traitors who only sleep and see how they will stroke the whole kingdom. A man appears in front of us, who is covered in an incredibly strong blue aura, and the foreign guest continues to shout that at least thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, nicknamed Swordsman Cairo, they are still able to suppress attempts at rebellion. The foreign guest looked at the calm Roman and continued to say that the royal power is already occupied, the laws are deaf and blind to them, and it is difficult for the royal family to fix it. The overseas guest despaired, then continued that Cairo is a small state, and to tell the truth, even their offer might displease the nobility. The only thing they can promise is a royal knight's seat. The foreign guest went on to say that while he was stepping on his pride, he was still begging Roman if he could share his strength for his majesty the king. Roman smiled and thought that 4 forces against 1 kingdom, for him 12 sons of the heavenly demon, is an extremely familiar situation. Romana smiled, crossed his arms, and said that the offer of the past 3 ambassadors and the royal power had never sounded enticing to him, so they were going to accept none of them. Romanov looked at the happy ambassador and said that besides, now it is not in his plans to act on moral principles. The ambassador thought that there is still hope. Roman got up and said that for today it was better to go out on the word. The happy ambassador replied that how is Roman doing? The ambassador then bowed his head and said that he would look forward to the day when Roman would pledge his allegiance to his majesty. The 4th offer, the 4th refusal, Roman did not plan to bend the knee to any of the authorities. Roman, smiling, thought that if they were going to be enemies anyway, it would be better to stall for time, keeping their distance with all their strength. This is the only sure way. A wooden sword appears in front of us. Roman, out of breath in training, wipes off his sweat, when suddenly someone says to him that let me introduce myself. A young man in a black suit with a white shirt bends down in front of Roman and says that he is Makin from the Valhalla Intelligence Agency. Looking at him, Roman thinks that Valhalla, in the uniform of a servant Dmitri. Roman asks Maki what's going on. Roman glares at the young man, leaning on his sword, and asks if he hasn't already expressed his opinion to the Denver family a couple of days ago. Makin anxiously replies that first of all, he apologizes for using such an unsightly method for the meeting, and then reflects that Roman has frightening eyes. Makin once again bends down in front of Roman and says that then, because of the outside views around, he had to abandon the usual methods, and therefore let Roman consider that Valhalla is serious. Makin stretches out his hand and says that Valhalla has fallen in love with Roman's potential, but citizenship is not something that can be easily solved. Moreover, it will be difficult for Roman to leave the family, because he has accumulated considerable wealth. Along with the title of Viscount, they give Roman a fertile land that includes a mountain with iron deposits. Then Roman will be able to preserve the traditions of blacksmithing. Roman stiffened a little, and then thought that continuing the family business would be a good idea. Makin continued to say with a big smile that the most valuable thing for Roman as a swordsman is the opportunity to become stronger. We are presented with 2 pillars chained together with a magic circle in the center. Makin goes on to say that Roman will be granted special access to the 1st level Valhalla vault. Roman looks at Makin with a dumbfounded expression, and Makin goes on to say that Valhalla's private vaults contain spiritual instructions, sword techniques, and other legacy of past generations. Storages are divided into several levels, depending on the value of the content. With the exception of special level storage, the highest level is considered to be the first level storage. In the future, Valhalla will conquer the entire continent and ascend to the top as the only empire. Staying in the kingdom of Kira is the shortest way to say goodbye to life. Mackin added that Valhalla has a bright future ahead of it. Let Roman join their ranks, then he thought that a weighty reward and a suitable threat. A wise person will definitely accept their decision, but Roman sighed and said that he refused. Mackin was horrified, then asked if the novel was serious. Roman calmly replied that he refused not because he was not satisfied with the conditions, or because of loyalty to the country. Mackin asked why. Roman replied that he had recently received many suggestions on how to increase his own value. Roman told Mackin to think about the current situation of the Cairo kingdom. Royal Knights, Marquis Benedict, Earl Gregory, Earl of Denver. Roman must not just swear allegiance to one of the four forces, but decide for sure who his future steps will be. And now, he stands at a crossroads. He does not need verbal suggestions. He wants to personally test with time if there is any point in risking his life. Mackin looked at Roman dumbfounded. Roman wondered what it would mean to present himself in the eyes of others as an honest person, completely devoted to the country. In Mackin's eyes, Roman seemed like a man who was hard to get down on one knee. But if he gives his heart, he will be faithful to the oath until the end of his days. It touched Mackin, who didn't even know it was intentional. Mackin beamed happily, then replied that he didn't know how Roman planned the meeting, but they couldn't wait too long. He hopes that Roman will be reasonable and not take too long to respond to their suggestions. Romano smiled and said yes. Mackin paused as he left, then shouted again. He said that he had prepared a gift for the sake of their future connections. He smiled mischievously, and then told Roman to avoid the southern front line. This place was like a time bomb that could go off at any moment. We are transported to Romana in a red raincoat, who is standing in front of her father, mother, and Hans, who is wiping away tears. Roman, standing in full combat gear, says that he will return safe and sound. Romero replies that it's fine. Then Roman turns around and leaves. Roman's mother tells Romero not to worry so much. This isn't the western front line that borders Kronos after all. Roman was assigned to the quiet southern lands. She is confident that Roman will return safely. Romero replied that he knows. He looked after Roman as he left and said that it was his son. His chest couldn't stop fluttering. Roman said with a smile, "Go ahead." His men shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." At that time, no one knew what Roman's campaign to the southern front line would turn out to be. We are being moved to the final stronghold of the southern front line. Roman rides into town on horseback and says that today they will rest here, and tomorrow at dawn they will move to the southern barracks. The soldiers shout in unison to eat. They go through the city carrying a box. One of them says that they rented an inn for them, and the rest of the aristocrats distribute their soldiers to camps. Roman, reading the paper, hears shouts from behind the door. Roman, coming down the stairs, saw a frightened Chris and Kevin shouting to them that they were pathetic ragamuffins, whether they knew who he was. The boy raised his hand and shouted that this gentleman was the second son of the Elbert family. Henry Elbert, a short knight with pink hair and a rather plump build, appears in front of us, pointing to himself, beaming with happiness. We are taken to Roman, who carefully read the letter, and the news has reached him that Roman is performing military service, and he understands Roman's desire for selflessness in the name of the country. But he can't watch someone who might become his man in the future, fighting in a foreign land, risking losing his life. He pulled the strings a little so that Roman was assigned to the southern front. Let Roman remember that the Benedict family will always be waiting for him, Roman reflected, looking at the large number of letters lying on the table. After all, they have been asking for several months, but they are still persistent in their poaching. Most likely, the Marquis, head of the aristocratic faction, will not want to let him go. After all, there is no one better than Roman who could fight back against the Royal Knights. The southern front, unlike the Marquis, who thinks that it is calm there, is the intelligence department of Valhalla. The southern front responded as if it were a time bomb that would explode at any moment. Roman will understand this for himself when he personally encounters it. We are taken to a guy who held up a finger and shouted that this gentleman was the second son of the Elbert family. Chris listened to Henry with a heavy sigh. Henry shouting that the descendant of the famous family of the Cairo kingdom was telling them that he was becoming a permanent court. How dare the rootless scum oppose him? Roman walked up to Chris and asked what was going on. Chris is upset. He says that this sir claims to take over the inn and tells them to get out. And he tells him that they have rented the whole building. But he keeps insisting. Roman thought, looking at this chubby young man, that the family mouth is Albert. The family no longer has a reputation. The guy talks too much, taking advantage of past merits. I don't care if he's famous, though. Roman asked why they had to leave. Henry pointed at Roman in disgust and asked if he owned them. Roman replied that this was so that Roman would then turn a blind eye to the situation. He doesn't know what family Roman is from. But since everyone is heading for the southern barracks, Roman should know that it won't do any good to make him angry. Henry glared at Roman and said that he would give them exactly 10 minutes to pick up their trash and get out of sight. Roman thought that this was the reality of a provincial family, and then calmly replied that he was not going to leave the inn. He pulled out his sword, then added that there was an easy way to solve a problem like this. Roman looked at Henry in anger, pointing his sword at him and telling him to draw his sword too. Roman's eyes pierced right through Henry, and then Roman added that if Henry defeated him, then he would gladly give up the inn to him. Henry gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare Roman!" One of the knights standing behind Henry noticed something and immediately became very frightened. He ran up to Henry and shouted that he had better stop immediately. Henry indignantly asked what the knight was talking about. The knight continued to say that it was a romantic man. He gave Henry a startled look and replied that Roman had recently entered the ranking as the youngest ranker. Henry wondered if this boy was the same Roman. Henry looked at Roman, a terrifying aura emanating from him, and he wondered if Roman was the youngest ranker of Cairo, and during the war with Barco, he killed his eldest son right in front of the head of the family. Roman's eyes were burning, and he was suppressing the demon who knows no pity, Roman Dmitri, with his aura. Roman looked at the terrified Henry and asked why he didn't draw his sword, and Henry wondered if he was dead. He will die as soon as he unsheaths his sword. Henry said desperately that there was a mistake, and that Roman had to wait. He completely forgot that he had made an appointment. Henry, standing nervously in front of Roman, told him to let Roman believe that Henry was apologizing for this incident, and they would end there. And then he added that if he had his way, he would be for neglecting the Elbert family. Roman silently came up close to him, which greatly startled Henry, who screamed in shock. Then he flew out of the inn at high speed. Roman shot a cold look after him. And then I thought that this is the reality of the Southern Front. That day, there were 3 similar situations. But as soon as they heard Roman's name, they were blown away like the wind. We are taken to Roman, who is sitting at the bar in front of him, and there is a woman who says that this happens often here. Unlike on the Western Front, it is not dangerous on the Southern one, because of the main relations with the kingdom of Hector. The woman, picking up a barrel of beer, smilingly replies that this is why all the sons of the aristocracy who did not manage to avoid military service go out of their way to get to the Southern Front, called the resort. No one bothers me with training, and my life is not in danger. This is the best place for military service of aristocrats. Roman listened carefully to her story. Then, in the evening, Roman revealed the map. And I carefully analyzed it 48 days ago. The intelligence of the Hector kingdom crossed the state border. They immediately returned as soon as they checked the situation on the Southern Front. Even after that, as many as 3 times more intelligence was seen checking the Southern Front. It is not yet confidently stated that they are planning to start a war, but even if we judge from the last fragmentary information, the current Southern Front is no longer so safe. Roman smiled, and then said to himself, war means. On the tip of my nose, I imagined the familiar smell of blood. We are taken to a man who says he is their commanding officer, Viscount Bale Frank. Bale goes on to say that in the Southern barracks, the soldiers assigned to the Southern Front, they will be trained in the military as. The nobles barely listened to him and yawned. They didn't care. They wanted to get home as soon as possible. Bale continued to say that after 3 weeks of training, they would form a reserve army in which they would spend the rest of their service. Of all of them, Roman was the only one who listened attentively, and Bale continued to say that regardless of their title before serving, they were only soldiers in the barracks, performing military duty if someone broke the rule or decided to act on their own. As a punishment, he would be sent to the Western Front. Bale was standing in front of the aristocrats. They were all small and flimsy, only Roman stood out among them. Roman, hearing this, sighed heavily and thought that this is called punishment. Who is capable of such a thing? All of a sudden, he saw the 2 nobles listening intently to Bale after hearing about the punishment. Bale went on to say that in the evening they will be notified of the training schedule. They can go to unpack at their new place of residence. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached Roman and said that the commander would like to meet Roman alone. Bale greeted Roman with a big smile, telling him to hurry up and then asking him that the journey to the Southlands wasn't too tiring for him. Roman said no, everything went great, then sat down on the couch. Bale laughed and then told Roman to make himself comfortable. Bale put a cup of tea on the table and asked if Roman knew how excited he was when he found out that Roman had been assigned here. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker of the Cairo kingdom, the news that there was an undisclosed genius in the Dmitri family stirred him up. And to be honest, he called Roman separately to clarify something. Roman calmly answered yes. And then Bale anxiously asked that it was true that Marquis Benedict had made a fuss to have Roman assigned to the Southern Front. Roman, drinking a cup of tea, replied that yes, although he did not ask for it, but he had heard that Marquis Benedict had done it. Bale smiled, then said this. He thought that Marquis Benedict would try hard to curry favor with Roman if he established a relationship with him beforehand. He will have a chance to get into the central government. Bale happily said that they would go straight to the point. He wanted to prove himself in front of the Marquis. The South Barracks is also quite good, but it doesn't compare to the luxurious life of the central government. So as long as Roman is here, he should take good care of it so that Roman doesn't feel lacking in anything. Roman looked at Bale with a puzzled expression. Bale added that in return, when Roman later sees Marquis Benedict, he can say that Viscount Bale Frank of the South Barracks provided the Romanovs with all the amenities. That will be enough. Romanu smiled, and then reflected that this was a rather frank statement, and he had no particular reason to refuse. Roman came out of Bale's office, and someone shouted from the end of the corridor, "There you are, brat." In front of Roman, Henry was out of breath, shouting that Roman had touched the wrong person, whether Roman knew who his maternal relatives were, the Frank family line. And then Henry added that Viscount Bale Frank was his uncle, and now Romano realized that he had made a mistake. Roman calmly asked, and now that his uncle the barracks commander, Henry Takaya pointed a finger at Roman desperately said that Roman was not aware of the situation. Henry yelled at Roman to stand there and wait. They would see if Roman could stay as confident as he was now, and then Henry ran into his office shouting uncle. Bale was asking Henry what had upset his nephew so much. Henry asked me what Bale would do if some turnover of the Baron's family threatened my life. Bale indignantly shouted that which was bullying Henry. Roman stood silently in front of Bale's office. Bale stormed out of the office in a rage, shouting, "Who dares touch his nephew? Uncle Henry will level him to the ground." Henry happily said that this one is right under the door. Bale and Henry stormed out of the office, and then there was a moment of silence. A few seconds later, Bale slapped Henry's cheek with great force. Henry, falling to the ground, dropped his tooth and desperately asked his uncle. Henry happily runs towards Bale and shouts uncle. Bale, smiling a big smile, looks in Henry's direction and shouts nephew. Since childhood, they had been very close. Bale had done everything Henry asked. There was a time when Henry had come to love his uncle more than his parents, and now he was lying on the floor in the hallway, looking at Bale with a puzzled expression. There were tears in Henry's eyes, and his left hand was holding his red cheek, which was hurting a lot. Then he whispered uncle. Bale turned to Roman and said that this was a bad thing. He was very sorry. Then he thought that his opponent was Dmitri Roman. He was favored by the Marquis Benedict, and it was not known what heights he would reach in the future. Bale told Roman that he should have taken a proper approach to raising his nephew and let Roman allow him to apologize instead of him. Roman indignantly put his hands on his belt and replied that for his sake he would turn a blind eye to what happened. And then he added that then let me decline. And Bale said thank you. Bale shouted furiously, "What a fool. The novel was being looked after by Marquis Benedict himself. What was the benefit of having such a person outside of others?" Henry, rubbing his cheek and shaking with fear, asked that it didn't matter how Bale could have hit him. Bale got down on one knee and took Henry by the shoulders, then asked that when he was older, if he acted like the Albert family here, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Bale suddenly had an idea. And then, with a smile, he told Henry that what had happened today might have left Roman with a bad impression of them. So from now on, from training to forming the reserve army, he would introduce Henry to Roman. Henry looked at Bale with a puzzled expression, and Bale continued to tell Henry to do whatever he wanted, but to start a friendship with Roman, so let him remember if Henry didn't listen to him. Then he would send Henry to the Western Front, and when Henry heard about the Western Front, he was terrified. We are taken to Roman's bedroom. Roman reflected that the private room, Viscount Bale had done his best, was quite easy to manage for people who didn't hide their ambitions. Life in the South Barracks promises to be quite good. We are taken to a large building. The man sits studying the papers, and then says that he can't believe that his fate is preparing aristocrats for the war games. 3 years ago a veteran soldier who had distinguished himself on the Western Front line. This man with a scar on his nose and an officer's uniform was the chief instructor at McBurney Barracks South. McBurney wondered if his loyalty to the kingdom alone had led him to volunteer for the Western Front, and he had fought dozens of battles to defend the kingdom of Cairo over the course of a decade. Starting from the very bottom, he rose to the rank of commander, leading an army of 100 people, but just a moment separated him from falling into the abyss. During a fierce battle defending the Western Front, he lost his right hand, in which he held a sword. At that moment, the realization that his life as a warrior had ended ingloriously tormented him more than the boiling pain. The commander, sitting across from McBurney, said that in recognition of his military exploits, he was going to appoint him as an instructor at South Barracks. McBurney desperately listened to the commander's words that although he would have to leave for the battlefield, he hoped that there he would continue to work for the good of the kingdom of Kira. It was agonizing, but he decided to accept the reality. and McBurney replied with a huge sadness in his chest that he was listening. However, the training system that greeted him upon arriving at the barracks was in complete disarray. Everyone in the Western barracks was training as equals, and the aristocracy of the Southern barracks was completely exempt from training. As McBurney watched the rest of the aristocracy outside the window, he realized that he had planned out a clear training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic endurance training. But what's the point if the aristocrats commanding the soldiers don't want to train? McBurney stepped forward and said that he should at least pretend that training was going on. The aristocrats outside the window were talking. One of them asked really. The other said that he would come to his possession and he would show him what real pleasure is. His friend replied that he promised. The aristocrat replied that he was always happy to visit the brothers. McBurney walked briskly past the aristocrats. McBurney wondered what idleness was, even though they were on the front lines, and then added angrily that he was so sick of it. Suddenly, when he reached the place where the training sessions were being held, something dumbfounded him. In front of McBurney stood Roman with his warriors who were ready to train. Chris and Kevin stood in silence in the blazing sun, and McBurney wondered if they would be here in the South Barracks. Someone lined up in perfectly straight lines, also with the commander. Isn't he familiar with the South Barracks yet? McBurney walked up to Roman and said, holding out his hand, that the South Barracks didn't force aristocrats to train. McBurney smiled and added that if Roman wanted to rest, he could sit in the shade with the others and watch the training sessions. Roman looked somewhere to the left and asked why they were doing this. McBurney chuckled as he looked at the aristocrats sitting in the shadows, who were discussing something furiously, and replied that Roman was right. Roman then angrily replied that enemy attacks on the battlefield don't divide people by status, and the war isn't just taking place on the plains, mountains, rivers, swamps, and so on. In order for a commander to fulfill his duties regardless of the landscape, he must at least not be inferior to his soldiers in strength. This means that the commander who is responsible for giving orders must also be trained. McBurney stood in front of Roman, listening to him say that, in addition to training, the novel involves a process that will help soldiers reach their potential and gain experience. McBurney was puzzled to think that Roman had a perfect understanding of the purpose of training. Roman said that's why he doesn't need those ingratiating smiles in front of him. He's ready to drop his status and go through any training McBurney wants. McBurney reflected that this was the first nobleman he could remember who was willing to practice properly. And McBurney felt sorry for the fist and added that people would risk their lives for those who's willing to admit it. He was going to offer a compromise in training, but now McBurney turned around and walked to the podium. McBurney, with a serious face, reflected that he should give it his all in these 3 weeks. He took a deep breath. Then he shouted that they would start the first week of endurance training. McBurney's determination opened the door to the practice rooms. Roman and his soldiers were running along the forest path with a heavy load on their backs. Kevin and Chris could barely keep up with Roman, their strength running out, and McBurney shouted that the purpose of this training was to prepare for the outbreak of a surprise war, so that they could always and everywhere react quickly. McBurney held up his hand and shouted that from now on they would run uphill every day, regardless of the weather. One of the soldiers panted and said, "What the hell? These guys are like that," watching Roman's squad run away. Roman swung his sword, exposing his torso, and McBurney shouted that this was a mental battle where they didn't know when the war would end. All the wars swung their swords over and over again, and McBurney said that with unlimited backswing training, they had to go beyond their limit. Romana now looked at McBurney while waving his sword as he said that anyone who gave up in the middle would have their training extended by reducing their sleep time. One of the soldiers sighed and said that now you can live. His comrade replied that he was told that in the southern barracks there is a freebie. All this is a lie. A small number of soldiers were on the bank of the river, washing up after a hard day. One of them said that no one had warned him that they would be driven away from the first day, and thanks to some it only became tougher. One of the soldiers shouted to his comrades that let's not overdo it. Let them know how to use their fervor. There are others besides them. The soldier sat on the beach and complained that they, unlike him, were called up for service. If they had enough time, they could do it too. He looked at the back of the pumped-up guy and said that it is clear that due to the short training period, there is a difference between them. The pumped-up guy did not answer what the short period means. And then the bulky guy turned to the soldier. It was a native of Lawrence, Henderson. He sternly asked the soldier how long he had trained. The soldier replied in fright that they had only been training for a year. Of course, they would be inferior to them who had been training for several years. Henderson replied that the soldier had misunderstood something. Their first training session started 3 months ago, and the soldier says that he was unable to prepare due to lack of time. Henderson glared at the soldiers and told them not to make excuses. They just didn't give it their all. The day Henderson saw the recruitment announcement, he made up his mind. Become a person of the novel Dimitri. Henderson clenched his fist and thought that recruitment for personal soldiers was unlikely to require serious qualifications, but this was a huge misconception. At the staggering terms of Roman's offer, veteran mercenaries like Lucas and Fuca came running in. Henderson was surrounded by predators at the time, turning into a herbivore. Startled, he wondered if he could. At least something will do in this place. Henderson approached Chris and apologized, saying that he didn't think he was worthy to accompany Mr. Roman. Chris, she asked why Henderson decided that. Henderson replied that Chris knew the reason perfectly well. He was just a novice. You don't really know how to hold a sword in your hands. Henderson looked at the floor and said that he had been engaged in farming all his life. It was too arrogant of him to decide to follow Mr. Roman. Chris asked if Henderson gave up only because he was inferior to others in terms of level, and Henderson said that he was. And then Chris said that when he first met Kevin, the guy had nothing but anger in his eyes. Honestly, he didn't understand why the master picked up a boy from a poor family. Henderson looked at Chris with a puzzled expression. And then Chris asked what about the current Kevin? In such a short period of time, he turned into a warrior that no one dares to ignore. Funny, but even he was the same. At his first meeting, he blindly attacked Mr. Roman and almost lost his front teeth. Back then, he was no better than a frog stuck in a well, and just like Kevin, he had changed thanks to Roman's guidance. Let Henderson listen carefully. It was Roman's decision to recruit him as a soldier, and even if Henderson is pathetic now, he can grow up just like him and Kevin. Henderson looked at Chris when he said that it was because their master was the one who would give Henderson this opportunity. Henderson clenched his fist, said he honestly couldn't believe it, but Henderson swung his wooden sword and slammed it into the ground, saying that if this man had chosen him from the crowd of volunteers, then there was a reason for it, and it was still hard for him to imagine how he, a simple farmer, would become stronger. Henderson told Chris that, as he had said, he would rely on the master's foresight. Since then, his life began to change. After a few months, he gave everything to training. He was sick, he fainted, but despite everything, I tried my best to catch up with my comrades, and eventually he was able to become what he is now. Henderson stood in front of a soldier and asked him what war meant to him in general. Soldier Task now looked at Henderson and couldn't say anything. Then Henderson went on to say that when he was standing on the border of life and death, where you can only survive by killing, he would also say that he couldn't fight because there wasn't enough time to prepare. Henderson furrowed his brow and added that by recognizing their weakness, they not only try to become better, but also pull others down with them. He sees no reason to comply with their pathetic request. The soldier gritted his teeth, and all of his comrades drooped. Henderson left them and said they were pathetic assholes. In their hearts, Roman soldiers had already started a war. Roman's squad ran along the forest path every day with a load on their back. Hard endurance training continued, and the difficulty only grew with each passing day. But Soldier Roman gritted his teeth. We went all the way to the end. The aristocrats were sitting under the trees in the shade, and one of them said that he didn't understand why they were trying so hard. He would have understood if it was the Western Front, but isn't the Southern one far from war? One of the nobles said that they were wasting their energy where they didn't need to, because of their pathetic background. If I didn't do at least that, where they wouldn't be able to get recognition at all. The nobles laughed and said it was true. Henry, sitting in the shade, wondered what the hell, how he was going to get Roman's favor. He glanced at Roman, who was standing there waving a wooden sword, and then he thought that it would be great to associate with other aristocrats, to make friends with them. Henry's brow furrowed, and then he sighed heavily and wondered what to expect from a commoner. Henry yawned loudly, and then said that it would work out somehow. We are being transported to the kingdom. A middle-aged man with a scar on his cheek and eye, wearing a commander's cloak, appears in front of us. He says that he is reporting. This is the commander of the Ranger Squad, Jackson. An elderly king sat on a throne in front of him, and Jackson, kneeling on one knee, said that over the past year, a group of Rangers, in total, entered the territory of the Southern Front 48 times and studied the 5 lines of defense. According to the study, all forces were sent to defend the Western Front in the confrontation with the Kronos Empire, and the Southern Front was left without attention. It guarantees the king that the attack of the Southern Front, it will pass without any difficulties. The kingdom of Hector, once a powerful state comparable to the Kronos Empire. Due to its enormous military power, it grew at an unthinkable rate, but having suffered a severe defeat in the war with Valhalla, it sank to the very bottom. The prestige of the Hector kingdom has fallen to the level of Cairo. Currently, it has turned into one of the 6 kingdoms of the continent, and is forced to bend under the empire. Edwin went up to the king and asked him to let him speak, and the king told him to speak. With a smile on his face, he said that for the past 5 years, the kingdom of Hector has been experiencing an unprecedented crop failure in history. The young man with red hair still wearing armor is the prince of the kingdom of Hector. Edwin went on to say that the money borrowed from the gold bank to solve this problem has turned into huge interest rates and is squeezing their throats. The kingdom doesn't have the strength to hold on any longer if this goes on. Hector would lose the meaning of being called a kingdom. And the king clutched his head and said that he understood it too, and then wondered if his ancestors had known what the outcome of a war would be. Edwin went on to tell the king that after losing the war, the kingdom of Hector distanced itself from further wars and from this story so as not to make the same mistakes again. The king held his head and genuinely didn't want to accept his son's words, but Edwin went on to say that things were different now. Over the past year, they hadn't prepared enough. For the sake of the desperate people, for the sake of their royal people, they must make a decision. The king reflected that war, a word he dared not utter aloud, even though Edwin was his son, was nothing like the weakling he had been at his age. The king asked Edwin if he was sure, and Edwin said he didn't have anything. He wouldn't have brought it up at all. The king sighed and said that well then, from now on, all power in the war is transferred to the only prince of the kingdom of Hector, Edwin. Hector. Edwin bowed. Then he said calmly that he was listening and obeying. At the same time, we are being transferred to the South Barracks, where the 3-week training session has come to an end. Dale glowed with happiness, and then said that today he was assigning Roman to the reserve squad on the 5th line of defense. Dale coughed, covered his mouth with his hand, and then asked Roman what he might know. But everyone is literally singing about how they want to get there. I had to pull a little strings for him. Roman replied, thank you. Dale replied that no matter how grateful they were, Roman could always contact him if he needed anything. We are taken to McBurney, who hangs his head sadly and says that he is grateful for their time. McBurney was standing in front of Roman and his squad, and I'll go on to say that it was thanks to him that he realized what he was working for and that he would be able to train new cadets more diligently in the future. Roman said it was nothing, then handed McBurney a folded piece of paper and said he might need it. McBurney has collected all the information about the Southern Front and the local landscape, which will be useful in case war breaks out, although, of course, Roman will have to spend 2 peaceful years. McBurney said that he still wished Roman to be discharged in one piece, and Roman smiled and said, thank you. McBurney reflected that if it had been up to him, he would have followed Roman. McBurney glanced at the happy Roman, and then reflected that in those 3 weeks of watching Dimitri's novel, he had realized that the novel deserved to be dedicated to him. But Mr. Roman has already gathered around him outstanding talents. Hardly among them there is a place for Bezrukov cripples, who cannot even breathe a sword. True, he would only be a hindrance to the novel. McBurney smiled, tilted his head and said that then. And then he turned around and walked towards the Southern Barracks. Roman, looking at the map of the landscape, wondered what he had heard, and Lucas had to work hard to collect it. McBurney deserves respect, if only for his genuine good nature. We are being moved to the right defensive line of the Southern Front. One of the soldiers looks fearfully at his comrade and says enemy. And then he shouts, looking at the countless warriors under the wall, that the enemy is advancing. We are taken to Henry, who remembered Bale's words that when he was assigned in a special order to the same reserve unit as Roman on the 5th line of defense. Let him remember. During these 2 years, he must win Roman's friendship in any way possible. We are being transferred to the 5th line of defense, the reserve army camp, where Henry is marching with a small detachment. He walks into camp following Roman and wonders why he should get close to him. But still, it's a good thing he's on the 5th line of defense. Suddenly, something hits Henry. Shouts of alarm can be heard everywhere. The kingdom of Hector has declared war. Everyone prepare for battle. Henry is startled to wonder what the war fight is, what the hell it is, what the hell it means. Here he looks in the direction where the novel was standing, and then thinks that the novel has really disappeared. After the Hector kingdom declared war, the 1st line of defense was hit. But the ones who were most threatened with defeat were the 5th line of defense army. Someone shouted that the fortress gate was breached. They urgently need to block the way. The soldiers shouted and tried to stop Hector's army from entering, desperately defending the camp. Other soldiers stationed on the ramparts were trying to knock down Hector's troops who were climbing the stairs. Someone was shouting, "Stop them, please." Before us appears a middle-aged man with thick hair on his head and armor. He looks forward in fear. This is the commander of the 5th line of defense, Baron Bruce. He whispers that everything is over here. The 5th line of defense, dubbed the paradise of the Southern Front, this place had long since lost the appearance of a front line. The aristocrats who arrived at the service were not forced to perform military duty, and a fairly comfortable life was waiting for them. And all because the responsibility for this lay with the man who gladly accepted their requests and bribes, filling his own stomach. This man was rotten into the core. Baron Bruce. Bruce was startled to think that it would be suicide to defend the 5th line of defense to the end. From the battlements, he shouted at the top of his voice that the soldiers should hold their line to the last. If they broke through, the innocent people would be threatened. The warriors rushed into battle, and Bruce shouted at them not to back down. The soldiers looked at the commander puzzled and asked where he was going. The commander ran from the fortress wall in fright. He turned to the soldier and shouted for them to stall for time. He was going to report this directly to the king. Roman shouted loudly that the entire detachment should immediately move to the 5th line of defense, and the soldiers shouted in unison to eat. The soldiers together with Roman rushed to the 5th line of defense despite the fact that the southern front as a whole has a low defense capability. Among all the defense lines, it is on the 5th that the oldest equipment is used, one rabble among the soldiers, and, on top of everything else, a useless commander. In other words, it has the worst combat power. Just think of putting a reserve force in case of an emergency, 2 hours walk from the defense line. Roman held up a hand and ordered all the soldiers to stop, then reflected that they had at least an hour to get to the defense line. Bruce was running in front of him, waving affably and shouting that it was a reserve squad. And then running up to Roman said that they would let go of the formality. He asked Roman that he was the commander of these soldiers, and then said that first, let him protect him and take him to the rear. Now the front line is not reinforcements for the 5th line, but the security of its commander. You need to inform the royal family about the danger. Roman, looking at Bruce, wondered what it meant. This is Baron Bruce, commander of the 5th line of defense. Roman asked what he was doing here alone without soldiers. Bruce shouted that just look at this impudent guy and poked his finger at Roman. If Roman is from the reserve army, then at most he belongs to the junior aristocracy, and still dares to poke him. Roman angrily replied that he didn't see the point in listening to Bruce any further. He suddenly grabbed him by the throat. Then he squeezed him and told him that Bruce was here, which meant only one thing. Roman glared at Bruce and added, the so-called commander abandoned his soldiers and ran away. According to military regulations, a deserter, regardless of the title, can be executed on the spot. Whether Bruce understands what this means, Bruce fearfully asked if the novel will become. Roman cut off Bruce's head in just a second and replied that if Bruce had retreated with the army, at least he wouldn't have died at Roman's hands. Roman commanded forward, and Bruce's head remained on the ground without breathing. We are taken to the 5th line of defense. Huge piles of corpses lie everywhere. Soldiers wonder what the hell. He knew that one day this day would come. A huge number of Hector's warriors surrounded him, but he was fighting so hard that to think the commander had run away, abandoning his soldiers. Suddenly, the soldier was shot in the stomach, blood spurting out in all directions. I coughed up some blood. He couldn't stand on his feet anymore and fell to his knees. Hector's soldiers leaped at the exhausted, wounded soldier like animals, and the soldier thought that this was the end of him. But all of a sudden, Hector's soldiers who were swinging at the soldier were cut into pieces. Their corpses lay on the ground, without legs or arms, with their mouths open. Roman asked the puzzled soldier that he was Stephen. And then Roman said that Baron Bruce is dead. From now on, Romana is responsible for the defense line. Roman, looking at the startled Stephen, wondered if his name was on the list that Lucas had given him. Roman remembered Lucas saying that the only person of value on the 5th line of defense was Stephen. Roman sternly said that he would trust Stephen's many years of experience serving on the 5th line of defense. Let him answer if there was a way to protect this place. If Stephen says that there is no hope, then he, Roman Dmitri, as responsible for the reserve army, will order all the soldiers to retreat. The wounded Stephen thought that this person is Roman Dmitri. Stephen replied that he would be honest. Their military situation was already very bad. It would be the right decision to retreat, but then they would give the enemy an advantageous position. If the kingdom of Hector occupied one of the 5 lines of defense, they would have a route to deliver food, in which case the war would drag on for a long time. Roman, looking at the wounded Stephen, thought that then there was only one way. And then Stephen said that we should use an iron fence to prevent the enemy from passing through the fortress gate. Roman turned his head to the left and said that from now on, he would buy time to set it up. And now Stephen should gather the soldiers and prepare the fence. Stephen thought with a pang that it would be so easy to agree to such a foolhardy plan. Stephen shouted to Roman that it was very dangerous. Even now the enemy continues to stay on the territory of the fortress. If they isolate it, they will not be able to guarantee that they will not be able to leave. One of Hector's warriors was flying at Roman from behind, and Roman told Stephen that he understood his concerns. Stephen looked fearfully at the approaching threat in Roman's direction. Roman calmly took a step to the right, and Hector's warrior missed, and then Roman continued to say that he was not a fool who was ready to give up his life, obviously considering the plan impossible. Roman easily sliced Hector's warrior in half along the torso, blood spurting everywhere. Looking at this, Stephen wondered if Roman had done it without even seeing the attack. Chris was running towards Roman with a small squad. Roman, looking at him, said that from now on they would ram the way to the fortress gates. The whole army let them follow him. The troops saluted and shouted that they were obeying. Looking at Roman's warriors, Stephen wondered if there wasn't a shred of apprehension in them as to whether such a strong relationship between master and subordinate was possible. Roman told Stephen to get ready. Wounded Stephen, on his knees, said that there is. Looking at the situation, Stephen said that the war was beginning. And then he wondered what he understood now. The loyalty of Roman's warriors. It comes from respect. Roman and his army rushed into battle. Blood splatters everywhere. Should he put himself in danger for the sake of this country without having any love for it? After all, war is a game where the weak have no choice but to sacrifice themselves. Now that the kingdom of Cairo has recognized its value, he received special privileges and powers, ran forward and destroyed each of the enemies by cutting them in half with your ball. He does this without a moment's hesitation. Speaking of which, there are many ways to avoid war. A few shells are fired at him, and he notices it. And they continue to think to themselves that the difficult circumstances of a really small state, and such bad realities, on the contrary, only made the blood boil in the veins. After that, Roman cuts the arrows that were sent to him, and he says that he is right. Missed the war for life. Then he smiles with all his joy. His companions say that they follow their master and run all together to the enemies. Chris uses magic and cuts one of the enemies. Kevin also viciously kills one of the soldiers by stabbing him with a sword. After all, every step of the novel on the indispensable led to death. After that, one of the people blocks with his shield with a sword strike. Roman killed 10 people by hitting your enemy from above with your weapon directly on the head and cutting it open. The soldiers rushed into battle, trusting each other, and when he killed 20, cutting one of the soldiers in half, did the soldiers realize that the enemy was stronger than they expected. And Roman is standing on a pile of corpses, blood dripping from his sword. After that, Roman stands over the sea of corpses and looks one of his eyes with a serious face. It glows purple. He says that when the number of brutal murders passed 50, the forests of enemy soldiers twisted in horror. After that, one of the knights standing at the wall says that he is a monster and is very scared. Looks at him. Another soldier is also very scared and tries to turn away. Everyone thinks about running and retreating, after which a lot of soldiers turn around. And they leave in terror, gathering all their troops back behind the wall. Then one of the men is standing on top of him thinking, what the hell is going on? It was the warlord Hector Baron MacCleary. He thinks to himself that until recently the enemy rammed the fortress gates and were confident of their victory, but at some point their forces began to push back. He stands there in horror and then thinks for a moment and looks at the man who cuts through many soldiers without taking any damage at the same time. And he thinks to himself, what is he? And then Roman sees him and looks at him, and he is horrified and surprised. He thinks he's caught his eye from such a distance, and how is that possible? Roman runs forward at the knight and who are lined up in front of him, not thinking about anything. The warlord stands there, very much afraid, and thinks to himself that he is really going to kill him alone. And what arrogance is this? He points at it and yells at everyone to kill the boy before he gets stronger and gets angry. With an obvious fear on his face, he says that there is only one enemy and you need to stop him, after which all the knights attack the novels holding a shield and sword in their hands. But Roman runs at them without any fear. He looks at the warlord and thinks to himself that he is too careless. Then use the ability to jump directly into the thick of enemies. This is a lightning war strategy, isn't it? And he was able to learn it after going through countless battles. And as soon as the head of the enemy commander flies to hide, the enemy's formation will immediately begin to disintegrate, flying through the knights and ripping their heads off with your weapon. And at all costs, he must kill the warlord, after which he runs on with a serious face. Knights with auras jump on him and tell him that everyone is out of the way, and they will be able to deal with it. And Roman, and standing, noticing them, gets into a position, stopping. Roman uses mana and concentrates it in his sword. It was a 2 formation. He cuts through many knights with his lightning strike. There's still smoke from the impact and decomposed earth everywhere. Roman made a crater with his punch. On the other side of the crater are the knights. Some of them have already fallen, and they are shocked by what is happening. Does Roman watch them for a while? The knights fall from their dreams, start to tremble, and are very much afraid of all this. Even the warlord stands open-mouthed in shock. After which, he goes ahead and says that he is Hector's hero, drawing his sword and standing right in front of Roman. And he handpicked it after that. His head falls off his shoulders and Roman holds her in his arms, lifting her forward. He shouts to everyone that the war of the kingdom of Cairo is listening to him, holding the warlord's head in his hand, showing that he's dead. He is dripping with blood, and he says that if they spare the remaining ones now, they will certainly be angry to come back again, so even if they have to shed their blood, they must put their lives on the line and punish them. On the rock shows everything to the knights. The full knight is shocked, thinking about how this could have happened. He looks beyond it all and even higher, and says that now he understands why his uncle ordered to get closer to Roman by any means. Chris stands with his hands clasped behind his back and reports back. He says that, having lost their commander, Hector's soldiers scattered, and thanks to the courage of Roman and the soldiers, the defense line was protected. And 30 people, besides Chris, are not dead. All his armor was covered in blood, and telling all this to his knights, who were also wounded and battered, says that it was all a great job. Roman comes and tells them to use elixirs to heal their wounds, and they agree to this. After that, one of the men is very surprised that he supplied all the soldiers with elixirs. Remembering that the elixir, an abnegated potion developed in the magic tower, is blood-colored and in large round vials, and it is known for its unconditional price even for the lowest rank. After all, if you pour this potion on the wound, it will completely restore it. And the overwhelming power of reckless decisions, and the generous attitude towards soldiers. Despite all this, it is how Roman cares about his subjects who are being treated, creating trust between Roman and the soldiers, not just formally. But if such a person says to jump into a fire pit, everyone will believe and obey. After that, Roman calls Stephen to him. He tells him to clean up the battlefields and prepare for the second wave of attacks. And he shouts that he needs a soldier who is well versed in the topography of the southern front. After which, Stephen is very surprised by this and says that they are really going to leave immediately. And Roman looks at him and says that's right, the war isn't over yet. After that, in one of the buildings, someone says that he is a local here, she needs to use him as a guide. He shows signs of respect and says that his name is Kobai. He has brown hair, brown eyes, and one tooth is missing. And he also has a white headband. He tells me what this map is for the southern front, and what is the shortest route to the rear. They point to a card placed on the table and say what about this and how much do they know. This journey will take 2.5 hours. They need the shortest path, which will take no more than 2 hours. Roman says, then points it out with his hands, and Kobe says that then he abruptly realizes that he understood. He thinks about it and, looking at the novels, says that how did he know that the mountain path would take 2.5 hours? He was very surprised and thinks that this is not just a suggestion, and he has to some extent studied the topography of the southern front. And with his surprise, he asks if he didn't know that he was so familiar with the area. Speaking of which, then, why did he choose him as a guide? And Roman says that when he received the assignment, most likely, he decided that he was not familiar with the southern front at all. To which he replies that he is not at all, and Roman says that there is no need to be so embarrassed. This is a common occurrence. He had learned the basics in case of an emergency, but he didn't understand everything. Thoroughly speaking, this is with complete seriousness. So when he looks at Cope, he says that he needed his help as a local. He, in turn, was very surprised by this and thinks to himself that he is different from the aristocrats who came to the southern front for the carefree army life. And with his help, the southern front will have hope. After that, Roman goes outside and meets Chris. He says that only 10 minutes of the meeting did not take much time. Chris says that he and 30 people finished their training standing in front of Roman. But he, in turn, turns around and is surprised. He turns around and says what is he doing here? After which the pink-haired man Henry Albert stands very surprised and confused. Roman repeats, saying that he asked what he was doing here, saying this with complete seriousness and a haughty look. After which, Henry sighs and thinks to himself that if he says that for the sake of getting closer, he will immediately send him away. After which, he says that first of all, he apologizes for his past mistakes. He bows and says that it sounds unconscionable, but he would like to follow him and help. And as an aristocrat of the Kingdom of Cairo, he couldn't stay away and just give orders. After which, Roman is surprised and angrily tells him that whether to follow him or not is up to him, but he must clarify one thing. If he suddenly wants to interfere with his plan a little, he will not hesitate to abandon it. Then Henry was very surprised, very frightened. Roman and his guard escape into the forest. They follow the topographer of that region. Henry tries to catch up with them, saying that it's too fast and very much blush. After that, they are surprised to hear some groans and stop. The surveyor is surprised. They say that this is a soldier from the southern barracks. Looking at the half-dead soldier lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. They put him in a tree and tell him what happened, to which he replies that the southern barracks was attacked, and he asks them for help, after which he begs for their help and dies. The man looks at his corpse and thinks to himself that this is not the front line, but the southern barracks in the rear. He recalls that it is all on fire, and says that, apparently, the soldiers escaped, having managed to get to this place, and there is a high probability that the attack occurred half an hour ago at the most. And it turns out that the Kingdom of Hector attacked 5 defensive lines. I represent all this on the map. But at the same time, it used the Rapid Reaction Army. After that, he is surprised and realizes that he understood something, saying that really, He's talking about getting to the South Barracks first. A man with a bloody fist is holding a bloody sword while trembling, gripping it tightly. For the soldiers nearby, they smile and look at this kid who pointed a sword at them. They say what I listen to most is to leave it, because it will die without it. And the other guy with the hair says that maybe he will already give up, and then they will kill him painlessly. That the man was yelling at them to go to hell, looking at them all wounded in torn clothes. He's got a lot of cuts and scars, and he's standing there looking scared, but he's still holding the sword. He shouts that he thinks one of them will die, and even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will take one of them with him and let them risk an attack. And then he thinks to himself, looking at how badly he's hurt, that it's a curse if only his right hand was still there, showing that it's been cut off. He thinks it's interesting to see what happens to Mr. Roman, gritting his teeth. The only one on the southern front who didn't let his guard down for a second, remembering what he looked like, even though he heard that he was assigned to the 5th line of defense. Remembering the way Roman looked at his charges, talking about what he thinks about what he will do, continuing to hold the sword, and it is clear that he is very tired. He thinks he's on the verge of death. He thinks about Mr. Roman, and it says that he still can't leave the battlefield. Looking at how a gap appears at the wall, behind which there are 2 soldiers. After that, an explosion occurs and many fragments fly off in all directions. These soldiers were startled, turning to the wall and wondering what had happened and how they had sent in the troops for cover. After which, someone stood on a rock, towering over these soldiers. They shout to Tom that who is he and is this really help, looking at him. And he says how did he know? Looking at what the novel looks like, that person. Mr. Roman, in turn, looks at the situation and thinks, is he really still alive? He swipes his sword and blood spills everywhere. He shouts that now we need to destroy the enemies and save the survivors, pointing the soldiers in the direction. They immediately rushed into battle, attacking all the enemies. After that, several soldiers want to attack the novels. While talking about it, they start running towards him with their weapons. After that, Roman says that they will take these people alive, for he cuts them off faster than they are with his blows on the neck and stomach. To do this, he used 2 of his fingers. He says that he put pressure on the points, even if they don't wake up. They won't be able to move for a while, even though they're lying down unconsciously. After that, one of the remaining ones tries to escape. They say that the devil. We need to lend it to the upper classes as soon as possible. After that, they grab him and say that at least one of them, but he definitely needs to be killed. It was the survivor of the wounded soldiers who was trapped in a chokehold. He tries to get out, but he can't. He tries to move his hand away, but starts to choke. After that, they both fall to the ground, 1 unconscious and 2 breathing heavily. Roman comes up to him and tells him that he did a good job looking at him, and that he should leave the rest to them, but for now he should rest. The latter, in turn, looks up at him. He closes his eyes and talks about that, thanks to him. After that, Chris stands in one of the exits of the building and reports to Roman that they have dealt with 12 soldiers of the kingdom of Hector and saved 5 survivors. And they also, according to the testimony that caused the Viscount, were wounded during the battle with Hector's soldiers, and he fled to the mountains. Roman looks at him and thinks to himself that the main forces of Hector's kingdom have attacked the southern barracks and moved somewhere further away, and the troop strength is at least several hundred soldiers. Then he asks Chris what about Hector's soldiers, and he tells him that everyone is locked in one of the buildings. And Roman wants to enter one of the buildings and says that from now on they must not let anyone inside until you allow it, and this is an order. Roman opens the door and thinks to himself that the kingdom of Hector must have been a reason to use deceptive tactics, and he needs to find out everything. Opening the door completely with a serious face, he costs about 3 soldiers that he disabled with 2 fingers and says that starting from now, he will give 3 minutes. He approaches the one in the middle and says that if he answers his question correctly, he will kill painlessly, but otherwise, they will suffer terrible torment until the very last moments of your life. And the bound soldiers smile and start shouting that you need to kill them, and letting it do it, because it will just kill, to which Roman asks one question. What is the purpose of the Hector kingdom? Looking down on them. And the soldier smiles and tells him to go to hell. And Roman asks the question, what are they doing in the South Barracks? Then he tells him to just kill him. Roman says that 3 minutes are up and puts 2 fingers to the shoulder of one of the soldiers. After which, he starts to scream for more and Seva's mouth starts to bleed. He says this is called the method of separating tissues and squeezing out bones by pointing at his 2 fingers. He goes on to say that they will feel the pain of twisting muscles and bones all over their bodies and meet a very slow, painful death. And he is sure that they should have been prepared for torture on such a thing they are experiencing for the first time. After that, the remaining soldiers look at it with horror, watching as he suffers, bleeds. He tells him that he thinks it will make a difference, and even if he hears from him the kingdom's plans, it's too late for Hector to stop them. And Roman comes up to him, smiling and telling him that this is exactly what he was waiting for, and he is surprised by this, asking the question, "How is it?" Roman stands over him, looking down on him, and says that he didn't expect to hear the truth from them until the very beginning, and he just wanted to see how they would react. And it looks like he was right. After all, their true target is in the rear. After that, the soldiers are very surprised by this, looking at him, and fear appears on him. Roman puts his finger to his face and tells him to die. After that, he uses magic and a painful death occurs. He walks out of the building and thinks to himself that the simultaneous attack on several points of the southern front was just a distraction, and if their plan turns out to be successful, we can assume that the southern front has already fallen. Heading forward, a soldier with red hair and gray eyes looks ahead with a smile. Roman stands in the hospital room next to the man he saved and asks him what happened to the South Barracks. He should tell you more, to which he rises and says that it is good. He sighs and says that 2 hours ago he was attacked by soldiers, the kingdom of Hector. He begins to talk and recalls how they were attacked by soldiers while they were preparing for horse riding training as usual. And they suddenly appeared. The soldiers of the kingdom of Gictara attacked them. They quickly gathered the warriors and fought back, but due to too much difference in strength, they were simply slaughtered. And he remembers the Viscount commander of their barracks, and he doesn't know if he's still alive. Where did this man give orders to the soldiers to go forward? Roman, looking at him, asks if there was something special about the enemy's appearance, to which he reflects and says that they were lightly armed. The face of the man who appeared to be the commander was covered with scars. After which, Roman moved his hands together and pondered, starting to think to himself that his face was littered with scars. They were also lightly armed. Then Roman says it must be a ranger squad. He is immediately surprised and wonders, how is the Hector Kingdom Ranger Squad? He has heard that the head of this squad remembers what they look like, and he is covered with a scar in salmon. He has a scar on his eye due to which it is permanently closed. They value the scars on their faces from countless battles as much as they value the order and medals. And he tells Roman that they understand why they were interpreting the southern barracks. Very surprised, he tells him that if they have gained a favorable high ground, wouldn't it be better to use this advantage and defeat the front line? To which Roman says that they aim not at the front, but at the rear, showing how they are. People are walking through the front line, and so they attack the southern barracks. He says that since the southern barracks is located on the way to the rear, they will have no choice but to attack it. To which this knight is very surprised and says that they want to say this, because now the kingdom of Hector is using a deceptive maneuver. Roman goes on to say, looking at him, that the attack line of defense was just for a diversion. Their true target is located in the rear, because that's where the teleportation gate is located. Saying this with a serious face, after which the soldier is very surprised by this and gets shocked. They remember that the teleportation gate is a kind of gate with a huge amount of magic. After all, this is a magical solution to the compression of space, and since the gate allows you to cover a huge distance at a time, showing how they are connected between each other. Capturing them during the battle was an important strategic move, and as a result, the enemy will not only be left without reinforcements, but will also pave the way for a counteroffensive. If you set new coordinates for conquered enemies, remembering how teleport ports can be set coordinates and direct teleportation, and for this reason, in case of a counterattack, the most explosive device is installed in the teleport gate. Roman says that in this war, it is not the kingdom of Hector that is filled with firm confidence in its decisions about a win-win strategy that will surely lead to victory if successfully implemented. And this strategy is to conquer the teleportation gate. And the soldier says that then they should immediately go to help the rear, with fear and excitement at the same time. And Roman says no, he is very surprised by this, and he says that he only received a request for help from the rear. And he grabs his blanket and says that did the Hector Kingdom Ranger Squad leave the South Barracks an hour and a half ago? Show it on the map as they go straight from here to the teleportation gate. By now, they should have already been conquered, because the enemy is on the defensive line, remembering how they attack very quickly, and the fact that the soldiers are in their rear, remembering how those would attack them. The troops would defend, and the entire fighting force of the southern front, including them, would be completely isolated. And Roman tells him that from now on, they will have to survive on their own, without help from the kingdom. There's a huge crater in the floor, state border of the kingdom of Hector. A man is kneeling near the teleportation gate, and reports to the red-nosed man that he has received a message that the soldiers have crossed the southern barracks and are now coming to the rear positions, and they are repelling attacks on the defense lines of the kingdom of Cairo. He says that they completely failed to figure out their strategy. Then he touched the man, saying that it's too early to relax. Speaking of attacking the defense of Cairo, in places where the enemy is not going to give up, time will inevitably be delayed. And he goes on to say that their goal is not to destroy the fortress wall right outside of our eyes. If the strategy succeeds, I can imagine him putting his hand on that wall. They will naturally be able to get their hands on the southern front. And he thinks to himself that the key to the success of the strategy is security. He will look at this soldier with a confident eye and think that for about a year they have been studying the structure of the southern front border and have introduced a squad of Jackson's Rangers into it. If they had started from the beginning, put all their strength into attacking, they would have been able to crush everyone in just 4 numbers. At the moment, the most important thing for them is the existence of lying teleportation while standing near one of them. He says that in cases of the worst outcome, he should be prepared to destroy the goalie by teleporting. And if the plan fails, they will destroy the gate. Teleportations will switch to plan 2. Saying this in all seriousness, the soldier looks up at him and thinks it's terribly rational reasoning. And he thinks that it's not for nothing that they call him the star of Hector's kingdom, Edwin Hector, and he reasons that his existence will once again revive Hector's kingdom. After that, one of the knights is killed and a lot of blood flies out. Bacon thinks to himself that this is where the battle begins, eventually killing this knight and standing near the teleport. After all, until the enemy revealed the plan. He tells the Rangers to hurry up, and he says that we need to successfully establish communication. A year ago, Edwin sits at the table next to the Viscount and tells him that the Hector kingdom doesn't have the strength to hold on any longer, and the further they go, the more the gold bank's interest is weighing on them. He says that if they suffer another crop failure next year, the state treasury will lose its last savings. So he wants to make him an offer. Tells him that how he looks at trying to conquer the southern front of the Cairo kingdom together with me, holding out her hand to him and sitting next to him. After that, he is surprised by this, and it is said that Hector let the chair go, that a prolonged crop failure is a god's curse, and in situations where the country could collapse at any moment. This young man, dubbed the greatest genius in the history of the kingdom, became a hero, like a judge, born in a time of troubles, holding out his hand and smiling. So, during the year, the kingdom of Hector 48 times penetrated the territory of the southern front. Using spies, they dug a tunnel to the rear, and the Rangers secretly entered through the finished tunnel, walking through it and showing that you need to be quiet. And they were able to get their hands on the teleportation gate, sitting next to it, and then the head is informed that the connection was successfully established. The bro starts working, and he greets Edwin Hector. Then Edwin comes out of the portal, and all the Rangers bow to him. He calls out to one of the knights, who says it's him. And he says that he is assigning him the 1st Division, and he must deal with the remnants of the defeated army in the rear, and solidly reinforce the defenses in case the kingdom of Cairo sends reinforcements. Then he says that he listens and obeys, and leaves. He calls out to Jackson, who kneels in front of him and tells him to give orders. Then the connection with the Baron in charge of the 5th line of defense was lost, and does he know anything about it? To which he says that so far they have found out what happened. But this is the 5th line of defense. There is no reason to worry. It is known as the most problematic one on the entire southern front, remembering how the Baron stands on it, and it was decided that a small squad would be enough to crush it. At which Edwin gets angry and says that I remember him saying that you shouldn't attack recklessly, no matter what the situation is. And isn't that right? And he says that everything is so. And when the plan is completed, the Baron will receive a separate punishment regardless of achievements, clenching his hand tightly into a fist. After that, there are thoughts that Edwin Hector did not notice that, despite the detailed plan worked out, remembering how the novel appeared in it. After all, 2 variables were formed anyway. And this is the 1st line of defense. The soldiers are shouting that they need to repair the fortress wall soon, and before the enemies attack again. A lot of soldiers come inside and all covered in blood, like the whole wall, and the soldiers are very wounded. Then the man runs and calls the commander. He says he got a message from the South Barracks, to which he is surprised, turns around and wonders why from the South Barracks. It was a man with long green hair and a mustache, commander of the 1st line of defense, Count Donald. He comes to the room where Roman projects himself and tells him that he is Roman Dimitri, from the Reserve Army 5 line of defense, and he asks him what made him contact him in the current situation. Roman says that he will go straight to the point and says that it looks like Hector's kingdom used a deceptive maneuver and captured the teleportation gate located in the rear. Before the kingdom of Hector surrounds them on all sides, they must abandon their strongholds and take refuge in the mountains. And this is in order to all the remaining forces of the south to gather there. To which Donald is very indignant at this and thinks to himself that the mountainous landscape of the south is so confusing, and he says this just as an advice. Roman says that you need to use strategies, and Donald says they'll sort it out on their own, and that's it, waving their hand. After that, he thinks that he just blacked out and once so, and everything worked out. He will throw the remaining lines of defense, except for the 5th line. Roman leaves. Does he stand in front of his soldiers? Don't tell them to pack their bags, because right now they're heading to the mountains with a serious face. This means that the database is not being contacted. I was standing near the message crystal. Whereupon Donald bites his fingers and thinks to himself, what's the curse? Or Roman's words really true? And he thinks that even if the lands closest to the southern front promise to send reinforcements, it will take them at least half a month to get here. And while the other soldier insists on this stone, the other soldier thinks to himself, is there really no way? He thinks not. Still, if the fortress could hold out until reinforcements arrive, then they would have a chance to win. Making a startled face. 4 hours later, their line of defense is surrounded from 2 sides, and he thinks to himself how this is possible, since they are completely isolated. He sits up on the wall, covering himself, and thinks to himself that, damn it, they've stopped their teleportation gate and added to the military power, and that the first line of defense is also blocked from all sides by Hector's soldiers. He examines the walls, the furnishings, and says that this way they will not be able to completely patch up the fortress walls, showing how they are knights setting up a ballista, thinking that they have obtained materials for the defense of the fortress. Having lined up all the knights in a row, and not to repeat the mistakes made in one battle, they can hold out, for he says that everyone should prepare to attack. He stands on top of the wall and will order the knights of the first line of defense to listen to him, because the kingdom of Hector won. Their teleportation gate is not surrounded from all sides, and you can't expect a pod underfoot from the kingdom to arrive this very minute. Shouting this to his knights, and he goes on to say that, however, as in Battle 1, they should trust him to count, and they will definitely survive. And then the knights, listening to his speech, heard something and asked, what is this sound? Turning to others. The count turns around and asks what the hell is going on, and the knight standing next to him starts to worry and tremble. They say there's a flash, showing how the soldiers brought the flash here, a huge structure that uses magic power. They started using it, and a huge golden-colored magic circle appeared on it. He charged a huge fireball and released it directly at them. After that, the wall exploded, and many people were burned alive. The count, who was looking on in shock, fell to the ground. After all, before Hector's kingdom surrounded them from all sides, they must abandon the fortresses, take refuge in the mountains. And this is in order to all the remaining forces of the south to gather as well. After that, he realizes that Roman was still right. I understand how terrible the situation is. And look at the way the knight cuts it. After that, one of the soldiers raises the commander's head and shouts that he has it. Thanks to the fact that they suppressed the main line with the help of a flash, the fortress was taken without heavy losses. And if this goes on, they won't be able to capture the entire southern front very soon. After which Ito walks up to the rangers. Ito kneels in front of him, and he says that time is on their side, looking into the distance. After that, the soldiers accompany many prisoners. They tie them together with a rope and say that they need to arrest all the surrendering soldiers and ban them in one place, so that no new surprises arise. They will need a lot of weapons to use to negotiate with the kingdom of Cairo. Then, depending on the situation, use debtors as a reason for the transaction. And the head of the rangers says he got it. Edwin thinks to himself that the plan is perfect, but where did this anxiety come from? He squints his eyes and looks into the distance, thinking what the hell, why is he missing something? After that, one of the soldiers runs up to him, shouting that it's very bad. It counts down that the Baron was handed over to die on the battlefield. Because of this, the connection with him was severed. After that, Edwin is surprised by this and angry, says who gave this information, and he should come here quickly. And then the tired and broken fighter says that he is sure that at first the 5th line of defense looked as if it was completely unprepared for war. Talking about this topic while sitting on the floor. He says that as soon as the battle began, they successfully rammed the gate, and the Baron ordered the fortress to be destroyed. Edwin listens to him standing in front of him, and he is sitting on a cot with the other knights lying next to him. And he says that's when that monster showed up, too, clutching its head and draining its panic. Edwin is surprised and asks what kind of monster is this. And the knight says that his power was so great that he could not even believe his eyes, remembering how Roman went to these knights alone. And this monster single-handedly took down many of his companions. As soon as he blinked, dozens of soldiers immediately fell from his blade, remembering how she'd smashed Roman with her punches. And even the Aura swordsman fell from a single blow, remembering how he used mana to kill them. And they lost their lives in the blink of an eye. And the mere presence of this bridge transformed the entire battle. After that, the panic in this soldier begins to grow more and more. He starts sweating and clutches his head. He calls him a monster, She shivers and starts repeating that he's a monster, and Edwin listens to him and tells him what a monster means. He turns and walks away, and Edwin continues to panic and repeats that he's a monster, and Edwin was thinking that, come to think of it, he heard that the youngest ranker in Cairo was assigned to the Southern Front. Because of this year, he has not seen perfect preparation, after which he is very angry and thinks that an unexpected variable has appeared, Dimitri. Edwards goes to one of the rooms and tells Jackson to report on the situation, and he goes like this, and he says that they checked the 5th line of defense and found a soldier Cairo. It's not like they escaped to the mountains, after which Edwin sits on the throne. If he ordered it, he would immediately form a squad to give chase. This one says no, this situation has already deviated. If you haven't captured the Southern Front, pointing fingers, then it's time to start negotiations with the Kingdom of Cairo. After that, the events are transferred to the royal castle of Cairo. This is a huge palace, dotted with lanterns and all sorts of decoration. And the red carpet is located along the entire length of the road to the gate. The man with the crown sits at the table and asks when they will arrive. And the butlers are very worried and get lost with a handkerchief and ask for forgiveness, because anyway, this is very sudden news, and everyone will need a little. He bangs his fist on the table, very angry, and it turns out to be the King of Cairo, Daniel Cairo. The King of Cairo cannot make a decision alone, remembering that he is bound in chains with many people, and he could only move troops with the consent of the aristocrat. Sitting at the table and eating food, there is a butler with a powerful power standing nearby. And then he listens to the sounds of conversation coming from the door. Being a male member of the Marquis Benedict aristocrat faction, he says that he was a little late on the way here because his carriage broke down, and comes in smiling. This man looks quite old and has a gray beard and hair, but he is dressed in an intelligent suit. And then 2 other men enter, one in a red raincoat and orange hair, smiling and closing his eyes, and another man with brown hair and a brown jacket. It was the Earl of Denver, Valhalla's confidant. Valhalla's confidant, Count Gregory. And then Gregory says that, by the way, it's true that Hector's kingdom attacked the Southern Front. After that, they all sit down at the table and prepare for the meal. The king says that the Hector kingdom crossed the state border, unexpectedly attacked the defensive fortress, sighing heavily. If this goes on, the Southern Front will be in great danger. After which Benedict says that then it's enough to send the soldiers right away. Isn't that the case when looking at the king? The king looks at him and thinks to himself that he is impudent, and says that then consider that this agreement with every minute will send troops to the Southern Front. After that, Benedict reports that the teleportation gate has been captured, and he is very surprised by this. After all, ultimately the board system is divided into 4 factions, representing how the table is divided into different 4 factions. And this only worsened the problems. After that, the king shouts and bangs on the table, saying that how they plan to fix this situation. If they had given in and allowed even the king to make a single decision, there was no way the Southern Front would have been in such danger. He continues to shout and points his finger at them, saying that what happened is entirely on their conscience. To which a knight from Wounded Armor comes in and says that the king of the kingdom, Hector, contacted them via a magic transmission. After that, the king and all his entourage stand in the messenger. They've been contacted by Edwin, and he says they're demanding payback for the war. It does not require estimating the cost of the Southern Front and reimbursing it in gold. After that, Benedict is very surprised by this and shouts to him that he thinks that he has the right to declare such a thing by unleashing a war without a reason. A nearby man says that he is an impudent robber, after which Edwin says that he gives them only 3 days, and if they do not fulfill their requirements by then, the Southern Front will be added to the Ha holdings. It seems that they are stalling for time under the guise of consent. Then none of the hostages of the Southern Front will be able to return alive. After that, he passes out, sitting on the throne. After a prolonged crop failure drained the treasury of the Kingdom of Hector, and also accumulated interest from the gold bank, remember what is happening in his homeland, as many people are starving and drought everywhere. Here he sits and thinks to himself that for the sake of the suffering people he is ready to become not a star Hector, and the most violent demon in history. After that, he gets very angry and says that this is all in order to save his people. The king sits on the throne. He says that from the moment the teleportation gate fell into the hands of the enemy, they were left with no choice. He clutches a rag in his hand and says that by fulfilling the compensation requested by Hector's kingdom, they will at least reduce their losses. After that, the king gets up from the table, and the others are still sitting, and Benedict says that if he does this, they will definitely throw away a huge amount of money. To which the king stands up and abruptly starts shouting that they have no choice, and if necessary, they need to look for another option. To which everyone just sits there in silence, gritting their teeth and closing their eyes and thinking. The king is even more angry, opening his mouth and thinking that this is even funny. After all, until recently, they were at each other's throats sharing power in this tiny country. After that, he sighs and thinks that when faced with a real threat, they immediately gave up. And he says it's settled then, they'll accept the kingdom's terms, Hector. To which one of the people sitting there says that he is against it. And he is very surprised by this. Everyone around starts looking at him. He says that the southern front has a novel Dmitri. Then he remembers what he looks like, and that he fought the war very well, and according to the report he just received, he won on the 5th line of defense. If only he could change the current state of the war, they would have a serious chance of winning. The king calms down and sits back down. He says that he recognizes that Roman Dmitri is an outstanding swordsman. He closes his eyes and says that a star swordsman who has barely reached adulthood is a blessing for the Cairo kingdom. However, there is no way he can influence the course of the war alone, imagining everything as all the wars turned on him alone. To which Benedict looks at the king and says that it is true, Roman Dmitri, the future kingdom of Cairo, and then use a dubious adventure, losing a talented person in a foreign land. It is better to minimize the losses first of all. To which Denver says that, as expected, they do not suspect the true power of the novel, looking at it, very surprised and worried. After all, he remembers how he received a message from his assistants, and he was able to get information only because he belongs to the faction close to him. Remembering how Roman he looks and thinks that his skills and abilities are superior to the 3-star swords, and he is the only variable capable of smashing the enemy. Remembering how he read the report, and was very surprised by it. After which, he makes a small smile and closes his eyes, thinking that he doesn't need to share this information with others. And he says that if everyone thinks so, then he will not insist on it either. He points his fingers at 3, says they only have 3 days. He keeps smiling and saying that how about we wait for 3 days. If there are no changes during that time, then he will accept the Hector kingdom's offer. Whereupon the king looks at everyone and says that they will do so, and from that moment on, the kingdom of Cairo will start preparing for 2 outcomes, a war with the kingdom of Hector and a truce. Henry looks very frightened at what is happening, says that my God. He looks at how the entire defense line is burning in constantly high ground, watching it. He thinks it's over. This is Cairo's utter defeat in the war. Startled, he turns to the soldiers and says that they are immediately retreating behind the mountains and think to themselves that he does not need a war hero. He shouts to the soldiers that they must move quickly, and they agree. They head forward. They turn into the mountains and start running. He runs first, and he thinks that first you need to survive, and then we'll see. Then something moves from behind the bushes, and one of the warriors attacks Henry directly. The man is surprised by this, and he grits his teeth and pulls out his sword. It was Chris, and he was leaning her sword against his neck and telling her to be quiet. He is surprised by this, realizes who it is, and is told to follow him. Chris then leads Henry's soldiers. Henry, watching Chris, wonders to himself what he's doing here and if they haven't gone to the rear. He passes through the bushes with an indignant look and thinks about why they didn't forget in the middle of the cursed mountain. He is very surprised and thinks to himself, what the hell? After that, he watches the base on the mountain from tents and stakes, and he tells everyone when they made that camp. Chris approaches him and tells him that the master thought that the base in the rear had already fallen, and this is his mysterious emergency camp. And Henry shouts to everyone in fright that if you fall down, you need to run. And why camp in this place? To which Chris is very angry. Green auras appear from his eyes, and he says that the war is not over yet, and they stayed here to protect allies like them. I will not defeat the enemies climbing the mountains, saying it all to Henry. And he says that if he were a man of the kingdom of Hectara, he would also lose his life. Glaring at Henry. Henry, in turn, is very scared of this, looking at Chris and thinking to himself that this is a monster and like a family. Dmitri managed to get hold of such monsters, after which he says, Chris, where is Mr. Roman now? And he hadn't seen it in a long time. Chris, looking at Henry, says that the master is now personally dealing with the enemies on the front line. To which Henry clenches his fist and begins to tremble, thinking to himself that Vodka, their commander Roman Dmitri, is a true monster. After that, several soldiers run after another soldier, but still get their punches on his back, and he begins to howl in pain. The other 2 soldiers also fight among themselves, dealing many blows. And the man with the pigtail and the green-haired black hair is the aide-de-camp of the front line of defense brand. He thinks to himself that at least those who remain should survive. He calls. After that, someone spears one of the knights, killing them, and blood splatters all over the battlefield. And he continues to think that because their commanding officer was saddened by the decision they made, the soldiers of the first line of defense are doomed to die. After that, one of the blows pushes him back, and he falls to the ground. The soldier, smiling and not swinging his sword, stood over Brand's body, and he thinks to himself that this is the end, and then something pierces that knight's neck. and his head falls off his shoulders. It was Roman who killed this soldier with a single blow. All the others noticing Roman say that the enemy has come and attack him, surrounding him, saying that he needs to be killed. After that, Roman carries out a series of blows, with which he cuts all the opponents into small pieces. Brand, watching it all on the floor, thinks this place is hell. Despite Roman's back, he asks who the hell he is as blood sprays everywhere. Roman turns around and says that this is the reserve unit of the 5th line of defense, Roman Dmitri. After that, the latter looks at him in surprise and thinks that the same Roman Dmitri who advised them to retreat, and he did not run away, but came to save them. After that, Brand gets to his feet and says that the 1st line of defense has already been broken, and the kingdom of Hector has moved towards the 2nd line of defense, and it is expected that it will not last long. After that, Roman stood in front of him, says that he does not offer to give up, to which Brand begins to worry and says that Mr. Roman. He admits that he is a strong swordsman, but this war between the realms is impossible to face Hector's kingdom alone. After which, Roman thinks that the great famine, surprise attacks, war, and actions of the Hector kingdom don't fit his current situation. He closes his eyes and wonders what their intentions are. After which, he turns away from Brant and leaves, saying that Hector is going to capture the southern front in one blow, because the kingdom does not have the strength to fight a long war, and the Brand tells him what he wants to say. And Roman explains everything, showing everyone on the map that Hector's goal is to use the war and eliminate Chris in the country, and only by conquering the southern front, they will convince the Cairo royal authority to cooperate. I remember all the higher ranks of the kingdom of Cairo. Roman leaves and thinks that if this is the case, then he can raise the actions of Hector's kingdom, and they are now taking a risk and putting everything on the line, and the fate of the entire country. Then he smiles very hard. 2 line of defense of the southern front. Jenkins points out with his hand flashes that you need to shoot. After that, the flash, which has loaded its hull, shoots directly into the wall, destroying it. Everything starts to burn along with the knights. They make a huge hole in the wall. Because of all this, Edwin is watching. He stands on a high ground, from which you can see all his army. And we think to ourselves that the death of the Baron was not part of his plans. He continues to look at the attacks from the service and says to himself that the 5th line of defense is the weakest on the entire southern front. And Roman Dmitri, as he watches the knights fight each other around the fire on the wall, he thinks that the testimony of the defeated soldiers is true and that his power is beyond imagination. As he watches the battle, he keeps wondering if his strength will be enough to stand up against the entire army of the Hector kingdom. No, at least they'll have to suffer with him. It will not bring any fatal changes. Then he gets angry and thinks to himself that the kingdom of Hector is not so weak that just one person can knock the ground out from under them. Just then, Edwin notices that one of the knights is calling him. He shouts that Ben is in trouble. They have lost contact with the first company sent to deal with the remains of the enemy army. And the knights continue to worry and shout that this is not all, not 2 and not 3 company does not get in touch. Then he wonders to himself what the bad feeling that has been leaving him all this time. It was caused by Dimitri's novel. While the 3 soldiers kneel down and report to him, after which, they enter the tent and are surrounded by many knights. And he asks Jackson to report on the situation, and he listens to him. He gets down on one knee in front of him and says that immediately after the first line fell, the defense of the 3rd Battalion was ordered to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. About an hour ago, communication with companies belonging to the 3rd Battalion was cut off. And judging by the fact that communication with the 3rd Company was severed in turn, most likely they were killed. Tell all this, Edwin, to the man at the table. He asks with a serious face what the alleged victims might be, to which he is told that they are about 300 people. Edwin lowers his head and begins to think that his worries have turned into reality, and he is sure that this is the work of Roman Dmitri, and he did not run for the mountains at all, after which Edwin grits his teeth and bites his lip and speaks. At the front, choosing the path of resistance. He tells Jackson, what if we leave Roman Dmitri out now? It will create even more problems later. And he looks at him with excitement. He tells him, sitting on his knees, that Prince Roman Dmitriev is just a minor deviation, and if he goes along with him and is defeated in the assault, then they will not be able to guarantee the success of our plan. He goes on to say that now it is important not to run after the son of the Dmitriev family, but to defeat the remaining defensive fortresses. To which Edwin says no, it's not. He says very seriously that it's important to deal with Chris right now. He gets very angry and says that the one who started the plan is smart. Edwin tells Jackson that he must immediately withdraw the soldiers from the 2nd line. And he closes his eyes, agrees with him, but he is clearly dissatisfied with something. He thinks to himself, why is he so fixated on the novel Dmitri? After that, in the dead of night, the soldiers stand in line. It also says that, According to reports, he is hiding on this mountain. Edwin goes ahead and is told by devoting an entire day to the last year of developing the plan. Edwin was able to sense instinctively that the novel has a dangerous element. Edwin passes by his commanding officers, and they are lined up in a row, and he says that he understands what they are thinking right now. However, as a military leader, he must always be prepared for the worst outcome, after which everyone looks at him. He says that not yet conquering Milo's remaining lines of defense is the least of evil, and the worst moment is the existence of Roman. Dmitri recalls the way he looks. After all, it is not the prediction of change that has generated it. After which, Jackson, watching this video, thinks to himself that Edwin Hector's decisions always have an iron logic and you just have to trust him. After that, Edwin says that all the troops are ready to follow the orders of the commander, and they agree to this. He turns around, walking into the mountains, and says that now it's time to hunt Cairo's rats. 3 torches on a mountain range in the south of the country. Those who have thrown themselves thoughtlessly on a quest cannot miss the enemy. Therefore, it was decided to place the army at the foot of the mountain, gradually surrounding it from all sides, thus surrounding the city and using a lot of torches so that it is all illuminated. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Company. The commander shouts that as soon as you light up the enemy, immediately blow the whistle. He sends the knights in different directions with torches and says that if they are not in a hurry to drive the enemies into a dead end, they will be able to fight with everyone without much loss, to which they agree and disperse. One of the commanders blows air into himself, after which he shouts to the soldiers that the left side, and he replies that there are no changes. He looks to the right and shouts to the right side. At this moment, someone attacks the soldier. They tell him that there are no changes, after which he worries and thinks to himself that everything is fine so far. He stops and is surprised that no one is around. I was afraid that my friend was thinking to himself that I should blow the whistle sooner. Then he whistles at it. But at that moment someone grabs him by the neck. And then, with one movement, this neck is twisted, thereby killing the enemy. Then this soldier falls to the ground, and this silhouette stands over him. It was a novel that looks around and at this moment thinks that Hector's kingdom was more decisive than he thought, and he planned to take out Max, attack the defense line, but they are so caught fire at thoughts to eliminate him that even abandoned the second line of defense and their warlord. Then he jumps and runs on. He thinks about something that definitely can't be called mediocre. The soldiers shout that the enemy appeared while under torches, and Roman runs and kills all the enemy, cutting off their heads while they yell for them to check on their comrades nearby. One of the soldiers stands nearby and shouts that they should get together and block the escape route. And at that moment, Roman cuts off his head in one deft move. He smiles and runs on, thinking to himself that he hasn't felt this way in a long time. And he remembers how the 12 sons of the heavenly demon rose to the very bottom. They were forced to constantly prove their abilities just because they were the offspring of a heavenly demon. After that, the father tells Roman that from now on he will live as a demon of darkness for a year. After that, he kills one of the people, saying that his mission was to exterminate the non-choral followers who escaped after causing trouble in the demonic sect. And he successfully dealt with all of them in 3 days. After that, he stands over the broken corpse and thinks to himself that, however, each time the mission became more difficult and even reached the point where it was impossible to keep the victory in a direct duel. So he came to look for others. He was in the library and started reading a lot to the demonic sect storage. He found a fighting technique from the King of Darkness, because the King of Darkness, who was once a petty thief, independently mastered the way to use darkness. What achieved unprecedented power, saying goodbye as a great robber. After that, many people in cloaks stand over the corpse of the King of Darkness. Although he had met a terrible end by coveting the heavenly demon vault, he still managed to make a contribution to the history of his world. After that, he learned all the methods of the King of Darkness, jumping on the beams and honing his skills, and he completed a mission that was not constrained by any methods and means. After that, they looked at him with a terrible aura, because a year had passed like this. After that, he killed 38 named masters in a year after the so-called one. After that, he was nicknamed the ghostly shadow of the demonic sect. After all, he was using the martial art of the King of Darkness and hiding in the dark. And he was the very embodiment of darkness. After that, the soldiers shout, "Where the hell is he?" And in the same second they die. Several soldiers shout that they will take up a forward position. Holding weapons in their hands, they stand in a stance and say that everyone should step back. It was Hector of the Order of Aura Knights who had gathered together. After that, Roman looks at them and says that he will make them regret stepping on a mountain covered in darkness, attacking this Aura Knight from all directions. After that, they kill him and shout to the company commander that he is dead. A soldier nearby, frightened, just falls to the ground, begins to tremble. He thinks to himself what the hell is going on and needs to report it immediately, panicking and crying. He pulls out his communications equipment and shouts that there's a ghost here and they're all going to die soon, and he asks for something to help him. But at that moment, Roman, who is sitting in a tree, attacks him and kills him. Edwin listens to what is happening on the comm transmitter and is very frightened by it, but excited because he can hear the screams of pain there as well. After that, he shouts at the transmitter to focus because the enemy is only using the darkness. A man on the other hand yells that no matter how much they check, he can't see the enemy. He shouts that the soldiers are dying one by one, standing with their sword, and he couldn't count where and how the enemy would attack. He begins to panic and shouts that the commander is impossible to resist the formless ghost. Knight's Order of the Kingdom of Hector Thompson. Edwin is very focused, sharpened, and thinks to himself that Thompson is an aura swordsman. And he thinks about that, remembering what he looks like and what the aura swordsmen use what. They are many times more developed senses than the average soldier and cannot detect even traces of presence, and this simply cannot be. After which, Edwin gritted his teeth and started to worry, thinking to himself that how likely was this magic. He says no, because invisibility magic, neither heat transparent or concealment type magic, certainly exists. But magic initially takes a long time to recover, and it can't be used for long periods of time. After that, these knights continue to kill one by one. Edwin tells them that don't let the darkness blind you, and he will head straight for them. After that, the soldiers, gritting their teeth, think to themselves that there is really no point in being a coward. He recalls how Shaw and his friends and allies are spread out across the county and only need to hold out a little longer, and they will be able to complete the county. They need to hold out until the prince arrives, after which Thompson shouts to everyone that the soldiers of the first company should listen to him. He tells everyone that the enemy is now targeting our lives. They need to form a defensive formation and only fight off the enemy's attacks, after which he puts the means of communication in his pocket. He uses the aura and thinks to himself what is needed. Let him attack. He opens his eye, thinking that he is already there, and launches his attack in that direction. After which, he wonders what he did, thinking about what the hell, and he notices that he killed his own soldier. And he thinks to himself that he used an ally as bait. As he bleeds, the man who stabbed him with the sword calls out to the captain. And Roman stands right in front of him and tell him how many people don't hunt their enemies in the dark, but all of them, as one, will die the same way. After that, Thompson waves his sword around and says that stop cowering and hiding, let him show himself. And Roman starts laughing. From the father at this moment begins to panic very much, afraid of everything that is happening to him. Roman comes out and says that it is a huge mistake to think that the victorious discover the enemy, who could not see. He says he wonders why everyone makes this mistake. Roman stands in front of Thompson and tells him that he really thought that if he could just find him, he could easily put him down. After which Thompson is surprised that I understand that this is Dimitri's novel, and says that he will have to snatch the victory, after which he uses the power of the aura and shouts at him to die. The price of such is not his, and they hit swords with each other, but Roman conducts one of the attacks, thereby killing with one blow, passing forward. And Thompson's blood starts flying everywhere, screaming in pain. Eventually it falls to the ground, and the fragrance moves on. But Thompson is shouting to everyone that everyone should come here, and cancer is here. To which Roman says that it is useless, and he has blocked the sounds of mana, and his voice will not reach the ears of his allies. I don't know how the soldiers pass nearby, but I can't hear anything. Then he plunges his weapon into the man's back once more, and the man screams in pain. He cuts off his legs and arms, with no emotional face. After that, Thompson lies on the ground and makes the last sounds all covered in blood and severed limbs. And then Roman takes the communications equipment out of his pocket and asks if you can hear him. He says that he knows what they are thinking at this moment. What about now, when the country's residents are dying of unprecedented hunger, remembering the drought that has befallen their country? What did you manage? Why did Hector's kingdom go crazy with their lives to attack the southern front with nothing to gain? And it says that there is a single correct answer. Solve the country's problems with war. Roman then proceeds to tell the communications media that he is sure they are going to take a huge sum from Caire, using the southern front as a hostage. But the miscalculation is that he found out about this plan and they don't stand a chance. With such a shortage of food, they did not last more than 3 months. And he says that he will interfere with their plan until the very end. With this, the goal is achieved and they will no longer be able to ignore his presence. Edwin then asks him if he is Roman Dimitri. Roman smiles and thinks to himself that he has finally arrived. Edwin looks at the communications equipment with a serious face and says that he will not deny what he and the kingdom have said. Hector is going through a dry famine, and they can no longer borrow money from outside. And to get out of the rains, having pumped up debts, I perceive everything as a sign of infinity. All they have to do is make that decision. After which, Roman tells Edwin if he is asking him to step into their position. And he says no, it's to explain how desperate they are. It's hard saying this news. Edwin says that the fate of the kingdom depends on this war. Hector, remembering how the knights defend themselves, he says that as soon as he found out that they don't have time, it doesn't mean that they can retreat or even like the corpses of fallen allies, seeing as they put their flag right on top of the allies' corpses. So tell the kingdom and the Cairo family that if they don't get anything, they'll steam the necromancer's corpse poison all over the place, remembering what they look like in the shape of skeletons from the side. And they will turn this land into a land of death. And his name is Edwin Hector. And as the prince of the kingdom of Hector, he is willing to do anything to save his people. And he calls Roman Dmitri to him about what his choice will be, while he listens to all this with a serious face. Edwin asks him if he will go along with Hector's kingdom with Chase to the edge of the cliff, or will he cooperate. And Cairo's life depends on his choice. After that, Roman thinks to himself that Edwin Hector, when studying the Southern Front, he often met with this name. And unlike his useless father, he had taken over the central core of the kingdom through his outstanding abilities, seeing himself as received the title of recognized in the country from abroad. And in addition to everything else, it was he who was entrusted with the command in this war. Remembering how he leads all the soldiers of his country, he thinks to himself that he can't help but acknowledge his ability, but dare to threaten him. Thompson then screams in pain. Edwin asks him what he's doing. He says that his sword has just pierced his thigh, while Thompson is grimacing in pain and shaking, lying on the floor covered in blood. Edwin asks him why he is resorting to torture and it is better to kill him. To which Roman says that whatever the touching reaction, he is not a bit interested in the circumstances of the kingdom of Hector. And he makes a mistake, after which he continues to poke Thompson with his weapon. And Thompson screams in pain. Roman says that the war has already begun, remembering how they attacked the walls of the defensive fortress, and they were the first to cross the line, because they have no right to ask him to show humanity. And he will do what he thinks is right. Then Edwin sat down and was very surprised and frightened. And Roman goes on to say, standing by Thompson's corpse, that so he should try to avoid them and not let any of them live. And even if they decide to run away, raising a white flag, he will follow them to the last and stab them in the back, stabbing her neck again. He says that his name is Roman Dmitri. He says that if they whiten out the desperate resistance, they will meet you soon. He only smiles as he says this, and Edwin is very scared and worried about everything. He thinks to himself that Roman Dmitriev is more dangerous than he realized when he dropped his communication device. Jackson goes to Edwin's tent. He asks him what they plan to do, and he listens in silence. Edwin tells them to immediately mobilize all military forces and create a tight encirclement around the place where the signal came from, using the means of communication that Roman used as a bug. Edwin uses all means of communication with all the anger, says that in the name of revenge for Zadoptin, who died in agony, he personally cuts Roman Dmitri to pieces, to which Jackson says there is. And then the soldiers shout that even if the ally is defeated, let the soldiers from other areas go up into the mountains in a crowd and block the enemy's escape route, holding torches above them. After that, one of the soldiers says that now their eyes are unlikely to see anything and stick a twig directly into the ground. Roman says that this is a tiny grain by human standards, but both a stone and a tree leaf contain natural mana. Tossing bricklayer, tell it all, without leaving any rocks or branches around them. He says that if you artificially redirect this mana, all the soldiers are watching this, and he says that it will distort space. After that, everyone is surprised, stands watching, and Roman says that the enemy will feel as if all 5 of his senses are blocked, and they should only remember that he was right in front of their eyes. After that, the soldiers watch as Roman disappeared and, as if for someone's amusement, hid his existence. And this technique is called formation. A soldier with a torch shouts that you need to sacrifice your own flesh to get the bones of the enemy. And at that moment, a silhouette steps out of the shadows. It was Chris who cut off the head of this soldier in a matter of seconds. Chris gets blood on his face and smiles, thinking that just like the master said, Soldier and Hector didn't notice their presence. And this is the formation. Risk telling everyone to attack their enemy, after which the soldiers settle down and start fighting. One of them screams about what the hell is going on and where they came from. Another tells them not to lose their composure and counterattack. After that, Chris steps forward and says that after the duel of warriors, Chris was reborn as a completely different person. Mana is coming out of his eyes. He recalls how hard he breathed, and to become stronger, he worked tirelessly in joint training with Roman. And just one short delay could prevent him from fully assimilating Roman's teachings. How he was kneeling in front of him, and so he persevered in training, even if he froze down after them. And as a result, the swordsmanship of one of the 10 strongest masters appeared in this world. on top of the last world. And now Chris, using his aura, rushes forward, killing the enemies behind him one by one. Moments later, he killed 3 people by rushing forward with his sword out and calling it a thunderbolt. He stopped and walked around with his soldiers. He thinks to himself that the master ordered all the enemies to be killed, and before more of Hector's soldiers escape here. He shouts at everyone to go back, and they retreat, thinking to themselves that they need to get to another point. At the same time, a battle also unfolded in another area. There are torches in the foothills, and it was the enemy, and they are asking to stop it. It was Kevin, who is walking forward with a heavy gaze covered in blood and a red aura. His comrades called him that. Kevin stands with the head of one of the soldiers covered in blood and slightly missed, and they say that he is a monster that evolves faster than anyone else. The soldiers stand with their backs to it. Kevin goes to them and they think that, taking a place next to the master, he has always observed how to deal with the enemy, and he will pursue the value that the master seeks. Then he smiles and says that the master's methods are absolutely correct. At the same time, one of Mr. Roman's other soldiers attacks the enemies with his blue aura. And elsewhere, the soldiers are heading forward and the volcano mission is complete. Then they stand side by side and look at each other, smiling. And then they show on the map a plan of action that the lightning attack of the army, divided into 4 groups for each branch, was carried out simultaneously. And the strategy has taken hold. Success. After which, one of the soldiers was on his knees. So, reports that there is definitely a mage in Cairo's camp. I'm on my knees in front of Edwin, who tells them that Cairo's soldiers have suddenly appeared out of the empty darkness and attacked them. Jackson, standing nearby, says that, apparently, the enemies have set a trap. And Edwin calls Jackson to him, saying that there is no magic that can teleport a large group of people, and this is only possible by using a magic scroll, remembering how it works. After all, this magic scroll is very expensive. The high circles are under the strict control of the magic tower, and it is unlikely that the meager budget of the Southern Front has such a luxury. Remembering what the huge tower of magic looks like, he sighs and says that in this case there is still the possibility of a magician, but will there be a high circle poppy in the west and south? Does he turn to Jackson? And that it can't be, and Jackson says that it's impossible, because mages are even more valuable than aura swordsmen, considering how strong they are, and most of them belong to the neutral organization Magic Tower. The sign of the Magic Tower, this book with the moon and the sun. After all, the Magic Tower operates all over the continent, and everyone who is naturally endowed with mana dreams of joining its ranks. And the Magic Tower is a storehouse of knowledge, remembering how huge it is and consists of all sorts of devices. Therefore, there is no other way for the magician. And Edwin thinks to himself that because of this, each country has only a small number of magicians. And this is not magic. If they go personally, they will be able to figure out that they used their sister-in-law, but soldiers are now dying for their core. It is as if he is standing on a path with many forks, and it is not yet time to wait for the moment when Roman Dmitri does not fall into his trap. After that, one of the soldiers is stabbed with a sword, and he writhes in pain. It was a novel, and he is told that he finally got caught, smiling at death. After that, Roman is surprised, and suddenly there is a certain flash, and the soldier brings something to Roman's face. Everything starts to shine. Or is someone shouting that this is Roman Dmitri? And while he is trying to escape, everyone shouts that they need to surround him and leave a glowing trail from him. He thinks it's the shards of light that fly out in all directions after the artifact explodes. They covered Roman's entire body like a firefly, giving away his location. And while he is trying to escape from the soldiers, they see him at all. And the soldiers are relaying that Roman Dmitri is heading north, and he just changed direction in the opposite direction. He calls out to Second Company, and at that moment Roman attacks the man who was talking on the COMM, cutting off his arm. I don't hear the rat coming their way, and all the soldiers are motivated, looking and saying that they will kill it, and they must avenge the death of their comrades. They use the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique 2 style. He swipes a huge punch from top to bottom with a purple aura, and he's sitting on his knees, and everything around him has been destroyed. He thinks to himself that his stamina is almost at its limit, and a wounded soldier sitting next to him, leaning against a tree, says whether he thinks he can get out of here alive. And 1,000 soldiers surrounded this place, and no matter how strong it was, he would still die at their hands. Then Roman smiles and says, sweating profusely, that maybe they should have thought about why he personally jumped into this trap. After that, the soldier is surprised and coughs up blood, saying what he means. Roman gets up. Now Nogi says that 1,000 soldiers are flocking from everywhere to pursue him, and pursuing the idea that you need to hold it by any means, at least not even for 30 seconds. And they are often reckless enough to come here foolishly, risking their lives. He smiles as he looks at this from a wounded soldier and says that isn't it fun now, as never before can't act optional. so they should see how far they go, and still have until dawn yet. After that, many soldiers lie bloody and dead. Jackson tells someone to stop standing in front of Roman. He, in turn, tries to finish off another soldier and draws attention to Jackson. He thinks to himself that the light weapons, the scarred face. He looks at Jackson and the fact that he's releasing a huge amount of ore and thinks to himself that it's Ranger Squad leader Jackson. His energy draws at least 4 stars, and Hector hid some of the information. Then Jackson attacks him, and Roman attacks back. Their magic collides with each other and with their swords, and they grimaced very much from how hard the impact was. Jackson screams about finally being caught by Roman Dmitri. Even though Jackson is a 4-star swordsman, his name isn't on Hector's ranking list. Outside of the kingdom, it was only known that he was a Ranger Squad leader, but since his name wasn't listed in the rankings, no one could say for sure how strong he was. But Roman and Jackson had clashed with their swords in the battle, and there was an incredibly strong aura coming from them. Jackson, after hitting Roman's sword, was startled to think that Roman didn't even move from his attack. Roman, looking at Jackson, smiled. They underestimated Roman Dmitri. In the world he is known as a 3-star swordsman, but this is all a lie. Jackson reflected that a level starting at 4 stars was already a disaster in itself, and now he understood why the soldiers had suffered an inglorious defeat. When Roman was hitting Jackson's sword, a loud sound of iron could be heard. Jackson, gritting his teeth, glared at Roman and wondered if this guy was strong. Roman crouched down, his sword starting to glow with bright pink energy, and then he swung it with great force and struck at Jackson's sword. Jackson wondered if, on the contrary, he was losing ground. He barely dodged Roman's sword as it grazed his cheek, and he thought, okay. He admits that Roman is an outstanding warrior, but Roman doesn't have a chance to escape, so Jackson flew a few meters away from Roman and stopped. Then he took out his whistle. He puffed out in shock and blew into it with great force. Immediately Jackson's soldiers were approaching, shouting that they needed to come here, surround Roman Dmitri. They needed to help Commander Jackson. Roman was surrounded by soldiers armed with torches and swords. Jackson said that enough was enough, let Roman surrender. Romanu smiled, a turquoise aura radiating from him. He asked if it was a funny suggestion to give up, and then said that it looked like Jackson still didn't realize the situation. There was some misunderstanding. Suddenly, Roman's aura changed to purple. Then he said that, first of all, some fragments would not capture him. Jackson looked in Roman's direction, startled, not understanding what was going on. Turquoise shards fell to the floor. They were lying next to Roman when Roman shook his fist and said that, secondly, he was sure that he would break through any environment, even if he was squeezed from all sides. He didn't care. Roman suddenly jumped up from his seat. He was behind a terrified Jackson in a second, and while smiling and telling Jackson that there was no way they could catch him, Jackson wondered what happened when Roman managed to get behind him. Roman, standing behind Jackson, said that by the way, if he, the commander of the Ranger Squad and a talented warrior of the Kingdom of Hector, is here now, it means that next to Edwin Hector is nobody. Jackson gritted his teeth and started to turn around, thinking that this couldn't be happening. He held out his sword, but Roman wasn't there. And then he shouted, "Damn it," and ordered his warriors to quickly run after Roman because the prince was in danger. Roman was running at high speed through the forest. He thought that there is only one way to end the war with a small number of soldiers, to kill the enemy commander. As Roman ran through the forest, the purple waves coming off him, he wondered if counting the direction of the communication device's mana that Edwin Hector was using could tell his location. We are taken to Hector's camp at the foot of the mountain, where negotiations are held in a tent. Suddenly, one of Hector's soldiers notices something behind him. Together with his friend, he turns around and sees Roman Dmitri rushing at great speed. Roman Dmitri cuts off the heads of a soldier with one blow, and says that he found them. He jumps, swinging his sword and saying that here he is Edwin Hector. Edwin watches Roman approach with a smile, red energy burning in his hand. Roman is startled to think that Edwin has a different way of using mana. Is he really a magician? Edwin stretches out her arms and uses the Inferno spell, and a magic circle appears in front of her, from which fire rays fly out at high speed. They are rapidly approaching the novel from all directions. Roman dodges them, intending to retreat for a while. Edwin's eyes light up blue, and he shouts where he's going and uses the memorization spell. And then the spell puts, from under the ground begins to pour yellow light. And from there, tree roots come out, surrounded by yellow energy. Roman circles around himself, cutting through the roots with his sword at high speed, then shouts that such magic can't stop him. In response, he shouts how Roman dares to attack the prince. Yellow energy is approaching Roman at great speed. He notices it too late. Roman is engulfed in a yellow light whose intensity is impossible to measure, and Edwin shouts that Roman's arrogance has exceeded all bounds. Roman was able to fend off Edwin's attack with his sword, grazing him quite a bit, and then Roman thought that such a powerful aura is unexpected. Who Edwin is? A man with a yellow mustache hides under a hood. He wonders if Edwin is second in the ranking of the Kingdom of Hector, captain of the Royal Guard. The man takes off his hood. He is clad in armor with a blue cape, and then he shouts, "Roman Dimitri, you will not escape again. This man is a 5-star swordsman butter." Roman turns to look at Edwin, and then they think that, as expected, Edwin has prepared a lot to catch him. Edwin gives Roman a stern look and then wonders what Roman is doing, no matter how much he flutters around. He couldn't stand against the alliance of a 4th circle mage and a 5-star swordsman, who was surrounded, with Butter standing on one side and Butter giving off a yellow aura on the other. Edwin thought that this time he would definitely take Roman's life, and then Edwin used a wind blade. 3 wind streams flew out of his hands, which headed towards Roman at great speed. Butter swung his sword, used yellow energy, and shouted for Roman to die. Roman was greatly frightened by the approaching threat. He did not have time to dodge 2 attacks at once. His eyes lit up with purple flames, and he clenched his teeth with great force. He tried to deflect the wind currents with his sword at the beginning, and then hit Butter's sword. The force of the blow was so strong that it caused an incredibly strong flash. Butter's sword was rapidly closing in on Roman. Romani struggled to use all of his energy to fend off the attacker's attack. From the side, an incredible explosion occurred in the forest. Roman was on one knee, leaning on his sword. He wondered what he expected to be a trap. Looking at Edwin and Butter, he thought that who would have thought that Edwin Hector would turn out to be a mage, and would bring a 5-star swordsman disguised as an ordinary soldier. Roman smiled broadly, then said it was interesting. Roman gave off an incredibly strong energy, and he reflected that now, teetering on the edge between life and death, he finally felt that he was alive. Butter looked at Roman in fright. He wondered if Roman was at the level where he and the prince would be able to withstand a joint attack. Moreover, he was only barely 20 years old. Looking at Roman, who was already on his feet, he wondered where the hell this monster had come from. Fortunately, he was still alive. I haven't reached the batter level yet, but that's still the case. Edwin shouted, "Butter, why are you procrastinating? Roman is exhausted right now." Then Edwin raised his hands up and used a double spell, Break and Affirm. While he was casting these spells, Roman managed to jump up to Edwin and swung his sword at him. Just looking at him was enough to make him very scared. Roman smiled, one of his eyes glowing with purple flames, and then he said, "Heavenly Demon Sword Technique." Butter charged, shouting no. He was using the 3rd style. Roman's huge black and white energy shot straight at Edwin. But Butter got between Edwin and the energy, both of them in style. Later, when Roman's crushing blow ended, Edwin and Butter were standing together, the ground around them completely burned. Butter asked tiredly how the prince was feeling, and a frightened Edwin said he was fine. Roman coughed up blood, and then thought that to deflect such a blow, not for nothing as a 5-star swordsman, he has already used the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique twice. His strength is at the limit of a pity, but now he can only retreat. Roman looked at the startled Edwin Hector and told him to remember. Roman pointed a finger in his direction and said that when they met again, Edwin won't be able to survive like he did today. Edwin and Butter stood in silence as Roman left. Edwin was overwhelmed. Hector's army was crushed by just one man, and it almost lost its commander. A reality that was completely impossible to accept unfolded right before their eyes. Edwin clenched his fist, and then wondered if it was because of him. He was overconfident. He reasoned that the flaw in Roman Dimitri's face could be corrected. A fleeting decision led the plan that seemed the least evil to the worst outcome. A huge number of fighters were killed. In this fight, Hector was defeated, and Eric initially thought that no, this was still his defeat. He shouted for his comrades to move the body. They should rest their souls with flames, let them enjoy a long rest. Jackson, Butter, and Edwin watched over the many bonfires that were created from their dead comrades. Edwin tilted his head frantically, then said sorry. This is all because of his mistaken decision. One of the soldiers behind Edwin shouted that whatever he was talking about wasn't his fault at all. Jackson agreed to be a soldier and said that neither of them blamed Edwin for this. Edwin was fuming, and Jackson told him that the enemy was simply too strong. Jackson walked over to Edwin and told him to keep his head up. They believe in the prince, and Edwin's mouth dropped open. Jackson and his soldiers stared at Edwin in silence. And then Edwin smiled and said that it was true that Jackson was right, but if it seemed that his order was setting them on the path of defeat again, then they should turn a blind eye to the hierarchy and say it right to his face. The soldiers shouted that they were obeying and obeying. And then Edwin said seriously that from now on, they would throw all their strength into destroying the defensive fortresses of the front before the main force of Cairo arrived. They had all 10 days to do so. After that, they will use the rear as a strong point and begin to prepare for a desperate resistance. Butter desperately asked Edwin what he thought Roman Dimitri would do. Edwin replied that even though he admits that the Roman is a dangerous enemy, but unlike the mountains, which have an advantage in the landscape, the battle on the plain is quite different. Edwin turned sternly to Butter and said enthusiastically that he planned to take advantage of this, and he reflected that even though he had lost, Hector wasn't defeated yet. Jackson asked Edwin if he was sure he could get compensation out of Cairo just by fighting hard, not necessarily getting compensation out of Cairo. Edwin replied with a frown that they would offer a deal to the Kronos Empire. We are transported to the royal castle of Cairo, and someone says that they have already invested a lot of money in the Western Front over the past year due to the frequent provocations from Kronos. We are introduced to a man with a small mustache and a brown jacket, who is the Count of the Kingdom of Cairo Ir. And he says with displeasure that with the current state of the treasury, they simply will not be able to accept all of Hector's conditions. And then he adds, if they fulfill all the requirements, the treasury of the kingdom will be completely empty. The king, looking at the paper, replies that how about we increase taxes? Ir replies that taxes were already raised 6 months ago, and if they increase them again, a mutiny may break out. The king thought that the only way to solve the problem was to use the property of the Cairo aristocracy. But in this case, he would once again give them an excuse to relax the king's power. He takes a deep breath and thinks that there is no other way, and then says to contact the central government aristocracy immediately. They should hold a meeting on cooperation. Suddenly someone bursts in and shouts, "Your Majesty, King Daniel." A soldier runs into the king's office and shouts that a message has arrived from the southern front that the enemy attack has been repelled. King Daniel, startled, asks what. Gregory asks the king that this is true, and then indignantly say that Hector's army consists of about 10,000 soldiers. How did Roman manage to repel the enemy's attack, having a small detachment under his command? If the information is reliable, it means that they have a way out, Denver thought deeply. Dmitry Roman. He actually managed to resolve such a difficult situation. And then King Daniel says that he will immediately contact the southern front and activate the magic crystal. And a light appears that shows Henry. Daniel indignantly asks who he is. Let him state his status and affiliation. Henry, startled, replies that he is the second son of the Elbert family. Henry Elbert. Everyone in the office, they didn't know any Elberts. Suddenly, the Marquis said in a calm voice that the Elbert family line, I remember, had nurtured many outstanding talents in the past, and even held a position in the central government. Henry said it was true. The Marquis replied that all right, they would not leave it aside why he took the call, and not Roman Dmitri. Henry replied that he had joined the squad under Roman Dmitri. Henry went on to say that just as Marquis Benedict had said, the connection should have been accepted by Mr. Roman. But he said that he needed some time alone and left him, the only noble, as his representative. He and Mr. Roman were colleagues in the South Barracks. They were assigned to the reserve unit of the 5th line of defense, and on the way to it they received a report about the attack of the kingdom of Hector. Two shocking news almost threw everyone into confusion. But he and Roman Dmitri, having gathered all the fighting power, hurried to the 5th line of defense, rushing all the speed of the novel Dmitri. The Marquess shouted stop indignantly, and then made a gesture with his hand, and asked if Henry had decided to repeat everything from the beginning. Let him get straight to the point. Henry answered yes. Henry clenched his fist and thought that he was sure that Roman Dmitri would earn fame not only in Cairo, but across the entire continent. Right now, he needed to start a relationship with him before he revealed his true worth, and then Henry said grandly that the success of this plan lay entirely with Mr. Roman. He went on to say that as soon as Roman found out about the Hector Kingdom's attack on the South Barracks, Mr. Roman immediately guessed that their target was the teleportation gate. Roman immediately went up to the mountains, where he set up a secret base. If the commanders of the southern defense lines had listened to Mr. Roman at that time, the southern front would not have fallen so easily. The king, along with the aristocracy, was shocked by Henry's story, and by recognizing the fools, Henry thereby elevated the novel's exploits to the top. Knowing that Roman's subordinates were nearby, listening to his words, Henry purposely raised his voice. Henry closed his eyes and struck an epic pose, then said that they had fought under Mr. Roman's command until dawn, standing up to the end. There were no more than 200 of them, but when Roman took command, they managed to resist an enemy that outnumbered them tenfold. And then Henry clenched his fist and shouted, and win the victory. He and his comrades are ready to stand up to the last against the kingdom of Hector in this war. King Daniel was silent for a long time, and then said that they were weak. He happily replied with a wide smile that Roman Dmitri had fought to the bitter end, despite the hellish conditions. But the so-called top Cairo had already decided to surrender in advance. The Marquis said that His Majesty was right. From the moment Hector captured the teleportation gate, they had already mentally admitted defeat. The Marquis held out his hand and added that at least it proved that the warriors of Cairo have unyielding willpower. Now that the hero of Cairo named Roman Dmitri appeared on the southern front, it was their turn to use the chance given to them to counterattack. Grigory slammed his fist down on the table and shouted for more troops to be sent to the southern front immediately, so that Hector should be taught a lesson when he crossed state borders. King Daniel said in a confident voice that the agreement with Hector would be broken, and from now on, they would focus their efforts on regaining the pride of the Cairo kingdom. Denvir, Gregory, and the Marquis came out of the king's study, and King Daniel shouted for the other families to be called together at once to gather all the information about the southern front. On the surface, it looked like the central government's aristocrats were trying to protect the south of France, but after the meeting, their ultimate goal focused on one thing: Roman Dmitri. At this moment, they were caught up in the desire to get it. Henry stood in front of the magic stone and wondered if the call had convinced them even more that Roman would join the central government after the war was over. Henry looked back at Roman's soldiers and thought that if he could enlist Roman's support, he could move up the career ladder. Henry held out his hand holding a premium beef jerky and said, "Chris, you must be very hungry, so help yourself." Chris the stern one said no need. Jen decided to follow Chris and asked him to accept it because it is very tasty. Chris suddenly turned around, giving Henry a stern look, and asked him if he thought he didn't understand what Henry was up to. If Henry really wants recognition, then don't try to curry favor with them. And to show that he could be trusted with his back on the battlefield, Henry stood silently, holding a beef jerky in his hands, and thought hard about something. Trusted. Kevin was walking past them, and Henry asked him if his name was Kevin and if he wanted to eat. Kevin paused, puzzled, and Chris watched in silence. The royal palace issued an order to the southern defense line, asking them to help Roman and stall for time until the main Cairo forces arrived in the south. The commander on the walls of the fortress went to his soldier and called him. He answered so exactly. We are presented with a man with long hair and a blue cloak. This is the commander of the third line of defense, Baron Vasily. And he says tensely that if Hector's army was defeated by an army that did not have even 200 soldiers, then Hector's armed forces are weaker than they expected. The adjutant answered. Vasily turned around and looked down under the fortress walls. The adjutant slowly walked towards him and said that he also thinks so. Moreover, there is a rumor that the kingdom of Hector has been suffering from a prolonged famine in recent years and is about to fall. They only take money, but in fact nothing special. Vasily furrowed his brows and thought that for 3 years now he has been rotting on this outskirts. Perhaps this is his chance sent by heaven. His aura turned yellow, and he continued to think that to help Roman and stall for time, if the boy could take command, then so could he. Vasily shouted to dictation to summon the army right away. He was using guerrilla tactics to teach the Hector kingdom a lesson. Hector, if you look at the map, had access to all the defense lines in order to deal with the defensive fortresses as quickly as possible. Hector's army divided the military forces and attacked. Among them, the army aimed at the third line in total was 3,000 people. Vasily's warriors easily crushed and killed Hector's warriors, and Baron Vasily went into hiding and attacked them surreptitiously. But contrary to his expectations, they were not met by a scattered rabble ready to fall from a single blow. Vasily looked at Hector's army in dismay, and then said that it was simply impossible. Hector's soldiers were cold-blooded in their anger, and the soldiers of the southern front, exhausted with comfort, could not resist them. One of Hector's knights leaped furiously at Vasily, swinging his sword. Victory in the mountains could only be achieved thanks to Roman Dmitri, and Cairo's commanders didn't need much time. To realize this, Vasily looked at the approaching death in fear, and then passed out. Hector's warrior easily cut Basil in half. An aide-de-camp arrived at King Daniel and knelt down in front of him, shouting that it was known that the commander of the third line of defense, Baron Vasily, had died during a battle with the enemy. Suddenly, the adjutant turned around, saw someone else, and one of the soldiers ran into King Daniel's office and shouted that the third and fourth lines of defense were under enemy attack. The magic message shone, and someone shouted that a message had arrived from the second line of defense. The knight desperately looked at the king. His armor was covered in blood. Then he said that at this rate they would not last 10 days, and begged to be saved. King Daniel looked at the soldier in fright, then asked with a tremor in his throat that the entire defense line had fallen in just a day. King Daniel became desperate and thought that just because Cairo's warriors were strong, it didn't mean that Hector's warriors would be weak. It suddenly dawned on Daniel that it was possible that a person named Roman had led the kingdom to a stunning victory. Daniel clenched his fist and then thought that he was careless. He asked where Roman Dmitri is now. A dark cave appears in front of us, from which steam escapes. Roman reflected that there are still many things in this world that he does not know. First of all, magic. If Morim cultivated combat power based on using the energy of nature, then this world created a new area called magic. Roman was sitting on the floor, surrounded by a dark aura, meditating and thinking that if Edwin Hector had been a more outstanding magician, he wouldn't have been able to escape from there. He still hadn't managed to reach the level of magic power that he possessed as a sky demon beak Junha, and a hasty decision can drive him to the edge of a cliff. Edwin Hector is like a spider, and Roman is a butterfly. He predicted Roman's attack and waited, spreading his spider web. Romana thought uneasily. At the beginning, a powerful pillar of inferno flame. He needs to think again. If he had taken the damage back then and attacked Edwin with lightning bolt, he would have used this spell and swung his sword with great force at Edwin from above. Then he would have hit Edwin with great force. But then Butler would have protected Edwin with his sword. There is no way Butler would have let him do it, and he would have repelled his attack. His current strength isn't enough to defeat the alliance of a mage and a 5-star swordsman. At that moment, Butler threw Roman a couple of meters away from Edwin, but perhaps this was what he was waiting for, a victory for which he would have to put his life on the horse. Roman swung his sword, a new challenge. Roman with a jump hit Butler's sword, a new strong opponent so he. Roman's head flew off his shoulders. Roman is not able to live a comfortable life. He replayed the battle with Butler in his mind again and again. And in the end, he managed to defeat Edwin by stabbing him in the stomach with his sword. Roman watched Edwin's lifeless body fall to the ground. There was blood on Roman's face, and he looked at the dead Edwin with displeasure and thought that the preparations were complete. We are taken to Henry, who screams frantically at Chris and then asks that Mr. Roman didn't tell him when he was coming out. Henry, standing in front of Chris, shouts in frustration that he doesn't know what Roman is doing right now, but the royal palace is desperately looking for Mr. Roman. Let Chris help him meet him. Chris Sarova replies that until the novel is released, no one can disturb him. Henry is startled and asks why such extremes. What is Roman doing there alone? Suddenly, Henry saw a silhouette coming out of the cave. Looking at Roman's blood-stained armor, he asked what was wrong with his appearance. We are taken to the tent. Chris, Henry, and Roman stand next to a table with a map on it. Then Chris reports that, as Roman expected, the third and fourth lines of defense were destroyed in just one day, and the second line is also very inferior to the enemy in terms of level. They all looked at the map together, which showed the points of the defense line and the enemy's rear. Chris went on to say that yesterday Hector gathered all the battle supplies and settled in the fortress in the rear, most likely. They are preparing for a life and death battle. All of a sudden, Henry turned to Roman and said that the entire Cairo royal palace was on alert right now, and they were looking forward to Roman getting in touch. Henry looked at Roman with a puzzled and indignant expression, then said that they had done everything they could. Why not entrust the rest to Cairo's main force? Roman had blood on his face, then calmly said to be tied up with the king. We are taken to King Daniel, who is sitting in front of a magical message that shows Roman with a stern look. King Daniel says with a frown that the news has reached him that all the defensive fortresses of the southern front have fallen, which is what Roman has been doing all this time. Roman calmly replied that he had been reorganizing the battle force for a week, and King Daniel was puzzled when he asked about the reorganization. King Daniel was tense in his conversation with Roman. He said that Roman had made outstanding achievements and he didn't want to condemn Roman's decision. But during this time, the entire southern defense line had fallen to the enemy. And then King Daniel Sarova asked if Roman could give them a little help. Roman calmly replied that he would be honest, but in the battle with Hector, he was lucky. Roman then furrowed his brows and said that if it was a battle on a plain that didn't have the advantages of a mountainous area, even he wouldn't have a way to help them. In this war, Hector put his life on the line. Battler joined the battle second in the ranking of the Kingdom of Hector, and the enemy commander-in-chief Prince Edwin Hector confirmed that he was actually a magician. King Daniel shouted in fright that the 5-star swordsman was a battler and a mage. Roman, looking at the king, calmly replied that as everyone knows, the full potential of a magician is revealed on the plain. High-ranking officials were standing around the magic message, and Roman went on to say that he was thinking about how to fight when Cairo's main troops arrive. The Marquis, frowning, looked away and thought that Roman had made the right decision. Now the southern front does not have the strength necessary to win. Denver closed his eyes and thought. Just to think, Butler himself. Grigory, worried, thought that the kingdom of Hector really put everything on the line. Suddenly, the Marquis returned to King Daniel, and then said that Your Majesty he no longer sees the point of interrogating the war hero. Denver agreed with the Marquis. King Daniel covered his face with his hand and said that he wouldn't continue asking questions, then added that Roman would soon have the main battle power of Cairo. King Daniel leaned down and removed his hand from his face, then added that Hector was already established in the rear fortress. As soon as the main army finished all the proper preparations and attacked, let Roman join them and be there. Romana looked down and then realized that even if Hector had broken off his agreement with Cairo, he hadn't given up on continuing the war. What is the best choice the enemy can make, and what is the worst for them? Roman looked up at King Daniel and then apologized and said that time was not on their side. The king of Daniel now looked at Roman and asked him what he meant by that. Roman replied that they only had a maximum of 3 days after the main troops arrived. If they couldn't destroy the rear fortress in that time, Hector definitely would. He confuses an external force, like the Kronos Empire, into this. When King Daniel heard this, he was very scared, and then with a trembling voice, he asked, then what should they do? Roman smiled and said there was only one way. He enthusiastically said, attack head-on, destroy Hector's army before that happens. We are taken to a magical message that shows the silhouette of Count Hadad from the Kronos Empire, a guy dressed in rich clothes. With a small stubble on his chin, he smiles contentedly, and then says that crossing the south of Cairo and the gate is quite a tempting offer. However, it will be difficult to accept the terms of the Hector kingdom right now. Hadad throws up his hands, and then Echidna, smiling, says that getting the southern front, of course, is not bad. But what is the reason for them to suffer the wrath of Cairo on their own skin? Edwin seethes with anger, but continues to listen in silence to Hadad's words that if Hector holds out in the rear for the next month and does not let the fortress collapse, then they will agree to a deal with Hector. Edwin, looking at the Echidna smiling Hadad, thinks that even in this situation, he intends to benefit. Hadad asks what Edwin thinks about this. Edwin purses his lips and thinks it's unfortunate, but they have no other choice, and then says they accept the offer. Edwin turns to Jackson and tells him to contact the Hector royal family immediately. And then they calmly add that they need to deliver people and ammunition through the teleportation gate, which should be enough to last a month, and Jackson answers with a tilt of his head that he obeys. Magic teleporters that glow with blue energy. It will take at least 3 days to establish a connection with Hector's teleportation gate. Edwin will think that if he manages to hold out all this time, then I won't be able to survive. He would go back to Hector and give him hope. We are taken to a squad led by a general, who looks at the castle that recently belonged to Cairo, and then says that how dare they plant their flag on Cairo's territory. We are introduced to the commander of the main force, Count Fabius, from the aristocrat faction, who is dressed in a knight's uniform with a red cloak, is a middle-aged man with a small mustache under his nose, and blue hair. He is displeased, saying that Hector should be cursed. Then we are taken to a tent located in the middle of the forest. In it sits a man with a thick mustache under his nose and a green cape. This is the leader of the main forces of Baron Taylors of the Kronos Empire faction. Across from him sits an unfriendly-looking man with a long nose, disheveled hairdo, and a red cloak. This is the leader of the main forces, Baron Brahim, from the Valhalla Empire faction. All three commanders sit across from each other and are silent, and in the middle of the table is a map. Fabius thought with a frown that the important central government officials had come here personally, which proved how necessary it was to enlist Roman Dimitri's support. Then someone announces that Mr. Roman Dimitri has arrived. Roman slowly enters the tent, his armor showing numerous abrasions. Fabius studies Roman with his eyes and then says, "Welcome. It's an honor to meet the hero Cairo in person." Roman is a hard-faced man. His face is covered with abrasions, and the commanders say that Roman is much more noble than the rumors say about him. We are transported to Fabius' memories. He stands in front of the Marquis. The Marquis frowns and says that he doesn't care what happens to the southern front, and Fabius' primary task is to ingratiate himself with Roman Dimitri. The Marquis raises his hand in satisfaction and says that if you lose the war with Hector, the responsibility can be shifted to the shoulders of the royal family. But if Roman is taken away by another faction, this can upset the balance of power. Fabius looks at Roman and thinks that the eldest son of the family Dimitri, known for his influence throughout the northeast, Roman Dimitri, although he is concerned about the fact that the family comes from commoners, but Roman is barely over 20. Fabius stretches out his hand to a chair and says, "Have a seat." Roman replies, "Thank you." Then Fabius thinks that if he could win such a talent over to his side, the Marquis would trust him with more serious matters. Fabius puts his hand on his chest and says that he is Fabius, serving Marquis Benedict, and he heard that the Marquis personally connected Roman to the southern barracks. Then Fabius closes his eyes and smiles, and says that the Marquis asked me to tell you that even though he did it with the best of intentions in the direction of Roman, he feels guilty that everything turned out this way. Roman, sitting down at the chair, replies that everything is fine. No one could have predicted this. Fabius laughs and says that Roman is right. Fabius continues to communicate with Roman, saying that after all, Roman will not give him a moment alone. The Marquis has prepared a special gift for Roman, and Thalers is watching the whole conversation with displeasure. And then Thalers grumbles that Count Gregory is also waiting for Roman to contact him, saying that he has extremely useful information for Roman. Brahim interrupts Thalers and says that the Count of Denver sent soldiers from the family's personal possession. Let the novel find the right use for them. Thalers is dissatisfied and continues to say that they're family. Hearing all this, Roman raises his voice in displeasure and says, "What the hell are you doing right now?" Thalers looks at Roman in fright and asks in a whisper what. Roman, frowning, replies that he is not so naive as not to understand why the commanders were looking for a meeting with him. However, right now, with the enemy marking their territory under their noses with their flag while holding their head high, he doesn't think it's right to discuss Roman's position in the current situation. After Hector is crushed, he will challenge the rankers' competition to become the strongest swordsman of Cairo. Roman then calmly answers in a lower tone of voice that until then, let them be patient. Roman will prove his worth and dedicate his sword to one person. The commanders, looking at Roman puzzled, thought the strongest swordsman is Cairo. Roman, looking at the puzzled commanders, calmly continued that so why don't they continue, focusing on the current situation. The situation was settled by Roman's suggestion, and a full-fledged meeting began. In the end, it was a battle over who had destroyed the castle, and opinions were very different about this, but there was no clear decision. The lamp was shining brightly in the corner of the room. Roman said that to use the teleportation gate connection, Hector needs to buy at least 3 days. Most likely they will delay, immediately reacting to their attacks. Fabius held out his hand, then turned to Roman and said that in that case, there were no more than 10,000 soldiers left of Hector's military force. They had brought 20,000 soldiers, but they didn't have enough advantage to win even in a head-on clash. Roman, looking at Fabius, calmly replied that although they outnumber Hector thanks to the support of the main forces, but as long as the mage Edwin Hector exists, he can't claim that the advantages are on their side. Nevertheless, Romana smiled, then said that it didn't mean there was no way at all. The soldiers were running around the fortress shouting that the enemy was coming and they should immediately form a line. We are being transported to the main body of the Cairo kingdom. Thousands of soldiers lined up under the Cairo banner. At the head is Commander Fabius, who calmly looks towards the fortress. Then someone stepped forward, toward the fortress. It was Roman, he shouted. Hector's soldiers, listen, he's Roman Dimitri. Roman pointed his sword towards the fortress and shouted that he, as a warrior representing the Cairo kingdom, was challenging Butler of the Hector kingdom to a duel. Edwin, watching Roman's army from the battlements, was startled to wonder what Roman was doing, what he was up to again. Roman, raising his sword, furiously shouts that he doesn't want any more pointless sacrifices, and so does Hector. Roman looks unfriendly in the direction of the fortress, and then adds with a shout that if suddenly Hector wins this battle, Cairo will humbly accept Hector's offer. If on the contrary, Roman wins, Hector will leave Cairo's territory. Edwin looks down in fright, and then thinks that with Roman's current strength, he can't beat Butler, but he still insists on fighting. This is some kind of trap. The crystal in Roman's sword shines, and Roman keeps shouting what if Hector doesn't accept his offer. Roman pointed his sword towards the fortress, and then shouted that he would crush the rear fortress even if he had to lose his life. He gives Hector 10 minutes. He hopes that during this time, Hector will make a wise decision. Edwin looks at Roman, startled, and then wonders if this is a dilemma. Butler appears in front of Edwin and confidently says that he will fight. Edwin sitting on the throne saying that this is out of the question. Butler confidently replies, asking Edwin to believe in not Horus just once. He will cut Roman's throat and find a way for Hector to escape. Edwin furiously shouts that it's not that he doesn't trust Butler, but in just one night, they lost 700 men hoping to provoke Roman. Butler bowed his head to Edwin as Edwin continued to shout about the smell of burnt soldiers' flesh still lingering in his nostrils. Edwin fell into despair and then shouted that he believed in Butler, but Roman Dimitri was definitely up to something. Butler replied with a frown that Roman, whatever he prepared, he was sure that he could beat him to smithereens. Butler thought of his younger self and then said that he had devoted his entire life to serving Edwin, and that in his eyes Butler looked like a coward who could not accept the challenge for fear of falling into a trap. Edwin paused and then completely drooped and lowered his head, and then in a whisper suddenly told Butler to promise only one thing. Edwin said he didn't want to lose him, which made Butler's throat tighten, and he went on to say that if Butler felt even a hint of oddity, he should run right away. But Butler said he was listening. He confidently walked out of the throne room, then said that he would be back soon then. We are transported to the city gates. Butler came to a duel with Roman. He said that in his entire life he met many psychos, but such as Roman for the first time. Butler started to give off a yellow aura, and added that he didn't know what kind of trap Roman had prepared, but he would do his best. Roman approached Butler, who was wearing a strong aura, and then said that at the very moment when they clashed with swords in the mountains, he wanted to see what the outcome of their battle would be. There was no trap. His hopes were only for a demonstration of his true abilities. Roman smiled like a lunatic, and then said that let them bring their best efforts. Butler killing him here would get him what he wanted. Butler smiled at Roman, then said he was a crazy. Roman and Butler locked their swords in a duel, the loud sound of iron resounding through the entire area. We are shown a guy with an axe in his hands. Turquoise strong energy emanates from him, the level of 5 stars, reaching it. You can prove your strength to the whole continent. The strength of just one person is enough to change the course of the battlefield. Butler drove the aura through his body at an insane speed. Since the honor of Hector's kingdom was at stake, he didn't plan on dragging out the fight for long from the beginning. Roman and Butler clashed their swords in a fierce battle. Butler, swinging with great force for a blow, thought that he would end the novel right now with one blow. It was very difficult for Roman to hold back Butler's punch. He used all his strength. Butler and Roman were so strong that the ground beneath them began to crack. Edwin and his fighter were watching, their mouths hanging open in horror as the battle unfolded. Fabius and Thalers were also watching these monsters in fright. Butler's sword flew straight towards Roman. Butler lunged forward at high speed to pierce through Roman, but in the last seconds, Roman managed to jump over Butler. Suddenly, Roman felt something. Before he could land, Butler was already behind him, swinging his sword with great force, and then violently hitting Roman. But Roman managed to parry the blow by blocking with his sword. A huge flash occurred together with the blows. Butler's sword sank into the ground. The speed was so great that an unprecedented amount of energy split the earth in two. Fabius, watching their battle, was startled to think that in order to curry favor with Roman, he had agreed to this duel against his will, but if Roman lost now. Fabius watched the incredibly bright flash of the battle that flashed together, and he wondered if all his efforts to recruit Roman would make any sense. Thaler, flushed, asked Fabius in a trembling voice that Roman was definitely not going to lose. Butler threw a huge number of punches with great speed. Roman parried them with dexterity, but his strength ended. Teeth ran forward, his cheek cut and bleeding. The warrior standing on the fortress clenched his fist. And then, along with their comrades, they cheered for Butler. The fighter, raising his hand up with a tear in his eye, shouted for Butler to avenge their comrades. Bright purple and yellow flashes could be seen in the heat of battle. Roman fiercely slashed at Butler's sword without sparing any strength. Butler thought that Roman's counterattacks were getting faster and faster. Butler looked up into Roman's mad, smiling face, then wondered if Roman wasn't just parrying, and his sword was following the path of his sword, really. Startled, Butler blocked the blow and gritted his teeth, wondering if Roman was really studying him. Roman stared at Butler for a moment, then wondered if he could finally understand his position in the new world. It only took him one hit to defeat a 4-star Homer, but he couldn't beat a 5-star swordsman. Now he must look up to Butler with respect. Roman's sword lit up with a purple aura. He made a quick jump and wondered what was just him. Roman made a serious face with his sword thrust forward, and then thought that he should break this wall and climb to a new level. Butler shouted frantically that Roman was an impudent boy. And then Butler jumped in Roman's direction, his vengeance glowing even brighter as he used an aura burst, clearly showing the disadvantages of an uncontrolled release of Kai. Those who work with aura swordsmen, they control mana with jewel-like precision and spew out power like an explosion. In other words, the power covering all parts of the sword is not balanced among themselves. If a sharper sword exposes 120% of the aura's power, then the blunt side only carries 80% of the power. Roman swung his sword and thought that if he could read the mana streams, he would be able to figure out the weakness. Roman's punch landed on the weak side, which hit Butler hard. But Butler continued to resist, deflecting Roman's blows. Roman glared at Butler and wondered why exactly he was using the third style right now. A black aura appeared in front of Butler's face, and when he saw it, he was very scared, because there was nothing he could do. Even the 5-star swordsman was pushed back. The people on both sides were in shock, their faces showing shock. Hector's soldier looked down in fright, then asked how this was possible. Butler was on his knees, blood slowly dripping from his mouth. His body was covered in bruises, but his gaze didn't change. He was just as confident. The walls of the castle were shouting that Roman Dmitri was a 3-star swordsman. How the hell could he fight on equal terms with 5-star swordsman Butler? Edwin was startled, gritting his teeth, and wondered if Roman really wanted a fair fight, without any traps, if Butler suddenly lost to Dmitri Roman. Edwin watched the tired Butler. The ground around him where Butler had fought with Roman was cracked, and he thought that the worst outcome could not be imagined. They would not only lose the strongest warrior in the kingdom, but also be forced to leave the rear fortress. Edwin looked down and furrowed his brows, thinking desperately that he could only believe in Butler, right, since Butler hadn't used his full strength yet. Butler leaned on his sword. He gradually began to get up. Looking at Roman, he thought that this boy turned out to be a real psycho. Butler coughed up blood, then reflected that he had assumed the duel would be an excuse to trap him. but Roman was absolutely serious about trying to crush him. Butler stared at the confident Roman, his eyes glowing, and then he thought that their seemingly perfect plan had started to fall apart because such an unlikely individual had suddenly appeared on the southern front. If Roman Dmitri is released alive, then one day the kingdom of Hector may face a monster that they can stand up to. Butler's body began to get covered with an even stronger aura. He thought that this was why he had to kill Roman Dmitri by all means, and then Butler told Kama that he would spare no effort. Butler's eyes began to glow a bright yellow. He raised his shining sword to the sky. The energy that was in it began to be redirected upwards, and a huge shining fireball appeared there. So far only 2 people were able to repel Butler's attack. The first was the strongest sword kingdom of Hector, and the second entered the continental ranking. Butler frowned and shouted that it was all over. He used the secret technique Sunstrike, and the fireball flew towards Roman with great force and speed. Roman, without moving, looked in his direction, pointing his sword there. Roman then opened his eyes wide, reflecting Butler's spell as he thought that if he came face to face with this secret technique at his current level, he would definitely die, in which case he should only focus on defense. A dark purple shield began to form around Roman's body, and he thought that if this was Butler's most powerful weapon, then he had the strongest shield in the Sky Demon's arsenal. Roman was looking at Butler's approaching secret technique with a serious face as he used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique Iron Block. Butler's technique smashed into Roman's shield with great speed. The ground around him started to burn, cracks appearing everywhere. Edwin watched in horror, still hoping that Butler would win. Butler's technique started absorbing Roman's shield. A huge rumble was heard, and Roman thought about Butler attacking. He smiled snidely and then wondered if it was Butler's spear or his shield. Butler gritted his teeth as he watched. They needed to find out which was stronger. A huge burst of flame engulfed Roman's shield. After a while, a huge layer of dust began to dissipate. Someone stepped forward on the broken ground. Edwin looked in that direction in fright and then asked how. Roman's shield started to dissipate. Butler was standing in front of him. There was an incredibly deep chasm surrounding Roman. Roman smiled as he looked at Butler, then thought that even a 5-star swordsman couldn't fend off this attack. Roman smiled broadly. Butler was barely able to stand up. He was breathing heavily. And then he thought that he had spent too much mana on this strike. But he can't just give up, and Butler screamed and charged into the battle again, a yellow aura surrounding him. Roman also took off. They crossed swords again in a duel. Suddenly, Roman was able to push Butler back. But Butler managed to react and put a sword in front of him. He thought that how is this possible? He passed fire and water on the battlefields, pushed back by a boy who was barely 20 years old. Butler desperately reflected Roman's blows, which again and again overtook him. He thought that he could not just give up, even if he did not know what to do. If he dies right here. All of a sudden, Roman quickly ran up to Butler and grabbed his face, but there was nothing Butler could do about it. Roman slammed Butler's head into the ground with great force. Butler groaned at the sheer force of it, but he had to take this monster that was threatening the prince's life with him. After a few seconds, Butler's head began to glow, and Roman noticed it too late. At the place where Butler was lying and Roman was standing, there was an incredible explosion of yellow energy. Roman stood over Butler and then swung his sword and said that he would remember his will. Butler watched in horror as his own death drew near. Suddenly, Roman noticed something from above as he was striking. Edwin shouted stop with a desperate face, and then used the flash rune spell. A huge flame headed towards Roman from the tower. Roman looked ahead, startled. Then, at the last moment, he dodged the flames. Edwin stretched out his hand and then shouted, "Save Commander Butler," as the knights rushed out of the city walls shouting, "Senseless monster, don't you dare touch our commander." The knights ran forward with tears in their eyes, and Hector gave up hope of winning the duel. Roman slaughtered the knights one by one. Edwin disowned his reputation in the world community, and chose to save Butler. Roman gritted his teeth and glared viciously ahead, and then thought that as a result, access to the fortress gate was finally open. He should not miss this chance. We are transported to the moment before the battle, when Roman and the commanders were discussing tactics. Fabius said that they would imagine that a miracle would happen after all, but what their next actions would be. Roman calmly replied that after the battle with Hector in the mountains, he had watched him from afar. Edwin watched from the mountain as Hector's fighters gathered their fallen comrades. Even after a sleepless night in battle, they went down the mountain to take care of the bodies of all the fallen comrades. Even though they needed to hurry up and crush the remaining defensive strongholds on the southern front, they mourned and burned the corpses of their fellow soldiers. Edwin Hector is such a sensitive commander-in-chief that he even gives the dates time to say goodbye. And Roman plans to exploit this weakness. Fabius asked, puzzled. Roman confidently replied that Butler would be a push that could break Edwin's judgment. Roman smiled and said that if he crushed Butler, it would fully satisfy the conditions of the original plan. Roman's plan is not to kill Butler in one hit, but to make him no longer able to fight. Roman smiled broadly, then went on to say, what if Edwin Hector decided to save Butler? Then they will start implementing the second plan. We are transported back to the battlefield, Roman smashing Hector's knights one by one. The knights run normally without fear and shout that they need to attack him. You need to buy time to save the commander. Roman, while killing Hector's knights one by one, wondered what Edwin Hector was doing. Roman savagely slashed several knights in one blow, then reflected that Edwin was undoubtedly a great ruler, but he didn't belong in a war. Several soldiers ran up to Butler, shouting that first of all, we need to save Butler and buy time. Archers standing on the walls of the female thought that Roman was mixed with his allies. They can't attack him. Looking at this, Fabius was puzzled, thinking that everything was really going as Roman had said. Fabius watched as a huge number of warriors surrounded Roman to save Butler, and then Fabius said that everything was going as if by magic. Fabius smiled, then reflected that Roman Dmitri was the most talented warrior in Cairo's history. And now he understood why Marquis Benedict did not disdain any means to recruit him. Fabius was startled to think that it was enough to get Roman to deal with the incompetent king and with the puppets of two empires. Fabius raised his hand forward and shouted, Cairo's army, charge. A huge number of soldiers immediately charged into the battle, the ground shaking as they approached. Edwin, looking at what was happening, wondered if his rash decision had led to such a situation. Edwin fell into despair, and he reflected that he was a poor fool. That as the commander-in-chief, he should have kept his cool and clear mind to the last. Edwin took a deep breath, then reflected that seeing Butler's defeat had made him lose his mind. A magic sphere appeared in Edwin's hands, and he thought that no, it wasn't over yet, as long as they saved Butler and closed the fortress gates, and there was still a chance of winning. Edwin furiously looked ahead and cast a spell, Flash Rune. A huge pillar of fire flew straight at Cairo's knights, and immediately covered several of them in flames. Several mages standing on the walls shouted that they needed to help the prince, and they used the same Flash Rune spell. Along with the battle, numerous fiery explosions fell. Fabius furrowed his brows and pointed around, shouting for the warriors to spread out around the perimeter and launch an assault. If they missed the chance while the gate was open, they would lose even more lives. On the walls of the castle stood a young man with green hair. It was Hector's knight Kellen, who slammed his hand on the wall and then said a curse. He looked at the wounded butler and then thought that it was necessary to close the gate as soon as possible, and asked the soldiers to hurry up in their thoughts. A shout was heard from below that Mr. Butler inside needs to close the gate. Roman gritted his teeth furiously, looked to the side and shouted now. Edwin shouted from the castle walls that as soon as the gate was closed, they should cast a protective spell on it. Roman was approaching the closing gate at great speed. Kellen looked down in fright and shouted that Roman was approaching the castle gate with a mad smile. Several knights crowded around the entrance to the castle and shouted that this was not the only thing they needed to stop Roman quickly. Roman's eyes filled with dark energy as he continued to run. And then he flew into the castle gate, the knights blocking his way, flying in different directions along with the castle gate. The dust began to dissipate, and Roman's silhouette was visible as he walked towards the ruined castle gate. Roman then turned to his warriors and shouted loudly that the fortress gates were open. Cairo's army, do not hesitate and attack. The commander stood near his soldiers shouting that it was necessary to defeat the remnants of Hector's army, after which all the wars are shouted and rushed into battle, fighting between each other. All wars begin to fight. Someone removes their weapons, someone defends themselves, everywhere a bloody mess. Wars go out of their way to kill the enemy, and they shed their first blood, and there are pools of blood everywhere. Then the novel is published. But he thinks to himself that the plan to open the fortress gate has succeeded. He walks with a serious face and his cheeks are covered in cuts. And he thinks that now there is only one goal left. He goes outside, walking forward, and standing in front of Edwin Hector. Speaking of being left alone, Edwin, on the other hand, looks around at the novels and thinks to himself that from what point everything went downhill. He stands and thinks that the fact that he was attacked, that the serfs in the rear were conquered, proves the correctness of his decision. And obviously, his plan was perfect. But as he looks at the wounded Roman, he thinks that until he showed up, Edwin begins to burn and burn. I think that's right, it's all his fault. He remembers how his knights were killed by Chris, and how they were defeated in the conquest of the 5th line of defense because of him. And the way Kevin cut up his enemies, slicing them apart, jumping on top of them, losing about 1,000 of Hector's soldiers fighting against a partisan in the mountains. Remembering how the soldiers died, looking up, lying on the floor and pulling their hand up, saying that if God exists, then he would like to ask him, why did he force the new star of the kingdom of Hector to be born? And why did they send him Roman Dmitri? Roman then interrupts his discussion and tells him that they have finally met again. Edwin says that's right, this moment has finally arrived. After that, it's a serious face. His eye starts to burn red. He says that even if he is going to die today, he will definitely drag him to the next world with him. After which, he releases the circle using magic and shouts Roman Dimitri's name. Then he creates a ball with his other hand. Speaking of which, it's a wind blade. In the smoking bill, he directs all of his attacks on Roman Dimitri while standing under the red dome and creating another spell. Roman, in turn, just stands there and cuts through all the wind blades with a single swing of his weapon. Roman stiffens and looks directly at Edwin. At this time, the soldiers run and say that they need to protect the prince and stop Roman Dimitri. Then the three knights jump on Roman. They were aura soldiers and used their own aura. Some are shouting at him to die by jumping right into it. After which, Roman notices that his eye starts to shine, and he uses the heavenly demon sword technique 2 style. He cuts these knights into 2 pieces, bursting forward using his blade. Then he notices that something is attacking him from below. I see a huge tree growing right above the novel, snatching it out of its tangle. After that, Edwin uses magic and creates the Path of Inferno. This tree, along with the novel, begins to burn with flames. But a blade appears from there and cuts through this tree along with this fire. When Edwin uses blue magic, says that it's true, he's not one of those opponents who fell out after such a thing. Then he asks him how he uses the shining blade. And Romana is struck by lightning. Edwin starts to smile and thinks to himself what he did, after which Roman stands behind Edwin and tells him that he recognizes his strength. Then he swings and hits Edwin. It turns out to be Roman's blade, and he says this is the end. Then blood is spilled on Edwin and he turns to see what happened. And one of the knights protected him with his body, and Roman pierced him with his blade. He tells Edwin that he is a prince. He starts crying and tells him to run. And that's when Edwin starts crying and yelling what the hell. He knelt down in front of the corpse of his colleague and screams about no. He continues to cry and scream, and his rage begins to boil. Then Roman brings his blade to his neck. It's guilt and says what a pity. Edwin looks at Roman and Roman tells him that there is nothing. Soon, he would follow. After that, many soldiers run towards Roman shouting his name. And he notices this and begins to dodge their blows. He uses his skills to cut through everything around him, and parrying the swing of the warriors who approached first. And then Jackson grabs Edwin and runs away, yelling at him to come to his senses, and he's actually planning to die here. Jackson runs away, holding Edwin and shouting that if they get the nickname cowardly defeated, then he must live to the last, so as not to devalue the decision of everyone who sacrificed their lives for him. And he starts crying. After that, soldiers from all over the castle shout from the walls that they need to leave the fortresses to everyone to retreat. Their main task, looking at the novels, is to stop it and buy time. Many soldiers stand and shout that the prince must survive and shout after him that he must live. After that, these soldiers are killed by Roman Dimitri using his power. From a huge flash, make a hit from something that the knights didn't even realize. Edwin wakes up and watches as Roman runs after him, cutting all the knights into small pieces. He looks at him and says he's the devil at the way Roman smiles and his eyes glow purple. After that, one of the half-dead soldiers tells him that, having won the battle, can he retreat? To which Roman, looking at the soldier sitting on his lap, says that I remember, warned that the next time you meet them, he will kill them all, standing in a small pit. Looking at this soldier, there are many bloodied corpses everywhere. Roman says they were the ones who started this war. And the fragrance says that stop whining and that they are the victim here. After that, he cuts off his head, and it flies off. Many soldiers run to the entrance and shout that Hector's entire army has retreated and the victory is for Cairo. After that, the commanders of the camera country enter first, followed by the knights. They think to themselves that where did Roman Dimitri go? After which they all come in shock. They watch as there are a lot of corpses lying around, and Roman is sitting in the highlands. A person who decided the outcome of a once-losing war. The value of Dimitri's novel reached unprecedented heights. They look at the whole bloodied Roman sitting there with a smile, and says that he was waiting for them. After all, with the help of this war, it will soar to the skies. A grand victory for Cairo. Looking at the city capital, the news of this has yet to reach the capital of Kervas. All the people are discussing something and asking each other if they have heard the news, to which others ask what happened. And they say that the army of the kingdom of Hector has crossed the border, and now they are attacking the southern front. Men sit in a bar and discuss what's going on. They sit at a table and talk about how traders who have come from the south say that the situation there is extremely difficult. To which another man with yellow hair says that he feels about being forcibly called up for service. And a beefy man with a mug in his hand says that he quit because nothing happened when the empire attacked them. And here they will be summoned because of some attack of the kingdom. After that, a lot of people continue to discuss this and say that at least they sat quietly and did not come again and did not rise up for the war. They start complaining about the fact that in this cursed country at least one day is it possible to live normally. It's their fault that they were born in the small kingdom it's heading for. After that, the events are transferred to the Royal Kira Academy of Class D rank. And the next one will be William Castro and Lawrence Dimitri. A man with yellow hair and a green uniform with yellow eyebrows is holding a wooden sword. He is a Class D rank William Castro. Next to him is a black-haired guy with purple eyes, and you can see that he is very worried. This was Class D rank Lawrence Dimitri. Then the knight tells them to start by shouting it, and the two start attacking each other by jumping. Lawrence defends against William's attacks. It's hard for him, and he steps back. At that time, William continues to persist and strike at him. Then Roman, gritting his teeth, realizes that he is walking away. He starts screaming. Then he throws a punch, but it misses, and William hits him squarely on the neck. He says he's a weakling by looking down on him. Then he makes his own kick, and he falls to the ground and writhes in pain. He gets up from the ground, clearly having a hard time. And William. She stands next to him and looks at him with a smile. Everyone watching says that, as expected, from him. After all, the Raven, Dimitri. After that, the knight stands over Lawrence and tells him that he claimed that by entering the Royal Academy, he would learn the art of swordsmanship. And he can't even follow the opponent's sword, squinting his eyes in fear. He keeps looking at him with a serious face and says what a pathetic sight it is. Lawrence is sitting on the floor, looking at him. He is clearly scared, and the other continues to tell him that if he shows up during the exam as well, he can start preparing for transfer to E class. After that, he feels sorry for Lucky and thinks to himself that classy, if he has to go to class by the age of 15 at the age of 18, no one will take him seriously. After that, Lawrence sits on the bench and is sad. And then William and his company pass by him. He notices Lawrence sitting on the bench, and he sees what he's sitting there and asks him, "Look who's sitting there." He walks up to him and looks at him, smiling, saying things that are funny, really. Lawrence draws attention to him, and he tells him that the S-class parent mentor was so amazing that he was admired by everyone. He looks at him with obvious disdain, and he says that because of this, as a child, he thought that all the people of the Dimitri family were outstanding warriors. What does he see here? Remembering what the head of the family looked like, which didn't seem to last long, he forgot that there was such a thing as an origin limit. Remembering Rodval, they say that it is a miracle that such a person as Mr. Rodval was born without his own family. William starts to smile as he looks at Lawrence, saying that miracles don't happen twice to the same family. And then Lawrence lowers his head in silence and thinks to himself that this is how his brother's name always haunts him. And then the other two guys who came with William come over. The black-haired guy with says that it's so uninteresting, and the guy with blue hair sighs and smiles and says that it's generally true that Roman Dimitri beat Homer. To which William says that the head on the cutoff gives that these rumors were spread by the family itself. Dmitriev, smiling and looking at Lawrence. And it is necessary to somehow solve the issue of the firstborn, who became the fool of the Dimitri family. He keeps looking at Lawrence and tells him that if you just look at him, he'll know. At that time, Lawrence gets nervous and lowers his head. Speaking of which, the three sons of the Dimitri family are useless. After which, Lawrence walks down the street and thinks that the news about his brother Roman is true. Although in my memories, he wasn't a bad person going forward. But as William said, I don't think my brother beat Homer. He starts to worry, gritting his teeth and says that anyone will say it's a lie. And then he notices a lot of townspeople talking at the entrance. He is surprised by this and steps forward, thinking what a pandemonium it is. And the townspeople are talking among themselves and saying that is it really true? And they tell him that it is. The man also says that he was told about it by relatives living in the south. And he says that Hector almost crushed the southern front, but miraculously managed to win it back. And all the people pay attention to the shirt man, and he talks about what he knows, which is even more shocking. He remembers Roman standing in front of a huge cloud of smoke. And he says that the biggest contribution to this was made by Roman Dimitri. People start rushing somewhere and think that's the young ranker who killed Homer. Total says that it's exactly what he says, that he forced Hector's kingdom to retreat with only 200 soldiers under his command. Well, they say that's not all, and in a duel, he defeated the 5-star swordsman Butler, remembering how Roman had slain that swordsman with his punch, and it was so unthinkable that he couldn't believe it. After which, Lawrence, watching this, is very surprised, not understanding what is happening, and he thinks to himself that they are talking inaccurately about Roman's brother, whom he knows. He opens his mouth in surprise as he listens to all the townspeople and thinks to himself that he repelled Hector's attack with an army of 200 people and defeated the swordsman Aura Hector on top of that. Is this outright nonsense? After that, a man dressed in a soldier's uniform shouts to everyone to make way. After all, the heroes of the southern lands are coming. After that, Roman enters from there on a horse and many soldiers follow him. All passers-by step out of the way and yell for him to get out of the way. A lot of people look at Roman Dmitri, and Lawrence notices him. Roman hears something and turns around. He was shouted over by Lawrence that his brother was Roman. After that, the events are transferred to the king, who is sitting on the throne. He tells Roman departed that they finally met. Roman sits down on one knee, covered in blood, and says that he greets his majesty. Other men are standing nearby. The king on the throne says he wanted to sincerely thank him on behalf of the entire kingdom. After all, he had shown true will to Caire. To which the king begins to burst out, looking at Roman and asking him what he wants and saying that he is ready to fulfill any of his wishes, if it is in his power. Roman looks at him seriously, and he goes on to say that, by the way, he is just looking for a successor to the strong sword of Caire and the captain of the royal knights to Count Nicholas. The king starts to smile, but at the same time he is worried and tells him that if he wants to, he will grant him the title of vice captain and grant him the right of free entry to the royal family's treasury, as well as release him from the remaining one. Who thinks about it? And Roman, sitting on his knees, thinks that the king has bared his teeth. He takes it all as if he is a scarecrow, and because of the imminent death of the last king, he ascended to the throne at an early age. He became the Scarecrow King. After which, the king clenches his hand into a fist and thinks to himself that if Roman becomes his man, the aristocracy faction will no longer dare to oppress him. He makes it look like a lot of aristocrats are standing over him, smiling and pushing him, because he thinks that people call him the sissy king, but it can't go on like this. Then Benedict calls him. He says that where is it seen, to put a new sense on someone else's shoulders under the pretext of a reward. It was the faction of the aristocracy Marquis Benedict. With a serious face, he continues to say that only coercion will sacrifice a young talent who would guarantee a bright future for the country, and he asks to withdraw this order. And everyone in this room is saying what's right. They agree to give him access to the royal family's treasury, but the rest is too much. To which Roman tells the Marquis Benedict that he has made up his mind, and the latter, in turn, is very surprised by this, paying attention to him. The king points his hand at Roman and says that he must make his own choice. And everyone around was very surprised by this and shocked. Roman sits with a serious face and thinks that he still feels royal blood. Rabat then closes his eyes, sits down on one knee, and says that it is a great honor for a swordsman to be awarded the title of Royal Knight, but he has something he would like to do before deciding on his future. To which the king begins to worry, looking at Roman and thinking about what it is. And Roman says that this war helped him realize that he was just a frog stuck in a well, remembering how small their country was. And says that outside of the kingdom, the current me is nothing with them, so they need time to prepare to go out into the big world by opening their eyes, and once he is ready, he will challenge the official battle of rankers. He begins to glow with his mother and purple hue and looks at the king with a smile. He says that he will try to move up from the 99th place to the first to test the limit of his ability. The king, sitting on the throne, asks Roman, who is on his knees, about what the official battle of the rankers. Roman says yes, showing how two men fight with swords and that this is an official battle means an endless series of challenges. 99th place in the rating of Kira Jatan, against the 98th place of the rating of Cairo Delhi, and they clash heads until they lose. And after one stands at the top and two falls to the ground. After all, when the opponent falls to his knees, a 10-place file rating becomes Bruno's 9th place, and a 9-place file rating, on the contrary, becomes Jerry's 10th place, and his place in the ranking goes to him. After that, the king looks at the novels in surprise and asks him if the official battle is dangerous, and that he can lose his life. It's not something you can talk about so easily, and Roman looks back and says he knows. The king was very frightened and surprised, at the same time, looking down on Roman. He thinks about how he could have gained immense fame and wealth, but he gave it all up in order to take on a new challenge. And that's amazing self-confidence. After which, all the nobles standing nearby are hearing the news. Discussing what was expected of Caire's character is incredible. The fact that the battle between them is already looking forward to. They smile. They say he took down the butler of Hector himself. Who can stop him? Benedict very anxiously thinks to himself that he will reject the offer to become a knight of the king. After all, he said that he wants to show his own value, and he sees no reason to stop him because this is not so bad. After that, Grigory and the other aristocrat are very worried, smiling and showing their displeasure that Romanov is only in his early 22nd, and with the help of the official ranking battle, they will be able to assess his true ability. After that, they remember how he went to the battlefield ahead, saying that very soon and in front of all of them he will show who he really is, and even then he will decide who will go on the path next. Saying all this to the king while bowing down in front of him. And Roman smiles sitting down. begins to dream that when the battle is over and Roman Dmitri will become no one's sword, but the owner of a new territory. Then Benedict pours wine into a glass. He takes this glass, sits down in his chair and says that this is a funny thing for a person. He's sitting next to another man, sipping his wine, and talking about how, out of concern for his safety, he sent him to the southern front and Hector should have declared war at that very moment. Roman sits with his eyes closed, and the same one drinks wine from a glass. Benedict says that he will think only he insisted on them and became the hero of Cairo. After that, he says that, thanks to him, he gained a good experience by opening his eyes. Benedict is surprised by this and clearly shows displeasure, saying that what a good experience it can be. And Roman says that yes, the war with Hector helped him realize that the world is much bigger than he thought, remembering how he fought with a strong knight. So he wants to challenge the official Cairo ranker's war. He stares at the wine in his glass, swirling it around and talking about becoming Samu, testing out how strong the kingdom is and when it will eventually become no one else's superior. He wants to go out and become the strongest in the entire continent. To which Benedict, closing his eyes, looks at Roman, says that he is the strongest on the continent and once he had a similar dream. He remembers how he fought as allies and enemies, and all the people he came in contact with, thinking that unlike him, he chose to be content with a filial life only after he realized how great it was. After that, Benedict opens his mouth and says that he has a daughter, and since the child lost her mother early, he raised her in exceptional care. Roman watches Benedict say this, and Benedict crosses his arms and looks back. He says that he will give him his daughter. Roman is very surprised by this. Benedict says, looking at him, that he has heard from Fabio that he is far from simple. So it is today, looking at how he says that he will challenge the battle of rankers. Benedict is encouraged and says that he has once again remembered the monsters that he met on the continent in his youth. He remembers the people he saw and how strong they were standing behind them. Speaking of which, even though he wasn't a match for them and wasn't born with outstanding talent, but to some extent, he has a way of recognizing them. After which, Benedict tells him with full confidence in his eyes that Roman Dmitri will reach such a height that they will be able to compete with them on equal terms. So it goes without saying that he knows that his engagement is over and is also not going to force his daughter on him. However, he will arrange a meeting for them. Thinking back to how his daughter looks with blonde hair, if there is any sympathy between them, then he will only be good for their relationship. Holds out Roman's hand and says that he doesn't want to, that he has to meet her right now, so he has to remember one truth that in the past, that now he is Marquis Benedict, always ready to watch his back. With full confidence in his eyes, he keeps looking at Roman, reaches out, and says that if he ever says he's ready to commit the future to them, then he can have everything he wants in this kingdom. What's new is how much wealth and gold he can give Roman, after all, exists. This upsets the balance of power, and whoever takes it will consume the entire kingdom of Cairo. After that, he discussed everything with the other factions of Cairo, and each of the 4 owners wanted to get it, smiling and showing signs of attention. They were very eager to possess it, talking about what they would be able to give him and the subsequent wait for her offers from Count Gregory, and Count Denver was also amazing. But Roman, sitting on many corpses, says that, however, he is a heavenly demon, and he was a man who couldn't live under anyone else. After that, night falls and they find themselves in their mansion. The services shout to him, young master, that he is fine, nowhere, nor injured, shaking him back and forth, and very worried. After all, he had come to the capital to take care of Roman. He begins to cry and scream, clutching Roman's cloak, saying that he has no idea how his heart trembled as yours truly and when he heard the rumors from the southern front and news about him. After all, what a blessing that he came back safe and sound. After that, Roman says with a calm face that he is fine, and his servant asks if this is true while continuing to freak out and cry. On the table is a hot mug of tea. It's been a few days. Mr. Roman is sitting on a chair in a shirt and tie, holding a mug of tea in his hands, and a servant comes up to him with a teapot and asks him, saying that this may sound rude. He smiles and is worried at the same time, saying that they couldn't possibly meet young Master Lawrence, remembering how immediately after Roman entered the capital and the capital estate of the Dmitri family, remembering how young Mr. Lawrence comes to him, and he is very surprised by this. He, in turn, approaches him with a confused look and says that he is glad to see him. He begins to discuss with him what happened, and they're both in shock. Hans looks at him and is very surprised by this. He says that he took care of the young gentleman from their early years, and I was able to understand from the first glance that young Master Lawrence was in some kind of trouble right now. Remembering how he starts rubbing his hand on his head, worrying and looking away. So he waited for the young master to speak one, and the young master asks him. Then at this point, Lawrence, so that he can talk and not be shy, he smilingly says that what happened to his older brother Roman, and not so long ago he saw him enter the capital surrounded by security. He recalls how many people, smiling, said that Brother Roman defeated Ranker Hector, and Hans tells him that a lot has happened in his family during his absence. Lawrence is very surprised by this and listens to Hans saying that he must also have heard some rumors about the young master that are going around the world. And these rumors are all true. Remembering how he broke off his engagement to the Lawrence family, thus throwing off the chains from Flora. And remembering how he defeated Homer by joining the Barca family war by cutting him into 2 pieces. And this time he performed a brilliant feat on the southern front, telling about everything inspiring. After which, Lawrence was very much afraid of this and was surprised while lowering his head. He thinks to himself that these rumors were true, and remembering how the father and mother stood and smiled, because lately even the father cannot get enough of it. After all, the change of young Master Roman. Then Hans goes on to say, while Lawrence is very surprised by this, what about not feeding yourself? Talk about meeting young Master Roman in person, because he will be returning to the manor this evening. To which Lawrence, very frightened, shows with his own hands that it is not necessary to say that no, it is not necessary and thank you for his work. After which he leaves, the Pahan looks at him and thinks that all 3 brothers of Dmitri have different temperament. And among them, the young master has the most vulnerable soul. After that, they stand with a teapot, saying that it seems to him that the young master is being bullied at the academy. Roman sips his tea, and the latter continues to say that he thinks that he wanted to ask for help, but did not dare to ask about it himself. After that, Roman, putting away a mug of tea, thought about the fact that his brother, younger brother, is a big age difference. He puts the cup down on the table and thinks that there's no need to take care of him just because he's his little brother. But he also thinks about turning to Hansu and telling him that it will be nice to meet him, and Hansu is very surprised at this while holding the teapot. He smiles and says thank you so much, and the latter looks at him and is very surprised that for some reason he thought that since this is Hans's request, why not fulfill it? Sitting on a chair and looking at it. After that, someone quickly goes somewhere, and thinks to himself that the recruitment of Roman Dmitri has been postponed indefinitely, but he still has a way to snatch benefits for the Marquis. It was Count Fabio, who is in a hurry somewhere. He begins to smile very much and show his nature. Speaking of which, I'm sure he'll be happy. Fabius walks forward and remembers all the nights he fought, thinking to himself that even though people's attention is focused on the novel alone, but in reality, his subordinates can't be called weaklings either. And if he can recruit them by looking at him, smiling, then I'm sure Marquis Benedict will be happy. Remembering Chris and the way he swung his sword and showed himself on the battlefield by using mana. After all, especially him with such a talent, any aristocrat in the capital would welcome him with open arms. And he remembers the other nights, how he stood and watched them fight, because on the other hand, Sambo never found out about it, and having visited the southern front personally. And they are all more than worthy to join their ranks. I think of Roman's army, and all you have to do is win them over from all their subordinates, including Chris, and they would have the Marquis's trust in no time. After that, Chris swings his sword, training and thinking that you in one meeting the distance to the Lord did not exceed an outstretched arm, so he believed that one day he could surpass him, continuing to train hard. And then he remembers how he fought against a 5-star knight. Speaking of which, the gentleman has already risen to an unfathomable level, and the fight with Butler was a special shock for him. And how on earth is this possible? Then he points, looking at the lock, and sighs. Using his aura and taking off his shirt, I think that he is still following the master, and in the past 6 months, he has made such a leap in growth that it is hard to believe even for himself. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and thought about how he couldn't stop there, because he was serious about surpassing his master one day. Then he sees Fabio's coming up behind him, and very smilingly calls him to her. They say that here he is. He says he wants to get straight to the point. He stands in front of him and tells him that he wants to hire him if he joins him. After which, Chris says he's not interested, turning to Fabio's. He is surprised by this, looking at him and starts shouting that this is his chance to change his life radically. But he will refuse even without listening to the conditions. And what is his problem? He puts his hand on his chest and keeps shouting that if it's about money, he can give it enough to last him a lifetime. If in glory, then by accompanying Marquis Benedict the powerful man to central government's honorary position. Chris stares at him in silence, not showing any interest, and he continues to shout that he has nothing in Cairo that he can't get in as soon as he wants. He throws up his hands and starts shouting that if suddenly he is worried that this will be regarded as a betrayal of Mr. Roman, then this is not true, right? Eventually, Mr. Roman will also become the Marquis's man. What's wrong with bringing this moment closer? Chris then turns around and tells him that how can he be so sure that the master will become the Marquis Benedict's man? He speaks in surprise, remembering the Marquis standing over Roman and holding him by the shoulders. Speaking of which, it is obvious, because there is no one in Cairo who would abandon the current government. After that, Chris squints very hard and thinks to himself that this man doesn't know a damn thing about the master, remembers how Roman is standing, putting your foot on the head of one of the people. Speaking of which, Romaine would never bend the knee to anyone else in her life. Chris then confidently looks on and says that no matter what he suggests, he is not going to leave the master. Remembering how he and the remaining knights are walking, looking at Roman's back, because no one can replace him. Fabios then bows to him and tells him that if that's what he says, then so be it. And Chris tells him in return that if he suddenly plans to win over his other comrades to his side, he advises him to give up right away. He looks at him with a serious face and says that neither of them will make their choice in favor of the other. Then he leaves. Chris watches him go. He thinks about how he made him laugh, and he doesn't think there's anyone else who's willing to turn down such a unique chance. He approaches Kevin, and Kevin angrily tells him that he is the master of his whole life, and that he would rather die than serve someone else. To which he was very much worried, surprised, thinking to himself that how he decided this. And he went up to another of Roman's soldiers, who scratched his head and said in surprise that he had not received the master's consent, and if he did not have it, then let them pretend that this conversation had not taken place. He's starting to worry. It is said that he does not want to interfere between the master, since he would remain a nobody. And he won't even dare to think about betraying him, after which the other looks at him with very great surprise and incomprehension, holding out his hand. He is very angry, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself that this is true, that this is Autumn's betrayal. After that, one of the knights runs up to him and looks at him very surprised. He gets agitated, twisting his head and holding it with his hands. Fabios momentarily doesn't understand what's going on and just watches it happen. He does not understand and is very surprised at what their unwavering loyalty. After that, Lawrence trains with swords. He beats up the pair, hitting it with all your might. He breaks it, continuing to make his attacks. After which, he got up and went to take a breather and think to himself with his head down and holding his hands, that lately even the Baron couldn't get enough of young Master Roman's changes. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself what the hell happened to Brother Roman. He continues to beat with the sword and thinks to himself that from the fool Dimitri from the very young rank, and now he is being praised as the hero who defeated Butler. He is very angry as he opens his mouth and thinks to himself, if Big Brother has changed so much, then why hasn't he been able to remember yet? The one he lost to. And he makes attacks, saying that it's not so pathetic after all. Then he collapses to the ground, breathing heavily. He closes his eyes and starts to moan, and that's when someone comes up to him. It was Roman, and he goes up to him and asks what he's doing here. He jumps up in surprise, calling him brother. Roman looks away and says that Hans told him that he was looking for him. Then Lawrence gets to his feet, and Roman tells him that if he wants to say something, he should say it right now. Then Lawrence grabs the top of his head and starts scratching it, looking away, saying it's nothing serious. Roman looks at him and says he's a pathetic little boy, and turns around and starts walking away, while Lawrence looks at someone walking around. They realize what he has done and start shouting that he will tell everything and tell everything to Roman. He starts to get angry, and at the same time, he turns around and listens to him. They're sitting on a bench, and Lawrence says that when he heard the rumors about him, he didn't believe it at first. Roman is standing next to him, and Lawrence is sitting on a bench, telling him that the brother he remembered wasn't just unable to hold his sword. He even asked him to go to the military service with him. After that, Roman thinks about the fact that somewhere about a year ago, his memories are not so long ago. His father continues to talk, clenching a fist on his knee, about how they've changed beyond recognition in the time they haven't seen each other, and now people look at him and call him a hero. How did he manage to change so much? There are tears in his eyes, and he starts shouting that they were the same, who the menacing ones didn't have any hopes for, and he wants to be like him. He also wants to become the pride of his father, remembering how he was. He starts crying and tries to wipe the tears away with his hand. And he says not to force a smile at every meeting, to pretend that everything is fine, and he will cope, and he wants to show what success he can achieve. Roman, looking at this, keeps thinking to himself that he is a very soft child, and he is barely 8, and he is not strong enough to withstand the weight of reality. And he thinks to himself, looking at his feet, how should he use Slovenian? He remembers all his life and what all the locals took of the new novel. They smiled back at him, and they didn't dwell on the perception that they already had, but looked with a new look and everything changed. Roman thinks to himself that it's the same with him, whether it's Lawrence or his other brother. His assessment should be based not on memories from the past, but on past experience. Then he approaches Lawrence, and they call out his name, and he calls out, and Roman tells him, looking at him until he looks up, that he doesn't want to see a man with the same last name being ridiculed and persecuted. He says that this spoils the authority of not only the Dmitri family, but in particular, him. Then looking at Squishy, Lawrence says that if he wants to get an answer to his question, then he must prove in the fencing exam that he is worthy of it. Remembering that in the previous life, the brothers had no choice but to kill each other. But Roman, unlike that time in this life, wanted to give the brothers a chance by standing up and telling him all this. Many green uniformed cadets stand at attention in front of the black uniformed instructor. He says that he will start the fencing exam soon, after which he watches all the cadets and says that one is next. After that, the other cadets watch as two of them compete. Lawrence stands and watches. I think to myself that if he wants to answer the question, then he must prove that he is worthy. After which it stands. He is told that there will be the next him and he must take a step forward. He confidently says that there is and makes it. His opponents become red-haired William Castro, saying that he should also take a step forward. He looks at Lawrence and says with a smile that life is a funny thing, after which he says with a malicious smile that he was put in an opponent with him, and this time it will be lying at his feet. After that, the instructor, closing his eyes and tying his hands, says that the exam is not evaluated by victory, and the main criterion is how successfully they have put into practice the knowledge they have gained. And he says that he also asks you to refrain from deadly attacks, after which he says that the exam has begun, and the opponents have rushed into battle. Abruptly attacks Lawrence, lunging forward. He calls him a pathetic coward, and he barely defends himself from the force of the blow. He continues to stab at the man's sword while he defends himself in a way that will not be good for him. He smiles and tries to swing from above, after which it hits him squarely on the head, and Lawrence, looking at the way the gun heals on him, says that this is the end. He recalls Romany telling him that he should make it clear to them in the exam what happens when you look down on them. After that, he says that a man named Lawrence Dmitri. He lands a low kick, hitting it squarely on the chin and sending it flying. He says that he is a bad person and his chin is burning red. He gritted his teeth. And at this point, Lawrence also gritted his teeth, goes ahead and says that you need to keep this attitude, and he will prove his importance to everyone. He remembers Roman and says that he will become like him. He continues to attack, throwing blow after blow, and the enemy begins to retreat under a barrage of the same blows. He steps back and tries to swing, saying, "Look at him." He lunges forward with a serious and angry face and says that he is too. But he misses with a punch because Lawrence was able to dodge and hits him under the shoulder. Lawrence starts screaming and makes a punch too, saying that he is also Dmitri. He aims his punch straight at the man's head. Then he wakes up. The instructor tells him with his eyes closed that he was on the verge of death. Lawrence gets to his knees, looking at the instructor in surprise, and the instructor tells him that the moment William's attack hit him, he avoided a direct hit. He remembers how Lawrence was able to avoid a direct hit and hit back. If he hadn't suddenly dodged, he probably wouldn't be talking to him right now. After that, the instructor looks at him and smiles and says that nevertheless, he did a good job today, and after watching him all this time, he never thought that he had no talent. He remembers Lauren standing with her sword, trembling and clearly terrified. Speaking of which, he just always got scared in his head and started shaking. Therefore, he still couldn't reach his full potential, and that he has asked for sparring sessions that are on today's exam. He paired him with William, remembering how William looks so much more serious than Lawrence when he's shaking. After all, he believes that he should overcome it. After that, he looks at him, is very surprised and, not understanding, raises his head and says that really he is serious. She says that he would not deceive the student. He needs to believe in himself more, after which Lawrence begins to cry, squeezing his mouth, and he is told that he is stronger than the same William. Therefore, he should not give in to fear in advance. Lawrence is on his knees, bowing to the instructor, who looks down at him and tells him that if he lets his spirit break, there's nothing he can do. After that, William is shaking and sweating all over, gritting her teeth and getting angry while his friends try to calm him down. He says damn his blue-haired friend, tells him to calm down. As long as the brown-haired man reaches out to him, clearly worried, and says what's right, first of all he has to pull himself together. William is very angry. He lowers his head, burns all over and says that he was too soft with him, so he was emboldened. Recalling how he was attacked, he says that now he dares to look at him with such a look. He turns to his acquaintances with anger, saying that he will not let this go, and this boy should lose at least an arm. His friends are very scared of him and worried. The blue-haired one says that he is really ready to go so far. The other is also very worried that he does not know that his older brother Roman Dmitri, nicknamed Heroes of Our Country. For the way he looks, if something goes wrong, it will escalate into a family conflict. Then he turns around in all his anger, lowering his head, says that yes, he does not know him. He is the eldest son of the Castro family. And what will they do against him? He remembers his father, the red-haired one, smiling as he shakes hands with Baron Benedict. And no matter what he did in Cairo, he shouldn't be touched, because they wouldn't dare. He is pitiful as well as angry, smiling. Looking ahead, says that the hero of the country he is there, or who, he will show that his bloodline is ultimately nothing before the true power. He goes up to his friends, and while they are looking at him in agitation, he says that immediately bring Lawrence Dimitri to him. If he resists, he must knock him out. After that, Roman stood at the door, watching the whole thing. They ask him, let him repeat it. Once again they watch him. He is dressed in a black robe with purple details, and he tells them that, let him say again that he was going to make him a little brother. After that, his friends, looking at Roman, were very scared, looking at him and trembling as he stood further away. He says that if he wants it that way, then he will say so. After that, Roman grabs him by the neck and pushes him away, saying that if he shows that his origin is nothing before the true authority. Roman lifts him over his head as he grabs his arm, trying to pull it away as he is being strangled. And Romana says that he understands what a mistake he just made. A friend who was standing in front was very surprised at how quickly Roman got here. Roman holds him up with one hand while he crosses himself and tries to get out, saying that if he's bullying his brother, it's okay. After that, he squeezed his neck even harder and says that the trouble is that his words reached him, and he heard everything, and how he mocked his brother and how he mocked the Dimitri family. After that, Roman, embittered, looking at them, said that they dared to humiliate his family. They let him out, taking his hand away and telling him that he should lead him to his family right now. He falls to his knees, clutching his neck, and his eyes are red with fear. He starts to rest and asks him what. Roman Zilabolna, who has covered himself with mana, says that if the son who is not his own made a mistake, then isn't his fault shifted to the parents, responsible for your son's behavior. He looks at it and says he wants to hold what is really true power. After that, events are transferred to his castle. It's getting dark. Someone asks, it turns out that all attempts were justified. It was Count Fabius. He, dressed in a business suit, says that he really gave them a chance to return to their career, but they could not give a sensible assessment. They say that's why they hate dealing with commoners. A man with yellow hair is sitting there, smiling, sipping a crumb of tea and saying that he is always pathetic and does not allow them to break up what they are saying right in front of their noses, that the Count must be patient. It was a faction of the aristocracy, Count Castro. Let me put the cup on the table and says that, by the way, is Roman Dimitri really such an outstanding warrior? To which Fabio replies that it goes without saying. Otherwise he wouldn't have made Marquis Benedict risk his life to win him over to his side. Plus, looking at him, looking away and covering his face with his hand, he says that since this is Count Castro, he will tell you in confidence that the Marquis considers Roman as his son-in-law. He is surprised. They say that this is how he begins to smile and get angry. They say that it was necessary to meet him personally somehow. Let him arrange meetings for them if he gets the chance later. Then someone knocks and Count Cairo knocks. He is surprised by this, not saying that what is the matter. His son comes to him or calls for his father, and they are both surprised by this. They see behind his back while he says that. Roman Dimitri came in. William, putting his hand on his chest, shouts with joy that he really heard how Dimitri's novel treated him, because he is a pathetic commoner, and he dared to threaten his eldest son Castro. After which, Count Castro is very surprised, looking at Roman, and thinking to himself that the curse. He shouts that they need to shut him up right now, standing right in front of his son. And he is very surprised by this and is afraid. They say that the father. Count Castro grabs him by the back of his cape and lifts him up, shouting in his face that he knows who he's hit. And this is Mr. Roman, the heroes who saved their country. He throws his son on the floor, and he walks away. Speaking of which, how dare he slander a great person? He bends down in front of Roman and says to him, asking for forgiveness that his careless son caused him inconvenience. As he tries to get up, he keeps saying that he will be punished, and he will go through educational work so that this does not happen again, so he asks for mercy. He starts to smile and holds up his hands, saying that if you don't have a moment, would you like to have a cup of tea? I think, to myself, that this is all he needs. Castro smiles very sarcastically, and looks at Roman, thinking to himself that he didn't think that the chance to establish ties with Roman would come so soon, and he wouldn't reject such an apology. To which Roman, looking at him seriously, says, what is this supposed to mean? After all, accepting an apology or not is up to him, not you. Roman, looking at the Count, tells him that his son has created problems affecting the Dimitri family, and for a long time he has been hounding his brother Lawrence. And right in front of him, she said she was going to break his arm. To which Roman, with a serious face, says that as soon as the words come out of his mouth, they gain power, and he cannot close his eyes to the current situation. Whereupon the Count stood looking at Roman, holding out his hand, and said what he was offering him to do, break his son's arm. He puts on a serious face, lowering his head, and says that let them think ahead and try to find a rational solution to what he should do. After that, William stands between influence and fear, looking at the current situation, and Roman tells him that let him find his brother Lawrence and kneel in front of him in front of everyone to ask him for forgiveness. And Roman, having calmed down, looks at the Count and says that he will also have to leave the Royal Academy. After all, he doesn't want his brother to breathe the same air as Garbage. But if he is not satisfied with this situation, he will not refuse to fight. After that, the Count, very frightened and angry, looks at Roman, showing his displeasure, and Roman continues to say that whether he will join the war with his family or agree to his proposal. After which, he tells him loudly that the choice is up to him as Count Castro. The Count turns away from him, walking back to his desk and thinking about what should he do. He decides to speak up and tells him that this is why rootless mutts are a headache. Or maybe the Marquis had noticed him. He immediately decided that he was at least of some value. He walks right up to Roman, poking him with his finger, and starts yelling at him, "What is this nonsense? He won't be the tip of Castro's fingernail. And for that matter, it will show him the strength of the aristocracy and the central government-owned one." After that, the Count starts looking at Fabius, who is drinking tea, and Fabius notices this. The Count says that he has been observing the situation from the very beginning, and he asks to witness everything that happened to the Marquis. The Count is very angry with everything that is happening. Gritting his teeth, shouts that he should tell him that Roman has crossed the line and he has nothing left but to pass the appropriate punishment. Fabius brings a cup of tea to him and hesitantly says that how can he explain all this more gently. Speaking of which, isn't it obvious that it's William's fault? After that, the Count, looking at Fabius, is very surprised at what is happening and begins to worry. I ask him what happened and why he thinks so. He recalls that among the aristocracy, Fabius had a nickname for Cairo's raccoon, imagining him as a raccoon. They remember all the other aristocrats and what makes him stand out, saying that although the world is full of people with extraordinary ability, in fact, people like Fabius survive to the end. I remember the way his eyes shone, and he said that he could read the situation from all sides, and when he made deals with profitable people, making useful connections with the family line, he was nothing like that. Real government. And the Count remembers walking with the young Marquis Benedict. As an earl and descended from a prominent clan, he had established a friendly relationship with Marquis Benedict from a young age. And Fabius, watching the situation and the scandal, looking at the novels, thinks to himself that the problem is that his opponents have become Roman Dimitri. And he thinks that, although it is more accurate to side with Castro, but for the sake of victory, the Marquis will abandon even a close friend. He spins a lot of gears in his head, thinking that the only exception is blood relations. Thinking that the Marquis has been trying so hard lately to make romances his son-in-law, and in that case, the answer is the same. After that, Fabio puts his tea on the table and tells him that Count Castro, if his child has made a mistake in something, then it is better not to hide this shame, but to give him the appropriate punishment. After which, Count Castro was very surprised by what was happening, thinking to himself that it was a curse and opening his mouth. He thinks of Fabio as he looks at him and thinks to himself that he is Cairo's raccoon and that he has calculated everything. While he smiles and gives some kind of sinister aura, he thinks that he is sure that he has made up his mind that he will benefit from staying on Dimitri's side. If a war breaks out with the names of Dimitri's family, they will be thrown into hell, remembering how their estate will be destroyed, breaking like glass. Very afraid of this, I started to worry and lose. After which, he leans in, thinking to himself that he can't make things worse out of pride. He begins to apologize and says that after listening to Count Fabius, he realized that he made a mistake. He continues to stand bent over Roman, and Roman stares at it all while Roman says what he's asking him to do. Sorry, anyway, this is his son's business, and he lost his sanity for a moment. After which, William is surprised by everything and shouts to him that the father. Roman stands and thinks to himself that aristocrats always mistakenly believe that they have the upper hand, and now that he has abruptly rushed to the top, that the probability that his family will suffer damage is also due to jealousy and envy. Looking at the whole situation from above, she somehow apologizes to him. He says that's why he needs to show a good example at least once, and it wouldn't be so bad if it was Count Castro. Then the Count, leaning forward with his eyes closed, says that he will obey the words of Mr. Roman. He orders his son to apologize to his brother and leave the Royal Academy, whereupon William stands in bewilderment and fears. They say that how can a father do this? Roman smiles and hears him tell him that he needs to understand his father's heart. Then, turning around and leaving while he is still standing bent over, he says that he will consider it fine that the issue is settled. After that, the Count says goodbye, that he thanks him for his mercy. And William stands annoyed, turns around and realizes that Roman is leaving with a surprised look. He thinks to himself what kind of person he touched as he looks at Roman's back as he walks out of the building. Then someone calls out to Lawrence, who turns around in surprise. They tell him that things are bad. He remembers that he is one of William's gang and has blue hair. A blue-haired man shouts to him that his brother Roman Dmitri got involved in a conflict with William, and William got angry, Count. And he said he would break his arm. But brother Roman also heard it. William was very surprised by this. Being afraid, they ask, "How is it?" Blue hair, the guy is surprised, pointing his finger, says that after that William quarreled with his brother, and he dragged him to go straight to his father, Count Castro. Lawrence runs to him saying that his brother thinks to himself that so far Count Castro is more than capable of killing his brother, and this time he may be in danger. Lawrence is very scared and runs forward with his mouth open, thinking to himself that if his brother gets hurt because of him, he will never be able to forgive himself for it. Gritting her teeth, starting to cry. After that, when he comes to the communication room, he asks what is the matter, and he weeping says that he was told that his brother is in danger. He loses his tears, stood near the crystal and says that he intervened to help him. On the other hand, the father and his wife are surprised to hear him being taken to the Castro estate. After that, the Baron slams a strong fist on the table and says that these bastards are Castro. The Baron begins to tremble, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself that he is trying to avoid making unnecessary calls and is afraid of causing inconvenience. But even if he calls with tears in his eyes, something has definitely happened. Then he turns to his wife and tells her what he should do while she stands by him. He says that she knows the Castro family because they are part of the central government and are in close relations with the Marquis Benedict. To which she shouts that why does it only concern him? She clutches her chest and shouts that now their eldest son Roman is in danger. She calms down, lowering her hands and bowing her head, telling the Baron that relations with the central government will be considered later. Barona lowered his head and closed his eyes, and she keeps saying that the Dmitri family isn't that weak. Then he stands up and hugs her, saying thank you for her words. He stretches out his hand, standing next to his wife, who is smiling at his back, and he shouts that they should immediately call the family's vassals together. After all, no one will dare to refuse. After which, sitting at a table with all the vassals gathered, he says that his eldest son of the Dmitri family faced danger due to disagreements with the Castro family. He goes on to say that, based on information about Lawrence, the last thing he saw was him being taken to the Castro estate. And all the vassals, very frightened, were surprised at what was happening, looking at the Baron. And he goes on to say that even though their opponent is Castro from the central government, he is not going to be self-taught to sit on the sideline, looking at all the vassals who look at him and worry. So he needs their consent. He looks around, worried, and thinks to himself that maybe he will face some serious resistance. After that, one of the men raises his hand, and it turns out to be the captain of the Night Order, Dmitri. Jonathan. He says that he agrees by looking at others. He throws up his hands and goes on to say that it is dangerous to speak out against members of the central government, but this is not about anyone, but about the firstborn, the Dmitri family. Remembering all your soldiers, how they all stand and say that they are willing to give their lives to protect the young master. And the head of blacksmithing, Hendrik, raising his fist and saying that the head he immediately launched all the Dmitri blacksmith, because how many weapons will be needed for the war. After which, he claps under the dining room, says that young Master Roman is the future Dmitri, and whoever the opposite family is about her will forgive them for touching the young master. After that, all the vassals, unskilled blacksmiths and miners of the spring, as well as ordinary residents of their families, none of them will oppose his choice. After that, the Baron sits with a serious face and thinks to himself that everyone is filled with such determination for the sake of Dmitri, thinking that their family has always chosen peace. But from now on, they will act as the lords of the north of the eastern lands. After that, many people hear rumors that this is true. The people of Shakti explain that the scoundrels dared to touch the hero of their family. And the head of Iron Mountain, Jacob, shouts that he will immediately gather all the miners, and even if they can't fight, they will help others prepare everything necessary for the war. After that, Morgan is responsible for security, also raising his hands and shouting that the damned aristocrats of the capital have made an attempt on the life of Mr. Roman, and they must increase the volume of production, even if they have to forget about sleep. And many workers began to work in their forges. They have sped up and say that the sooner they don't finish the case, the sooner the young master can return home. After that, everyone with the head of the forge works at full capacity, shouting that forget about rest for the sake of the young master, continuing to forge weapons. After that, their whole family began to work very hard, because everyone who lived under their family, Dmitri, threw all his strength to save one person, and in less than an hour, the work began to boil in full swing. Roman comes out of the manor, smiling. And it is said that no one in the capital could have imagined a bomb while Lawrence was biting his fingers and trembling in fear. After all, they dropped Dmitriev. Lawrence comes out of the comm room in a hurry. He thinks to himself that he has contacted his father, and he will definitely send people to help. He runs forward with a lot of excitement, thinking about what to do until then, because he doesn't think about finding his older brother in the first place. After which, many people gathered in one place in gray and green uniforms. They are discussing something fiercely and are worried, and in time S thinks to himself, why are there so many people crowded here? And then it dawns on him, he sees Roman. Roman, taking the offender by the scruff of the neck, carries him forward while he tries to get out, closing his eyes. After that, Roman shouts, "That's where you're, Lawrence," and throws the offender to him. He gets down on one knee, and Roman is standing next to him, telling him to apologize. A huge crowd gathered around. Lauren, watching this, is all surprised by Roman Bridge that if he can't, then his family will pay in full instead of him. And then the Baron runs in and shouts to William to do it quickly, very worried. After which, William grits his teeth and closes his eyes, bows his head and tells Lawrence about what. Let him apologize for all the time he bullied him, and he suffered because of his whim. He leans forward and closes his eyes, saying that's why he's sorry, so please let him see them. He would leave the academy and never appear in front of him again. Lauren stands there in shock, her mouth hanging open in surprise, not understanding what's going on or what this is all about. The Count is very worried and in a panic shouts at Lawrence to please accept his apology, and he promises that it won't happen again. He also approaches and bows to Lawrence, saying that he's genuinely sorry. After that, they go out on the balcony, where Roman tells Lawrence what happened. And the latter is surprised and bends down, looks at Roman Lawrence and asks him, "Brother Roman, how did he manage to do this?" And Roman tells him to listen carefully. It wasn't just for his sake that he was in the way today. He turns to look at the views and says that they insulted the Dmitriev family and he, as their representative. I felt that it was necessary to put him in his place. Lawrence listens in silence to Roman, who turns to him and says that if they continue to mock him, they made him bow his head. People would start belittling his authority and their families. To which the ugly man hesitates and, bending down, apologizes to Roman, who tells him to raise his head. Roman looks at Lawrence with a serious face and says his name. In their family, Dmitriev. And he wishes his little brother wouldn't have to go through that again. And he says that he should understand what his strength is and what he can do next, remembering what Roman himself decided to do to raise the rank. Lawrence listens to Roman in surprise, looking at him, and Roman goes on to say that if Castro had known how powerful their family was from the start, he wouldn't have been able to treat him so lightly. I call him little brother. After that, London, loaded with his brother's words. He presses his hand to his chest and says that, yes, he will remember his words, and he will not allow himself to be offended again. Roman smiles, looks at him and says that it's true. He also doesn't want to be cannon fodder in the fight between brothers anymore. After which, Lawrence gets it and says that damn, he was really scared and tells his brother that he needs to contact his family immediately. Otherwise, Dad will definitely arrange something. Why does the Baron beat William? I call him an insignificant. The Baron continues to yell at him, while William grabs his cheek with one hand, which he slapped, and he shouts that this brat is his own son, and even though he realizes what a mistake he made today, he remembers the entire aristocracy, and the fact that Roman is the deity of Cairo, because he is the strongest kingdom and everyone has lost their way to win him over to their side. Remembering only the team, confidently goes. And he shouts that he has harmed his younger brother, and at the very moment when he is the eldest son of the cast will bend the knee. William begins to be very afraid, clearly frightened, moves away. The Baron points at him and continues to shout that the prestige of their family has fallen to the ground. And he says that from now on, in the eyes of people, they will become idiots, unable to understand the true state of affairs. Whereupon the Baron clutches his head, saying what the hell, and thinks to himself, what, as he is now pointing at the Marquis Benedict's eyes. After that, one of the servants runs in, shouting to the Baron that a magic signal has arrived from the Dmitriev family. He doesn't turn around, doesn't understand what is happening, and shows obvious surprise. Thinks where is the signal from them? After that, the Baron moved to the communication room, where the head of the Dmitriev family showed his projection and said, Count Castro, what cannot be? The aristocrats of the central government may not take them seriously, but they dared to touch the native blood of the Dmitriev family. After that, the Count, very frightened, looks at all this, and he thinks to himself what is going on, because he is already on edge. And why did Baron Romanov again raise the issue that had already been resolved? To which the head of the Dmitriev family shouts at him, raising his hand, that tomorrow at dawn they will submit a request for a feudal war to the central government. From this point on, the Dmitriev Trade Guild freezes all shipments related to countries, showing that all paths to them and getting gold are cut off. After all, they will get all the Castro bonds left in the gold bank. After that, the Count is very afraid of everything that is happening and continues to listen to the Baron that for the enemy, preparing for war and money, there are significant threats. But that's not all. And he says that he has contacted all the forces at war with Castro. Show them, and the fact that the head of the Dmitriev family sent a person to contact everyone, and they are all ready to cooperate with them in the war, by investing huge amounts of money in the war, among other things. After which, the Baron goes on to say that he will tell them to use any means and ends. And the Count stands in shock, looking up at the top and not knowing what to do, because the Baron says that they are ready to crush the Castro family. And no matter what price Dmitri pays for it, he says with confidence that they will destroy their family at all costs. After that, the Count stands, he starts to stagger, and he understands what is happening, says that this cannot be allowed. And Mstislav grits his teeth, thinking to himself that there is no mercy in his words. And Roman Dmitri, his father's son. The Baron continues to say, looking at Castro, that since he is warning for the last time, let his son go now. And the Count stands in shock, not understanding. The Count raises his hands and starts shouting to Harrow that they are deeply mistaken right now, and they are not holding anyone from the Dmitriev family. Because the problem with Lawrence is also solved, because his son William was on his knees asking for his forgiveness, about how it happened and what kind of war he talks about, after which the Baron starts to worry and says, that's how it is. And the Count is very worried about the whole flow, says that yes, it is. They've already talked to Roman and decided everything. They'll be careful not to let this happen again. And the Baron starts to switch off, says it's fine. After that, the communication crystal is turned off. The Count leaving thinks that he is a natural leader, starting with the top blacksmiths and ending with the miners of Narodniki. The Baron goes out on the balcony, where a huge number of people have gathered. And to some extent, Roman completely captured the hearts of the Dmitriev people, remembering how all the family heads came together, looking at the defense with confidence in their eyes, talking about when he had grown up like this. The Baron stretches out his hand from the balcony and shouts to everyone that the war is cancelled. Right now, they should be preparing for the banquet. He shouts to everyone that they can eat as much as they want, drink as if it's their last day. And all the people standing at the bottom and looking at the Baron are shouting with happiness. After that, in one of the buildings, people discuss what happened. It is said that they have seen for themselves, however, that Count Castro is one of the most powerful men in the capital. And he made the eldest son get down on his knees and apologize to the third son Dmitriev. After which, sipping a mug of beer, the man says that the tooth gives the power system to Cairo change it. He says that even though it didn't last more than a couple of hours, but many merchants decided that the merchants and employees of the Dmitriev Trade Guild had declared that they were ready to break all deals with the family. Castro, approaching one of the Castro family's men and saying that they will not work with them. After that, the man, smiling, says that he understands what this means, because the Dmitriev family was planning to start a war with the Castro family. A lot of people are discussing what's going on and saying that the provincial family is against the Castro family. One of the men, smiling, says that this is even more frightening, and people passing nearby are watching it all. They say that as soon as everything happened, large amounts of investment poured into the Dmitriev family, showing that the Dmitriev family had a lot of money, removing Castro from the money. And Lucas says that they felt that in the confrontation between the capital and the professional family, Dmitriev has a better chance of winning. They are dressed in ordinary clothes, not knightly ones. He smiles and says all these words. After all, this case completely changed the position of Dmitriev. After that, Roman sits in his room on a chair and drinks tea. He closes his eyes, holds up his mug, and thinks to himself that the Dmitriev family denies wars, but they made this decision for him. Then he looks into the mug and thinks that this is not the Baron's sole choice. His father. This is possible only with the consent of the key figures forming in their family. He remembers the Dmitriev estate and says that a small society called Dmitri has settled on the outskirts. They were ready to go to war to save him. He remembers himself and asks for life and says that the life of a heavenly demon was spent under the aegis, surviving the strongest and in a world where everything was allowed. Remembering how he stood in the blood and watched something, he had seen many deaths, which radically changed his character. After which, he says that he is drinking tea while smiling. He thinks that this life is different from the last one. The kingdom of Hector. Out in the fog and dark, Jackson and the other knight cried out to the prince, "Is he awake?" He wakes up all wrapped up in bandages and badly wounded. He is very surprised at what is happening and talks about how long he was unconscious, remembering how Roman on the battlefield ran forward and cut down all the knights. After all, he is an amazing creature named Roman Dmitri, and if he had the ability to turn back time, he could completely crush. After which, Edwin is in some form, glowing with something green. He says that no, this is impossible. There's a look of incomprehension and fear on his face. He watches as Roman crushes his knights by slashing them. And he thinks about the fact that he didn't break Hector's deepest depths of despair with his own hands. He looks down on the many bloodied knights lying there, thinking that if he hadn't started the war, he might have bought more time to prolong the kingdom's existence. And instead of it, he put everyone under the knife. He grits his teeth as he watches and thinks to himself that because of him, Hector has faced a better course of action, and from now on, he must do everything to find a way to save his country. He looks down as many bloody hands reach for him, and he thinks that as long as there are people through the gaze, he is turned only to him. His eyes start to burn, and he says that he can't just give up, because he is. Then he wakes up and sees the faces of Jason and the other knight, who are surprised to shout at him, "What, is the prince really awake?" And then Shok, opening his eyes, realizes what is happening and asks how long he slept. They show him his palace and tell him that he slept for about a week, and even though everyone involved in the war bit their tongues, the news transmitted from Cairo sent the entire Hector kingdom into despair. A lot of people leave, all beaten and hungry, and they think that the demon Cairo single-handedly slaughtered 1,000 soldiers, but that's not all. He even wounded Captain Butler, and the fact that this battle was obviously lost. Many passers-by look down in excitement and realize that they are like frogs in a well. And the man with the golden hair says that this world is teeming with monsters that they don't even know about. After that, the king sits in the throne room and Edwin, sitting on one knee, approaches him. The king tells him how he feels, and Edwin says he's fine. A gray-haired king with scars. He stands up straight, lowering his head and saying that he is a stupid boy, even though he has handed over the matter of the royal family to him, because of the lack of abilities. But he didn't expect to solve the problem at the cost of his own son's life. Then Edwin sighs, closing his eyes and apologizing to him. He quickly looks at the king and asks his father if he heard Jackson's report. He answers that he has heard, and they remember that in the village of Hector, which began a crop failure due to a strange anomaly, the earth turned black and all living things died out, with understanding everything as if it were a wasteland. And, apparently, they're looking at the fact that it was a skeleton man with a book in his hands and the necromancer's curse is involved. The king is horrified, standing and looking up. He remembers that the necromancer is walking down a road dotted with purple, a mass of copper or eyes floating out of it. Everything around him is burnt, and a dark aura surrounds him. And it's possible that the crop failure spewing Hector all this time was sent deliberately. Moreover, the entire territory of Hector was affected, which means that it was not without black magic spreading in the territory for several years. Remembering how everything burns dark floating on the map and shows that it was Hector. After that, the king, very surprised, frightened, asks him, saying that in other words, there is a force that was just waiting for them to attack Cairo. Edwin replies that, yes. He looks at the king and says that this force was hiding in the shadows and deliberately ignited a war between the two kingdoms for its own benefit. The king is horrified, lowering his eyes, and says that the curse that has spread throughout the kingdom could be that. Only the Great Reaper can do it, but they don't have the strength left. After that, Edwin recalls how he was still small and stood next to a man who was being patted on the head. Doesn't say that as a child. The master of the Sky Tower also offered to give him whatever he wanted. And little Edwin, smiling, I say, what if he hides from the title of prince and devotes his life to the magic tower? Edwin raises his hand and says that he will sell his time to the heavenly magic tower, to which the king stands up very much, panicking and shouting his name. With a serious face, Edwin tells the king that he only needs a year, and this is the only way that can solve the problem. After that, the man drops the mug on the table, hitting it. He, clearly intoxicated, sits and looks at this mug and thinks that if he is destined to die, then he wants to do it on the battlefield. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, wondering to himself if there would be room for a lone swordsman. And this is hardly the reality. After that, a man comes up to him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the latter, surprised, turns around. It was a novel, and he smiles and says he'll ask directly. Had he ever considered joining the Demetrians under his wing? After that, this drunk soldier turns around and thinks to himself, why would Mr. Roman do this? He kneels in front of him and says that he is sincerely grateful for everything offered by closing his eyes. But as he sees it, he only has one hand. He thinks to himself, very worried and gritting his teeth, that he wants to agree, but he is no longer valuable as a swordsman, and yet he doesn't want to responsibly offer, and really, he doesn't want to refuse and doesn't want to refuse. And he tells Roman that what can such a person do for him, because he is completely useless as a swordsman and is afraid that he will only drag him down. Roman smiles and looks down at him, saying that why does that sound like a rejection to him, or is he wrong? The swordsman is surprised by this and listens to Roman. Thoth says Thoth has ever heard of a left-handed sword. Roman recalls his past with the left-handed swordsman Song Beak. This is a man with long hair, wrapped in a sheet and swords in his left hand walking forward. He served the imperial family, but devoted himself to the country, losing an arm in the war. Remembering that the palace recognized his many years of merit, and rewarded him with wealth and fame, giving him a lot of money in the chest. But he, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, couldn't accept a peaceful life. He stands on the slope of one of the mountains and says that he made the decision to leave the path of a soldier, even if it leads to a miserable end. After that, he trains with one hand, hitting wood. Speaking of which, he devoted many years to sword training and left-arm training without adapting to the new living conditions. After that, he began to challenge other warriors to a duel using the left-handed sword he created. He cut down many opponents with his sword and disturbed the balance of his body, which was always perceived as his weakness. He, on the contrary, artificially turned to his advantage and used it in attack. Because of many wars, they were killed by his blade. He remembers himself as Shah beside him, even though his last opponent was Taki, Roman, who stuck a sword in his body, and he fell to his knees and sat. He remembers that he was killed by someone and met his death. Roman then snaps back to reality and says with a smile that if he follows him, he will tell him about the left-handed sword technique. And the same one, continuing to watch, he says that he promises to make sure that it will bring him benefits and more than anyone else. After which, this soldier looks very surprised and thinks to himself that he can bring benefit. And sure enough, this man, his savior, he remembers being with many soldiers in Roman's group, and if only he could live the life of a non-one-armed Kolka. Do whatever it takes. After that, he sits down on one knee in front of Roman and says that it is enough for him to say that he has done him good. He stands in front of Roman, who looks at him, smiles, and says that from now on, he has dedicated his entire life to the master. And on that day, he found a new hope. After that, the bloody sword standing on the ground around the wall was all bloody, and the entire floor around it was also covered in blood. The war changed the lives of many people. Edwin Hector, McBurney, and even remembering how sloppy the king of the Albert Henry family is, leading many soldiers of the villagers on horseback. They were all caught up in the maelstrom of change. Legends looks at the sky and thinks to himself sadly that Mr. Roman is so cruel, and after all they went through the war together. He sighs, thinking that he might as well take it. After which, he says that it is still better to live among people who treat him with respect. After that, he says that it's fine. He thinks that it's enough that he was released from the service. He goes to the gate and sees many signs where he is called the hero of Cairo and congratulates him on his return, because he is the proud son of the Albert family. Henry did nothing about the war with Hector, but many townspeople and people greeted him with honors, shouting his name. But the mere fact that he was on the battlefield with Roman was enough to change his status completely. Then he looks at it all, smiling with sincere eyes, and a man with a huge gray beard and a hat gets in touch with him. He introduces himself as the Royal Academy of Cairo. He says if he could give a lecture about the war being bred in the South, to which Henry smiles and thinks to himself that this is the place to increase his value. He started teaching at the academy, thinking that he needed to tell everyone how great Dmitri was. Many students sat and listened to him as he talked about how praising the novel and playing the role of a mouthpiece would spread fame around the world. He was assiduous in saying that this moment was a turning point in the life of an idle aristocrat. And a few days later, Roman walked with his soldiers and many citizens shouted after them saying that happy road to him, and may he live. Even the king of High is thinking to himself when he will return to the capital again. Many nobles were watching him, and he would have to make a choice. Roman turns around, looking at them, and thinking that until then, the entire north of Vostochny will submit to his authority. He smiles and thinks so he can stand up to the central government. Roman, along with his warriors, was walking along the forest road. Suddenly, one of the warriors looked to his left, puzzled, and then stopped when he heard shouts that all the crops for this year were ruined. In front of Roman there were 3 men who were sitting in an empty field. They were shouting that this is a scoundrel. How can they feed their families now? Roman was riding a horse past them. He turned around and then asked who they were. Chris came up to him and came forward saying that it must be the farmers of the Dmitri family. Roman asked how Dmitri's people ended up on the Conrad lands. Chris, looking confidently at the novels, replied that there is not much land for cultivation on the territory of the city. Some residents borrowed land in Conrad to farm. Roman looked down and then thought about it. Suddenly, he turned to Chris and ordered him to bring these people to him. He must listen to them, what happened from beginning to end. The frightened cultivators came to Roman, and then the oldest of them nervously said that they had signed a contract with the Conrad family, borrowing land here for 10 years. The man's eyes filled with tears. He spread his hands, and then with a trembling voice continued to say that it would be time to harvest in a month, but the Conrad family announced that they would release the land in a week. The man continued to say that they were holding out, saying that they couldn't leave, but they sent people out, turning the land into a bare field. The Conrad family warriors on horseback trampled all the crops. The man, bursting into tears, shouted that, "Young master, it's not fair if they can't harvest the crops. How can they continue to live? What can they eat?" Chris anxiously turned to Roman and said, "What happened to the peasants is sad, but they have no right to interfere in this matter. The land loaned by the farmers is entirely owned by the Conrad family, so this can cause conflict between the families." Chris looked at the thoughtful Roman, and then went on to say that the Conrad family, along with the other aristocrats of the northeastern lands, had formed an alliance. Northeast Alliance, a small alliance created by powerful families for their own benefit, where everyone covers for each other. Chris was afraid of Roman's response, that doing nothing would only make the problem worse. Roman gave Chris a murderous look and went on to say that they needed to root out the root of the problem before they felt permissive. Chris bowed to Roman, and then said that he obeys and obeys. If the master has made a decision, it is the duty of a subordinate to follow his will. Roman together with the knights entered the city. People celebrated and shouted that Roman is the hero of Cairo. Roman waved amiably and smiled, and someone in the crowd shouted that Roman was the real pride of the Dimitri family. Roman entered Dimitri's palace. His mother and Romero met him. Romero spread his hands and shouted with a happy face that Roman should come to him. Romero, smiling broadly, hugged his son tightly, then shouted that Roman had done a great job. Roman calmly asked if his father had lived well. My father happily replied that otherwise, one would think that something special was going on in the Dimitri lands. Romero, looking at the happy Roman, said that he had prepared a grandiose score in his honor. Roman will eat enough today and let him drink as much as he can. Let him have fun properly. Roman glared at Romero and apologized to him, then asked if he could spare him a moment before doing so. We are taken to Romero's office, and he stands in front of Roman and says that he also heard about this. They have no way to stop the Conrad family from taking back their land. Romero sternly replies that if you interfere this time, in the future it will be very difficult for farmers to cultivate land on their territory. Roman looks at his father in fright and says that he thinks that if they were people in Benedict, Conrad would take the land of their peasants, as now. Hearing these words, Romero got into a stupor. And then, remembering Marquis Benedict, he said that he was the living embodiment of power. No one would even dare to think of touching the Marquis and his people. Roman asked that in this case, in Romero's opinion, what place do they occupy in the northeast? Romero, puzzled, asked, the family is Dimitri. And then he said that he was pretty sure that now that the Barcos were destroyed, there wasn't a single family stronger than them in the northeast. Romero, looking sternly at Roman, who clenched his fist, replied that he did not deny his words, but did not see the need to distribute an insignificant problem, setting up a local union against you. Roman calmly replied to his father that this is not so, there is a need. Roman's brow furrowed, and then he added that the real power was in Dimitri's hands, but the aristocracy, including the Conrad family, was showing off their idleness. After all, Dimitri is just one of their family, and if they are not protected by the central government, as they were with Barco, they do not see them as a threat. The Conrad family made a rash decision, daring to touch the residents of the city. And then Roman asked Romero if he understood what Roman was driving at. Roman raised his hand from a menacing look and said that for them Dimitri is the strongest family in the northeast only in words. Romero looked at Roman with a puzzled expression, and Roman went on to say that it was time to organize the hierarchy. Roman looked at his father with a crazy smile, and then said that they should make it clear to them who is on top, who is on the bottom. We are transported into the late evening, Romero holding a glass of wine in his hand. He remembers Roman saying fiercely that they had the power and an excuse to help their people, so why should they just stand by and watch the Conrad family mistreat their people? Romero remembered Roman's frantic face, which he held lightly with his hand, and his request to be given authority, and his words that all he had to do was make a decision, and Roman himself would bathe his hands in blood. Romero, sitting at the table, closed his eyes and sighed heavily, then said that his son had grown too much. He remembered that as a child, Roman had had to experience every hardship of life together with him, commoners. People called Roman a semi-noble, but perhaps it was the pain that made him what he is now. Romero looked down into his wine glass and saw his reflection. He thought again that this was true. Right now the family was not lacking. They were in strength, but in the determination of their master. Sitting at the table, Romero said that now it was his turn to take matters into his own hands. A new era had arrived. A few days later, a grand banquet was held in Moscow to celebrate Roman's return, and all the nobles of the northeastern lands gathered in Dmitry. A huge number of nobles would greet Roman, who was dressed in an expensive purple suit. The butler would announce that the Bolt family had arrived. Someone would approach Roman and say that she was Sophia from the Grizzle family. The person next to Roman would say that he had arrived to congratulate him on behalf of the Herat family. Roman communicated with the girl. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Although they did not recognize the Dmitry family as dominant, but nevertheless they did not deny its influence. Roman was approached by a girl in a purple dress who straightened her hair and asked in embarrassment if Roman accidentally remembered her. Roman replied that Mrs. Sophia from the Grizzle family, of course he remembers. Roman smiled and then asked her what they had said at the last banquet. Sophia happily replied that Roman actually remembered it. Sophia, looking normal, looked happy and confused. She thought that in fact, Roman is not what he was before. It would be perfect for her to marry such a man. Suddenly, a man approached Roman and bowed his head, saying that he was Viscount Conrad and it was a great honor for him to welcome the hero Cairo, who had repelled Hector's attack. Roman stared at him with particular interest, then wondered if this was what Viscount Conrad looked like, and then said that he was Roman Dmitry at his service. In front of us is a plump, middle-aged man with a small mustache under his nose. He is dressed in expensive clothes. This person is the Viscount of the Conrad family. Then he spreads his hands and says that he heard that in this battle, Roman defeated the 5-star swordsman Butler. Viscount Conrad turns to Roman and says that he really can't believe that he achieved such heights at such a young age. Roman replies that Viscount Conrad is exaggerating. People from different families crowded around Roman and Viscount Conrad, listening carefully. Viscount Conrad said that in all the time, no one from the northeastern lands had ever been ranked in the ranking of rankers, but he thinks that Roman can aim for the very top. Roman glared at Viscount Conrad and said that, by the way, he had a personal question. Viscount Conrad, still smiling, reflected that the conversation was in a good mood, even though Roman was a commoner, but he was quite savvy. Then he told Roman to ask anything. Roman replied that he had heard that Viscount Conrad had unilaterally broken the contract with the tenants of the farm, taking away their arable land, and these words made Viscount Conrad raise an eyebrow to the heavens and look at Roman with a puzzled expression. People from different families were looking at what was happening in fear. Roman continued to say that he might ask what the reason was. Viscount Conrad started to get nervous, and then he said that a merchant guild had offered a better price, that's all, for these lands, and then he asked them to keep their conversations from you. Roman smiled, then asked if that was the only reason. Viscount Conrad was nervous but controlled, and then he told Roman that they were here to enjoy Roman's celebration. So why did Roman decide to bring up such a sensitive issue? Viscount Conrad looked around and then raised his voice to say that he had come with good intentions to congratulate Mr. Roman on his return. So why was he trying to blacken his good name in front of everyone present? Viscount Conrad turned away from Roman with a frown and said that with this attitude, he couldn't keep a smile on his face anymore. Viscount Conrad quickly headed for the exit, then said that he should let him take his leave, but Roman told him sternly stop. Roman the Stern looked in Viscount Conrad's direction and said that if he broke off the conversation now and left, Roman would regard this gesture as hostility towards the Dmitry family. Roman pointed a finger at his feet, then raised his voice and said that he would repeat, Viscount Conrad should come back to him. Viscount Conrad, hearing Roman's words, turned around with a frown and asked in an angry voice what he had just said. He ran up to Roman with his hand outstretched, then shouted that this is how he drove the peasants out of the land. But the land is entirely owned by his family. Viscount Conrad kept shouting furiously that he was getting his own back. Viscount Conrad glared at Roman, then added that either he had to report every little detail to Dmitry. Roman was already standing in front of Viscount Conrad. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. A whisper went around that Viscount Conrad was right. Baron Romero should have organized a meeting himself to resolve the conflict between the families. By what right does Roman bring this issue up for discussion? Besides, being so rude to the people gathered to congratulate him on his return. Viscount Conrad is the head of an entire family. He's not the type to be treated rashly, and Roman frowned, thinking that if it was a barge, they would react the same way. No, they would never allow that. The local aristocracy, located in the northeastern lands, is always ready to point a sword at the Dmitry family. Romanu kept the aristocrats on a leash in his mind. There are only two options, either put them all under the knife, or force them to obey their words. You should give them a clear choice. Roman looked down at the floor, then calmly said that he would ask directly, since when in the kingdom of Cairo is it allowed to neglect the people of other nobles? Roman came up close and looked directly into Viscount Conrad's frightened eyes, then said that he had touched his peasants. His people, who live on Dimitri's lands, pay taxes in Dimitri's family, people who swore allegiance to Dimitri. Roman, looking at Viscount Conrad, raised his voice and said that even so, Viscount Conrad dares to mention a non-entity. Viscount Conrad looked at Roman confidently, but his face showed that he was very scared. Roman kept saying that Viscount Conrad hoped that Roman would smile and talk to him, even knowing that his people were hurt because of him. This issue has already been raised at the family meeting. Roman's father has given him absolute power, and he doesn't plan to turn a blind eye to this problem. Bacon Conrad gave Roman a startled look, then shouted, "What does that mean?" The aristocracy who heard this conversation was insanely tense and watched warily. Then Roman asked that Roman still wasn't going to apologize, then let everyone listen. Roman held out his hand to the side and then said that if in the future people from other possessions will settle on Dimitri's land, then he will ask them so much more. Roman smiled madly and then made a terrible suggestion. Let them check which of the diviners of it today will be able to say that this is an insignificant problem. The aristocracy was horrified, some of them wondering what the hell, if the words came true, they would be the ones who would suffer the losses. Viscount Conrad nervously reflected that Dimitri's novel, his skill, was not limited to swordsmanship. He turned out to be a real fox. Roman has set up a trap and is pushing them by force to prevent them from getting out. Viscount Conrad gave the aristocracy a startled look and thought that he wasn't going to back down now. This was the perfect time to join forces with the alliance. Suddenly, someone from the aristocracy said that this time it was Viscount Conrad's fault. This man was a Northeastern Alliance aristocrat we knew, Viscount Lawrence, who had complained that it was very important to maintain consistency when dealing with an issue. It was only for the people of the city, but Viscount Conrad had persecuted them without even informing his family. Viscount Lawrence held out his hand and said, "So let Viscount Conrad admit his mistake and apologize." Viscount Lawrence reflected that they didn't show any sympathy when Lawrence was confronted by Barco, the Northeast Alliance. So one name. Lawrence stepped forward in front of the aristocracy and stretched out his arms in different directions. The Lawrences can live if they follow the family of Dimitri. He said that, ladies and gentlemen, they also think that Viscount Lawrence is right. Viscount Conrad watched dumbfounded as the aristocracy started to say that this was the case. Let Viscount Conrad immediately apologize to Mr. Roman. What kind of aristocrat could step over the situation with a smile? Viscount Conrad looked around in fright and wondered what the hell the Dimitri family's entourage was doing to corner them. Viscount Conrad bowed to Roman and considered that it would be best for him to retreat now, then said that he would be more careful in the future. We are taken to Romero's late-night office, where he is nervous, and then asks that he is sure that their flatness will not cause problems. Romero is confronted by Roman. Then Romero goes on to say that there is no way the Northeast Alliance will back down. Roman, frowning, replies that in order to organize the hierarchy once and for all, you need to force the opponent to exhaust all his strength. Only by rallying together and opposing Dimitri, trying to destroy them by all means. Roman held up his hand and then added that they would be able to feel the absolute powerlessness and accept the difference between them and the family and Dimitri. Only in this way would they be able to carry out their plan to the end. We are carried to the aristocrats who are sitting at the same table. One of them gets up and bangs his hand on the table, shouting to Viscount Conrad that Roman is an arrogant boy. Once everyone knew him as the fool of the Dimitri family, and now, as he has received recognition in the capital, he does not see beyond his own nose. The nobles indignantly shouted that it was true that his arrogance knew no bounds, while others discontentedly said that the lords, if they bowed their heads to him, people would no longer take the Northeastern Alliance seriously. Viscount Conrad frowned and said that it would be fine if they had a special way to solve this problem. All of a sudden, all the indignant nobles fell silent, then fell into thought. Viscount Conrad clasped his hands, then said that, to be honest, he was already questioning the meaning of the alliance's existence. Roughly speaking, the Dimitri family has an incomparably powerful army, and they also have a novel that defeated Butler. Viscount Conrad furrowed his brows and threatened to say that the usual methods can't handle them. One of the purple vest aristocrats raised his hand, then said, "How about we go to the central government?" Conrad asked him what he was suggesting to put pressure on the Dimitri family by the central government. After the collapse of Barco, they spent all their efforts to establish communication with them. It's time to capitalize on this. Viscount Conrad thought that it was true. They needed to use the central government to create favorable conditions for the Union. And then he said that then he would contact them right away. The entire Northeast Alliance, along with Viscount Conrad, gathered near the magic message. Viscount Conrad came forward, put his hand on his heart, smiling, and then said that Count Fabius, let me make a request to you, answered so that he could speak. A smiling man with long blue hair and a small mustache appears in front of us, Count Fabius, an aristocrat of the central government, who says that he cannot help but listen to the request of Viscount Conrad himself. Viscount Conrad smilingly replied, "Thank you for saying that," and then said with a frown that the fact was that they had recently had a disagreement with the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad had asked Count Fabius to use the power of the central government to pressure them once. Viscount Conrad looked at the crystal with a puzzled expression. And then, turning around, he shouted to the butler that he couldn't even handle the connection. Count Fabius might be offended. "Let them immediately connect to the connection." The butler replied in a frightened voice that he was listening. The connection was restored again. Count Fabius looked at Viscount Conrad with displeasure. Viscount Conrad nervously apologized, and then added that the connection was unstable. Fabius laughed, and then replied that it was necessary to be such a sharp eater. Viscount Conrad asked in a puzzled voice, "What?" Count Fabius, furrowing his brows, angrily said that they poked Pose's ears on their outskirts. They asked to threaten Roman Dmitri. Viscount Conrad listened in dismay as Count Fabius said that Count Benedict cherished Roman like the apple of his eye, that he was doing his best to make him his son-in-law, and that they were talking nonsense about threats. The crystal that Count Fabius used to communicate with Viscount Conrad began to fade, and Count Fabius finally told them to stop suffering from garbage and better think about how to curry favor with Roman. Viscount Conrad was startled to think of a political marriage with the Marquis's daughter. One of the nobles nervously suggested that Viscount Conrad should apologize first. We are taken to Viscount Conrad, who is standing behind the crier, and the crier is announcing something to the crowd, and the conflict with the Conrad family is resolved. Viscount Conrad apologized to the cultivators and promised that he would not touch them until the end of the period specified in the contract. The peasants bowed to Roman and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. The man happily shouted that they had heard that Roman was fighting for them. From now on they are willing to go all out if it comes to Roman. As expected, the Northeast Alliance turned tail. Roman smilingly replied that he had only done Dimitri's duty. Then he reflected that although they had planned to drag the central government into this, but the current central government had no choice but to dance to his tune. However, it is not for nothing that the alliance is called bats. If you close this issue now, then despite their humility, one day they will stab you in the back again. Roman, walking away from the happy crowd of peasants, thought that if the first stage is a provocation, then the second one is to face reality. We are taken to Roman, who is standing on the balcony and says to the crowd that, "Ladies and gentlemen, he has news for them that Dmitri is going to hold a sword tournament. The prize is 100 gold. People had different opinions about this. Some happily listened to his words, and some fearfully. Roman continued to say that for the sake of justice, he and Captain Jonathan would not participate. But this is not all. The participants will be divided into 6 groups. In total, they will choose 6 winners. He went on to say that as they already knew, he had participated in the war against the kingdom of Hector. He and his soldiers had already experienced how big the world was, and this experience had made them stronger. Romano leaned on the balcony, and then added that they would use the tournament to prove it to them, each of the 6 groups joining one of his soldiers if someone could take down his soldier and win. He will receive not only a prize, but also the opportunity to fulfill a wish. One of the peasants shouted that people from other families could also participate. Roman smilingly replied that if they confirmed that they were a swordsman of the northeastern lands, they wouldn't look at any other conditions. Then Roman, looking at the happy crowd, added that the tournament will be held in a month. Let them sum up properly. He hopes that many will take part. We are taken to the aristocrats who are discussing something. Viscount Conrad says that the sword tournament held by the family means that they have a great chance. Viscount Conrad crosses his arms and looks at the aristocrats with displeasure and says that if the Alliance swordsman wins, then they will have the right to make a wish as the winners. And then, if they don't seek out apologies, but behave like adults, sane people, offering to bury the hatchet and join forces, then they will be able to strengthen the damaged relationship with the Dmitri family and regain their lost dignity. But the question remains whether they can win. One of the aristocrats complains that without them, there will be many people who will be interested in the tournament. Whether they will be able to win by eliminating all the competitors, Viscount Conrad replies that this is true, and besides, aren't Chris and Kevin participating in a duel with Barco? If these guys take part in the tournament, it will not be easy to win. He answers that the tournament will be divided into 6 teams. Regardless of Chris and Kevin, they just need to select a winner for each group. If they mobilize all the forces of each family and put up an equal number of participants, then at least one of them will take the victory in their team. One of the nobles looked at Viscount Conrad and said that it made sense, while another said that at least one of them sounded like a good plan. Viscount Conrad now looked cautiously at the nobles and added, just to make everyone remember, the tournament was exactly 1 month away. If they couldn't use this chance granted by the heavens themselves, they would eventually be consumed by the power of the Dmitri family. They need to snatch victory by any means necessary, even if they have to expel a master from other lands of the Northeast Man. We are taken to Roman, who is standing on a pedestal in front of his warriors, and he says that he is sure that they have already heard about the sword tournament. Roman, with his arms crossed, says that from now on they will fight each other for the next month to compare their skills, and he will select 6 warriors who will represent the Dmitri family at the tournament. Roman, looking at the task warriors and continuing to say that the last grade doesn't matter, only the grades received for this month indicate their current situation. Kevin wondered what the competition was. Roman, sternly looking at his fighters, thought that at least they had returned from the battlefield. Their war is not over yet, a force like a sharp blade that is ready to take its head off at any moment. So that subordinates strive for such power, you need to give them the appropriate reason over and over again. And then Roman said that besides, who will raise the prestige of the Dmitri family by representing it at the tournament, you need a worthy reward. Roman glanced at his fighters, who were listening intently, and then added that if any of the 6 selected swordsmen won, he would teach the winner a top-ranked technique, whether it was spiritual practice or sword technique. It would help them rise to a higher level. The bald guy with tattoos on his face reflected that for him, a small part of the master's knowledge was able to ensure rapid progress. The novel is on a completely different level. Everyone listened carefully to Roman, and the bald guy continued to think that the chance to master a top-ranked technique was undoubtedly a huge stroke of luck. Roman, looking at his fighters, thought deeply that this tournament has 2 goals: to make the aristocracy of the northeastern region realize the reality and train as wards to perfect results. Romanu smiled, and then reflected that after the tournaments were over, the situation in the northeast would be very interesting. Then Roman added that from this moment on, endless competitions begin, and his fighters shouted in unison that they understood. We are transported to Roman, who is standing in the middle of the forest and holding onto his sword. He thought that there is exactly a month ahead. This is also the time to equip himself. Sky Demon Beak Junhyuk was born on the borderline between life and death, although he was used to danger, but it's rather stupid to bring trouble on himself. In this month, not only his subordinates, but also he himself should advance. Suddenly someone called out to Roman and asked if he had called him, and Roman turned around. In front of Roman was Lucas, dressed in the clothes of the head of the Information Guild. Roman said that he was going to go to closed training for a month. Lucas put his hand on his chest and said that he was listening. Romana then held out his sword and said that he would not accept any report unless there was some serious incident in the family. During this time, let Lucas take care of the sale of this sword. Lucas, looking at the sword puzzled, wondered what it was. Roman sternly replied while looking at the sword that he originally called it Firestorm, but since it would gain a new master, he decided to give it the name Flame. Lucas took the sword and looked at it in a puzzled way, and Roman continued to say that Lucas should decide for himself how to sell it. The main thing is not to reveal that the owner of this sword is Roman. He can put the money from the sale to the captain of the Information Guild. Lucas drew his sword from its scabbard and looked at it, the smooth blade shining with an aura. Lucas looked at it carefully, and then said that it was immediately obvious that the sword was somewhere to go. But why would Roman sell it? But it was not so important. He should first look for a place where it can be displayed. I thought that Roman said that he can decide for himself how to sell it. Maybe this is the best way to put up an anonymous planned auction. Lucas smiled, and then thought that even those who knew the price of the sword would definitely pay a round sum. We are transported to Adelian, the city of the northeastern region with the most developed trade, since the teleport gate is located on the territory. A man in a strict black suit lives at guest number 23. Lucas approaches him, wearing a brown cape covering his face and saying that it is him. The man takes out a small white crystal from his pocket and holds it up to the sword, then tells him to let him check the item first. The crystal starts to burn blue. The man looks at it in a puzzled way and then thinks that an extraordinary energy comes from the sword. Besides, the artifact is sewn with blue, which means that the product is of the highest class. The man takes off his glove and asks Lucas what kind of auction he prefers. Lucas says free bidding with complete anonymity of the seller. The man replied that there was no minimum sale amount at the free auction. Besides, he would have to pay a 10% commission whether he was sure. Lucas Echidna, smiling from under the hood, replied that he was sure. The man pointed in the direction of the passageway and then went there and said that they would go there for evaluation. A plump man appears in front of us with 2 rings on both hands, a monocle on his eye. This is the manager of the assembly hall, Morris. He laughs happily. And then it is said that he is Morris, the manager of the auction hall in Adeliana, and he is happy to meet you. Behind him sits a bald man who evaluates the sword, and then says that he can say with confidence that the durability and sharpness of the sword is at the highest level. He does not often meet such a good sword. And then he adds that besides, he has the most optimal weight. He assumes that the sword was forged by a master of his craft. Such goods should cost at least 30 gold. And now they will experience a resonance with mana. Resonance with mana is divided into 10 levels. You need to score at least 3 levels to get the title of a true named sword. The master, checking the resonance, was horrified. Blue stars shone around him and he shouted that this simply could not be. Morris turned to the master in a puzzled manner and asked what was the matter. The master replied that the resonance level had reached 10 levels, although no, the resonance is so high that it is impossible to calculate it. The masters looked at the puzzled and frightened Morris and shouted that even named swords break when they can take in the flow of mana, but this sword, on the contrary, only increases its power, and the puzzled Morris shouted that. At Deliana Auction Hall, a man standing on the stage waving his hands says that he strongly recommends that everyone present take part in this auction. In the entire history of the auction hall, nothing like this has ever appeared on its stage before. The man, speaking on stage, smiled maliciously and then thought that from local onlookers to the rich people of the capital, everyone was lured here by rumors. The man stretched out his arms to the pedestal, which was covered with a small cape, and shouted, "Let me introduce the main event of the evening." He pulled back the screen, then shouted, "Sword flame." Aristocrats and ordinary onlookers watched the sword with admiration. The man continued to say that it would be an average named sword. It would not be put up as the main lot. The true power of the flame lies in the response of mana. If you remember, about a year ago, a rapier named Needle with 7-level resonance went under the hammer for a staggering price of 300 gold. Let no one be surprised by the resonance with flame mana. The man shouted, which is more than 10 levels, but that's not all. The nobles listened carefully to the man and then started whispering as the man shouted that the sword was able to expand the power of the aura infused into it. The man looked at the hall with a smile and then said that he had seen a lot of named swords at auctions, but he had never met someone like Flame. The man held up a finger and shouted that they were coming to bid. The initial bid was 10 gold. The men were immediately flooded with bets. We did not have time to follow everyone in the beginning. He was offered 10 coins, then 30, and then he shouted that now each bet will increase by 50 gold. The man shouted that 100 gold was from number 39. One of the aristocrats looked at 39 with displeasure and then raised the bid. The man shouted that 150 gold was from number 41. The fat aristocrat, smiling all over his teeth, raised number 12. The man shouted that the guest at number 12 was doubling the bid. His price soared to 300 gold. And then shouted that they are now raising the initial step by 100 gold. A man with red hair and sideburns appears in front of us. He is dressed in road clothes. He is smiling, but does nothing. A man performing on stage shouts that 400 minus 500 gold. 600 gold again from number 12. Aristocrats and ordinary people are watching in horror as the stakes go up and up. Number 53 rises. A man performing on stage, almost breaking his voice, shouts at the top of his voice that Lord number 53 is doubling the bet. The final bid is 1.200 gold. The fat aristocrat is madly angry and then breaks the sign with the number 12. The man performing on stage shouts that such prices have never been heard in the entire history of the Adelian auction hall. The head of a merchant guild operating across the continent, and the owner of untold wealth, although he always tries to remain neutral in the political feuds of the central government. But for the sake of a good thing, he turns into a fighting cock that rushes straight ahead, regardless of who his opponent is. We are taken to the VIP guest at the auction hall. Marquis Valentino is a man in rich clothes with a white shirt with disheveled orange hair and sideburns on his face. It was he who outbid the bet by betting 1.200 gold. At that moment, no one had any idea what kind of wave the entire Cairo kingdom would be affected by because of his purchase. A man performing on stage is smiling and shouting that guest number 53 is doubling the bid. The final bid has gone up to 1.200 gold. People are puzzled and turn to the guest at number 53 with admiration. The man performing on stage shouts that such a sum has never been heard in the entire history of the auction hall. Marquis Valentino smiles and reflects that the true value of the named flame sword is not only in the degree of resonance with mana. This is a symbol that for the first time someone managed to break through beyond the 10th level. Name and magic sword, a dilemma that every swordsman faces. Only by using simple weapons can you reach the peak of your ability and release your aura. But some swordsmen with mediocre abilities believe that a sword that enhances skills will be much more effective, and therefore choose a magic sword. But for swordsmen who have risen to the rank of ranker, only a named sword that can make the most of their aura is of value. Marquis Valentino, smiling maliciously, thought that such a thing would be worth all the treasures if the master who dug up this sword put it up for the second or third time. The flame's value couldn't help but rise. as this sword was sort of the first in history. The collection of a real master receives recognition of its rarity by the very first label alone. The aristocrats and common people stared at Marquis Valentino in bewilderment, a greedy collector with a passion for collecting. Marquis Valentino. If someone in these circles was unlucky enough to cross his path, one could say goodbye to life, so no one dared to act hastily. A man on the stage shouted that the sword was sold to guest number 53 for 1.200 gold. We are taken to Morris and Valentino. Morris asks what kind of payment he prefers. The Marquis Valentino replies that he will pay everything right on the spot, only so that he can see the flame at least a little earlier than Morris replies that he understood. A chest full of gold coins appears in front of Morris, and then Marquis Valentino says that to be more precise, there are 1,300 gold coins here. Morris, puzzled, replies that the amount to be paid is 1.200 gold pieces. Valentino, standing next to his servant, asks that since he didn't know about this, the gold pieces are a gift from him personally. Let them consider it a sincere gratitude of a regular customer. That's all. Morris happily replies that this is how it is. He thanks, but suddenly the Marquis Valentino says that in return, they will be able to tell him who forged this sword. He wants to meet him in person once. Morris, with his head down, fell into thought and then said that it would be difficult, and he asks for forgiveness. Marquis Valentino replies that it can't be helped then. Morris thanks and replies that thank you for coming into the situation. Marquis Valentino says no. It's an obvious choice from the auction position. Then the Marquis Valentino smiles and says that if this master sends the item to the market again, then let them inform him about it first. Morris replies that it is good. We are transported to the street, where the Marquis Valentino rides in a carriage and thinks that it is amazing, a real embodiment of art, smooth blades, and the ability to resonate with mana. Looking at the sword, Marquis Valentino smiles contentedly and thinks that he has acquired many named swords, but he has never met such a one, and then says that from now on they will throw all their efforts and resources into finding the creator of the Flash. Marquis Valentino sits across from the servant, and then says that considering that this is the first time his work has been auctioned at a Delian, first of all, let the head blacksmith Dimitri be checked. The servant replies that he listens and obeys. Marquis Valentino carefully examines the blade, strokes it and admires it. Marchioness Valentino's dreams were not something lofty. He was driven by a simple desire, that's all. During the month-long indoor training session, a lot had happened outside, with a sword flying at Chris from above. But he managed to trip up the attacker, and then one of the fighters fell to the ground. Chris turned to him and said that it was a reckless attack. Henderson turned around, gritting his teeth in anger. Henderson lost. Chris pointed the sword at Henderson and said that his efforts were commendable, but that the attack always lacks insight. Let them forget that the opponent is waiting for him to make the next move. Henderson replied that he will remember. Chris turned around and called out next, then realized that the ones who were worthy of taking one of the 6 spots were him and Kevin, Vulcan and Fuki. Chris, looking at the fighting types, thought that there were 2 places left in question. Suddenly, he felt something. Chris looked up, puzzled. Looking up at the clear sky, he asked if the air was humming. We are transported to 2 weeks ago. Roman, furiously forging weapons, thought that when he met Butler for the first time, if he dared to fight to the end, he would be able to return alive. Roman thought back to the battle with Butler. The reason why he had won so far was because he had time to prepare for the attack. But if he didn't have that time, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 5-star Aura Warrior. Roman, furiously forging a weapon, thought that the presumptuous choice dictated by memories from his past life and his blunder, he still couldn't fully accept the fact that he was now Roman Dimitri. From the past, he had the confidence to win no matter who his enemy was, but from now on, he's not like that. In the future, there will be many battles waiting for him, and this may happen again. In order to survive in a battle with the strongest of this world, his current level will not be enough. Even if he meets an opponent who is superior to Butler, he must live without exchanging doubts. This is what is called the top. While the sun rose and set, Roman tirelessly continued to work on the iron, standing in front of the flame of the brazier. His face was red hot from the heat, and his bare skin was beginning to melt. Roman's body was endlessly sending out signals that had already reached the limit, but there was no hesitation in his eyes. He swung fiercely for another iron strike. Everything must be reborn, and it has one that will accept it as the host. Roman used the fire-breathing technique. He inhaled the flame, absorbing the mana inside it. Effectively acting as a conduit between the sword and the flame, Roman's body rushed towards the ideal. The second perestroika of bones, Roman once again entered the path of change. We are transported to the present time. The novel came out of a blacksmith's forge, from which black steam emanated. Roman's body was perfect. He reflected that he had laid the foundation for reaching a new level. Roman closed his eyes and then took a deep breath. And then he thought that he should take the risk, and Battler appeared in Roman's mind. He went around it from different sides. Then Roman thought that now he will fight 2 battlers at the same time. The 2 battlers jumped up. They launched an attack from above on Roman. Roman pondered that the Sky Demon Sword was divided into 3 levels. 3 styles on the first, 3 on the second, and 3 on the third. 2 butlers swung at Roman for a punch. Roman had a sword in his hand and was thinking that up until now, he could only use it in the first level style. Roman Lovka deflected 2 of Butler's punches, almost simultaneously. He thought that now, after 2 bone rearrangements, everything has changed. If he survives the 3rd bone rearrangement, he will be able to use the 3 styles of the last one. Roman swung back to strike, then reflected that he was promising himself that there would be no opponents left to stop him. With the title of Undefeated Master, which in the past was called the Heavenly Demon Beak Junhyuk, Roman sliced through the first battler with a deft movement, and then thought that now that he had access to 2nd level style, he could beat 2 battlers. But isn't he making a mistake by continuing to use methods and asking for life as it is? Roman thought back to Battler using his aura, and he thought that controlling the aura that the swordsmen of this world release like an explosion can sometimes be extremely powerful, surpassing even the nagging that existed in Murim. The 2 battlers took a swing at Roman. He thought that depending on the situation and the enemy, he needed to learn the methods of this world. Roman smiled madly. His eyes were burning with a violet flame. He thought that he needed to break the stereotype in his head that the technique of controlling the aura in this life is fundamentally wrong, and find a middle ground between this life and the past. Roman released a huge energy, white and black in different directions, 3 2nd level styles. There was a huge purple explosion, destroying everything in its path, in the center of which stood Roman. Roman cut 2 battlers with 1 blow. He just stood there and stared ahead. Suddenly, blood splattered on the floor.
Roman stood in the middle of the forest with his torso exposed, his sword shining with purple flames. Roman's blade was so perfect that it left a burn mark on his palm. Roman looked confidently ahead, and then reflected that after getting a chance to be reborn and choosing the same path he followed in his previous life, he believed that this life would not bring him any surprises. Then Roman smiled and thought that this was really fun. Roman was standing near the huge crater that was created by Roman's energy release. He once again thought that the Heavenly Demon Sword technique didn't reject his new method, taking a direction that was completely different from the previous basics. In other words, the Heavenly Demon Sword technique is able to evolve. Roman looked up at the sky and thought that he hoped there were many more variables in this world that he didn't know. He took a deep breath and thought about letting them come his way again and again, testing him and putting his life in danger. The trials given to him by this world will be his incentive to live life in the body of a novel, even if it began again from the very bottom. But he will persistently climb up and move it to the very top. We are brought to Chris and Kevin, who are frantically running and shouting that you're okay, what's wrong? Suddenly Chris stops, notices something. He looks at Roman, who is standing next to a huge crater, and then wonders what the hell, how this could have happened. Roman turns to his soldiers and calmly says that nothing has happened. Chris watches Roman with horror, then reflects that Roman didn't even use magic, and the whole earth around him turned into this. Roman replied that he was fine, let them go back. Chris, along with his companions, bowed their heads and then said that they would go then. When a person is confronted with a wall that he cannot overcome, he freezes, falls into a pious awe, and Chris was an ordinary weak person. Chris gritted his teeth and thought that Mr. Roman had gone one more level higher than Chris was fucking doing. Roman exhausts himself nonstop in training, getting stronger than he'd hoped for while idling around looking after the rest of his subordinates. Chris bit his lip, then fell into despair and wondered what kind of man he was. At this tournament, he will not be satisfied with just winning, he will defeat all the opponents, showing a huge difference between them. Roman's fighters left him, they realized that they needed to become stronger. We are transported to a month later. Roman is holding an incredibly beautiful purple-black sword in his hand. He admires it and says what a beauty it is. He smiles while looking at the sword, and then said that what should I call it? Roman wonders what a salamander flame is if past swords mean new life. It dawned on Roman that he wanted the 3rd sword to express his own feelings. He raised the sword above him, and then said, the Heavenly Demon Sword, a creation that will plunge rivals into the abyss of despair. Roman smiled madly, his eyes lit up, and he told himself that the right thing to do was to call the sword darkness. We are taken to Roman, who is sitting in his office. Chris comes up to him and says that for the past month, as Roman ordered, they have been sparring every 3 days, leaving after each record, based on which swordsmen with a high percentage of victories were selected. Chris held out the papers to Roman and said that here was a list of names. Roman studied them carefully, then wondered what Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Fuki were. Then Roman started reading on and something struck him: McBurney and Henderson. He expected to see the first 4 names on the list, but the last 2 surprised him. Chris asked Roman if he was satisfied with the list, and Roman said that he was only satisfied with it. Roman Grozny looked at Chris and then said that he believes that there are no defeats with meaning in the world. The name of Roman Dmitri is at stake in the tournament. And then Roman added that Chris should prove that they match him. Chris tilted his head and replied that he obeys. Roman looked at Chris with a smile and then said that he would be waiting. We are transferred the day before the tournament. The fighters are discussing something. One of them with blue hair approaches the other and is puzzled, asks that he is also participating in the tournament. The fighter replies that of course it's as much as 100 gold, because he knows in what a hurry he was returning. The purple-haired fighter points at himself with a smile, then tells his friend to keep his eyes peeled and show him how terrifying a mercenary's sword is when honed on the front lines. His friend replies that he is also a mercenary. One name, he wants him to get into Chris's group and fly out at the very beginning. The fighter indignantly replies that he is an asshole. And then he tells his friend that then he will get into Kevin's group. This Kevin is a real demon. His friend replies that okay, but he saw Vulcan and Fuki, Shirachanea, what a horror. But you can still exhale. The main thing is to avoid these 4 people at the tournament. The fighter raises his hands and then replies that he would like to have a dream band. A little later, the 6 groups of the sword tournament were announced. The composition of the group caused some joy, some extreme sadness. We are transported to the aristocrat of the Northeastern Alliance, Baron Rello, an elderly man, who clutched his gray hair in fright and said why exactly they would have to go up against Chris. The nobles told him that there was no need to despair. His family also had excellent swordsmen. Viscount Conrad smiled, then added that it was too early to give up and give up. He wondered what McBurney, who would have thought Roman would send a one-armed cripple. Viscount Conrad began to calmly ponder that it seemed to him that the winner would be someone from their family. Viscount Conrad then folded his hands in contentment and said, as it is, gentlemen, the continued existence of the Northeast Alliance depends on this tournament. Their family will definitely win and lead the alliance to victory. The aristocrats began to cheer in unison, raising their hands in the air that this was great. They would blow Dmitri to smithereens, while others shouted, down with Dmitri. We are transported to a sword tournament, to a large arena where people are sitting around and cheering to see the show. We are taken to Haro Rollo, who takes a deep breath and then reflects that because of the alliance, he can't even refuse to participate. Baron Rollo looks at the guy in front of him with sadness in his eyes, and then says that Max, even if he doesn't try to jump above his head, he doesn't need any unnecessary sacrifices. Max replied that ever since his participation in the tournament was confirmed, he trained through sweat and blood to win. Max is a middle-aged guy with disheveled hair and a large scar on his eye, and he answers with a frown that Chris is undoubtedly an outstanding warrior, but he is also a 2-star swordsman like him, so there is no reason for him to bow his head in fear. Baron Rollo looked at Max hopefully, and then a tear rolled out of his eye. He added that it's fine, let Max fight Chris without regrets, but if he suddenly feels danger, then let him immediately give up. Max went down on one knee and said thank you. Max thought that this was his last chance. He should leave a deep impression on both the gentlemen and the crowd. He will definitely be remembered by them. He will definitely announce himself. Max entered the arena with his head held high. Suddenly, he felt a frenzied fear as he looked ahead, and sweat began to break out all over his face. Max glanced at Chris exuding an incredibly strong aura. Max wondered why Chris had such a killing intent. Max tried to swallow down his fear by pressing his lips together. The butler waved the flag, then shouted that the first group competition had begun. Max's hand was covered in a green aura, and he instantly charged into the battle. Chris didn't move, but just watched calmly as he pondered that 1 second. Then Chris knocked Max's sword out of his hand with a single blow. Only 2 seconds passed. Max watched in horror as Chris's sword raced toward him in the face of imminent defeat. Chris filled his punch, an incredibly strong blue aura, then slammed it into Max's face. 3 seconds later, Chris was already sheathing his sword, and Max was lying on the ground unconscious. Then the butler shouted that the first round was over. Chris from the Dmitri family wins and gets the right to go further. Looking at what was happening, Baron Rollo was startled to think that it couldn't be. There was such a huge difference. Then we are taken to Kevin, who also calmly won his duel. The butler shouted that Kevin from the Dmitri family wins and gets the right to go further. Then the victory was won by Vulcan from the Dmitri family, and then Fauke and the Dmitri family. The warriors looked at them in fright and thought that since the rumors did not lie to them, these 4 were not the only hope to defeat. To win, it's McBurney and Henderson. We are brought in at the moment after the announcement of the groups. People looking at the information board shout that the Dmitri family will be represented by Henderson. Henderson is the same Henderson from the Lawrence family. It can't be. The guy crosses his arms and complains that Henderson, whom he knows couldn't even hold a sword in his hands, is from a farming family himself, and how did he even get into a sword tournament? 6 members of the Dimitri family, each with their own reputation. Nicknamed the Flash and the Monster by Cairo, Chris and Kevin. Since many people had seen their fighting strength firsthand, people wanted to avoid a duel with these two if possible. Vulcan and Fuke, who came from a mercenary background where superior physical fitness was considered the main condition, made everyone who looked at them tremble with fear. They were opposed by McBurney and Henderson, who made the one-armed swordsman and former cultivator look too pathetic. And it was safe to say that Henderson was considered the weakest. People shouted in the arena that they heard what they were saying. Henderson almost wet his pants during the recruitment process. Someone laughed and added that he was still a coward. Someone shouted that those who got into his group were lucky. The butler announced that the 4th group, the first competition, Romero was sitting on the throne, and then turned to Roman with displeasure. He turned around with a furrowed brow and asked if there was any other reason why Roman was so diligent in holding the tournament, other than establishing a hierarchy in the Northeast region. When Romero added that even if this festival showed friendly intentions, the Alliance's aristocrats wouldn't take them seriously, Roman calmly replied that it was nevertheless a necessary step. The Northeast Alliance is filled with blind confidence that it can resist the enemy on its own. Roman went on to tell his father that when the Alliance faced the reality that it wasn't even able to cross the walls of their manor to win, they would be able to subdue their minds at once. Roman smiled for a second and looked at his father, and then added that from now on, they would begin a full-fledged takeover of the Northeast region. Butler stood between the opponents that the 5th group of the first round, Henderson and Taylor, advanced to the front. The people in the audience seats were laughing, and you pointed a finger saying that from the very beginning, the opponent is Aura Swordsman, it's all over. He's screwed, Henderson can't beat Taylor. A young man with long red hair appears in front of us and a red scarf is swirling around his neck. This is a wandering swordsman originally from Lawrence Taylor. He looks at Henderson with a smile and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Henderson replies with a frown that they haven't seen each other for a long time, Mr. Taylor, to which Taylor replies that the last time they met was when he was helping Henderson with the harvest. He can't believe that the same Henderson threw the hoe and now stands in front of him holding a sword. Taylor's smile faded, and then he held out his sword and said that Henderson, by virtue of their familiarity, would be warned in advance. He recently received a special revelation and rose to the level of 2 stars. Since this is not their first meeting, then he will give him a chance, which will cause Henderson to shed blood in a losing battle. Taylor looked at the puzzled Henderson, then suggested that he give up. Henderson sighed heavily, then replied sternly that they should erase the Henderson from their memories. Henderson looked at Taylor blankly, then pointed his sword at him and told him that if he showed any mercy for a moment, he would take this chance to crush him. Taylor sighed heavily, then said he hoped Henderson wouldn't regret it. The butler gave the order to start, and Henderson took off. He lunged at Taylor in one deft move, then swung his sword hard, something Taylor clearly hadn't expected. He barely held back Henderson's punch, then reflected that it was very impressive, not some second-rate imitation. Henderson then used the Asura sword technique, striking Taylor's sword again and again with incredibly fast and precise swings. Henderson watched his opponent closely, gritted his teeth, and then reflected that he was determined that by any means necessary, he would become a man worthy of his master. In the past, unlike you, who quickly learned how to release aura, he spent a lot of effort to start feeling mana and learn how to release it. He always pluses behind everyone at the very end. He was a turtle, but Henderson furiously shouted that he wanted to immediately, but painstakingly, he still went ahead. Henderson hit Taylor's sword with great force and Taylor couldn't cover his chest anymore. He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Damn, he can't lose to Henderson like this." Suddenly, a strong yellow aura appeared around Taylor, blinding Henderson. Henderson was thrown a couple of meters away from him. Taylor frowned in Henderson's direction and then thought that he didn't want to use the aura against him. Then Taylor shouted at Henderson to forgive him, but he would get it over with. Taylor was flying towards Henderson at high speed, swinging his sword, and yellow lightning bolts of his aura could be seen from behind him. Henderson watched in horror as Taylor approached. Henderson at that moment remembered Chris saying that when Henderson first came to him, he was nothing more than a weakling, but now he has undergone a big change. Over the past month, while others have accepted defeat, Henderson would have been more eager to win if he hadn't given up the challenge and given up everything he has. Henderson couldn't have changed his life. Chris held out his fist and added that he was worthy to stand by the master. He would guarantee it. A blue light appeared in Henderson's eyes. Taylor was completely ablaze with yellow energy as he swung to strike, when all of a sudden, Henderson's hand was completely engulfed by the blue aura. Taylor swung from the top and Henderson swung from the bottom, so no one knew which of them would win. But after that punch, Taylor flew away. He was going to quickly get up and continue the fight. Na suddenly turned around and saw a sword in front of his face. Taylor looked at Henderson in dismay and then thought that he had lost. The butler announced that the winner of the first round of the 5th group was Henderson. People cheered fearfully. "Isn't it Henderson? Henderson defeated the Aura swordsman. Wait, how can a former cultivator use Aura?" One of the men sitting on the podium thought in fright, gritting his teeth, that it takes more than a year just to start feeling mana. Henderson was standing in the middle of the arena and everyone was shouting his name. The aristocrats watched the process. One of them nervously said that he thought the situation was going in the wrong direction. The other shouted in fright that it was not Henderson who was considered to be weakening in the 5th group. One of the nobles of Pan said that he hoped that it wouldn't be the case that Henderson would win in the 5th group. Viscount Conrad replied that no one should lose their composure. He gripped the stone throne in his hand, then told them to trust him. The final victory will be for the Northeast Alliance. Suddenly, the butler announced that the next one was Kevin from the 2nd group. Kevin walked up to the arena and realized that he was a full 5 seconds behind Chris in speed. When people ask who the master's sword is, they all say Chris. He must prove his worth to the master in his own way. The butler shouted that the 2nd group, the 2nd round had begun, and the crowd shouted for Miles to roll it. A guy appears in front of us, looking fearfully in front of him. He is surrounded by a toxic green aura. This is a member of the Northeast Alliance. Miles, he is nervous and thinks about the fact that his opponent is a demon Dimitri. Fighting at full strength, Miles makes several lunges forward with great speed, which Kevin calmly dodges. And then Miles gets hit hard in the stomach with a fist. Miles swings his sword and yells in frustration that Kevin is a cowardly rat, and Kevin calmly dodges the blow. Miles swings again and again, wondering what to do, 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 what Miles is suddenly thrown back with a broken tooth and a bloody nose. He sees Kevin jumping at him in front of him, grinning madly and swinging his arm to strike. He thinks it's a pseudo sword, but the recoil is so great. Really. Kevin deals a huge number of blows to the back of Miles lying on the ground, who, under the pressure of countless attacks, wonders if he can defeat this monster. The people in the stands are watching in horror. Miles, his face covered in blood and his body shaking, grabs Kevin's leg and whispers that he's giving up. At the same time, Kevin thought that it took him a long time. The winner of the 2nd group, Kevin, goes to the 3rd round. He proved his strength by breaking the opponent's will. A man in a red raincoat stands in front of the fighters and tells them that, as they all know, this tournament is organized by young Mr. Roman, and Chris, a former vice captain of the Order of Knights, will take part in this tournament. This man in the red platform was the captain of the Knight Order, Jonathan Dimitri, who informed the fighters to watch the seniors battle closely to emphasize the knowledge on the path of the Knights of the Dimitri family. The soldiers shouted in unison to eat. We are taken to Reese, and the butler announces that Chris and the Dimitri family are winning, and that they will qualify for the 2nd round. The Knights watch him closely, and one of them asks, open-mouthed, if Chris is too strong. Jonathan, looking at Chris, thinks that he has grown a lot. Chris, standing in the center of the arena, thinks about what he can do, representing the master. Whoever the opponent is, he must surpass him. This is the only way people won't dare look askance at the master's seat. The butler announced the 2nd round of the 1st group victory for Chris. He destroyed his opponent in one blow. But even so, Chris bit his lip and thought that it still wasn't enough. He continued, showing more advanced skills. The opponents didn't stand a chance against Chris. The butler announced that the 2nd round occurred in 5 seconds, the 3rd in 8 seconds, the 4th in 10 seconds, forward. Jonathan, looking at Chris, was horrified and then wondered that when he managed to get so much stronger. Jonathan glanced at the spot where Romero and Roman were sitting, then asked what the hell they'd done to Chris. Young Mr. Roman. 2 guys watched the fighter enter the arena. One of them said that it was good that they refused to participate. Who knew that these guys would be so strong? And suddenly answered, rather than disgrace yourself in the tournament, it's better to give up right away. And 2 friends watched the warrior leave, and then one of them asked if Farrell could defeat Chris. His friend replied that it was impossible. Chris was with them on different levels. The fighter asked that still 10 seconds he can hold out. It is unlikely that he will lose faster than the previous opponents. Yukuk supported him in his words and said that he puts 1 silver medal, that he will hold out for 30 seconds. Farrell stepped out across from Chris, and the butler announced that he was asking both contestants to come up on stage. Farrell looked at Chris and thought with a puzzled expression that, to be honest, he wasn't sure if he could beat Chris, but holding out was another matter. Farrell was a little nervous. He furrowed his brows, and then he thought that he might try to hold out for just a minute. If he held out for even a minute, he might be able to make a statement. The butler announced that it was the last round of the 1st group and they started. Chris took off like a bolt of lightning. He hit Farrell with a single blow, piercing through his armor, and Farrell screamed in pain. Jonathan and his men stood open-mouthed in horror. The aristocrats and ordinary warriors were also shocked by this. The two friends who had left a bet that Farron could hold out for a minute were shaking in fear. One of them said that even I saw Chris swing his sword. Farron's body was lying on the ground, and the butlers announced that Chris was the winner of the first group. Chris walked out of the arena at a slow pace, the butler shouting to be greeted with loud cheers. For all 5 rounds of the tournament, Chris led a total of 27 seconds in the arena. As a result, it was enough to scare the Northeast Alliance. First group, Chris' swift victory. The second group is a clear victory, won by Kevin's superior strength. The third and fourth group, Vulcan and Fuchs, smashed the enemy to smithereens with their great physical strength. Group 5, Henderson broke the preconception that he was going to fail by hitting everyone with a landslide victory. Now the only hope of the Alliance was a 6th group with one armed McBurn in its lineup. Viscount Conrad approached a tall man with blonde hair and asked, "Gabriel, how are you feeling?" A tall man with a perfect face appears in front of us. This is the knight of Viscount Conrad, Gabriel, and he answers perfectly with a smile. Viscount Conrad looks at him and replies that it can't be otherwise, and then thinks that the secret weapon of the Conrad family, which, starting from childhood, was thrown all the forces. Gabriel is a 3-star swordsman. At first glance, the rules for limiting aura in a tournament seem fair, but even so, it's impossible to overcome the difference between the superior strength of a 3-star swordsman. Although he was lucky with his opponents before, and he was able to get to 3 rounds, but it was the end of him. McBurney, Viscount Conrad Etchedna smiled, and then thought that no, it would be more accurate to say Roman Dmitri. Viscount Conrad points a finger at Gabriel and tells him sternly to remember that all the swordsmen of the Northeast Alliance, except for him, have already dropped out. Gabriel frowned and listened intently as Viscount Conrad continued to tell Gabriel not to show unnecessary pity just because his opponent was a one-armed swordsman. Let him trample on him for everyone to see. Gabriel smiled, then replied that he was obeying. He wondered if his master didn't seriously think that he might lose to some homogeneous colleague. It was the moment of the fight, and Gabriel looked at McBurney with disgust, thinking that the loss of one arm had completely destroyed the balance of his body. Gabriel looked McBurney over carefully, then added to himself that even when his right arm was still intact, this commoner swordsman hadn't found the courage to cross the threshold of the Order of Knights, and now that he'd lost his arm, he was taking on a fencing tournament that was the pride of the knights. The butler shouted for them to start the duel. Gabriel immediately rushed into battle. He hit McBurney's sword with great force and then thought that the aura would not even be needed. It would show him how high the wall of reality was. Gabriel struck out one after another, and McBurney barely parried them. Gabriel smiled mischievously, then reflected that to avoid the attack, he had no choice but to dodge to the right. The fact that it uses only one hand means that it will open completely on one side. Gabriel happily swung his sword to defeat McBurney. He shouted at the terrified McBurney that this was the end. But McBurney didn't have time to take a step back and put his sword out in front of him and parry Gabriel's blow. Gabriel wondered in horror what the hell this unusual movement was. McBurney was like a whirlwind, whirling around to stop Gabriel from hitting him. McBurney threw another punch, then jumped aside and looked at Gabriel with disdain. Gabriel was seething with anger, shouting angrily that McBurney was a bastard. A red aura began to appear around Gabriel, and then he thought that McBurney hadn't reached the 3rd round of all by luck. It wasn't because of a broken balance. McBurney deliberately exploits the disequilibrium resulting from the loss of his right arm. Roman, crossing his arms and looking somewhere ahead, said that the basis of all fencing is the use of body balance. McBurney clearly remembered him saying that losing one's hands was a fatal weakness for a swordsman, but the left-handed sword technique compensated for the loss of balance with specific movements. McBurney swung the sword, and then wondered if the creator of the left-handed sword had also lost one of his hands. So how the hell did he manage to come up with a style of fencing? It's just that he was capable. No, unlike him, who had renounced reality. He never stopped looking for a new path and was able to eventually create a left-handed sword. McBurney dug his hands into the ground, then realized that he was a powerless cripple. He clung to a faint hope. And by all means you will get victory in the name of the Lord, surround the yellow aura. He swung his single hand at Gabriel with great force. He shouted that it wasn't finished yet, and then impaled him. A few seconds later, McBurney was lying over the fallen Gabriel. McBurney looked up and smiled, bursting into tears, and then said that Roman Dmitri was truly grateful for everything. He got up from Gabriel and then looked at him and said once again that he was grateful to Roman for his new life. The 5 winners were found out. They were standing in front of the people watching them. Someone from the crowd said that in the end, all the victory went to the warriors of the Dmitri family. It turned out that the Northeast Alliance could only throw dust in their eyes. Now the entire Northeastern District belongs to the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad squeezed his hand and thought that it was all over now. And because of this tournament, the Alliance's prestige had fallen to the lowest level. Viscount Conrad wondered when the Dmitri family had become so strong. He looked at the victors in fear, then wondered what kind of monsters they had disturbed. Even if they borrowed the power of the central government, there was no guarantee that they would defeat these monsters. The nobles were startled and asked Viscount Conrad what they should do, and Viscount Conrad replied dryly that there was no point in asking. Viscount Conrad got up from his chair and then walked towards the exit, saying that now that all the Alliance swordsmen were out, they would become errand boys. They should get out of here as soon as possible. The swordsmen looked at the winners in horror, and then one of them said that they remembered that they were not so strong at first, what Roman Dimitri did to them. Another swordsman replied that it was truly incredible. Taylor looked down at the floor and said that in the family of swordsmen with big names, there is always the first swordsman, the one who stands at the origin rather than the great power that thunders throughout the continent. Such a person has the perfect skills of a leader who can raise other swordsmen. Taylor looked menacingly ahead, then added that Roman Dimitri had risen to the rank of ranker on his own, and they understood what that meant. The first swordsman who glorified the Dimitri family as a family of great swordsmen is Roman Dimitri. In front of him were the warriors who listened carefully to Taylor as he continued to say that they now knew what to look for as a swordsman of the Northeast region. If they wanted to succeed in swordsmanship, they needed to pledge allegiance to the Dimitri family. We are taken to Roman, and he calmly crosses his arms and says that everyone did a great job. Roman stands in front of his warriors. In front of all are 6 people who won the tournament. He says that some of them needed his strength, someone was driven by respect for him. McBurney, standing next to Henderson, smiled as he heard Roman say that someone had no other choice. Roman calmly went on to say that because they had all pledged their loyalty to him, he didn't welcome the complexity of human relationships. Although it is possible to build a strong bond based on feelings alone, in his understanding, the ideal relationship is when they have something to give to each other. Because they know what they want from him, even after a long time, their bond will be unshakable. Roman looked at his warriors with a smile and then added that he had placed high stakes on their aspirations. Let's not forget that. Henderson pursed his lips in puzzlement, and Roman went on to say that they were Roman Dimitri's chosen ones, so don't let them doubt themselves. After all, he didn't doubt their victory for a second. Roman smiled broadly, and then added that finally he would give everyone a reward of 10 gold coins and 3 days of rest. Roman looked carefully at his soldiers, and then said that he hoped they would enjoy it to the fullest. The soldiers shouted that thank you, Lord, they are honored to serve him, they will always be loyal to him. We are taken to Lucas, who puts his hand on his chest and then says that he has studied the change in the Northeast Alliance. As Roman assumed, they have given up trying to resist the Dimitri family. Lucas furrowed his brows, then said that it looked like they wouldn't protest against Dimitri until they had a good chance. Roman, looking at Lucas, calmly replied that there is no perfect power in the world. No matter how wise the ruler of the country is, there will always be those who are against him. At any moment, they may have friction with the central government. They need to minimize the sacrifice of the Northeast region. In this sense, the Northeast Alliance is a forced evil for them. Lucas looked at Roman with a puzzled expression and said, there is. Roman furrowed his brows, then thought that he had provoked the Northeast Alliance to open their eyes to the truth further. Roman smiled and then pondered that dominating the barbarians is using them to use the barbarians to restrain other barbarians to use the forces of one country to control another. And then Roman added that Lucas should do the same thing. We are taken to the powerful man of the northern Kairos region, Count Douglas, a middle-aged man with orange hair and an expensive red suit, who slams his hand on the table and then furiously shouts that they still haven't been able to find these rats. A frightened butler stands in front of him. He bows and then says that he apologizes. They destroyed the local gangs of robbers, but they could not find the location of the savings. On the eve of the war with the Lawrences, Viscount Barco, using connections in addition to the gold bank, collected an unaffordable amount of money. In case of unforeseen circumstances, he borrowed money from an influential man in the north, the Earl of Douglas, as well as from other close aristocrats, and even resorted to hiring Homer. But because of Roman Barco, they were defeated. Moreover, since Viscount Parku had died while trying to escape, there was no one left in the world who could repay the debts. In his despair, the Earl of Douglas remembered one thing, the Barco family's illegal savings that no one had been able to find. While drinking with Viscount Barco, the Earl of Douglas managed to get a lead on the location of the savings, so he hired the Black Moon Information Guild and was able to find the savings. But on the way, all the gold bars were stolen by a gang of robbers. Viscount Douglas wondered if some pathetic band of bandits wouldn't be able to carry off all the bullion. Then he furiously shouted for them to turn the entire Northeast region upside down and find the gold. Viscount Douglas was filled with anger, and he shouted again that Barca must pay a fair price. We are not going to give the gold to someone else. Suddenly, the butler rushed into the office and shouted that the master, a member of Black Moon, had reported that he had found the location of the ingots. Viscount Douglas shouted something in a puzzled voice, then shouted for them to tell him to come in right away. A man in a black cape appears in front of us. This is the head of the Information Guild, Black Moon Donovan. He gives a hand gesture and then says that after the ingots were stolen by robbers, they secretly entered the black market and were able to determine the identity of the criminal who stole them. The Earl of Douglas gets up from his chair, then looks at Donovan carefully and asks what and who it is. Donovan says that the thieves were not a band of robbers, but the Northeastern Alliance. Hearing this, the Earl of Douglas shouts in fright that Donovan started to say that their soldiers were originally attacked by bandits, but they accidentally met Alliance soldiers on the way. They attacked the bandits, stealing a cart with gold bars. And then Donovan adds that although he's pretty sure they knew the cart was the Earl of Douglas's. Donovan held out his hand, holding a small gold bar in his hands, and then said that as proof, he wanted to look at the bullion on the black market. The serial number matches the bullion numbers from Barco's savings. He also checked the person who put this on the market. He is a subordinate of Viscount Conrad of the Northeast Alliance. As he watched the man, Donovan heard shouts of "What the hell are these bastards doing?" And he wondered if he hadn't found out the truth, it would have been a perfect crime. But they had gotten themselves into trouble by turning against the Lord of the Northeast Alliance, Earl Douglas, and they hadn't even dreamed about the changes that Black Moon had undergone. In fact, the Black Moon Information Guild, which is known throughout the continent, has already been absorbed into the Hoa clan under the control of Lucas, and has become an organization that obeys Roman's orders. Count Douglas held out his hand, then viciously shouted to be tied up with the Northeastern Alliance right now, and he would tear all the rats that were after other people's money into small pieces. We're being taken to a meeting with Viscount Conrad, and there are fewer aristocrats, and one of them says that the Earl of Douglas has been dubbed the Northern Predator, and I can't imagine what will happen to them after they've ruined their relationship with him. Another aristocrat says that this is true because everyone knows perfectly well what kind of character he has. Viscount Conrad asks the aristocrats what they are talking about. He replies with a frown that Barco's savings don't just belong to the Earl of Douglas, they also lent Barco money and have the right to take their share. Besides, wasn't it the Count who was going to get their hands on them secretly, so they shouldn't be the first to bow their heads to him? One of the aristocrats nervously asks if it is necessary to say such a thing. Viscount Conrad replies that it doesn't matter, they will be able to get back the money earned from the sale of bullion. Viscount Conrad holds out his hand and says that from now on, they should all stand by the fact that the Earl of Douglas struck first, putting the matter on the back burner. The nobles raised their hands in the air, and then one of them added that there was no turning back anything anyway, and let them do as Viscount Conrad said, they would do it. Suddenly, someone ran into the office where the meeting was being held and shouted that the Earl of Douglas wanted to contact them via a magic device. Hearing this, Viscount Conrad became very nervous. We are taken to the magic message that the Earl of Douglas appeared on. He laughs, although his face shows that he is madly angry. He says, "What the hell does this mean? They stole his money?" He demands an immediate explanation. Viscount Conrad comes forward and nervously asks the Count to calm down first. They don't understand what made him so angry, but in turn, they also gave a loan to the Barco family. Viscount Conrad throws up his hands and then says that these savings do not belong to one person. He understands if the Count honestly promised to divide them among the others, but did he not embezzle them personally? Viscount Conrad, looking at the magic message, thinks that he has perfectly covered up the essence of the problem. I will throw the blame on the Count. This excuse should be enough. Suddenly Count Douglas shouts that they stole his money and something else is blurted out. Anger overwhelms the Earl of Douglas, who continues to shout tirelessly that all this belongs to him. From the moment he discovered Barco's savings, the right to own them fell to the Douglas family. Viscount Conrad asks the Count to calm down first, to which the Count shouts at the Viscount to shut up. Viscount Conrad puts her hands out in front of her in fright and doesn't dare say anything more. Earl Douglas keeps telling them to listen to him from now on. He will contact the central government and request permission for the feudal war. The scum of the Northeast region, let them try to join forces to stop him. He glares furiously at the Viscount, then shouts that he will show them how pathetic the Northeast Alliance is without the Barco family's patronage. Viscount Conrad turns nervously to the nobles and says in a shaky voice that it looks like they're in deep trouble. We are transferred to Lucas, who sits quietly at the table with a mug of tea in his hands and says that, as Roman suspected, the Earl of Douglas has declared war on the Alliance. Roman, holding a mug of tea in his hands, calmly replies that the Earl of Douglas will not throw words to the wind. So far everything has gone according to plan. Roman looks at the mug of tea, in which he sees the image of Viscount Conrad, and then says that Viscount Conrad is not one of those who rush straight ahead without looking back. Roman recalls their situation at the ball, and then says that most likely he will act with pride, but will raise a white flag before the Earl of Douglas begins to gain more strength. Roman smiled and then said, to prevent this from happening, they should start spreading rumors, the battle should take place. Roman, happy, sitting at the table, thought that being cornered, he will definitely be able to renounce his lousy pride. We are taken to the north of Cairo to an old man who is collecting apples in a bag. Someone in front of him says what the old man means. The old man replies that the domain is currently restless. And then she adds that the Northeast Alliance is preparing to attack the Earl of Douglas' domain. The girl looks at the old man in fright and says that, my God. Behind the girl, several more people have heard about this. The old man continues to say that he will have to stop trading for a while, and people walking down the street began to discuss this violently. We are taken to two old men who are sitting in one of the small streets. One of them asks if this is true, the other replies that he gives it tooth. He himself heard from the servant of the Conrad family. After talking with the Count, the Viscount began to destroy furniture, making such a fuss that it is terrible to imagine. The old man puts a nervous finger to his mouth and then says that if you believe what you've heard, he's going to trample on the Earl of Douglas. Rumors spread that the Northeast Alliance harbored a grudge against the Earl of Douglas, the original source of the rumors being the merchant and the servants of all of them, the lowest of their society. They serve the Howe clan. The Earl of Douglas slams his hand on the table, then shouts that he was going to relent if they obeyed, but these rats dared to learn from him. He points his finger forward and then shouts for the army to be ordered immediately, swearing on behalf of the Douglas family that he will never forgive them. We are transported. He looks at the magic message in fright and then shouts that this is all an impudent slander. What a war! They even thought about compensating with gold to ask him for forgiveness for what happened. The Earl of Douglas looks at them in silence, and Viscount Conrad continues to tell him to forgive them and calm his anger. The rumors that have spread have nothing to do with them. The Earl of Douglas then glares at Viscount Conrad and asks him if he thinks he's completely blind. He has not contacted them to resolve everything peacefully, but declares war on them and promises to trample on the bats that act only for their own benefit. The magic message disappears, and Count Douglas says goodbye, that they will watch the Northeast Alliance pull through, together with the aristocracy. They look at the magic message in fear and exhaustion, and then one of the aristocrats says that it's bad. Count Douglas will drag the people of the North into it. The aristocrats fearfully tell Viscount Conrad that they can't defeat him with their forces, they should try to contact the central government. Viscount Conrad contacted Count Fabius and asked for his help. Count Fabius replied that he understood that they were in a difficult situation, but the central government had no right to interfere. Count Fabius glares at Viscount Conrad and then says that besides, if the blame isn't on the shoulders of the Northeast Alliance, let them sort it out for themselves. The aristocrats look at each other desperately. One of them says that it's all over, now they can't escape the war. Suddenly, the magic crystal began to shine, and one of the aristocrats says that a request for a conversation was received from Roman Dmitri. A novel appeared on the magic message, and looking at it, Viscount Conrad asked in a frightened voice what he was interested in. Roman said that he had heard that there was a problem with the alliance, and Viscount Conrad frowned as he thought about what to do, so he contacted them to gloat. Roman replied that he wanted to hear all the circumstances in person so that there would be no misunderstandings. Viscount Conrad looks puzzled at Roman, and then wonders what kind of seriousness in his voice. He says that actually a couple of days ago. Viscount Conrad explained what had happened. Roman seriously asked what he was going to do now. Viscount Conrad asked what, then fell silent, not knowing what to answer. Roman continued to say that the fact that the authorities and the North were going to attack the northeastern region couldn't be ignored. Viscount Conrad had an idea, and then happily asked if the novel would help them. Roman seriously replied that no matter what kind of relationship they have, Dmitri is not going to turn a blind eye to what is happening in the northeastern region. Viscount Conrad thought that Roman couldn't stay away just because the matter concerned the northeast region. But wouldn't the Dmitri family benefit the most if the two of them went to war? So why? Viscount Conrad looked at Roman carefully and then wondered if Roman really had a purpose. Roman smiled at Viscount Conrad, and Viscount Conrad wondered if this was the right time to turn up their noses. Viscount Conrad, standing next to the aristocracy, said that although their relationship had not gone well, they were now in desperate need of the help of the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad furrowed his brows, then said, if they forget about all the feuds and help them, they will do whatever Roman wishes later. Viscount Conrad reflected that this wasn't the time to cherish pride. If only Roman would lend them a hand, they would be able to minimize their losses in the war. Roman said that, to be honest, it would be more profitable for him not to help the alliance, but he does not want to lose the whole picture for a small victory. If they look at the situation in Cairo, they will realize that it is necessary to combine their forces, ultimately Dmitri and the Northeast Alliance. Existing behind one fence of the northeastern region, Viscount Conrad wondered what was really going on. Roman says this out of pure kindness. Viscount Conrad's face changed. He realized this fact with incomprehension. Roman, looking at them, seriously announced that he had clear requirements. Let them sincerely repent of what they had done and show that they were eager to cooperate in the future. Let them promise only this, and he will not turn away from their misfortune. Viscount Conrad nervously thought that it was unheard of. The Dmitri family that they despised because of their low birth is now stepping into the roles. The great general who will lead them is not the entire northeast region. Viscount Conrad clenched his fist. Viscount Conrad replied that he would contact Roman again once he had discussed it in detail with the alliance members. We are transported to a few days later. The Earl of Douglas and his army are walking through the woods. One of the commanders says that when the war is over, the Earl of Douglas will not forget about a decent payment. The Earl of Douglas says that this is a matter of course. The Earl of Douglas looks back, frowning, and then asks if he would bring the rulers of the north to deceive them. Ever since the Barco family fell, the northwest region has lost its cohesion, looking like a crumbling sandcastle. When the Earl of Douglas was riding on a horse, he said that someone should take control of this fertile land in their own hands. The commanders replied that this is true, and then laughed and said that the mood rises at the very mention. Even though people thought of Douglas as a beast that could go straight ahead, he didn't mindlessly attack the enemy if the battle was unavoidable anyway. He maximized his chances of winning, and in this way survived until now. Earl Douglas reflected that in the past, being under the protection of the central government, he could not afford to rush. But now he was able to drag the other lords of the north into the war as well. Count Douglas was standing in front of the Northeast Alliance with his army, and he thought that without the Barco family, the alliance had lost its meaning, not a bad pie to share with the others. The Earl of Douglas on horseback shouted that it was the Earl of Douglas. Let the commander-in-chief come forward and answer him. One of the alliance crowd shouted, there is still time for the appointed hour, let him wait a bit. The Earl of Douglas, standing on the hill, shouted that he would see if everyone was already here. They would lose anyway, so why waste any extra strength? The guy on the horse with the green cloak said that they would find out after they checked. The nobleman behind Earl Douglas shouted to see if anyone else was coming, and Earl Douglas was startled to think that they must have called for help. A Russian flag appeared in the distance, and Douglas was startled, then wondered what it was. The army, at the head of which Roman was standing, was moving forward. The Earl of Douglas called out what the soldiers were doing here. Roman stopped on horseback, with Viscount Conrad standing behind him. And then, Roman furiously shouted that he needed a special reason to participate in the war, just as he, the Earl of Douglas, had summoned the Lords of the North. So he led his army for the sake of the alliance. Earl Douglas, sitting on his horse, next to the Lords of the North, thought that this is a curse, that he brought the Lords of the North, this untied their hands to participate in the war. The Lords shouted to the Earl of Douglas that Dmitri was here, but he had not warned them about this. Knowing that Dmitri was involved in the war, they would never have come here. Viscount Conrad said with a smile that they had finished their preparations. The Earl of Douglas's eyes filled with rage, and he wondered what it was. Roman shouted that now he gives the Lords of the North the right to choose. Roman smiled madly, and then said that either hand-to-hand combat or a duel of representatives, which method they prefer in a battle with them. Count Douglas nervously wondered what the hell. Dmitri was also in the battle. He couldn't back down after already declaring war. A representative duel with Dmitri will undoubtedly end in failure, but this does not mean that you can choose hand-to-hand combat. Although his troops outnumber the Alliance army, but the army is so strong that it ended the Southern War, he is a terrible opponent. The Earl of Douglas wondered what to do next, and then Roman told them to let him have something to offer. If Earl Douglas chooses a representative fight, how about he fight 3 swordsmen at the same time? And then Roman Echidna added with a smile that if the Earl of Douglas was still in doubt, they could increase the number of opponents to 5. The Earl of Douglas wondered, startled. He gritted his teeth and then thought that he recognized his strength, but he never thought that he could come up with such a stupid suggestion. Roman held out his hand and then said that he would like this war to end without unnecessary casualties, that the Earl of Douglas thought about it. Viscount Conrad turned to the nobleman with a frown and said that they needed to discuss this. The Earl of Douglas gathered with the Lords of the North and said that they needed to accept the offer. The Earl of Douglas clenched his fist and said menacingly that no matter how strong the 5 of them were, wouldn't the strongest from each family be able to deal with a single opponent? The Lords of the North thought in fright. One of them said that it was still too dangerous. The other replied that he had defeated Butler. There was a high probability that the novel reached 5 stars. Earl Douglas sternly asked what they thought he didn't know about it, as if they had any other choice. Whatever they chose, they would have to face this monster. The twin swordsmen under his command once collectively defeated a 4-star swordsman. The Earl of Douglas confidently said that he was sure that the rumors were true and the novel was really strong, but the desire to show off his strength made him stumble. Now this is the only chance. They had to kill him while he was still hot and inexperienced. Then they could completely devour the entire Northeast region. The Lords of the North have said that they will trust the Earl of Douglas' opinion, and it is the right choice. The Earl of Douglas wondered what would make Roman regret his own arrogance. We are taken to a fighter dressed in armor with a green cloak, This is a man from the central government. An observer, he says that this representative fight will be held with a special 5-on-1 rule. Two guys dressed in blue cloaks appear in front of us. They look exactly like each other. On the left is Venton Senior Northern Swordsman Twin, and on the right is Vental Junior Northern Swordsman Twin. They all say that he and Vental will attack from both sides to attract his attention while they are his distract. Let them attack. The brothers glare at their allies, and then one of them says that no matter how outstanding a swordsman is, there is always a gap in the moment of a counterattack. Vent says that he and his brother will take the final blow. If they secure them, they can gain both fame and wealth. A red flag is raised, someone shouts everyone into position, and they've started. Ventan is surrounded by a blue aura, think that they should attack with the vent. Vent is surrounded by a green aura and he thinks, go ahead brother, and the two of them instantly jump from their seats, attacking Roman. They quickly approach Roman, who stands still and only draws his sword from its scabbard. They attack him from different angles, and both think about what to get, Roman Dimitri. Roman immediately puts his foot forward, swinging his sword. And in the same second, he cuts the brothers in half with a smile on his face. The bodies of the brothers fall to the ground. The Earl of Douglas watches fearfully as he ponders that one blow, both of the twins. And then Roman, brushing the blood off his sword, says that the Count, when he declared war, he thought of this. When the Barco family was still alive, why all those who are used to solve cases by talking? Roman glared at the Count and then added, I never said a word to them. Roman continued to say that the conclusion is the same. The lords in the northern lands, including the Count, Perfect did not care about the existence of his family. Hearing these words, the lords looked at Roman in fear. Roman looked at the Count with a frightening face, and then added that he was extremely annoyed by this fact. Then Roman stepped forward and said it wasn't too late. He gives them a chance to give up the fight. How about trying to snatch victory again with hand-to-hand combat? The Earl of Douglas was startled to think that hand-to-hand combat. If it comes to that, hundreds of soldiers will be burned. Even better, sacrifice these 5 soldiers who were standing in front of Roman. The Earl of Douglas said in a trembling voice that rules were rules. The lords looked at the Earl in anger, not understanding what he was talking about, and the Earl of Douglas went on to say that if they decided to fight a battle through a representative duel, let them end with it. Roman smiled, then said if the Count so desired, they will continue the duel as they planned. The lord fighters came forward to fight Roman. Someone suddenly shouted stop. One of the lords shouted in anger that the outcome was already decided. Why not end the duel with this? Roman, looking at the lord's fighters, asked that the warriors of the north had cowardly raised the white flag. Roman threw down his sword and then said that he would stop using the sword as a handicap from now on. Roman threw off his red cloak, then asked what it was that made them want to fight. One of the lord's fighters shouted that only let Roman not regret his choice, and then thought, what the hell, shame on the swordsman who will retreat even under such conditions. The swordsmen filled themselves with auras. One of them stepped forward and told his allies that he didn't know what to do, but a novel without a sword, why not take the risk? The swordsmen rushed into battle, and one of them shouted that they should try. A sword filled with a blue aura approached Roman's throat, and Roman looked at it calmly. Then, with great force, he slammed his fist forward, breaking the sword into pieces, and then punching one of the warriors in the face. Roman deft movements hit his fist, first one, then the second warrior. One of them was lying on the ground, his mouth was covered in blood, he had a couple of broken teeth. He started to whisper that he was giving up, when suddenly Roman kicked him on the head with great force. After a few seconds, everyone saw that the warrior's body was lying in a small crater and there was only blood around. Roman, scary, looked at everyone present and then asked if there was any objection. The Earl of Douglas, along with the lords of the north, bowed and then said that there was no way. Roman returned to his troops, where Viscount Conrad was standing in front of them. Viscount Conrad bowed to Roman, then said that Roman had done a good job. Roman said that he hoped they would get along well in the future. Viscount Conrad bowed and reflected that if they had chosen an open confrontation with us, it would have been us, not them, who would be getting the worst of it right now. Roman, smiling, went as he intended. This moment finally confirmed the hierarchy in the northeastern region. We are transferred to Dimitri's house a few days later. Both aristocrats and dignitaries sat at the same table, with Roman at the head of them all. Roman clasped his hands and said that his father gave him the right to lead this meeting. There is something that the aristocrats are still dissatisfied with. Viscount Conrad, along with the other nobles, remained silent. Roman smiled and then said that then, let us tell them about the new one on the agenda. Roman, with a serious look at the nobles, asked that they thought the Cairo kingdom was on the right track. During Hector's invasion of the southern front, it wasn't the war with another kingdom that was hardest for him. And facing the enemy among their own people, the commanders-in-chief of the southern front did not want to believe his words. In the meantime, the central government's leadership in its feudal power struggle, the southern front has fallen. Looking at the bewildered nobles, Roman continued to say that if he had a soldier then, the war with Hector would still be fought today. Roman furrowed his brows, then held out his hand and said that if the government-controlled Kairos were drawn into a military conflict again, the central government would respond by selecting soldiers from each region to use as human shields. Then, unlike the provincial aristocracy, which will suffer huge losses if it loses its army, the central government aristocracy will only continue to strengthen its power. This case should make them face reality. Roman glared at the aristocrats, then added that Cairo's reality was unfair. The nobles looked at Roman in puzzlement, and then Roman went on to say that this was why he decided that the kingdom needed change. So why don't the northeastern region follow the example of the capital's aristocrats, who are killed by the authorities under the guise of the central government, and join forces in order to protect each other? Roman reflected, with a serious face, that when the military moved on to large-scale action, the central government would hardly give him much time. He needs to unite the northeastern region as soon as possible. The aristocrats started talking. Some of them were dissatisfied, some agreed with Roman. This is the only way the central government can't act recklessly. One of the nobles looked menacingly at Roman, then said that if the aristocracy of the northeast region joined forces, they would definitely be able to reach out to the central government. But the situation is such that with the exception of the Lawrence domain, the land of the northeast region is not fertile. Most families buy food from outside. If they go against the government, there is a high probability that this will freeze the trade. Roman said that he knows about this. The trading system is set up by the government. If they don't like this connection, then the provincial aristocrats will forever be left behind by others. Roman turned to Lucas and said that if the aristocrats made up their minds, at least he had a way to solve the food problem. Lucas took out a map and showed it to the aristocrats. Roman said it was their future development plan. Roman folded his hands and continued to say that compared to other regions, there are many mountains in the northeast. In particular, on the extreme part of Dimitri there is an unbroken mountain range. They are in an advantageous position to repel the enemy's attack. First of all, he plans to build a huge fortress where people can be evacuated. They will also cultivate mountain lands, and from now on they will be engaged in agriculture in order to be able to support themselves. Viscount Conrad looked at Roman with a puzzled expression and asked if it was possible, not so easy, to make the mountains suitable for farming. Roman replied that yes, it was possible. In his previous life, the Heavenly Demon Shelter was a perfect fortress that could withstand dozens of years of attacks from the righteous Miram clans. Located on a mountain range stretching for hundreds of kilometers, called Shivandashan. Roman pondered that the mountain range is similar in shape to Shivandashan, and the revival of the blacksmith clan. Should he call it an accident or fate? Roman took out the documents he put to each aristocrat and continued to say that as they see, he has separated the land suitable for farming and part of the land is already being cultivated. It will take some time. But if everything goes well, Romanu smiled and then said that they would be able to gain the power that would make the central government no longer a threat to them. Baron Rello said, looking at the document, that it was simply amazing. One of the nobles, looking at the document, thought that the plan for cultivating land and drawing the fortress thought out to the smallest detail. It does not indicate any abstract direction, but presents a concrete way to improve the situation. Viscount Lawrence put his hand on his heart and said with a smile that the Lawrences were subject to the decision of the Dimitri family. Viscount Conrad also put his hand on his heart and replied that the same goes for the Conrad family. The other nobles also said that they will follow Roman. Roman smiled and realized that at last, he held out his hand and said that from now on, he was proclaiming their alliance as the Dimitri Alliance. Dimitri had managed to get the northeast region. We are taken to Romero, who is holding a glass of wine, and then he drinks it. He thinks that the current family, under the control of Roman, is following the right path. He feels ashamed in front of Rodwell, who spent so much effort, but no one can replace the current Roman. Romero looks out the window and then says what a bright moon it is. During the past month, the Marquis of Valentino had spent tossing and turning, studying documents and letters, and in one of his letters, Hendrik had written that he had not sent any of his swords to the auction. Valentino wondered as he looked at the letter that it wasn't the head of the blacksmiths Dimitri, so who was the master who could forge such a sword? He checked a few more letters to the blacksmiths. They said that it wasn't his sword. There was no one in Cairo who could forge such a sword. Even if they turned the whole continent upside down, they wouldn't find such a talent. Valentino squeezed all the letters and thought that it was a curse. Suddenly, the butler ran in and shouted that it was known that the head of the blacksmiths Dimitri saw a sword that looked like a flame. Valentino shouted in fright to be taken to Dimitri at once. The head of the blacksmiths, Hendrik, appears in front of us and asks why they were looking for him. Valentino sits across from Hendrik and then says that he will get straight to the point. A month ago at an auction he bought a sword named Flash. Hendrik replied that he remembers this, because Valentino wrote about it in a letter. Valentino smiled, then said that his gut told him that the Flash was a real treasure. Masters, a sword that perfectly resonates with my mother, can safely be called the best in all of Cairo. Valentino opened the lid that held the sword and then said that this was the sword, Flash. Hendrik looked startled, and Valentino looked at Hendrik and wondered if that was what he thought. Valentino asked Hendrik if he recognizes it. He has heard that among his collection there is a sword similar to this one. Hendrik thought hard, and then he said that he would show him the sword. Let him wait a bit. Valentino happily began to shout that yes, Hendrik thought that some collector, the Marquis of Valentino, could see the value of the sword. Hendrik showed a golden sword decorated with red crystals, and then said that the name of this sword is Salamander. Valentino looked at the salamander sword in shock, and then thought that he had only to look at the blade, and his heart turns cold. He is sure that this is the creation of the master who created the Flash. Hendrik, sitting on a chair near the two swords, said that Valentino correctly assumed that the salamander and the Flash were forged by one person. To be more precise, the salamander was his first creation, and the Flash was forged next. Looking at the swords, Valentino opened his mouth, thinking happily that the salamander was his first sword. He wanted to get it for himself. Valentino then apologized for his impertinence and asked that by chance Hendrik couldn't sell the salamander to him. Hendrik abruptly started to get up and then apologized and added that this sword wasn't for sale. Hendrik then added that he had received the sword as a gift and that Valentino was a collector like him, so he should understand his reluctance to sell the salamander. Valentino became desperate and then asked what Hendrik had said to him. He wondered if Hendrik had not forged the sword, but had received it as a gift, which meant that he knew the master's identity. Valentino asked if it was possible that it was forged by Barona Romero, who had already retired, and Hendrik said that it wasn't at all. This sword is the creation of the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri. Valentino reflected that Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker of Cairo, had created the best sword in the kingdom. A work of art has its own history, and it begins to play an important role if the person who created them is a master in the end. He is valued only for the fruits of his labors, but if the master is the youngest swordsman genius in the kingdom, people will start laying out a special purpose sword, its value will skyrocket, and its rarity alone won't be able to determine its real value. Valentino put his hands in his lap and then wondered what was going on right now. Valentino smiled and then added that he wanted to meet Roman Dmitri. We are transported to Chris. His sword is filled with blue energy. He rushes from the spot and attacks Roman. He deals a huge number of blows to Roman, pushing him back. Roman calmly defends himself. Suddenly Roman is distracted. Looking to the side, he saw Valentino and Hans standing at the exit to the training ground. Seeing this, Chris wonders what he should attack now. Roman looks puzzled as Chris' sword is quickly approaching, wrapped in a blue aura. And then there is an incredibly strong flash of blue aura. The best warriors in the novel look at what has happened with a puzzled expression. Roman holds up his sword and then says it was a good trick. Roman stands over the defeated Chris, pointing his sword at him, and then tells him that when he throws out his power to kill, the attack inevitably opens up a gap. Roman goes on to say that this is why Chris must have a trump card up his sleeve that will throw the opponent off balance. Chris replies that he will remember it. Valentino looks at the fight with a puzzled expression, and then thinks that this is the level of Dimitri's novel. The whole kingdom has been talking about him lately, and I'm curious about Cairo's ranking. It will be awarded to him after he defeated the second-ranked Hector. Valentino's brow furrowed, and then he thought that looking at it firsthand, he knew that his abilities surpassed the rumors circulating around the world, and if he mentioned that he was also a blacksmith, it might be the kingdom of Cairo. He has the greatest talent in the entire continent. Hans says, looking at Roman, that young master, you have a guest. Looking at Hans and Valentino, he answers well. He approaches a puzzled Valentino and holds out his hand, introducing himself as Roman Dmitri. Valentino, looking at Roman Smiley's hands, wonders if those hands really forged the Flash. Valentino shakes Roman's hand and is then told to let Roman call him Valentino. Valentino shows the sword and then says that he came to Roman because of the Flash. Roman, sitting in a chair looking at the sword, thinks that this is the Flash that he entrusted to Lucas. Valentino says that all this time he has mobilized all his forces and resources to find the master who forged the Flash. Valentino, looking at Roman puzzled, asks that Roman is actually the one who created the Flash. Roman ponders that the Marquis Valentino, the richest man in the kingdom of Cairo, nicknamed the avaricious collector, among the nobles who remain neutral, he has the greatest influence. He owns the trading rights of Cairo and has amassed a wealth that could shake the balance of power. But despite the proposal of the four factions, he made it clear that he would remain neutral. Looking at him, Roman thought that he was an interesting person, and then Roman said that everything was so. Roman smiled broadly, then said that he had forged the Flash. Valentino happily shouted that it really was Roman. It was such an honor for him. Roman doesn't even know how much he wanted to meet him. When he first saw the Flash at the auction, it was like he was struck by lightning. Valentino started waving his hands, and then said that after all, Dmitri was a shrine to the blacksmiths. Roman must have inherited the talent of Baron Romero, and if Roman didn't mind. If Roman would let him take one look at the sword Roman had just held, Roman calmly replied that yes, of course. Valentino stared at the sword in amazement, then asked in a trembling voice what the sword's name was, and Roman replied that he called it Darkness. Valentino reflected that both Flash and Salamander were shockingly outstanding named swords. However, Valentino shivered at the sight of Darkness, and he wondered if it was Darkness that had absorbed the overwhelming darkness on a completely different level, with each new sword showing a startling growth trend. Just how much of an incredible sword this monster buys back in the future. Then Valentino said that Mr. Roman would like to hear his unusual suggestion. Valentino put the sword on the table and then said that the conditions are simple. First, if Roman is going to sell the sword, then let him give him a chance to buy it back. Secondly, if Roman creates a new sword, he would like to see it first. He doesn't care about the place or time. Valentino, looking at the puzzled Roman, continued to say that whether it's a distant country or some wilderness, he will do anything but get to Roman. Valentino smiled broadly, and then said that if Roman promised to fulfill these 2 points, the Valentino family would continue to support Dmitri. Roman was taken aback by these words. He thought that Valentino would abandon neutrality. Valentino went on to say that if Roman understands what this means, he will abandon the neutrality that the Valentino family has maintained so far. Roman glared at Valentino, then said that he would like to hear a specific reason. Valentino went on to say that, to be honest, the 4 factions have been putting a lot of pressure on him lately, and he won't be able to stay neutral for the rest of his life. Valentino smiled, then slapped his head with a finger and said that's why he thought a lot about who the authorities would support. It was then that the news reached him that Roman had approved the Dmitri alliance, and now, too. Valentino held up his hands, grinning broadly, and then said that he had made sure Roman was the one who forged the Flash, and now he saw no reason not to like Roman. Needless to say, he also understands that Dmitri's family is not short of money. However, Valentino folded his hands and then looked at Roman intently and asked that the more money the better. Didn't Valentino think that Dmitri's novel had really hooked him? Roman stood up from his chair and then said that the nobles of the alliance had already sworn allegiance. Roman glared at Valentino and then asked that the Valentino family was ready to follow the Dmitri family. Valentine smiled, and then he stood up and bowed, saying that the Valentinos were ready to sleep on straw, even jump into a fire pit. If this was Roman's order, they would do it with a smile. Roman smiled broadly, and then thought that such connections he could not even think of. He said that then he relied on Valentino. Valentino then bowed and said that he wanted to clarify. He can reveal the truth about what exactly Roman forged the Flash. Roman looked at Valentino with a puzzled expression. Valentino, looking at Roman, smiled broadly, and then said that such a magnificent sword had fallen into his hands. He would not be able to stand it if he could not show off an acquaintance. Roman, looking at Valentino, thought that he was a peculiar person. We are taken to the Valentino family's palace, and someone asks us what the famous named sword is. Valentino, standing in front of the aristocrat, spreading his hands in front of the counter, on which lies a flame, and says that this sword surpasses all rumors. It will allow a 1-star swordsman to repel the attack of a 2-star aura. The aristocrats ask what really. Valentino, smiling, looks at the aristocrat and says that he at least once lied about the items of his collection. Besides, the master who forged the Flash. These are the hero Cairo, who put Hector to flight, and Roman Dmitri, a native of the Kuznetsov family. The aristocrats were shocked. One of them shouted that it could not be. Then this sword belongs to Roman Dmitri. Valentino replied that it was with this sword that he had defeated Butler in a duel. Valentino smiled and said that Roman Dmitri had forged 3 swords in his entire life, and Flash was his 2nd sword. People have dubbed all 3 swords the Dmitri novel collection, and thanks to Roman's reputation, the Dmitri blacksmith's business has grown so much that it has become difficult to sustain such a large amount of work. We are taken to Roman, who is walking down the corridor in the evening. Suddenly, someone behind him in a black cape tells him that Roman repelled Hector's attack and also defeated Butler, and Roman turns around, puzzled. Valhalla McKean's information office appears in front of us and gives Roman a stern look, then says that they underestimated him too much. Roman even united the northeastern region, monopolizing power. McKean, looking at Roman, says that the Valhalla Empire cannot ignore a future possible threat. Now let Roman choose either to submit to Valhalla or turn into an enemy. Roman smiled broadly, then asked menacingly why he should follow their choice. A man is kneeling in front of a novel. It is clearly seen due to the fact that the moonlight shines on it, and he tells him that this means that he is ready to go against them. Roman confidently looks at him and says that you call a spade, and they were the first to threaten him. He remembers sitting on a throne and being held in chains by a man, saying that they are going to swear allegiance to no one and against their will. He remembers the Chronos attacking Caire. After all, the kingdom of Kara is a tasty morsel for the Chronos Empire, which it has been trying to get for many years. And he thinks to himself while standing here, that if they set out to attack Caire, Chronos would never stand aside. And Roman, angry, says that if they plan to feud with him, then they will wait. The man in the hoodie looks at him, very frightened, and Roman goes on to say that the power he chooses will definitely take Kyra to the top, and people will start calling Dimitri the king's creators. After that, the man in the hoodie clenched his fist and says that he is extremely bold in dealing with issues. He walks right up to him, telling him that if you strain your neck all the time, one day it will break. He remembers the strong knights and how much mana they have. It is said that even Butler, who was defeated with such difficulty, is nothing to Valhalla. After all, the continent is big, and standing in front of Roman emitting an aura and disappearing says that they will give more time and hope that he will make an informed decision. For papers, they fall down because with the foundation of Dimitri's alliance, 4 factions contacted Roman and one after another. They urged him to make a decision. The man is standing next to Benedict, who is sitting on a chair, and he says they're going to leave Roman Dimitri alone. Benedict, holding the paper in his hands with a serious face, says that if he chooses him, he will not make a big deal out of this incident. But Benedict gets angry and scams the paper in his hands, saying that if he chooses a different direction, then he will make him pay. Roman stands by the window, hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, thinking to himself that he can't use the balance of the power system anymore. He remembers standing on the battlefield, killing a lot of soldiers, and going forward, that if he doesn't use Spalsei for the last year, then there will be casualties in the coming war. After that, Roman, calming down, looking out the window, thinks that first of all he must find an effective way, and how to ideally resist magic. In the sky, a small number of clouds are very clear, and there is a huge tower with many columns next to it. And there are 13 magic towers on the continent. The most one of them is the Sky Magic Tower. Checked out a scientific conference, which was attended by representatives of each of the towers to witness the success. After that, the man creates fire from his hand, forming it into a ball. It is said that the Phoenix Magic Tower introduced powerful 5-circle magic. Many mages watched as one of the Phoenix mages entered the arena. Under the protective dome, he activated his fire, flooding the entire arena. The gazes of the mages watching this were filled with coldness. They all looked with disapproval, saying that the reason for this attitude towards Phoenix is because of the fundamental problems that have plagued the tower lately. And 2 old men with beards, one in a red hoodie, the other in a gray one. It is said that the fact is that the Phoenix Tower has no personality, and the bald man in the gray hoodie says that it's true that the Phoenix Tower has lost the magical teachings accumulated over the generations. On a huge table with the tower's coat of arms, there are many crystals and jars. A man is sitting at a desk and sorting through a lot of papers. Behind him there are also piles of papers. He closed his eyes, clutching his head and thinking to himself that 3 years ago, he was confused and agreed to temporarily replace the head of the tower, but this can't continue. It was the interim head of the Phoenix Magic Tower, Felix. He clutches his head, lowering it and visibly straining, thinking to himself that due to the loss of the mentor of the previous tower head, he was unable to inherit the magical teachings on speaking, which is the secret weapon of the Phoenix Tower. His tower was losing mages. He sighs, leaning back in his chair and thinking that the Frank Kingdom has also cut off its sponsorship, so he could be expelled at any moment. After that, he says that his head is spinning, and he notices a certain detail when he opens his eyes. He sees the email, on which it is written that it is from Dimitri's novel. He finds the letter in his office, and there says that what if the magic tower is Dimitri and the conditions are simple. Felix, reading the note, remembers Roman and imagines that if they become his sparring partners for the next 6 months, then he would pay them 1,000 gold pieces each month. After that, Felix is very surprised by this, calls 1,000 gold pieces and thinks to himself that it's a long way, of course, but now they are in a position to sort it out. He says that we need to go, and then on a huge carriage, with huge wheels. The gray color is heading forward. He sits in it from the window, blowing the sun, and he thinks to himself, as he reads the book, that it is he who is called the Shrines and Forge of the Kingdom of Kira. And I don't know about swordsmen, but mages won't be interested in this place. Recalls the Kingdom of Chronosm and the fact that there are 13 magic towers everywhere, because 7 of them, including the heavenly one, are located just in Chronos. He remembers the teleporters, how many mages are standing around him and heading to the front. In a huge tower, all around it is silver and smacks of magic, saying that although the magic towers strictly adhere to neutral power, but Chronos, where most of the magic towers are located, is rightfully called the Shrine of the Magician. And remembering the man in the purple cloak walking through the desolate forest, where all the trees have withered, it is said that in contrast to it, the lands of Kyra are unsuitable for magic, and at the very edge of the northwestern lands of these lands are located the Dimitri. If not for Roman Dimitri's suggestions, he would never have been there in his life. He continues to sit and read the book, thinking that if it is up to him, the representatives of the magic tower, it is only important to get 6,000 gold, which is enough to extend its existence for exactly half a year. After that, when he arrives, he is very surprised at what is ahead. And this is Dmitri. He looks at the huge gate, with a wall or coat of arms. Above, several guards are standing nearby, and they ask him that let her become and tell the purpose of her visit. He comes to them and says very surprised that he is Felix from the Phoenix Magic Tower, showing what Roman sent him, and he arrived at the invitation of the master. The soldiers check the carriage and question him, and he thinks to himself that the system is well established and the guards' movements are well honed. He sees artifacts of a magical device set up in case of war, and even fortress walls of perfect strength. Felix was very tense, thinking that for a provincial town, it had a grandeur comparable to the possessions of famous families. After that, Roman extends his hand and calls himself Roman Dmitri. He says he's glad to meet you, and Felix holds out his hand in return, looking at his hand and thinking to himself that he doesn't look like an ordinary person. I'll call you Felix from the Phoenix Magic Tower. And he, straining his serious face, says that he will not go around until about and says that he confirms the conditions that were stated in the letter. To which Roman smiles and says that yes, everything is as agreed in the letter for his daily sparring partner. For half a year, he will pay 1,000 gold pieces a month. Felix, closing his eyes and spreading his arms, says that, to be honest, he doesn't quite understand. If this is just sparring, then there are many other magicians. Why did they choose it? Roman recalls a huge burning phoenix and says that he has heard about the fire magic of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Isn't this the strongest of attacking magic? Roman, standing in front of him with one hand in front of him and one behind his back, says with a smile that things haven't been going well for the tower lately. And so, standing in front of Felix, he says that he decided that for a reasonable fee, they could buy his time and an outstanding magician like him. Roman comes up to him, holding out his hand, and tells him that if he gets hurt or dies in the process of sparring, he won't have to take responsibility for it. And he says that just let him promise that he will give it his all. At which Felix starts to burn one of his eyes. He is clearly annoyed and says that he is sure that he will not regret it, thinking to himself that really he is serious. He thinks that or else he looks down on mages. Then things happen behind the wall. This is Dmitriev's training ground. Roman tells him to attack first, pick up the sword and stand in front of Felix, and he replies that he won't refuse, after which he uses fire magic, concentrating it in his hands, and thinks to himself that this is the first duel and it's worth starting with the fact that how he dies. Tell Roman Dmitri. He creates fire spears, and they appear around Felix. They fly directly at Roman from all directions, but mostly from above. Roman stands motionless, after which a huge explosion occurs. Everything begins to fly apart and smoke rises, and then Felix notices that Roman is right behind him. It tries to turn around and releases 4 circles. These 4 circles begin to spin around the sphere. Everything is covered in fire, after which he uses a magic circle in one of his hands, calls it Inferno, and releases a huge amount of fire directly at Roman. The novel is worth it, and standing up defends himself. The fire begins to surround him, and he begins to look at it. Here he thinks to himself that these are walls of fire on both sides. Felix continues to use something, conjuring with my fingers, thinking to myself that the novel is Dmitri and that this will be over with him. It uses memorization and a huge volley of fire created in the form of a sword. He attacks Roman directly. He stretches out his hand, calls Rune Flash, and a huge blade of fire starts attacking Roman, hitting him directly and creating a huge explosion and flash. Felix stands with a serious face and thinks to himself that even though his power is weak, he can't move with this. Then Roman stands right behind Felix, his shirt on fire, and Felix understands this and is very surprised. Then Roman says that, and the magic of the 5th circle to use, isn't he going to? He, standing behind Felix, with a burning shirt, tells him if he will use 5-circle magic, and why doesn't he use it? After which, Felix is very surprised by this. He turns to Roman, starting to run away, watching him burn, and to think to myself that I didn't even get a single burn after the pillar of fire. After that, Felix stretches out his hand and continues to use magic. But then Roman holds out his hand in response and uses a flicker. It creates a blue shield directly in front of it, and he thinks to himself that before the beginning he needs to retreat, after which the novel. He runs forward, his eyes glowing purple. The fire had already extinguished his charred shoulders. Felix is shocked, opening his eyes and seeing Roman's silhouette appear right in front of him. He thinks to himself that it's crazy how he caught up with him, after which he uses restraint, creating a shield with 2 green-colored hands. Roman stands motionless and does not understand what is happening, after which Felix thinks to himself that he has shackled his legs, and this will help him buy 10 seconds. Roman is filled with a green aura, and he begins to writhe, after which he, tensing, stretches out his arms and grits his teeth, breaks this green mana. Not surprised, my eye starts to burn, and he continues to use magic, thinking to himself that, okay, this will prove to him that it's worth 1,000 gold. After that, it uses incomplete burning, and all around there is a fire everywhere. It begins to envelop Felix, and Roman stands, not understanding and approaching, walking forward. It dodges the fire and cuts, it runs forward and continues to cut the fire, which is so directed towards the novel. Felix is shocked and says that this can't be happening. Roman appears right in front of Felix's face and tells him that it's time to end today's sparring session. He, in turn, begins to fall into the hands. Roman smiles and says that we will meet again tomorrow at the same time. Then it crashes. Felix lies on the floor and incomprehensibly looks up at the sky. He opens his mouth and thinks to himself that he's sure. Roman Dmitri anticipated every spell he cast, thinking that once he could resist even a flicker. He continues to lie on the floor with his arms and legs spread apart and thinks that there is no technique in the world that can predict spells. And then how did he do it? He gets to his knees and thinks to himself, sighing heavily, that if he loses his mind again, will he be able to win? Felix considers putting on a serious face and starting frowning. He thinks that no, at this rate he will never see victory, and he must think and turn on his head. He remembers a man with a huge ponytail of hair and a red cape. He goes to the tower. After all, when did the head of the Phoenix Tower disappear without a trace? Lost and burning was passed down, and everyone said that the Phoenix Tower had come to an end. After that, Phoenix sits in his office with a lot of books and reads one of them. He speculates that Felix threw himself into research and successfully recovered some of the burning spells. That's why people called Felix the Possessed. The next day, nice weather and lots of clouds over the sky. Roman is standing in a crouch, his sword outstretched in front of Felix. Felix uses magic by stretching out his arms and creating a golden circle under him. Think to yourself that if the opponent is able to predict the trajectory of magic, then you need to make it so absurd as to make it impossible to calculate. After that, he uses the stone sharper and under the feet of Felix begins to break the floor, and golden sparks everywhere. It soars up, creating a huge mountain above it, and Roman watches him climb a huge hill. He smiles, and then Felix looks at Roman with a serious face and thinks to himself that the main advantage of magic is that it doesn't necessarily aim at the opponent. Well, he uses the fire wave spell to create a circle on his arm, and everything below Felix himself is mired in flames. He sees Roman jump out of that fire right at him, and he thinks to himself that now is the time to act. He uses a fire cannon and is annoying, stretching out two arms, a huge amount of fire in one gulp, hitting directly on the novel. After which, he notices that Roman is actively blocking his attack. He thinks to himself that it's an aura shield, because it blocks everything with its sword, enveloping him in mana. After that, Felix thinks about what it might be an artifact, and begins to worry very much and lose. He sees Roman appear right in front of him and thinks to himself that he doesn't. He creates a shield with his own powers and then attacks Felix. He punches him, sending Felix flying backwards. He thinks to himself, what's the curse? Felix comes to himself, opening his eyes, and Roman says that Mr. Felix will not go that far. Felix is lying on the floor and Roman, who is standing next to him, says that from now on he allows him to use any methods. Roman is clearly displeased and says that he can bring more mages with him and fight me in a crowd, and he will also change the conditions that if he manages to defeat him even once, he will immediately pay 10,000 gold as a bonus. After that, Felix is very surprised by this and thinks to himself that 10,000 gold. He remembers a small town and says that this amount is enough to provide food for 40,000 people for a year. He keeps looking at the novels and thinks to himself that he didn't see him as an equal to begin with. And Roman, looking at Felix, says that how does he like this idea? Felix hits the ground with his fist and thinks to himself that this is a matter of honor from now on. He tells Roman that he agrees and thinks that he will definitely bring him to his knees, and he will empty the treasury of Dimitriev's. 1 week passes, end up losing and trying to learn Roman's battle strategy. Felix uses his shield to block Roman's blows, and he continues to go and press Felix while he defends himself. He thinks to himself that since the 8th battle, he has been actively using immobilizing spells. He stretches out his hand to Roman and uses slow motion, after which Roman is enveloped in blue magic and he stands in a stupor. After that, Felix stretches out 2 arms and says that he uses fog and there is some smoke everywhere, blocking Roman. He uses a magic trap once Roman gets caught in it and everything starts to glow and Roman knows it. Felix is sitting at the table, clutching his head and clearly desperate, saying what, but why? Why does he miss all of his attacks? How does this happen? I think that there was 30 fights and 30 defeats. Sitting near the communication device at the table, its seat is covered in blue upholstery, and he thinks to himself that it's time to admit that it's not worth dwelling on self-esteem. He thinks to himself that he will not be able to overcome him alone and calls someone with the help of a communication device. A gray-haired man with a huge mustache and hair and a hoodie is standing next to two other magicians, wearing hoodies. He wonders, they say, what happened and why he offers to join the battle in a crowd. The man says that magic is a force that is difficult to control, and the man talks about duels. Besides, he's a trusted confidant of the head of the tower, and let him stop doing stupid things on foreign territory. It was Mac 5 Nox. He says if something goes wrong and older, the son of Dmitriev will suffer, they will not be able to cope with the consequences. Then from Nox's side, Felix says that he understands what he is very worried about by lowering his head, and he says that a duel worth 10,000 gold is at stake. If they don't join forces and defeat Roman Dmitri, he will give half of this amount to them. These magicians were very surprised by this, standing in shock and say that is it really true. Then he starts to smile, so you just need to beat it once. To which Felix says yes, but don't think it's that simple. Felix begins to talk with a serious face, what if he should be called the worst enemy of magicians? So you need to develop a strategy. To which Nox says that this is not necessary. He starts to leave, showing his hand and disconnecting. They say that there is no need to worry because they will solve these issues in 2 accounts. It passes a few days later. Is Felix standing next to Roman? Several magicians and Nox himself are behind them. Roman tells them that he concedes them one hit by drawing his sword towards them. After that, all magicians use a fire wave, using mana and collect a huge amount of fire and magic in your hands, while other magics protect and use fire blast. So he stands there very excited and smiling a little, thinking that in just a month he has erased the traces of his failures, watching the magicians scream and everything is on fire everywhere. Watches as the fire begins to subside and Roman stands or lies down for 4 magicians. Don't think to yourself that with 2 bone rearrangements, he has reached the level of domination, cold and heat, and he won't be burned through even by almost any fire. Looking at my hand and smiling. After that, Nox lies on the floor all battered and drooling from his mouth. He tries to say something, but he can't. Nearby lying 2 beaten magicians say that Mr. Felix, he said that they will need to exist behind the sky and who the hell is he? And another guy with blonde hair tells me what battles he was involved in. After that, Felix comes up to them and tells them to wait here. He will go to talk to Roman, turning away from these magicians and walking away to talk to Roman. Roman looks at Felix seriously, and Felix tells him that he will be honest. He's completely unsure if he can beat him, but at the same time, he just can't contain his curiosity. Felix stands right in front of Roman, and Roman walks up to him, and Felix goes on to tell him how he can predict the spell every time and neutralize it if he agrees to give an explanation. Then Roman interrupts him and says that it's fine, and Felix is very surprised by this. Roman smiles, holds out his hand and says that he will tell you how he prepared for the fights. To which Felix is very surprised by this and begins to worry from the rejection. He enters a room where there are many shelves of books everywhere. He looks around and is very surprised by its size and is told that it is a place. Had he read all the books on magic here? Then he remembers one of the books. All black book, huge stripes with a pentagram in the middle say that mana originating from the magic cycle is able to resonate with nature, speaking of fire with fire and water with water, wind with wind. And at the moment of creating such magic, Felix remembers how he uses it, collecting it in his hands and concentrating very hard. A kind of signal and an approximate attack pattern appears. Roman then proceeds to explain to Felix, who is standing at the entrance, that it is possible to calculate in advance what kind of magic the opponent uses, based on the amount of mana, its shape and attribute, which allows you to react quickly enough. First, the ability to read the resonance, and 2, knowledge that allows you to recognize the type of spell by the form of resonance alone, and 3, lightning fast decision making based on the information received. Then Felix, listening to all this, is very surprised at what is happening, looking at the novels, and he thinks to himself that he can't believe that he is an incarnation. All 3 conditions simultaneously. Then he leaves the room while Roman is standing. He turns around, looking at his back, and thinks to himself that Roman is a monster who can hardly be called a genius. He remembers the ruined mansion and thinks that even such a monster works tirelessly to become stronger. All he did was use his mentor's disappearance as an excuse to escape reality. Looking at the ruined fortress, he was unable to achieve anything as the temporary acting head of the magic tower. He leaves and thinks to himself that he will throw all his energy and time into getting ready to spar with Roman Dmitri. It took 2 months, and during this time Felix began to feel alienated, despite the fact that the land of Dmitri was located on the outskirts in comparison with the average families. Many knights stand at the wall. They take everything seriously and observe what is happening, holding halberds in their hands. Their soldiers were an order of magnitude stronger and remained unquestioningly loyal. The man named Roman aroused more and more curiosity. After that, in one of the blacksmiths, the young master Roman. One of the blacksmiths, carrying a box, turns around and says that he sometimes comes to them, but if he wants to forge a sword, then he uses a personal forge. To which Felix says that this is how it is. The blacksmith comes closer to Felix and whispers in his ear that he has heard from the head blacksmith that when the young master is at work, the flame of his trousers does not envelop his whole body, and that listening, it is very surprised. He remembers Roman forging his weapon completely naked, and he looks so majestic, as if the fire god himself has descended from the earth, showing that the flames are everywhere and enveloping his entire body. And Felix, who comes in contact with fire every day, remembering your own. The teacher would smile and tell him to find his own way to accept him completely. He stands in front of Felix, all wrapped up in a cloak and with an outstretched hand showing fire, says to use burning, you need to strike up a deep friendship with fire. It's not something you can learn just because you want to. Felix, watching this, is surprised by everything and is told that when a huge column of flame envelops his body and he does not feel any torment, only then can he be reborn into the incarnation of fire. Felix walks down the street and thinks to himself that Roman Dmitri was not afraid of fire and did not react in any way even to the scorching heat. He wonders if this family line has been friends with flame and brazier for generations, remembering Roman and his father. Then maybe he knows how to let the fire in. Then Felix goes up to Roman and calls out to him, who turns around with a serious face. Felix comes closer and closer, stretches out his arms and asks him what he has heard, that during the forging process he absorbs the fire of the brazier. And perhaps, does it have some special way to merge with the flame? Roman then tells Felix that it's true that he uses his own unique skills to deal with fire. Felix is also very surprised by this, thinking to himself that he knew it, he has the knowledge he needs. Felix clenches his fists and begins to tremble. They say that then it will switch immediately. To the point, he leans in and says that the Phoenix Magic Tower needs this technique, and he asks to be taught it. He remembers how the past 3 years have been like prolonged nightmares after so much agony, showing how many mages and other towers were looking at their tower with disapproval. And as he looks at Roman and bows to him, he thinks he's finally found a clue. And Roman angrily tells him why he should show him such generosity. Felix thinks a curse to himself and starts to worry. Roman says he thought he was paying them a decent fee. What can the Phoenix Tower give him? And Felix thought about what they might give him. He gathered all his mages in one of the rooms. They are all standing with Myrna. Felix, walking forward, says that he has gathered everyone to listen to his opinion. Nox says that he will tell you honestly, rest assured that Roman Dmitri is a natural enemy of magicians. He recalls how someone fought against a huge number of battles and people, saying that it is not for nothing that expressions exist. If you can't defeat the enemy, it's better to go over to their side. He says that they are despised in the kingdom of Frank, showing how their tower is held in their hands. So they don't see anything wrong with giving him the Phoenix Tower. After that, Felix is very surprised by this and is asked if he thinks so. And Nox says we have eyes, too, and all the mages start smiling when they look at Felix. Felix put on a very serious face and thought that there was no such thing, that at least one of the 13 magic towers wanted to personally establish ties with a foreign country. But they need to change this prejudice. After that, the magicians lined up, and Felix says that from now on, in trusting the future, their towers are in the hands of the Dmitrievs. A lot of carts drive into their estate. After that, the Phoenix Tower thoroughly took up the move. Felix is standing in his new office and putting out papers, and one of the magicians runs up to him, saying that the head of Felix asks what happened, and he says to look in, that this is the draft budget that we were given. Felix takes this paper while reading and is very surprised, thinking that he believes that moving will hit their budget, but 24,000 gold each year, how can this be understood? And he remembers how one of the magicians poured out a lot of gold, remembering that people called them money-eating monsters, because they need a lot of materials and books to get to the top circle, because magicians need these goods like magic teachings. I'm one of the servants, very surprised by the same set of papers that he couldn't believe his eyes, but he was told that if it wasn't enough for the tower's expenses, they might even sell it for consideration. Adjusted budget structure. After that, Felix stands very surprised and uncomprehending. What happens? They tell him to go out for a while. He goes outside and notices how huge walls have enveloped their entire castle, and a huge empty space appeared. Felix thinks to himself, what is this huge thing? One of the workers says that they decided that the Phoenix Tower would want to expand its influence, so now they can hire 1,000 employees, and how do they do that? Felix approaches him and is very surprised. They say that he is still a little confused. He didn't think that Master would do so much for them. After that, the crisis says that the Master, like no one else, values his people and they will have to get used to it. Hans points his finger up and says that in his absence, he should not deviate for a second from the young Master's daily routine. he tells a young acolyte to Hans's successor that in time to give him a towel to wipe under prepare water of the desired temperature. He is very diligent, writes them all down. He will say that after that. He sighs and thinks to himself, smiling, that even though he's worried, this guy graduated from the academy and everything will be fine. He remembers that he sent the doll, with blonde hair and a pink dress, thinking that his cute granddaughter should like this gift. One of the men approaches him and bows. They say that he was waiting for the master, and he says that this means everything. He is told that he must go to the carriage. It was a white carriage that looked very noble, and Hans says that they were really waiting to take him. He is told that yes, this is an order from Mr. Romanov and that he is standing with a gift wrapped in a pink and white bow in his suitcase. Very surprised by this. Then someone drops the teddy bear. The man with brown hair is very surprised. This is his only son, Harrison. He is very surprised, says how the hell does he understand this, and watches how everything looks. The palace leaves a lot of servants setting out food. It is worth perplexing, and one of the women runs up to him or calls to him as dear. She says that she doesn't understand what is going on here, but these people sent by Mr. Roman, he watches them prepare everything, and he thinks to himself that why would the young master do this? Then one of the servants says to Monsieur Garkin, who bows and says that his name is Lucas and young master. Roman sent it to repay Mr. Hans for his loyal service. He says that they should trust him to prepare for his daughter's birthday, and he is very surprised and says that they should stop, and he does not understand at all because the father is only the butler of the Dmitri family. And why is this so? He then tells him that young Mr. Roman is very fond of Mr. Hans. He is perplexed and frightened, and is told that didn't his father tell him about the master, after which he remembers Mr. Roman, that there was a time when he was called a fool, remembering how he constantly drank it. He wasn't completely unaware of how selfless his father was, how much sacrifice he was making for him. He did not agree, and his father did not completely lose faith in the way he talked to his father, who smiled and said that the young master had had a hard time. So he's lost his way, and he really is. Garrison then bites his lip very hard, saying that he thought his father was trying so hard. He starts crying, covering his face and saying that he is a father. A huge banquet hall, a lot of food laid out everywhere. Everything shines and looks very rich. A few people come in and ask what it is. I'm not sure if you've come to the right place. Very surprised and embarrassed about where all this is coming from here. Garrison stands with his wife, freaking out and laughing a little at what's happening. Do people react this way? After that, a lot of knights run in and shout for everyone to make way instead of forming up in a formation. I open the door. Garrison and his wife are standing there, wondering what kind of guest has arrived with a guard. After that, they scream and see that it was their father Hans. He is very worried and almost cries, says that my son. Garrison runs straight to his father, shouting his name, and Hans grabs him by hugging him, saying that the folder is back. Then a lot. Chests are worth it. And it says that it's time to open the door. Harrison opens the pink box. His daughter is standing next to him, holding on to him and looking very embarrassed. He says that one gift was prepared by his father. After that, this girl holds a doll that looks like her and shouts that wow, what a beautiful doll. And my daughter asked every day to buy her a doll and thank her very much. After that, he worries, says that the next gift. He looks at the briefcase with a red hue, after which they open to see a huge ring. It's said to be a ruby ring from Viscount Conrad, after which all the bones became very excited and were afraid that it was a gift from the Viscount. A girl with blonde hair asking why would an aristocrat wish a child from a commoner family happy birthday. After that, they open the rest of the gifts with the letters and observe that these are gifts from Count Adeline and many other viscounts. They were given them as expensive jewelry. After that, altogether they stand up very much worried, and Garrison is taken by the hand of Hamps and his daughter. He stands and closes one of the boxes, thinking, wait, why would these vaunted aristocrats send them gifts? All the expensive gifts were given by the aristocrats just to prove themselves in front of Hans. They remember how Khan took Roman down with him and how he took care of him, because he looked after him even in time when he was called a fool. And he raised Roman from the cradle. And looking back at what Roman has become now, Hans has become an important person for the aristocrats, who will act as a link between them and the novel. After that, the daughter stands around a lot of jewelry, smiles and holds a new doll. They think that gifts are too serious for a small child, but this does not mean that he will not be able to accept them. He thinks it's a difficult situation. And the son reads the piece of paper, very worried, looking after him. They say that then he will finally open a gift from Mr. Roman Dmitri. Hans then notices this, thinking to himself that the young master has sent a gift. Garrison was very frightened by what he saw, a paper, and it was a letter of recommendation for admission to Gloria Academy. Garrison is shocked by what is happening. Reading the message, they say that for the sake of his daughter, Mr. Roman Dmitri wrote a letter of recommendation to the academy. They remember that Gloria Academy is huge. The place is considered one of the best educational institutions that a commoner can dream of. It is not so easy to get there even if you have money. Then he looks at his father and thinks, really? He covers himself with this piece of paper and begins to tremble. He thinks to himself that his father is very grateful to him. His daughter stood beside him, taking him by the leg and saying, "Daddy." He thinks to himself that well done, young Mr. Roman, thank him very much. It was already dark in the huge Dmitriev castle. Hans says it is too expensive gift. Standing in front of Roman, he holds out his hand and says that the fact that he remembers and recognizes it is enough, and to feel that his works are recognized for the benefit. Roman looks at him with complete seriousness. Here he remembers his past life and the fact that a man bowed before him, all beaten up and breathing heavily. His hair was red and he was covered in blood. Roman from a previous life looks at him and tells Blood Demon that he doesn't regret following him. And they're standing in front of a sea of corpses, with the Blood Demon kneeling in front and Roman standing. Or the Blood Demon says no, he doesn't regret it. He smiles as he looks at the master and says that pretending to believe in him makes him want to follow the master for the rest of his life. After which Roman remembers that although Hans has this connection left after the novel to Dmitri, he is standing right in front of him by the window and the light is shining on them. Roman smiles and says that when he looks back over the years, he realizes that he spent more time with him than with his father, and despite the difference in social status, a man named Hans is special to him. He says you are his man and shows him your loyalty and sincerity. After that, the Hadif, clutching his chest with his fists, says that the young master, does he have the right to receive something from it in return? Roman smiles, looking at him, says that he sincerely wishes him a happy birthday and his granddaughter. Later, the Kyra region, the Temple of Valhalla. This is a huge white two-story building with 2 columns and a huge spherical column in the middle. A man waters flowers nearby. He thinks to himself, what a melancholy thing. He frowns, thinking about how Roman asked Dmitri to come back from the southern front and mentioned the Battle of the Rankers. As in the kingdom of Cairo there was an unprecedented Docili case. He remembers the many knights of his country, the fact that they are not very strong and started practicing. Having stopped competing with each other because she is preparing, you need to fight with Roman, devoting a whole year to this. They recall seeing the idiot's novel Black Aura go round in circles. After all, it is quite difficult to say where the border of Dmitri's novel is drawn after the duel with Homer. He was officially awarded the 100th place in the Kaya rating. And yet, he defeated Butler, who is ranked number 2 in the Hector Kingdom rankings, remembering how he had cut it into several pieces and it had fallen all covered in blood. Thus, he showed his abilities, and hence the dilemma. He recalls how an adult Roman watched and talked about how from 1st place to 99th place, each of them could become his prey. He started to smile and thinks that whatever choice he made, as soon as Roman Dmitri starts acting in the Kaya rating, there will be a huge change. And then a man with long hair runs towards him. He shouts Reverend and says that a message has arrived from Mr. Roman. He's about to start the official rankers battle, and the Reverend, immediately smiling, looks at this servant and says, is this really true? They go into the office and read the messages, that he finally made his move. He sits in his office and thinks to himself that something strange has been happening on the border of Cairo lately. He remembers 3 hard and says that it all started with the main magic Phoenix Tower from the Frank Kingdom, and then the important figures of the magic towers located in Kronos disappeared. He remembers the same magic towers that were missing from the set of 12. After all, the Kronos Empire suffered the most damage. I was sure that this trick of other states. Remembering how before the king of one of the states, he stands up and everyone bows to him, announcing the conquest of the continent. He recalls the map and says that at such moments the small state suffered the most, remembering Kronos and Kyre, and especially Kira, who bordered on chromosomes, because the reality was that war was unavoidable. And Benedict pondered with a serious face, in order to resist them, a firm system of power sharing is necessary, otherwise they will not survive the era of troubles with a weak king. He recalls how Dmitri attacked the aristocrat faction with his soldiers, saying that if they managed to recruit Roman Dmitri, then they would no longer be able to ignore the current system of power distribution. After that, he holds a glass with a drink. A woman begins to give birth, thinking that if suddenly Roman does not give them the desired answer. He squeezes the glass and it shatters, spilling all over the white glove. Benedict starts to get very angry and thinks that then now, where is Roman Dmitri? One of the servants approaches him, throwing up his hands and worrying, saying that the fact is that at the moment he is in the north. Benedict asks why he is in the north and thinks to himself, has he really decided to rise from the bottom? And he gets it. After that, the official battle will start. The fight takes place in a huge white and gold arena many people have gathered. The man in the middle counts the paper. He shouts that they're starting an official rankers battle. After that, a man with golden hair takes out a sword wrapped in a red cloak. This is the 99th place in the ranking of Kyra Jadon. Well, to myself, that I said that I was aiming for the very top, and in the end I challenged him. After that, he holds his sword and Roman walks towards him, thinking to himself that if he really was as incredible a master as they say, he wouldn't want to get involved in a prolonged war, and wasting their strength on low-ranked rankers. After that, Roman approaches him with a serious face, and he continues to think that if you look closely, he is an ordinary boy. Roman gets into position, and Jadon gets into position as well. He heard that he had already assigned a fight to the next ranked brash brat. He uses all his mana and says that then he will fight at full strength from the very beginning, followed by a huge splash of blue mana. Roman looks at it, and it starts attacking, hitting him. Then Roman hits Tom on the neck with the blunt side of his sword. He walks on, and the man collapses, passing out and dropping his sword. Roman, looking at the shocked Jadon lying on the floor, said that you could say that the fight was one-sided. It didn't even make sense. The priest looks at Roman with his arms crossed, and then asks if there is a need to follow the thorny path of duels. Wouldn't it be better to start immediately from the 30th place? Roman, with a slight smile, replies that even if people call him a hero, they don't necessarily question his abilities. After defeating many rankers, he will prove that he achieved this solely because of his strength. The priest gets an epiphany. He wonders what exactly. He smiles mischievously, then thinks that this is it. This is the Roman Dimitri that he wants to get. There is an opinion among the people that Roman Dimitri will not be able to rise from 99th to 1st place by a series of victories, because even winning a person a day, he will spend at least 99 days. However, less than a week later, as their fears were dispelled completely, on the same day Roman won the 98th place deli. The priest raised his hand and happily announced that the 99th novel had defeated the 99th deli and moved up to the 98th place in the rankings. Roman took a step to the side, and then, walking away from the defeated opponent, he said, with a serious face, "The next one." Roman then won the 97th place with a single stroke of the hilt. He looked down on him as he lay on the ground. The rankers watched Roman's progress with horror. One of them said that it was even possible Roman had defeated 3 rankers in just one day. His companion replied that even though they were the weakest rankers, they still had the power of 3 stars. In addition, Roman spent less than 10 seconds on all 3 of them. In just 2 days, Roman defeated all the rankers to the 91st place. We are taken to Ranker, who is walking in pitch darkness, stepping on black puddles. Suddenly, a huge mouth appears behind him, trying to eat him, and Anchor tries to run away from it. In the next second, the mouth snaps shut, killing Ranker. Ranker wakes up screaming and horrified. He breathes heavily, then asks what the hell. The healer turns around, looking at the startled Ranker, and then asks what he is awake. The Rankers answer what he is doing here. The healer, holding a box of medicine in his hands, calmly replies that the Ranker himself does not know. He rushed headlong at a strong opponent and spread out flat with one blow. A whole day had already passed since he lost consciousness. The healer, putting medicines on the shelf, continued to tell Ranker to be happy at least that out of all those who fought with Roman, he was the only one who woke up. Ranker looked at the healer and then asked out of everyone how many Roman Dimitri fought. The healer replied that Roman had defeated 5 rankers in a single day, including himself, which startled the ranker. The doctor, putting the medicines on the shelf, asked if he understood what this meant. The rankers were originally no match for him. The ranker replied that it would drive him crazy, but all of a sudden, he felt a great pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth against the pain, and then thought that his body was about to fall apart. The healer gave him a puzzled look, then said that he wouldn't be able to move properly for a whole month. He didn't know what kind of magic Roman had used. But the muscles in Ranker's body had turned into a full body, and Ranker was startled to think that such a thing was possible. The Ranker gritted his teeth and then thought that he needed to stop the others. Soon a letter appeared saying, "Gentlemen, this is a warning from Jadon, who was ranked 99th. He personally had a chance to fight Roman Dimitri, and he wants to say that he is beyond reality. He is a monster." Jadon couldn't stand up to him for a second. Ranker reads the messages, was seriously scared. Below it was written that with just one blow Roman turned his muscles to mush. According to the doctor, he will not be able to move for a month. The rankers began to actively discuss the letter, especially those lines that the duel with Roman is not a valuable experience, it will leave only fear behind. Roman destroyed the rankers one by one, and now he reached the 83rd place. Then on the 84th, and on he went, leaving no one a chance. A week passed, and rumors about the novel, as well as not, happened. Feeling the surmountable difference in abilities, all the rankers from 31 to 39th place gave up without a fight. Everyone seemed to be rallying to accept defeat, and only the ranked ranker accepted Roman's challenge. We are taken to the 28th ranked ranker, and he shouts to Fernando, "Didn't he hear what they say about the novel?" The hero is silent. The ranker continues to shout why Fernando is so reckless. Behind the 28th place is the ranker 23rd place. He is silent and completely agrees with his friend. 28th place continues to say that Roman Dimitri, at least at the level of 5 stars, only rankers, starting from the 10th place in the Kairos rating, will be able to become worthy opponents for him. Fernando is a middle-aged warrior with curly hair who adjusts his armor and says it's his choice. 23rd place screams at him that it's so important for him to fight Roman, even if it's going to ruin their reputation. Fernando scowls at his teammates and then tells them to call a spade a spade. The stain will be on their reputation, not on Fernando. Fernando, frowning, looks at his comrades and says that they are cowards, accepting defeat, so let's not force him to give up. His companions leave angrily shouting that Fernando is a stubborn donkey. Fernando clenches his fist and thinks that Ranker's reputation doesn't matter to him, that's all he needs. This is an experience with a strong opponent, which compensates for his lack of abilities. We are taken to the arena where Fernando went up against Roman. The Rankers are watching with interest. One of them wonders if Fernando will last even a minute. The other replies that he doesn't know about the rest. But Fernando was recognized for a solid foundation in fencing, nevertheless he is one step behind 4-star or a swordsman. Fernando is covered in a faint yellow aura, and then says that in the end, the 30th place was his limit, where he was able to climb, thanks to his efforts, and then he thinks that Roman Dmitri let him use him as a scapegoat. Fernando looks Roman over carefully, and then thinks again about Roman showing him the world he lives in return, so that he can move forward at least one step. A red flag is raised and the start command sounds. Fernando is covered with a strong yellow aura and from the very beginning runs straight ahead. He quickly swings the ball closer to Roman, and then with great speed hits him, but Roman takes a step to the side to avoid the attack. Fernando unfurls his sword, using all his strength, and then he makes a strong blow, parallel to Roman, but Roman, standing firmly on his feet, bends back, dodging the attack. Fernando makes a dash, and circling over Roman is about to make a kick. Roman watches in surprise as Fernando's sword lands a couple of inches from his head. Roman calmly returns to the starting position at high speed. Fernando is behind him, breathing heavily, and then he wonders if Roman is just dodging, if he's too weak in his eyes. Fernando grins his teeth, and then thinks that Roman can trample on his pride to his heart's content. He has long since forgotten what it is. Suddenly, Fernando hears Roman's voice in his head. Roman tells him that from now on, he will direct the flow of mana as he says. Fernando wonders in fright what the hell this is. Roman is talking to him. Is this magic or something? Roman turns to Fernando and says in his head that the reason Fernando is so weak, even with 4 stars, is because of the unstable mana release. If he continues to use these same methods, he will be able to become stronger in life. Roman goes on to say that with a normal mana release, Fernando takes mana and spills it out through the output channel. Not only the Cairo Kingdom, but all the swordsmen of the Salamander continent use the same internal mana channel, however. Roman, looking at Fernando, smiles and then goes on to say that there is more than one mana channel. Fernando is dumbfounded by looking at Roman, and then asks for more than one mana channel. What kind of crazy nonsense is this? Roman goes on to say that the release of aura, when a person splashes out mana through mana channels, but the formation of a channel using a generally accepted algorithm is the only known and correct principle for everyone. Fernando looks at Roman, puzzled, and then asks again that there is no mana channel. Roman, being in Fernando's head, continues to say that, of course, it is difficult to master an already formed channel in a new way, but why not take a chance once? It's worth it. Fernando thinks hard that he doesn't know what Roman is thinking. But that's okay, he needs to play along with Roman once, and he doesn't care about other people's views or reputations. He trusts Roman, even if it turns out to be a whisper from the devil. Roman starts attacking Fernando, and Fernando blocks the blows in every possible way. Roman in Fernando's head tells him to suppress the mana energy and delay. Then the mana itself will show him the output path. As soon as Fernando senses a new path, let him push his mana out. Fernando closed his eyes and thought about mana. Suddenly, he felt a strong rush of mind. The aura around him began to glow brighter and brighter. He looked at what was happening in shock. He wondered what he was feeling. Could this really be possible? Roman smiled and said in Fernando's head that it was time to get this over with. Roman's eyes lit up and a strong aura appeared around him as he swung at Fernando. Fernando watched in horror as he approached Roman's wedge. Fernando lay on the floor and heard the rankers say that he lost in 2 counts, and the head of the guard, the 30th in the ranking, Fernando only once again confirmed how much the novel is incredible. That's the difference of classes. Suddenly Fernando woke up and jumped up from his seat, thinking about the novel Dmitri. He saw Roman leaving in front of him and shouted to him, "Mr. Roman, wait." The rankers stared at the scene in bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing, where he was suddenly blown up. Fernando ran to Roman, panting, and said that he could ask how Roman knew about his dilemma. He thought that he simply did not have Corey's talent, but he could not even think that the problem was in throwing it out. Roman turned to Fernando and sternly replied that the fact that Fernando uses a 4-star aura already means that Fernando has reached a high level. Roman looked at the puzzled Fernando and then said that compared to the mana level, the power of the release is catastrophically weak. In this case, there is a high probability that the problem is in the aura channels. Fernando clenched his fist and then said that he would answer honestly. Fernando put his hand on his chest and said that he saw hope in Roman's words, but so far he has only managed to grasp a thread. He thinks it will be difficult to make progress on his own. Fernando looked at Roman with a serious face, then asked if Roman could teach him how to break through the aura channel. Roman, crossing his arms, replied that it was not a problem to teach, but he does not like transactions without payment. Fernando bowed and said that Roman should tell him what he wanted. Roman calmly replied that Fernando should follow him and lie for him. Fernando got down on one knee, and then he thought that this man would guide him on the right path. He was his master. Then Fernando said that he was Fernando, swears loyalty to Master Roman. We are taken to a faction of the aristocracy at a large round table around which sit the aristocrats, at the head of which sits the Marquis Benedict. One of the aristocrats said that recently Roman Dmitri behaves unpredictably. At this rate he can actually defeat Count Nicholas. Marquis Benedict then replied with a furrowed brow that there was no need to jump to conclusions, although Roman Dmitri's merit included defeating Butler. But Count Nicholas, ranked 80 in the entire continent's rankings, was a high-flying bird. Nicholas, the king's knight and first swordsman of Cairo, he was known for not being able to get close to others. But the action of the novel revealed a new potential that no one could have imagined. One of the aristocrats turns to the Marquis Benedict and says that it is purely theoretical what will happen if Roman Dmitri defeats Count Nicholas. Marquis Benedict the Harsh replies that the reason the royal faction has kept afloat so far is because of the existence of Count Nicholas if Roman Dmitri defeats him. This will create a stage for the new government in the Cairo kingdom, and they must prevent it. Marquis Benedict slams his fist on the table, then angrily adds that if Roman doesn't accept their offer, they will have to eliminate Roman without disdaining any methods. Marquis Benedict, looking at the aristocrats, says that everyone should secretly call up an army with the family to the capital, no matter what choice Roman makes. They won't let him get out of their hands. We are transported to the duel of Roman in the 10th place in the ranking. Geron, from the faction of the Chronos Empire, he weakly falls to the floor and says, before Roman, that he gives up. Roman calmly turns around, and looking at the crowd of rankers and ordinary people who came to watch the fight, they say that the stage is ready. Suddenly, Roman shouts that he is genuinely disappointed. The rankers and ordinary onlookers look at Roman in surprise, and Roman goes on to say that he announced the official start of the rankers battle a year ago and hoped that the rankers would prepare to fight him. Roman waves his hand in displeasure and then adds that, however, after defeating Geron Ranker in 10th place, he realized that there was no rival in Cairo who could take his sword other than Count Nicholas, and now he would shorten this pointless process. Roman sternly replies that in 3 days, at the same place, he will take turns fighting the ruckers from 9th to 2nd place and defeat them all, and finally challenge the first swordsman. Roman's statement roused the ears of the entire Cairo kingdom. The guy clenches his fists in displeasure and says that he is going to refuse. This is a ranker with long gray hair who is ranked 9th. His name is Bruno from the Valhalla faction, and he grudgingly replies that he and Geron are almost on the same level in terms of abilities. But Roman defeated him by a stunning margin. A guy with red hair and a small beard appears in front of us. He puts his hands together. This is the 2nd place Oscar, the aristocracy faction. He says that still you cannot back down. Roman Dmitri denigrated Mr. Geron in front of all the people, saying that his abilities did not reach the 10th place, and also announced that he was going to fight all of them in one day. Oscar gets up from his chair, then slams his palm down on the table and complains that if they refuse to participate, people will call them cowards, so he called all their rankers Kairu. They need to exhaust Roman as much as possible, for which his master, Marquis Benedict, promised to reward everyone. Oscar, frowning seriously, says that he swears on his life he will definitely defeat Roman Dmitri, and everyone will see their pride of swordsmen. The rankers enthusiastically raised their hands and started shouting that they agreed with Mr. Oscar's plan. It was time to show this daredevil the harsh reality. It was necessary to unite the rank force in Cairo. Oscar smiles contentedly. We are transported to 3 days later. The strongest swordsmen of Cairo appear in front of us. Looking at them, the audience shouts that starting with Bruno and ending with Oscar, all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place really appeared. The ranker looking at them happily says that he didn't think that the ranker would react to the provocation. His friend says that if so, it is difficult to predict who will win. Roman, looking at the most powerful rankers, thought that this is the reality. Feeling threatened, aristocrats always join forces, becoming one. Cairo won't let Roman drag it out any longer. Roman's brow furrowed, and then he thought that there were only 2 ways left. Either he would devour them or let them eat him. Roman stands in front of the first opponent of the 9th place, Bruno. Roman and Bruno got into a crouch, preparing for a fight, but from the very beginning, Roman aimed for a quick fight. As soon as the start of the battle was announced, Roman rushed forward, and in one deft movement, he released Bruno's blood with his sword, but still, the 8 rankers will hold on to the last to turn this into a protracted war. Bruno coughed up blood, puzzled, unable to do anything. Roman, with a scornful look on his face, said the following. Next, he won 8th place with a single punch, his eyes were burning, and he said the next one. After that, as soon as the fight started, 7th place was defeated without any problems. Roman said the following. He also won 6th place with a single stroke of the hilt. The 5th place was literally destroyed with just 1 foot. 3rd place was lying unconscious, with Roman towering over him. Oscar, watching this with a frightened expression, said that this could not be happening. Roman gave Oscar a scary look and said next, and then ironically asked that Oscar was the last one. We are taken to King Daniel, who is sitting on the throne, and a guard runs up to him and kneels, and then shouts, "Your Majesty, the battle was unequal. In just one day Roman Dimitri defeated all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place. The guard keeps shouting that no one else can stop Roman from challenging the very first one. Daniel thinks hard and then says, this is what it all led to. Daniel turned to Count Nicholas and asked if there was no way to avoid a duel with Roman Dimitri. A man appears in front of us, dressed in an expensive cape with sparkling armor, a star is emblazoned on his chest, and a small scar on his nose. Daniel goes on to say that he doesn't doubt Nicholas, but in the current situation, if the first swordsman is defeated, then his already precarious position will be destroyed by the aristocrat faction. Nicholas, frowning, confidently replies that no, Your Majesty, this will not happen. He looks at Daniel, who looks puzzled, and then goes on to say that he will once again prove to the king that he is not just called the first swordsman of Cairo. Nicholas takes off and walks away from Daniel and tells him to wait, he'll be back soon. The door to the throne room slams shut. The ambassador meets Nicholas and then asks if he's sure he can handle it. Nicholas looks at the ambassador, then turns and asks Vanter what kind of person Roman Dimitri is. Vanter replied that at the birth of nature, Roman was awarded the nature of a predator, although he has not yet achieved world recognition. He has an unshakable confidence in the chosen path, so he asks Nicholas to be careful. Vanter anxiously says that if Nicholas suffers a defeat, the Cairo royal family will end. Nicholas replies that Vanter should not worry, and then he turns around and quickly walks away in the direction of the exit, saying that he will protect the royal family at all costs. We are being transferred the next day to the capital of Cairo, Kairos. Roman slowly walks to the arena to fight Nicholas, a crowd of people standing at the entrance and whispering that this is the one. Even in her steps you can feel the grandeur. Roman takes a step forward, and Nicholas turns to him. He draws his sword from its scabbard and tells Roman to attack. He thrusts his sword forward, his cloak unfurls, and he shouts that he is Cairo's first swordsman, showing Roman the harsh reality. Roman pulls out his sword with a smile and then says yes, please. Someone raises a red flag and shouts start. An incredibly strong red aura appears around Nicholas and his eyes shine. They collide with Roman in a head-on collision. Roman swings his right hand to strike in the center of their collision. A bright flash occurs. Onlookers and ordinary rankers watch in horror as the light from Roman and Nicholas' auras blinds them. Roman's sword and Nicholas' sword clashed in a fierce confrontation. The priest, looking at the incredibly fast movements, thinks that this is impressive. He covers his eyes with his hand so as not to go blind, and then thinks that the air shudders with each clash of swords. The priest smiles broadly, then thinks, this is it, this is the fight he's been waiting for. Nicholas smiles as he presses on his sword and says that Roman is a funny kid. Roman also smiles and says that the title of the first sword of Cairo is not just a chatter. Nicholas hits Roman's ball from the top with great force, and a bright flash occurs. Rankers and ordinary onlookers watching the duel in horror close their eyes. Huge streams of air fly at them, literally blowing them away. One of the onlookers says that here it is the first sword of the king. Another replies that it is simply amazing. Roman gives Nicholas a frightening look, then swings his sword. He hits Nicholas' sword with great force, releasing an astonishing amount of purple aura. Because of such a powerful blow, Nicholas begins to be pushed back by the energy, as if he was digging his feet into the ground and trying to resist. Nicholas is standing, covering himself with his sword. He did not take his feet off the ground. From this long holes were formed in the ground. He thinks that he was forcibly pushed back. Nicholas looks at Roman, who is standing a couple of meters away from him. Roman, madly smiling, thinks that the blood in his veins is boiling. He immediately takes off, destroying the ground beneath him, and at great speed rushes to Nicholas, dealing a huge number of blows. Nicholas does not lag behind Roman, and also parries and counterattacks Roman. Nicholas barely blocked one of Roman's punches. Bite your tongue, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he wondered if this couldn't go on. Nicholas swung his sword. Roman successfully jumped away from the attack up. Nicholas thought that Roman was a practical guy. Nicholas swung his punch at high speed, hitting a large area, but Roman managed to jump away. He thought that in case of victory, it is unlikely that Roman will go to the side of the royal family. Roman landed, breaking the ground beneath him, and Nicholas swung his sword. The aura around Nicholas started to increase. His body was covered in red flames, and his eyes lit up, thinking that this was why he couldn't possibly lose. Looking at this, Roman was horrified, not understanding what was happening. The aura around Nicholas began to explode, huge waves of fire radiating from him as he used his secret weapon. Nicholas' body shone brighter and brighter, and his eyes burned with yellow flames. A wave of fire was already right in front of Roman's face. Nicholas used destruction. A huge pillar of fire appeared together where Nicholas had just been standing, incredibly strong fire waves spreading out all around. Roman swung his sword. His gaze was insanely frightening as he used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Purple flames mixed with red flames. Roman used the second level of the first style. Soon after, the flames subsided, a huge amount of small rocks rained down on the ground, and the dust began to subside. Nicholas was sitting on the ground. There were a lot of blood-stained footprints on his clothes. He was noticeably shabby. He was thinking that it turns out that he lost. Romana looked at Nicholas and was suddenly struck by something. Nicholas' body was shaking. He leaned on his sword and slowly started to stand up, and then said that they would continue. Roman asked in a puzzled voice why he was making such sacrifices. Nicholas smiled broadly, then asked why Roman was asking such a thing. He held out his sword, his eye covered in blood, and then he added that of course, because he was Cairo's first swordsman, Roman could destroy him, but he couldn't break his will. Richard Nicholas. He took a step forward and shouted. He swung at Roman with the last of his strength, but Roman didn't move. A man worthy of admiration, Roman slashed Nicholas' chest with a single blow. Nicholas screamed in frustration. Cairo's first sword. Nicholas fell to the ground with a crash. This was the last moment in the life of a great man who had taken over an entire era. The rankers looked on, puzzled and horrified. Suddenly, the priest got out from under the stone's chest and said, adjusting his glasses, that this was Dimitri's novel. Becoming the first ranker of the Cairo kingdom, Roman sheathed his sword with a satisfied smile. The priest, looking at Roman, was horrified. He turned and started to walk away, and then wondered if they'd underestimated Roman. No matter how much they thought of him, this monster would still exceed their expectations, and he wasn't going to bow his head to Valhalla. Therefore, you need to get rid of the novel. We are taken to the center of Kairos. Roman is walking with his soldiers through the city. People are shocked and come out on the street and say that this is Mr. Roman. He is so young, and he has already defeated Count Nicholas. Romana walked confidently with Kevin and Chris standing next to him. He became Cairo's first sword. Suddenly, someone turned to Roman. The leader of the aristocrat faction, Marquis Benedict, appears in front of us. He says with a frown that he has heard that the novel even struck Count Nicholas. It is amazing. Suddenly, soldiers came running from somewhere. They surrounded Roman's squad, and Marquis Benedict went on to say that looking at Count Nicholas' defeat, he thought, why it took Roman a year, but now he seems to understand. This time was necessary for the Dimitri family, after all, in order to reorganize and expand power. Marquis Benedict said menacingly, but now it was time to make a choice. He held out his hand and then added that Roman would either follow the aristocratic faction or choose someone else. It was fine if Roman chose the former, but if he chose the latter, he would pay a heavy price, since what was the solution? Roman stood silently, unmoving. He stared out into the field, then thought. He recalled his past world of his elder brother Sky Demon Sect Master Beak Hole, how he sat on the throne and said with a smile that their future relationship would now depend on his choice. Let him choose whether he will follow the example of his brothers and join his ranks, enjoying fame and fortune, or else appear before him as the heir of the sect. Roman pondered that submission and conflict, what choice would be in his favor. He took a step up the stairs and wondered what he wanted. Roman went up to his brother and said, I'm sorry, but... His brother looked at Roman, puzzled, and then Roman swung his sword. In both worlds, he said they were the kind of people who could live for someone else. Marquis Benedict clenched his fist and shouted that Roman had made a stupid choice. Marquis Benedict put out his hand and said that one way or another, his reputation is in his hands. No matter how strong the novel is, what can he do in this situation? Marquis Benedict looked at Roman standing quietly with his squad, and then shouted that in the name of Benedict, the head of the central government. From now on, the Dimitri family, who carried out justified attacks on neighboring lands, was suspected of inciting a rebellion. Marquis Benedict's soldiers rushed into battle, and he continued to shout menacingly that a thorough investigation would be carried out in relation to this, and Dimitri should submissively surrender to arrest. Suddenly, blood splattered on Marquis Benedict's cheek. He looked in front of him and saw a knight lying on the ground covered in blood and Roman drawing his sword. He shouted that Roman had decided to disobey, then asked that this should be considered a rebellion. Roman, looking at Marquis Benedict with a smile, said that he should call a spade a spade. This is not subordination to his majesty. But to him, Marquis Benedict, of the two of them, Marquis Benedict is more likely to start a mutiny. Marquis Benedict furrowed his brows and shouted furiously that Roman was completely out of his mind. The central government represented the Cairo kingdom, and was acting in accordance with the will of His Majesty the King. Marquis Benedict, looking at the knight's corpse, shouted that Roman's frivolous choice had doomed the Dmitri family. Roman, looking menacingly at the Marquis Benedict, replied that it was up to His Majesty the King to decide which of them was right. And then Roman said, "Chris, Kevin, clear the road." Chris and Kevin took off at high speed. Chris was surrounded by a blue aura, and Kevin was surrounded by a red one. They shouted in one voice, "Yes, master." Chris started smashing everything around him and killing indiscriminately. So did Kevin. Looking at this, Marquis Benedict clenched his teeth, and then said in a frightened voice that this is a crazy bastard. He thought that who knew that they would start a massacre right in the middle of Kairos without a shadow of fear. Roman stepped forward, stepping on a puddle of blood. Then, with a single movement, he cut down a couple of soldiers. Marquis Benedict along with the aristocracy started to run away, shouting for the soldiers to charge if there was someone who would bring the head of that troublemaker, the one with the bounty. A big purple explosion occurred behind them. One of the soldiers angrily shouted at Roman to stop. He is in Kairos, whether he thinks that after this he can leave without. Roman decapitated the soldier without a shadow of a doubt in his eye, and then said that they should do what they should do and he would go about his own business. The time has come for reprisals. We are being carried to the palace of King Cairo, and someone shouts that Your Majesty is right now in the very center of the capital. The soldier gets down on one knee in front of the king and shouts that it is said that Roman Dmitri is unilaterally exterminating a faction of the aristocracy. King Daniel, clutching his head in fright, asks, "A massacre in the capital? What is this supposed to mean? Is it really a rebellion?" A royal knight appears in front of us. He has gray hair and a small mustache and shouts loudly to call the royal knights and all the court guards at once. The rebels can break into the courtyard at any time. Their primary task is to protect His Majesty. The king holds onto the throne with trembling hands, and then reflects that in the end, there is no escaping fate. Suddenly, someone shouts to King Daniel that Roman Dmitri is asking for an audience. Hearing this, the king with Daniel raises his head in fright. Roman appears in front of us, his armor covered in blood. He gets down on one knee and says that he welcomes Your Majesty. King Daniel is startled, frowning, and tells Roman to skip unnecessary formalities and explain what he did. Roman, hand on heart, kneeling on one knee, says that immediately after the Battle of the Rankers ended, the Marquis Benedict came to him, accompanied by a couple of hundred soldiers, and demanded that Roman join the France of the aristocrats. Roman lowered his eyes to the floor and said that he only reported to Your Majesty, not to Marquis Benedict, and so he rejected his offer. Roman, taking a look at King Daniel, says that if Your Majesty promises him one thing, the family, like the Sword of Cairo, will destroy the entire aristocracy faction and eliminate the chaos that reigns between the authorities. King Daniel, looking fearfully at Roman, thought that he would rid him of the aristocracy faction. King Daniel asked that Roman was offering him a deal. Roman replied that it was on the southern front when the Hector kingdom crossed the border. Even though Cairo's line of defense had time to repel the attack, it fell in a matter of seconds. The root of all of Cairo's problems is the four factions. If only the power system was fine-tuned, they would never be robbed of the southern front. Roman frowned and asked seriously if Cairo had made any changes in the past year. The current situation on the continent is quite ambiguous as long as the king is going to turn a blind eye to it. In such words, King Daniel almost got up from the throne. He looked at Roman in shock. Roman went on to say that he believes that the center of Cairo unification should not be Marquis Benedict, who has taken over the central government and thinks of himself as a king. And King Daniel, from such words, King Daniel was taken aback. He did not know what to say to him. The envoy wondered, puzzled, if that didn't mean Roman had chosen His Majesty. The vice captain gave Roman a startled look and wondered if this wasn't a mutiny. Roman in this room was like a ray of sunshine in pitch darkness. He said that as the king, he might doubt his intentions, but in this case, the Dmitri family put their lives on the line. Roman glared at King Daniel and then asked what was wrong, if King Daniel was ready to use the chance given to him by the Dmitri family. King Daniel replied that he would ask one question before making a decision. What the Dmitri family wants as payment for this. Roman replied that he wanted the entire northeast region to be independent, including the Dmitri lands. If King Daniel declared the northwest region a dukedom, and also granted it independence, he would not forget that they had the same roots, and would always be ready to throw his forces to help Cairo. King Daniel wondered, startled, what Dmitri was doing. Roman looked at King Daniel with a serious face and said that if King Daniel couldn't get everything, then let him choose what was best for Cairo. The king, head down and teeth clenched, thinks to himself that this is the best choice for Cairo. He sits on the throne, opens his eyes, and confidently says that he can imagine how the empire will react if they capture Count Denver and Count Gregory. After that, Romanov, bending the knee, says that it is unlikely that the empire will act immediately. After all, the borders are too far away, there are many obstacles, and Kronos is currently engaged in a conflict with the Union of Kingdoms in the south. After that, Roman looks at the king with a serious face and says their first priority, not Cairo, but conflict resolution in the south. Then the king sat up a little, tells him that he plans to fight back a large number of enemies in a short time or destroy what is necessary for the kingdom of Cairo. He remembers all the counts and Benedict standing in front of him with a serious face, talking about the fact that new problems can be created in the missing place after their disappearance. To which Roman, with a serious face and obvious hatred, says that they only choose the best probability. Their duty is to eliminate them, thereby reducing the risks. After that, the king sitting on the throne is a gambler sitting on his knees. He thinks to himself that they are just relying on luck, and to build a strategy, he studied the situation on the continent. The king smiles very much, clearly worried, thinking that Roman Dmitri is really worthy of respect. After that, one of his servants comes up to him and shouts that Your Majesty is wrong. He approaches the king, stretches out his arms ever closer, and says that Dmitri is using the aristocracy faction as an excuse to extract. And you can't let him do that. To which Roman, looking at this, keeps saying that even so, what other choice do they have? A white-haired man with a mustache shouts that how is it so looking at a novel? Roman raises his hand to his chest as he looks at the king, saying that while everyone here is turning a blind eye to the atrocity of the aristocracy faction, he chose to draw his weapon against them. Roman also recalls the fact that Dmitri is on the border with Cairo. All they don't want is to be paid for their sacrifice, even if Cairo becomes a duke and it doesn't change him or his common roots. After that, the soldier grits his teeth, glares at the novel, and thinking to himself that it is clear, he makes it clear that this is not a mutiny. Roman continues to talk and notices with one eye the way the king looks at him, because there is no mistake in his proposal and the blame lies with the useless king, who will allow Cairo to be torn to pieces. After that, the king closed his eyes, lowered his head, and was clearly worried, thinking that this king is also him. He sits on the throne and remembers that there is an affair behind his back, saying that the royal family is no longer able to restrain the Dmitrievs. And in that case, what should he do and what choice should he make? He grits his teeth and thinks to himself that he will continue to live contentedly with what he has, or give up the impossible and create a new kingdom of Cairo. He remembers the same thing. He is a puppet who is pulled by hands. I think that even if it is not pure intentions, it is better to join forces with Roman Dmitri, who does not hide their ambitions, than to send vassals who perceive him as a scarecrow to the tune. After that, the king raises his hand and says enough is enough. Roman smiles at the king, covered in blood, and he says that the head of the Cairo royal family names all of you in the northeastern region, including Dmitri's duchy, and he grants Baron Dmitri the title of duke. Whereupon the king, with a very serious face, clearly annoyed, says that he must therefore cut down the rebel Marquis Benedict, who is beaming trouble in the country. Count Denver looks at the papers, smiling, and says that Roman Dmitri is truly a terrible person. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, very worried, thinking about that after he attacked Marquis Benedict in the capital. Neither Dmitri nor the aristocrat faction will stop until one of them is destroyed. After that, he puts the papers on the table, lie down on the table next to the tea set. He thinks to himself that he must be planning to lend the king power in the face-off against the aristocrat faction. Duel between the faction of King Dmitri and the faction of the aristocracy. He starts to smile as he looks up and thinks that when the two forces face off to the death, they will be able to catch up on the moments, take personal advantage of it. After that, one of the soldiers, dressed in full armor, runs to him. They say that things are bad. He is very surprised, paying attention to him and says, "What happened?" The knight is clearly panicking, shouting to him that Roman Dmitri, along with the army, broke into the estate. After that, he is grabbed by the neck and tries to tell him that he needs to run immediately. And at that moment Roman Dmitri hits his head on the floor with all his strength. He removes his hand from the fallen knight's neck and says that the Earl of Denver. He stands before him all soiled and bloodied and burns to have him bow his head before the royal order. After that, he is very surprised at what is happening and thinks to himself that Roman Dmitri has come here, although he is not involved in the aristocracy faction. He gets up from the table and shouts that what is the royal order and what does he mean, thinking to himself that he needs to calm down. He is standing at a feathered table and Roman, approaching him, says that he has joined a secret conspiracy, passing on secret information about their country. As a result, His Majesty ordered him to be taken into custody. Roman, looking at the count with a serious face, says that one extra move and he will execute him on the spot, considering his actions as the beginning of an uprising. After which, he clenches his fist on the table and shouts about what kind of rebellion he thinks to himself, that everyone knows that he is subordinate to Valhalla. He stretches out his hand, starts shouting that they think he can't stand the consequences of what he did. After all, they will not leave it aside for anything. After which, Roman takes his sword and pulls it out of its scabbard and says that it would be better for him not to start following what he says. After that, he is very angry, looking at the nobles, says that how dare he scoundrel. And Roman was standing on the table and pointing his blade directly at the Count's throat, telling him to lower his tone. He says that, apparently, he still does not realize the situation. He approaches the sword to his throat and says that this battle doesn't matter if you limit the elimination of the aristocracy faction. And Roman, with a serious face, says that he must uproot all the rebels and those like him. The latter is very surprised, frightened by what is happening, looking at the nobles, and the latter continues to say that they obey Valhalla and Kronos. He says the Earl of Denver is going to have a very exciting time right now. After that, Count Grigory stands panicking and shouts that here they are, they think, we'll be able to get away with it. Kronos' faction Count George. He shouts to the soldiers who are standing armed and tells Simon that he needs to know what will happen if he touches him in the Empire. Kronos uses this as an excuse to send troops into the kingdom. The vice captain of the Royal Knights and Simon is a white-haired man with a mustache and a huge cloak with a gold star on it. Grigory says, "Can the camera handle this?" Then Simon goes ahead and thinks to himself that Count Grigory is right, the Empire is going out of its way to get its hands on the whole continent, and he gets closer to Grigory, and he pays attention to him and thinks about Sir. That Cairo had made the decision and was on an irrevocable path. Grigory begins to worry and smile. They say that he finally realized his position. Simon then punches him, putting him down and telling him to shut up, and he doesn't have a choice anyway. He starts yelling at Grigory, saying that if they suddenly cross the border, he will cut off his head and hang it on the fortress wall, thinking that, as Roman said, they should not be given any chance. Benedict then walks down the corridor with his soldiers, in Benedict's domain. He thinks to himself that Dmitri has joined forces with the king. He is very out of breath and continues to walk forward with excitement, thinking that although he knew that one day he would have to usurp the throne, he did not think that this moment would come so suddenly. He represents everything as if on a chessboard, where there are many other pieces near the white pawns and the king stands in the middle. The princess is standing next to him, and he thinks that if you gather all the military power, the factions of artists will be destroyed. It won't be difficult to crush Cairo by force. After which, Benedict became very angry, thinking to himself that Roman Dmitri, having defeated Count Nicholas, he became the strongest, but not everything in this world will obey his wishes. He tells the soldiers to gather all the nobles and tell them to send all the soldiers to the capital. The knight tells him to eat, whereupon one of the knights with blonde hair tells the marquis that the count has answered to be. After that, they tell him that both this and he should bring him right away. In the communication room, they call him through the crystal and say that he is really crazy, not only that they will send soldiers, but also refuse to attend the gathering. After which, Benedict gets very angry and shouts at him, is this really his choice? Torch C is watching this with his hand on his chin, saying that the Marquis, since it's already done, let's be honest with each other. He's betting that Roman Dmitri will win this fight, so he's not looking at him as if he were a henchman who would run at his very call. Benedict is very angry, looking at him and says that he is sure that he will not regret his choice. After that, Fabius smiles very much and says that really, how can he regret it? After all, if he made a mistake in his choice, nothing awaits him but death. And he starts to say with a serious face that he may start out as a traitor, but from now on, I'm ready to do anything for him. Benedict then stands in shock, not understanding what is happening, and Benedict tells him that he has not heard rumors about how much he values his people. And he continues to tell him, despite the fact that his esteemed faction leader doesn't seem to know how things are going right now, and he doesn't even know that the aristocracy faction has almost fallen. After that, he looks and is very surprised at what is happening, thinking that the fall of the faction. At the same time, a man with red hair and a red beard with a huge nose stretches out his hand. His name is Valentina. He shouts that he is not angry to support the Dmitriev family. Many mercenaries enter the building with a pink-hued coat of arms and a huge black eagle in the middle. Dmitriev's ally Valentina bribed all the mercenaries from this side. The country has a neutral force with nearby aristocratic factions standing by, showing it all on the map and engaging the neutral forces led by the Marquis. The aristocratic faction could no longer rashly scatter with soldiers. Then an affair with the king, where two knights stand at a huge table with a map and white flags in the middle. It was a court meeting room. Roman says that a few days ago, the count from the facts of aristocrats and several families under his command decided to go over to their side. After that, the king is very worried and thinks to himself that these histograms, even if he did not accept Dmitri's proposals, they would have successfully carried out a coup on their own. After that, this war is led by Roman Dmitri. One of the men puts his finger on the map near the castle of the game. What if the aristocrat faction managed to safely gather troops? they would have moved on to the capital. But in the current situations and circumstances, they will be forced to take up defensive positions. Roman, pointing out all this on the map with his finger, says that now that the faction has mobilized all its forces, they have a chance to deal with all the rebels at once. The king, leaning on the table, says that the palace will support him with all its might, and let every order he gives be considered his will. After that, Roman puts his hand on his chest, making a fist out of it, and says that Roman Dmitri in this war he is appointed commander-in-chief. Roman says that he listens and obeys. Then at Benedict's castle, many aristocrats are sitting at chairs and at a huge white table. There is a bandit sitting on one of the sides. He says that within a week the king's forces will invade their land. First, they need to lock the gate and take up a defensive position and wait for the moment to strike back. One of the soldiers with gray hair, very worried, says that the Marquis Valentine is extremely strict in his neutral position. Even such a person announced that he would support Dimitri's novel. Benedict folded his hands in his chair, thinking hard. So far, he has been told whether they can win this war. An aristocrat with blonde hair says that the faction can't use even half of its combat power at the moment. And how about reaching out to the supporters, Kronos or Valhalla? He says their leaders were also taken into custody if they offered them favorable terms. I'm sure they'll agree to take their side. Then Benedict looks at it and says it sounds good. They keep looking at him, and he tells them how long it will take to get them out. And one of the aristocrats, worried, says that it will take at least half a month to convince them and gather military troops. After that, he agrees, says that it's good. He gives him the right to settle this matter, and he says that he listens and obeys. Benedict says that although the war came suddenly, they had been preparing for a war with the royal faction for a long time. And he's shouting that the ones who will take over Cairo's power will be their aristocratic faction. Then the light hits one of the windows directly on the man. He's all bandaged up and has long gray hair. He opens his eyes and says, is he really not dead? He tries to stand up, grabbing his head and thinking to himself that he only has external injuries, and they look serious. He thinks about the fact that Roman Dmitri wasn't going to kill him, remembering how the novel had pierced him, and he told him, before he fell down all covered in blood, not to worry about the consequences. He says that he has no intention of giving Cairo after that. He starts to look around and thinks to himself that first you need to scout the situation. They go to him, the Knight of the Tick captain runs in. He looks at him and says that he really thought that he would die, and what a blessing. The captain tells Simon that he did a good job, after which he tells him to tell him what happened while he was unconscious, and the captain says that he will tell everything well. He begins his dialogue by telling the captain that they will soon be sending troops to the front, and the army command has assigned Roman Dmitri, and they plan to strike at Marquis Benedict's faction. After that, the captain sits all bandaged up and says that he needs to be taken to the gathering place of the troops, and it should definitely be there. The novel is moving forward. A lot of troops along with the king and other soldiers are standing. Roman walks the red carpet ahead to other aristocrats. He goes out, and the chief captain hands him the sword. A man and Simon are standing nearby. After that, Roman thinks to himself that the stronghold of the military leaders personally hands him the sword. And what about King Cairo and Count Nicholas? He looks at this sword and the way it is handed to him, thinking that despite the chaos in the power system, they still haven't lost their sincerity. Then Roman turns and stomps. It is said that Cairo has lived through a terrible time holding back the sword and, looking ahead, says that now they will go to conquer the rebels. And he confidently says that at least the pain of killing his compatriots will not be erased from memory. Nearby, the captains watch and listen to him speak as he says that when this war is over, Cairo will regain peace and quiet. After that, Roman pulls the sword forward and shouts that in this war he will be on the front line, and so that they must trust him and go forward to victory. And all the knights gathered nearby shout his name, for battles on which the fate of a single kingdom depended. After that, the novel costs about 2 flashes, looking at Benedict's domain. He says that speed is important in this war, and the more time they give the aristocrat factions, the more choice they are given. After that, make a serious ration, says that they should forget about building a fortification and prepare for the first attack. After that, the man looks at how 3 flashes stand. This is Captain Cameron of the garrison. It thinks that, as expected, they don't use flash. He smiles and thinks to himself that Benedict's castle is surrounded by powerful magic shields, and they are able to withstand dozens of bursts of lightning. If you feed his mana stones in time, they instantly restore strength. But what the hell is this, looking at how many red-robed people there are? Go ahead to the flashes. He thinks about what they're going to do. Salvo, lined up in a row, stretch out their arms and shout that Group 1 is ready and Group 2 is ready. Roman watches the magic line up and thinks to himself that in case of such a siege, he has drawn the magic tower to his side, and the task of crushing them rests on the shoulders of the Phoenix. After that, the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower, Felix. It turns out that translating and stretching out his hand to the side, he starts shouting that the Phoenix disciples have a chance to repay their master for his great mercy, and he asks to show the enemy why their tower ranks 13th among all the magic towers of the continent. After that, a lot of magicians are charged. Flash with your magic, and it is very much amplified. Lisa doesn't use boost magicians to make the charge power surpass a normal flash, and one of the magicians shouts that the activation of the fire attribute enhancement spell and everything starts to burn, after which the flash creates a huge pentagram and from the middle of which a huge burning ray flies out, straight through the lock and hits the barrier. Then there are explosions and flashes. The soldiers do not understand what is happening, everything starts to shake, and they are barely kept on the floor. One of the knights shouts to the captain that the strength of one protective circle is rapidly falling. If this goes on, then they will be long. After which, he grits his teeth and thinks to himself that mages from the magic tower are usually neutral and how can they participate in a feud. After which, he watched as the numerous flashes around him amplified the Phoenix's magic, and in the middle of them stands Felix and controls them, and he thinks to himself that they are also of this level. After that, many soldiers run straight to the center of the crystal at the blue pentagram. They say to activate the emergency protection system, because even if the game so crashes on the mana stone in the defensive magic circle, it must be protected at all costs to prevent the defensive power from falling. After which, Simon turns around excitedly and talks about where this army of magicians came from. And Chris, who is standing nearby, says that not so long ago the magic tower of the Phoenix settled on the lands of Dimitri. After which, he is very surprised by this, saying that the magic tower proclaiming neutrality in the lands of Dimitriev. Turning to him, she tells him that they swore allegiance to Dimitri's family, and since Dimitri decided to become Cairo's sword. After which, while watching them strengthen the Flash with their Phoenix magic, he says that, of course, the Phoenix Tower should also show their loyalty, and they prepare for 2 volleys of magic boosts. He looks at the novel with very great surprise and thinks to himself that the organization that will be happy on the entire continent has sworn allegiance to the aristocrat family, and he immediately thinks about what Dmitriev is doing, already looking at Romanov, the way his cloaks fly up. He's thinking about getting a battle force on a level comparable to the kingdom, but remembering how Roman bowed to the king and that his majesty made the right choice, because this war will end with the victory of their king. And Roman says with a serious face that they should argue everything here to the ground. And Simon looks up, wondering what's going on. He sees a huge number of flashes gathering, and he thinks that heaven has not abandoned their country. After sunset, the sounds of battle faded, and the soldiers of both camps had a brief respite. We are taken to Marquis Benedict, who is sitting around a round table with nobles sitting next to him. One of the nobles asks what they think, how much longer they can hold out. The other replies that if attacks like today continue, it will be difficult for them to put up more than 10 days. The nobleman is puzzled, 10 days is all they can do. Marquis Benedict frowns at Viscount Owen and asks what's going on with Baron Winston, and Viscount Owen replies that the combined forces of the aristocrat faction are currently stationed in the vicinity of the northeast region. Marquis Benedict, crossing his arms, asks what is the probability that the attack on Dimitri will fail. We are taken to an army of aristocrats, led by Baron Winston with a green cloak. Owen says that they will certainly win. No wonder Baron Winston is called a great commander and the pride of the entire faction. Owen has an epiphany and adds that 3 days will be enough for them to crush Dimitri's gang. Marquis Benedict, glowering at the nobles, says that this is a deception and a maneuver they should not rely on one imperial faction, and he hands over the Baron's command to Winston. With a frown, Marquis Benedict adds that he should definitely return with a victory. We are taken to an aristocrat fighter, who taps the map with his hand and then says, if they move out of here, Count Adelian's land starts behind this area. The fighter, looking at his commander, confidently says that he has just contacted the headquarters. They will last no more than 10 days. If they immediately attack Dimitri, then 10 days will be enough for them. The commander replies that these senseless battles can only aggravate the situation. Baron Winston of the aristocrat faction appears in front of us, holding a pin in his hands with a menacing look, and then says that in this case, they need to minimize the battle in this campaign. Winston places pins on the map, and then adds that the only shortest route is through the 3 areas marked on the map: Adelian, Rollo, Conrad. And all 3 of them are not true associates of Dimitri. Their domain was absorbed during the northern battle, unlike many of Dimitri's associates in the northeastern region. Adelian, as the largest commercial city, will not want to lose relations with the central government. They will try to regain their neutrality. Nicholas looks at the map thoughtfully, and then adds that on the other hand, Baron Rello and Viscount Conrad might still have a grudge against the Dimitri family, so he will try to contact the 3 lords. Nicholas starts to smile, then says that if only the lords can open up a path for them to pass through, they'll pay them back in full. We're being moved to an hour later when the three lords have accepted the offer of the aristocracy faction. The horse is walking along a forest path in the late evening. Riding towards me is a warrior of nobles, and then he asks that, "Commander, do you trust the nobles of the northeast region? What if they purposely lured them into a trap?" Nicholas, leading a small squad of soldiers, replies that even if it's a trap, all the elite warriors are already busy besieging Benedict. The remaining soldiers are nothing more than a bunch of ragamuffins. Suddenly, Nicholas turns to his soldier and is asked in a puzzled manner that he doesn't think they can hold out against an elite army and a faction of the aristocracy. The warrior says that's out of the question. Nicholas goes on to say that in an area exposed from all sides like this, their forces will not be enough to repel the attack, even if the entire northeastern region runs together. The warrior thought fearfully, looking at Nicholas, that he had thought through everything to the smallest detail. After all, a bird of a different flight is coming out from the front. Suddenly, she notices no one, startled, a small light in the distance. In the next second, the entire field is covered with small lights. The captain of the Night Order, Jonathan, appears in front of us. He furiously shouts that Baron Winston, Marquis Benedict's faction are rebels. Let him serve as a weapon, otherwise he will be tried for mutiny. The warrior looks at the problem in a puzzled way and then turns to the commander. Nicholas shouts at Jonathan not to talk nonsense. Marquis Benedict is not a rebel. He continues to shout furiously that on the contrary, he has an offer for them. If they let them pass, then the Marquis will show them a favor and accept them into his ranks. A strong yellow aura appears around Nicholas as he continues to shout what if they continue to show hostility. Nicholas replies with a frown that they will kill them all right there. A hooded man is standing next to Jonathan, not moving. Suddenly, Jonathan says it's up to Mr. Nichols, and a man appears in front of us, a fifth circle magician named Knox, who has a long gray mustache, and answers with folded hands that he obeys. A fireball appears in his hand, and then he uses the fire cannon spell. A huge pillar of fire rushes at high speed towards the army of nobles. The army of nobles watched impotently as their warriors burned to ashes. The warriors roasting in the fire screamed in pain. Jonathan raised his hand and shouted for all the soldiers to charge. The real horror began. The soldiers killed each other one by one. Looking at this with horror, Nicholas thought that this could not be. He had never encountered such a powerful army even on the Western Front. Jonathan was flying at high speed towards Nicholas, riding a horse, his sword glowing as he urged the horse on, all while Nicholas watched in fear. And then Jonathan used the Asura sword technique. Nicholas sternly replied that some knight from the outskirts couldn't do it, and at the same time, Jonathan cut Nicholas down with his sword. We're being moved to the next week. After the siege of Benedict begins, explosions are everywhere. Someone is shouting that the castle wall has fallen. They need to patch up the holes quickly. Marquis Benedict runs down the corridor in fright and shouts that they won't last long at this rate. What's going on with Baron Winston? Why hasn't he made contact yet? The soldier runs into Marquis Benedict's office in fright and says, puzzled, that a message has arrived from Baron Winston's aide-de-camp. The fact is, the knight begins to shout that the entire army that stormed the fortress of Dimitri fell, and the Baron died on the battlefield. Hearing these words, Marquis Benedict fell into despair. Marquis Benedict, sitting at a table with the aristocrats, says that everything is over. Baron Winston's army has been blown to smithereens, and Castle Benedict may collapse at any moment. The green-haired aristocrat nervously says that the connection with the imperial faction's aristocrats has also been cut off. Maybe it's not too late to open the gate and surrender. One of the aristocrats slams his hand on the table and then shouts in displeasure, "Give up." The aristocrat, frowning angrily, looks at his comrade and asks that he at least understands what he is talking about, since Dimitri leveled all the forces hostile to him to the ground. The nobleman, glaring at Marquis Benedict, tells him that how he sees it is to forget about the imperial faction and address the empire directly. The Marchioness is puzzled, folding her hands and asking what he means. The nobleman shouts back that this fight is over for them anyway. Rather than wait humbly for death to come, it is better to survive. Even if you have to bow your head, Marquis Benedict is silent and does not answer anything. Then, suddenly, he tells us to contact Kronos right away. He made an agreement with them. A magical message appears in front of us, which contains a man from the Kronos Empire, Baron Chalton, who, with a frown, says that he apologizes, but they are cooperating with Count Gregory, not with him, Marquis Benedict. Chalton asks what they needed their help for. The Marquis calmly replies that King Cairo has started a total purge. Their subordinates Count Gregory and Count Denver have been taken into custody. The Marquis smiles, then adds that this choice will not affect the Kronos Empire in any way. No matter who the ally is, all the Empire needs is to catch on to the slip, isn't it? Chalton replies with a smile that Marquis Benedict speaks painfully well, and that then let him answer one of his questions: what does the aristocracy expect from the Kronos Empire? Marquis Benedict confidently tells them to attack the western front of Cairo. Immediately after Kronos' acceptance of the proposal, less than 12 hours later, 3 border lines, 2 of them were breached. We are taken to the magic message, where King Daniel stands looking at Marquis Benedict. Marquis Benedict says it's been a long time, Your Highness, and then he asks what he liked about their gift. King Daniel is shouting menacingly about what the hell Marquis Benedict is doing, why he's dragging the Empire into a showdown within the kingdom. Marquis Benedict, closing his eyes, says that he had no choice, he needs to survive somehow, and let King Daniel make a choice, like King Cairo. Let him abandon Cairo and crush him, or cover the Western Front and defend the kingdom. King Daniel fell into despair, and Marquis Benedict continued to tell Daniel to think properly. As a king, he should make a wise decision. The magic message disappears. Looking at the magic message, King Daniel wondered if he had once called Marquis Benedict uncle. King Daniel clenched his fist, then wondered if Marquis Benedict had driven him, no, the entire kingdom, to the very edge of a cliff. If he called off the attack on Benedict's stronghold and the aristocrat faction, and moved his forces to defend the Western Front, then the Cairo kingdom could survive. Well, the surviving aristocratic faction will get even bolder by hiding behind Chronos' back. Suddenly, King Daniel spoke to Saman, and Saman listened intently, his brows furrowed. King Daniel thought that even if he remained a weak and incapable king, he would not go down in history as a traitor to the motherland. Then King Daniel confidently said to contact Roman Dmitri right away. Much lower down, he was standing next to a magical message that had a novel written on it, saying confidently that Marquis Benedict had formed an alliance with the Chronos Empire. The second line of the Western Front's barrage was already formed, and it was only a matter of time before the third one came. King Daniel, looking at Roman, confidently continued to say that eliminating the aristocrat faction was important matters, but you can't let the imperial army do whatever it wants. Roman frowned and said that King Daniel would regret it in the future if he couldn't put down the entire rebellion at once, and King Daniel said that he understood. But the terror that gripped the West would soon engulf the entire kingdom. Roman calmly turned to King Daniel and said that they had been prepared for this since the moment they decided to purge. It didn't matter if it was Count Gregory or Marquis Benedict. What the king thinks will happen if you leave the enemies who sold out their homeland in the rear, now it's just one step back. But in the future, to go back a step further, they would have to sacrifice a lot of people. Roman looked down and thought that perhaps if Daniel Cairo had been born in peacetime, he might have made a good king. But he still hadn't been able to accept reality, and that was exactly what it took to fight in such a dark time. Roman went on to say that unlike the previous two Western Front lines, a special army is stationed in front of the third one. The ambassador, along with the vice captain, listened carefully to Roman's words, that besides, the Chronos had prepared for this attack in a hurry and had not been able to mobilize all their combat power. Let King Daniel confide in Commander-in-Chief Cairo if they stall for time. Roman, looking at King Daniel, confidently said that in 3 days he would deal with the entire faction of Marquis Benedict, reach the Western Front and stop the attack of the Chronos Empire. King Daniel, glaring menacingly at Roman, replied that 3 days was fine. By all means Roman must punish all the rebels. Romanus moved the army on the night when the aristocratic faction relaxed their vigilance, and they blocked the road to retreat from Benedict's fortress as well, waiting for the magic shield on the fortress walls to reach its limit. Roman stood in front of his army and said that the shield covering the walls would not hold any longer. Tomorrow they would strike the last blow. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, "Commander-in-Chief." It was Count Fabius, who was confidently walking forward and asked Roman to let him stand on the front line. Fabius looked at the terrible Roman and thought that, as he had found out, Roman was not one of those who justly gave what he deserved. Fabius told Roman that he was a member of the aristocrat faction, but refused to comply with the gathering order, thus joining Roman's ranks. Fabius looked confidently at Roman and added that he should give him a chance to prove his loyalty. Roman looked at Fabius and smiled, then wondered what he looked like. The blood demon was characterized by boundless loyalty, the mad demon moved by the desire to become stronger, but the two-faced demon changed from 3 masters before rising to the rank of 4 heavenly kings, and he was a rather quaint old man. He fought for his life to the last and stayed by the side of the ultimate winner Baek Junhyuk. Roman that in this world answered that in front of him it is not necessary to shine a fake smile. Fabius stood quietly in front of Roman as Roman went on to say that if Fabius proved his usefulness, he would turn a blind eye to his past. Roman looked at Fabius with a crazy smile, pointed at him, and then added that in this war, he will be on the front line. The traitor of the aristocrat faction Count Fabius smiled with a frightening face and replied that he was Fabius, he would fight without sparing his life. We are transported to the next day. After learning about the support of the Chronos Empire, the soldiers and the aristocratic factions were much more uplifted, filled with pride. Someone stepped forward in front of Fortress Benedict. Felix in an orange cape with yellow hair looking at the Fortress Benedict thought that it was his turn to repay the master for his faith. Felix's eyes lit up with a bright flame, and he stared straight ahead with a straight face. Felix clasped his hands together, a strong flame appeared around him, and a fire dragon towered over him. He wondered if this was the secret weapon of the Phoenix Magic Tower, a special spell that consists of several rounds of burning. A soldier standing on the tower with a puzzled smile noticed something. He turned around with his comrades and saw a terrible thing. Felix was standing in front of the castle, conjuring an incredibly powerful skill. The soldier shouted, "What the hell is this? Just look there." Felix's eyes continued to burn harder and harder. He used the fire rain spell. A fire seal appeared on top of the castle, from which fire arrows flew out at great speed, hitting the soldiers of the fortress. One of the soldiers shouted in fright that they needed to run. "A rain of fire has hit. Help someone surrounding Benedict Castle." But Felix's magic was so strong that it was able to destroy the magic shield. Someone on the castle walls shouted that the protective magic was broken. A huge part of the wall collapsed with a crash. Felix smiled as he spread his hands in different directions and continued casting magic. A gap appeared in the fortress wall of Benedict, and the knights behind it shouted that the fortress wall had collapsed. Count Fabius shouted loudly, "Soldier, and follow him." He rode a horse, shouting for them to punish the evil rebels, and led the charge with his own life. The soldier swung his mace, surrounded by a blue aura, and shouted, "Die." The soldier hit Fabius' horse with great force. There was a huge flash of aura. Fabius is puzzled as she looks at the soldier. Then he used the acceleration spell, and magic circles appeared under his feet. He leaped up at great speed, Fabius taking on a task that others would have avoided, and risking his life proved his worth. Fabius landed on the ground, and a strong punch pierced through the soldier. Fabius was no longer a small age. Fabius slaughtered the soldiers one by one. No one would blame him if he stayed behind the soldiers' backs like the other nobles. The soldiers were no match for him. He mercilessly killed one after another, but in this choice, he put his life on the line. Fabius stood over the soldier's corpse, panting and shaking. Fabius fell to the ground, put in his sword, and reflected that he had played his part from that moment on. It was time for Roman Dmitri. Roman's sword was wrapped in a purple aura. He slowly entered through the gap in the wall. The soldiers shouted that they had to stop Roman Dmitri. The demon Kairos showed up. The soldiers kept shouting that they should kill him by any means necessary, and Roman smiled, then said that he was a demon, so he liked it. One of the noble commanders stood behind a broken wall and watched Roman with a frightened expression. Looking at Roman mercilessly killing one soldier after another, and their corpses are already in the hundreds, he added with a trembling voice that he is truly an incredible monster. We are taken to the magic crystal, where we hear that things are bad. The troops have broken through the fortress wall. Benedict, sitting at a round table with the aristocrats, listened to the voice coming from the magic message that the protective magic had exhausted its power, and the soldiers called up by each family were being mowed down by Roman Dmitri in piles. The green-haired aristocrat was startled to hear the words coming from the magic message that they needed immediately. Suddenly the message was interrupted, and scary sounds were heard from the magic message. The nobles heard Roman's voice. He asked if they could hear him, Marquis Benedict and the rest of the traitors. Let them be sure they won't have a chance to survive. Roman, standing over the corpse of a soldier, held a small device with which he communicated with Marquis Benedict. He continued to say that therefore let the aristocrats resist to the last, because even if they kneel down, bow their heads, and burst out sobbing until the throat is torn off, he will still punish them and their 3 generations for betraying their homeland. Marquis Benedict, hearing these words, was very afraid. Roman, with a frightening face, finally told the aristocrat to wait, because they will meet soon. We are transported back several decades to the throne room. A man with white hair is on one knee in front of the king. The king says that they can't confirm their people are in danger by going to war with the empire. The man shouts in puzzlement, "But your majesty." The king, looking at the young man's displeased face, replied that they would back down at this point. In the past, the indecisive King Cairo was unable to make quick decisions, while the imperial faction that followed Cronus and Valhalla quickly expanded its influence, destroying Cairo's power. And at the funeral of his little sister, the queen, the man is in the queen's crypt near the white coffin. He says that he heard that in the Benedict family this is a hereditary disease. The man standing next to him answers that everything is due to poor treatment in such a small country. The young Marquis Benedict tearfully states that if she had been treated in front of the empire's other technologies, she would have survived, and questioned whether it was right to leave the Cairo kingdom in this state. Marquis Benedict, standing in front of the nobles, shouted that he could no longer trust the Cairo royal family. They would create an independent force that would lead Cairo on the right path. Marquis Benedict in the square shouted furiously, raising his hand in the air, "Cairo aristocrats, follow him." This is how the aristocrat faction was born. And while the situation gradually worsened, Marquis Benedict ascended to the invisible throne. "We're being carried back." Marquis Benedict clutched his head. He desperately wondered when it all went wrong. Dimitri, the bastard, had made his plan to take Cairo pointless. Marquis Benedict clenched his teeth and thought with fright that he couldn't escape death at this rate. Standing in front of the nobles, he waved his hands and shouted in fright that he would hide first, and then borrow the power of Kronos to change the situation. He and the nobles were running towards the exit, shouting that they needed to move faster. If they were caught now, the nobles' faction would be finished. Suddenly, the Marquis stopped in a puzzled manner, beads of sweat running down his face. In front of Marquis Benedict, there was a corpse on the floor with a bloody sword next to it. Someone said that Marquis Benedict was late. Kevin was sitting on a pile of corpses, smiling madly as he said that he had been waiting for Marquis Benedict for a long time. Marquis Benedict frantically shouted for the soldiers to charge in and kill him. A soldier surrounded by a black aura rushed into battle with a shout. He desperately swung at Kevin, shouting that they needed to protect the Marquis, and Kevin also swung his sword, which was surrounded by a red aura, while dodging the blow. He killed the first fighter in the beginning and then cut the torso of the second. He sliced the third man in half with a quick movement, severing his arm. The warrior coughed up blood. He was breathing heavily. A huge pool of blood spilled onto the floor. Kevin, with a mad smile, cut the neck of the fighter, who desperately screamed to be spared. Marquis Benedict watched in horror. He fearfully started to run away from Kevin's screaming fear. There was a door in front of the Marquis, and he was breathing heavily. Chris suddenly appeared around the corner, indignantly asking where Marquis Benedict was going. Marquis Benedict stared at Chris' sword, which was so fast approaching, and then thought that he was a son of a... But Chris did not touch Marquis Benedict, cutting down the warrior behind him at the beginning. And then just for a second, and all the others, do not feel sorry for anyone. Marquis Benedict stood where he was, unable to stop himself from uttering a single word, and behind him was Chris, with several soldiers lying beside him, blood pooling on the floor. Marquis Benedict screamed in fright and ran into the corridor from which Chris came out. Chris just kept silent and didn't do anything. Marquis Benedict reflected that Roman could play with him as much as he wanted. Marquis Benedict ran out into the street and wondered if he would ever survive this hell and get his revenge. He squeezed into a small cave with great difficulty. Marquis Benedict watched from there as the soldiers went around shouting that he couldn't have run far and they would definitely find him. Marquis Benedict sat in the cave with dirty clothes, his body shaking with fear. He thought that the throne of Cairo was practically in his hands, but Roman ruined everything. Marquis Benedict furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, then thought that it was a shame. He would pay back in full. Suddenly, someone from the surface said in a trembling voice that Marquis Benedict, "It's over." Marquis Benedict turned around in a puzzled manner. He wondered if it was really Viscount Owen. Viscount Owen walked while waving his arms in the street, then asked that Marquis Benedict didn't notice anything strange when he ran away. He means that they didn't have a chance to escape at all. Marquis Benedict's face was dripping with beads of sweat. He was startled to think that Viscount Owen was getting closer. Did he know that he was in this cave? Viscount Owen, looking at the cave, calmly asked Marquis Benedict to come out, and then he added menacingly that the Marquis Benedict didn't think he knew he was hiding there, and when he heard that, the Marquis Benedict covered his mouth with his hands in fright. Viscount Owen tearfully walked forward, and then angrily replied that he was sorry, that he thought Marquis Benedict was the leader, that he followed him. Viscount Owen told Marquis Benedict to go to hell, and at the same time someone stabbed him with a sword. The Viscount spurted blood from his mouth. Roman slammed his hand down on the cave entrance, and then looking into it, Grozny said, "Gets out." The Marquis Benedict was walking down the street with his trousers torn and no shoes on, and people were shouting at him to go faster. Marquis Benedict walked along with the knight. His hands were shackled. There were shouts everywhere that Marquis Benedict abandoned everyone and tried to escape alone. Let him go to hell. Marquis Benedict fell to his knees in front of the formidable Roman, and then he desperately shouted angrily that he was insulted. He devoted himself entirely to this country, but nevertheless Roman is trying to kill him. Marquis Benedict, looking at the calm Roman, continued to shout that while the weak king was destroying the country, he was the one who saved Cairo from collapse. Could Roman himself serve such a king? Marquis Benedict kept shouting frantically that the Kronos Empire had already crossed borders several times, and Cairo was swarming with traitors. He glanced at Roman, who furrowed his brows and said let him answer him if he was wrong. Roman calmly continued to say that he would not criticize Marquis Benedict's choice. Perhaps Cairo had a chance to escape the Empire's influence. Roman went on to tell the bewildered Marquis Benedict that it was not worth looking only at the results that Marquis Benedict had achieved. Even after Marquis Benedict formed the aristocratic faction, the system of power didn't change, and he never once thought about the country's security. This is the moral duty that the Marquis was talking about. Marquis Benedict, looking at Roman in fear, he was depressed and did not know what to say. Roman held his sword to Marquis Benedict's neck, then said that it was not shameful for an exhausted man to bow his head to protect his people. Roman, his brow furrowed, continued to speak so that Marquis Benedict would remember what he got rid of in the first place. Marquis Benedict desperately shouted that he was begging for mercy. From now on, He would live for the sake of the Cairo royal family, no, for the sake of me. Roman calmly replied that it was too late, and then with a flourish cut off the head of Marquis Benedict, Giant Cairo. Once called the epitome of power, Marquis Benedict has met his end. We are transported to the Cairo royal family, and someone shouts that Your Highness is a victory. A soldier stands in front of the king bowing down saying that Roman Dimitri captured Benedict's castle. King Daniel happily reflects that Roman did it. King Daniel puts his hand forward and then with a terrible face thinks that this is not the time to rejoice. The actions of the Kronos Empire are becoming more dangerous. King Daniel shouted to the guard to give the order to Roman Dimitri. Later, he would definitely thank him for all his merits, but for now, Roman must immediately go to the front line. We are transferred to the Western Front, to the third line of the barrier, in a magical message. The soldier says that the order of His Majesty the King. Hold out for 3 days. During this time, the mutiny will be suppressed, and he will send Roman Dimitri to the Western Front. Let them suffer a little more. Flora appears in front of us, her brow furrowed, her chest protected by a steel plate. She is told that she was right. The only woman on the Western Front and a famous personality. After meeting Roman, Flora left Lawrence to attend the Royal Academy, where she learned the art of fighting and volunteered for the Western Front. And she became the first Cairo in history with a female advisor. Because of the uniqueness of the case, society was divided in opinion, but she proved her competence and began to receive recognition. Someone, looking at the map, said that from the point of view of common sense, it is impossible to suppress the Marquis' rebellion in 3 days. A man with long hair pulled back in a bun appears in front of us. This is the head of the circle of advisors, Baron Noel. He waves his hands and nervously says that they need to prepare for a long war. A room appears in front of us, in which Noel, along with the captain and Flora, are sitting at a table. Their second son Dimitri Rodval Dimitri is standing next to them. Noel looks at the commander-in-chief sitting at the table and shouts that even if the mutiny can be suppressed and they use the teleportation gate, it will still take a day or 2 to get there. In his opinion, this is feasible. We see a thoughtful man with folded hands. This is the commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vandenborg. He says that they are all right. In the worst case, they may not put down the rebellion. Flora, looking at the commander-in-chief, says that she thinks differently. The commander-in-chief looks puzzled at Flora and asks, in a different way. Flora calmly replies that most likely the deadline of 3 days was set by Roman Dimitri himself. In this case, everything will take a maximum of 5 days. The commander-in-chief looks at Flora with a frown and asks what the guarantees are. Flora confidently replies that she can say from personal experience that Roman cannot be judged by generally accepted criteria. The commander-in-chief replies that this is an unsubstantiated statement. Flora says that Kronos is also limited in time. Flora, glaring at the commander-in-chief, continues to say that after all, they need to invade Cairo before Marquis Benedict is defeated. There is only one way left. Flora slams her hand on the table and says that this is an analysis of the past strategies of attack in Kronos. When invading just to scare, they relied on close combat. But in a case like this, when you need an indisputable victory, they let the entrance to the battle mages. The commander-in-chief replies that they already knew about it. Flora, looking at the map, continues to say that since we are talking about the Kronos Empire, which includes 7 magic towers, there is a high probability that new tactics are being used to increase magic power. Flora, squeezing her eyes, says that they should get rid of the variable in the face of magicians. Since mages' defense is critically reduced while casting a spell, they are forced to cast magic from a safe distance. They need to determine the future location of magicians and set up magical traps on the ground. The commander-in-chief indifferently replies that it's impossible. First of all, they can't figure out the exact location, and they detect traps with their mana. Flora confidently states that this is why they should offer a duel of representatives. The commander-in-chief looks at Flora with a puzzled expression and asks what's really going on. Flora calmly replies that it is true that in order to participate in the duel of representatives, they will have to relocate their military forces. When that happens, they won't be able to determine the location of the mages. The commander-in-chief is puzzled and asks what Flora suggests to do with mana tracking. Flora replies that here, a very important role will be played by the swordsman who will come out to fight. Flora, frowning, continues to say that when the swordsman detects the aura, increase the concentration of mana in the air. Even a mage won't be able to detect traps. The commander-in-chief speaks in a puzzled manner, meaning that there is a calm Rodwell standing behind him. Flora raises her hand to her face, and then thinks about it and asks that the question is who will participate in the duel. After all, as she assumes, the chance of survival is negligible. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief and Noel look at Flora in shock and fear. Rodwell comes forward and confidently says that he will participate in the duel. He keeps saying with a frown, hands behind his back, that someone should do it, so let the mentor let him participate. Everyone present turns around in confusion, looking at Rodwell. The commander-in-chief says that it's good, Dimitri Rodval, he will not participate in this duel. We are being transferred to the fortress wall. Flora looks at Rodwell and asks why he always takes on the most dangerous tasks. Flora, dissatisfied, approaches Rodwell and says that besides, his service is already over, why is Daniel still here? Flora is displeased, looking at Rodwell with her arms crossed, saying that in her opinion, Rodwell is not in his right mind. Flora looks at Rodwell standing calmly and says that people call him a patriot, but for her he is just a psycho who is so eager to try on. Rodwell stands silently, looking beyond the castle walls, and Flora continues to tell Rodwell to think about his future. One day he will become the commander-in-chief, he can't die here. Rodwell comes closer to the edge of the wall holding onto it and says he needs it. He looks at the frightened, puzzled Flora and asks if she has seen his brother Roman, what he is like. Rodwell calmly continues to say that at first he denied the change in his brother, not wanting to accept it. But right now, he's willing to go to any lengths to gain his recognition and surpass him. That's why he extended the service life, so what's Flora doing here? Flora, looking off into the distance, calmly replies that she is only here to avoid repeating the same mistake, and that will be the end of their conversation. And then Flora adds that Rodwell's counter-question brought her to her senses. She hits Rodwell lightly with her fist, adding that in any case, let him return victorious, and she hoped Rodwell would survive. We are taken to Rodwell, who raises his sword and shouts that he is Rodwell Dimitri from the kingdom of Cairo, and challenges the Kronos Empire to a duel of representatives. Rodwell sighs heavily and thinks that he might die today. Someone takes a step forward. Rodwell continues to think that he is now standing at the crossroads of life and death. A warrior appears in front of Rodwell. He smiles with his hand on his belt. He is a 3-star swordsman without rank. He says that his name is Osford, and he will be Rodwell's rival. Unlike Cairo, where it was enough to raise up to 3 stars to become a ranker, the guard raises a red flag and shouts that they've started. Even the last place in the Kronos Empire ranking belonged to a 4-star swordsman. Osford jumps from his seat and attacks with his sword filled with Rodwell's blue aura. Rodwell barely holds back his attack as he is blinded by the bright light of his aura. Osford continues to throw punches and then shouts that where Rodwell is retreating. In other words, they were living in different worlds, the warriors of Kronos happily shouting for Osford to finish with him. Osford continued to throw a huge number of punches, shouting for Rodwell to die, Rodwell barely holding his sword in front of him to defend against the attack. This was the expected result. He couldn't close the gap between him and his brother. Rodwell's eyes filled with a purple aura. He told himself in his mind that it was him after all. Osford lunged forward, smiling, and Rodwell tried to deflect the blow. Suddenly, Rodwell was startled and thought that if he couldn't dodge, he would lose an eye, but if he dodged, he would lose. At the same time, Rodwell slashed at Osford. Osford coughed up blood in a puzzled manner. Rodwell stood calmly, his armor covered in blood. Osford fell to the ground with a crash. Rodwell was smiling, his right eye was destroyed, and he was content to tell them to get out of Cairo. A soldier with bloodstained boots steps forward. He appears out of the shadows, and when the light envelops it, he has brown hair and is covered in wounds and blood. He holds one hand, the other, and it says that really the plan was crowned with success. Flora stands and stares at him. He's saying that it was a success, and definitely it is. Then he sighs and closes his eyes, and she looks at him with a smile. Then the man with the serious face, blue hair, and green cloak tells them to prepare the Flash and the mages. It was the commander-in-chief of Kronos, Count Fabio. A lot of blue-robed mages come forward with flashes. They were battle mages. They stand near the castle, looking at it. And the knight, along with Flora, stands and watches as the magic arrives. This knight tells her about when she was thinking of blowing up magic traps and so says that a hasty explosion can give opponents time to prepare. She recalls this trap and says that the trap operates within a radius of 300 meters. If the enemy went beyond it, then they wouldn't be able to kill everyone in one hit. And according to the plan, the error in calculating the radius is plus or minus 100 meters. After which, she observes it all and says seriously that magic is most vulnerable when the spell reaches its peak. She remembers how many mages are preparing to attack using magic and think about what if they activate the trap at that moment. The reverse flow of mana will take away the mage's combat ability. Then the knight, looking at her, says that he has picked her up and is waiting for her signal. Mages join the creature's hands in a blue-tinged spell. A lot of magicians, a lot of balls appear, and she shouts that now we need to attack. After that, the soldier shouts to everyone that they need to blow up. And magicians notice that something explodes abruptly, and in the place where the magic stood, the ground begins to fall. They stand there trying to cast a spell. After that, Fabio leaves his chair and says that the pathetic bugs will not calm down. He watches the mages get blown up and tells the soldiers to get ready. He points his hand forward and shouts that they must show the true strength of their country to these losers. After all, they who think they can resist the empire. After that, a lot of soldiers move forward, stepping on the mages who are lying on the floor and shouting to attack. The soldiers on the wall who defend their kingdom say that you need to defend yourself. Ladders are placed on their walls, knights are chosen, they are their copies, they are pushed away and told to knock down the ladders. One of the knights still climbs up the wall and smiles, grabs it, and at that moment the arrow hits him right in the head. After that, a lot of blood splashes everywhere and he falls down. The other knights continue to climb the stairs, and Flora, standing with a bow, shouts that they must not let their guard down. The enemy stripped Sama of her legs, and the situation turned in their favor. She looks at her soldiers and shouts at them not to give up. And as soon as the Western Front goes, their families in Cairo will be in danger. After that, many soldiers continue to attack, and they are very surprised that the battle went on until the next day and turned out to be sharp and fierce. Many soldiers fell at the walls. All the stairs are broken and there are bloodstains everywhere on the ground. The Empire, which turned out to be able to capture the fortress little by little, began to lose ground. After that, the sun goes down, and on the third day of the kingdom of guard Roman Dmitri, she reached the Western Front, standing on a cliff led by Roman on a black horse and many knights behind him. And then the Kronos Empire, seeing that they were approaching, they turned around and left, looking at those, saying that when they saw the army that Roman had brought, they decided to deploy the troops. After that, Roman, Flora, and 2 other knights sit at a table with a card on it. They discuss something, and one of the knights tells Roman that he is simply incredible, and in just a day, they finished off the mutiny. He puts a hand to his heart and sighs as he looks at the novels. Speaking of which, thanks to them, they can catch their breath. And he says that it was then, but Roman interrupts him and says that it's not time yet, and now they need to mobilize all their forces. He is surprised to hear this and says why. Because they have fallen and the minions are all gone. Because having been defeated in the siege, the enemy must soon retreat. And Roman, looking at the map, points his finger at one of the mountains, saying that he can tell the reason. He says that the enemy has invaded Cairo's territory. He points to one of the mountains and says that if up to now they have put up with harassment from the outside, now they must show themselves on the other side. Everyone listens to him carefully, and he goes on to say that His Majesty the King has given him authority in this matter, and they must gather all the troops and get ready, open the fortress gates. And Roman with a serious face says that they will go in pursuit of the enemies returning to the Empire, and we will fight them back. After that, one of the wounded knights with a binding on his head says that this man is really Brother Roman. He remembers when he videos Roman drinking, thinking about how he remembered him as no matter what, no drunkard. He remembered how it had been when the knights had been drinking and his life had been so far removed from fencing that it was common to see guards kick him out of a pub for another rowdy act. And he looks at the novel, thinking that the way he is a person in a short period of time has changed beyond recognition. Roman remembers the past, looking at the present, and says that the voice of his brother Roman in his face. Although he's not the same as before, but this is definitely his older brother. He lowered his head and reflected on the fact that he only lived out the desire to raise the prestige of his family on the Western Front. He feels overwhelmed, as if everyone is looking at him, thinking that his brother died in the blink of an eye, devaluing everything he has achieved. He sinks down, thinking that everyone around him has been calling him the future. Dmitriev, in fact, he was just marking time. A realization dawns on him, and he begins to withdraw from himself, thinking that for what he was doing all this time. After which Roman notices this is how he stands very sad. And one of the ponytail knights speaks to him fist to your mouth and says that even if they catch up with the army, what is the benefit for it? Flora put her hand to her chest and thought that over the past few days, the soldiers of the Western Front had fought tirelessly and spared no effort, and now they had opened the fortress gates, akin to a death sentence. After which, one of the men, looking at the novels, says that the Western Front is a strategically important object and their duty is not to exterminate the imperial family of Kronos, and to protect Cairo's safety. And he, looking at the novel together with other knights, says that they really need to stir up the hive and inflate the conflict. And Roman says that they really believe that this is the best way out, and they do not know the true state of affairs. He remembers the map when Kronos attacked the Southern Alliance and their Cairo, and Kronos is in a confrontation with the Southern Kingdom's alliance, and the enemy can't just focus their power on them. And he is very angry, saying that the Kingdom of Cairo will no longer tolerate the evil of the Empire, and this alone is enough to understand the significance of such a decision. After which, one of the soldiers grits his teeth and thinks to himself, then what should he do? Flora goes outside, where it is already very dark. She remembers seeing the novel once and thinks to herself that it is still the same. She looks up at the sky and thinks that it has changed at least a little from that carefree couple, but she would never be like him. And then she notices something, looking up at the sky. She sees 2 brothers standing on the wall and talking. After that, Roman says that he heard that in this battle he was wounded in the eye. He says there's nothing to worry about. That Roman replies that it was thanks to this that they managed to deal with the magicians of Kronos. He looks at his brother in surprise as he looks at the novels and says that if it wasn't for him, the Western Front wouldn't have been able to hold out until he arrived. He starts to worry and says that this is nonsense, and Roman thinks to himself that he is his blood brother. Remembering all his family and all the heads of the family and his younger brother with his father and mother, thinking that in this life he built a new relationship with the people around him. And he was also going to get close to brother Rodwell. And Roman, looking at his brother, says that he must not be so happy to see him right now, but he has to remember one thing. The latter turns away from him, walking forward, and says that if tomorrow he follows him, he will show what the price is for touching the members of the Dmitri family. He begins to get very angry and lower his aura, saying that his eyes are lost. Kronos must pay with many lives. After that, he looks at Roman, and Roman tells him that he should remember that they are brothers. A middle-aged man with short hair and a suit is the Foreign Office Baron Charlton. He's on the phone saying that Marquis Benedict's rebellion was a complete failure. The Count stands near the communication device and listens to his words. He says the royal guards have arrived at the Western Front and they'd better deploy their troops. Then the knight says that Marquis Benedict is a miserable worm. He starts shouting that they will send them to meet him and attack the Western Front, and he did not last a day. And he tells the Baron that he can't just leave everything and run. After all, they had suffered quite a few losses in these few days, and his honor wouldn't allow him to escape like this. After which, the latter, closing his eyes and lowering his head, tells the Count that, of course, he shares his feelings. He recalls how many knights were killed by spears and says that the Empire is currently focused on the conflict with the Alliance of Kingdoms. If you know them even a little bit about the idea, then the consequences will certainly affect the South. The knight gritted his teeth. He lowered his head, clearly nervous, being told to think rationally. He's standing in a tent and it's already night, and he says, damn it, okay, tomorrow at dawn he'll give the order to retreat. The next day, many soldiers are marching up the hill, after which, he is told that as commander-in-chief, he defends the intelligence soldiers just in case. The Count, sitting on his horse and moving forward, says that there is no need with obvious anger. Next to him, a knight sitting by the hair says that all the same. The latter looks at him and becomes very angry, showing his hatred and saying that he will only be happy if they do not send a detachment in pursuit, and then he will have a chance to crush them and destroy the Western Front. After that, the walking soldiers notice that someone is running after them. A silhouette and a lot of dust appear. They turn and pay attention, wondering what it is. They notice Flora and the soldiers offending together. One of the knights approaches the commander and tells him that the enemy commanders-in-chief are approaching, and the latter, paying attention to him, is very surprised by this and is told that the enemies are attacking with shame. He notices this and thinks to himself that he is very surprised. He just smiles, thinking that this is the way to go, and Cairo made a stupid mistake. He starts to turn around on his horse and shouts orders to all the soldiers that they should kill all the pathetic bugs that don't know their place, shouting this with all the fury, after which one of the soldiers in pursuit shouts to everyone else that the whole army is on the attack. After that, many soldiers collide on horseback between each other. On the eve of the night, Roman, along with other soldiers and Flora, discuss plans while sitting at a table and looking at a map. Roman says that as they assumed, the Empire is preparing to deploy troops and their plan is simple. It represents all this on the map, imagining that the central attack and the attack will be able to pass side by side and will not attack them. And since the enemy was spread out in a long column, they would split the force in two and simultaneously attack them in the center. He wants Rodwell and Chris to hit the center, and the Marquis and Middleman Flora to hit the back. After that, one of the knights, looking at the nobles with a long pigtail, says that this is a good plan, but it is too risky to divide the forces, especially dangerous to attack foes, and Roman interrupts him, confidently saying that as soon as they, in the center, he would send soldiers, including Chris, to the rear. He imagines that the coat of arms breaks apart like glass, and you need to break the column, sowing chaos among the enemies and push through their ranks. Then they can win an absolute victory, and Cairo will definitely win. After that, one of the knights is stabbed with his weapon and blood flows from his neck and mouth too. Several knights notice this, and one of them with a helmet off and blonde hair shouts at them that they are stupid and they should pull themselves together. He picks up his weapon and shouts to everyone else, looking at them, that their opponent is Cairo and they are brave soldiers of the Empire, and they must not let themselves be broken. After that, one of the soldiers attacks the other with a shield, thus pushing it back. One of the commanders thinks to himself that, as expected, the Imperial soldiers who are used to fighting are much more skilled, and at this rate they will be outnumbered, and then he shouts to his soldiers to retreat. We gave the Imperial fiends the will of Cairo, looking at how the soldiers are very much pressed, and they clearly cannot cope, trying to move away, thinking that at the same time, unlike the soldiers of Benderborg, leading a heavy battle, a one-sided massacre unfolded. After which, the two soldiers use mana to create a blue aura with their swords, using the spiritual practice of Asura. They quickly jump on the knights, hitting them directly while they are surprised by this. A few knights without helmets are shouting that they can't believe their eyes as they watch all this, and they look like ordinary soldiers. After that, they are cut into several pieces in the blink of an eye, while they're still shouting about how they use the aura. Roman, along with his brother, watches from above this duel and how his soldiers destroy the enemy. Rodwell, watching this, was very frightened, but at the same time surprised by what was happening, thinking about what to understand it. To sit on a horse and not understand what is happening, thinking that the soldiers of Dmitri, they just fight on equal terms and suppress the soldiers of the Empire, famous for their strength. He watches as Roman soldiers destroy the enemy by cutting one of them into 2 pieces using mana, and he thinks to himself that it's not just that this soldier is special, but that all of Dmitri's soldiers have turned into monsters. He looks at the novels with a very surprised face and thinks that the beginning of this was put by the novel, looking at it. Brother, and he remembers how Roman, walking forward at night, tell him what if he follows him tomorrow and shows him what the price is for touching the Dmitri family members. He watches it all, looking at the novel, and thinks to himself that he didn't know what the words meant at the time, but now he does. After that, Roman, sitting on a horse, orders Chris. He responds, and Roman tells him, looking at him, that from now on, he should divide the rest of the squad in half and as planned. He listens attentively to Roman's words, watching him and telling him to take the soldiers right away and go to the rear, adding that the soldiers of Kronos who will move in this direction, he will deal with himself. After that, his brother was very scared and surprised by what Roman said, and the Roman soldiers went ahead, taking up their weapons and shouting that the second group should follow Chris. Rodwell was very scared, thinking to himself that he would actually leaving his brother behind. For what? One of the soldiers is hit by an arrow directly in the head, and the man standing in front and protecting the shield was very surprised by this. It was Flora, who had picked up a bow and arrow and was shouting to the commander, thinking to herself that they were being pushed back. The commander at this moment notices her, says that he understood her and spreads his hands, telling the military to form a wall of shields, after which all the soldiers lined up in a row, covering themselves with several rows of shields. They say the shield wall. They lined up their shields like a wall, and with their spears sticking out of the hole, the soldiers of the other side approached them with extreme caution at that moment, and they said what the hell, because they themselves attacked, and now they went on the defensive. After that, the knights protecting the shields and holding them firmly told them to press the shields with their whole body, and that there was not a single gap. With their shields up, they notice how many people are running towards them from afar. The captain shouts that reinforcements are coming and they must remove their shields to attack the enemy. After that, Chris and his soldiers are already running up and taking weapons in their hands, shouting that they must show all the strength of the Dmitrievs. He uses magic and blue mana appears. He runs forward, cutting many soldiers into pieces, with one swipe of his own. After that, Flora stands and watches Chris deal with the soldiers and thinks to herself that, as expected, the knights love Dmitri. She stands there in shock, looking at them and thinking that they have pushed the Empire back with a small force. Then one of the Empire soldiers steps forward, stomping his feet and shouting that they are useless worms and let them get out of the way. This was the Empire of Kronos III, the Star Swordsman. The man from activates the green aura. Standing in a crouch, the knight with short hair says that he will be his opponent. After that, Chris conducts an attack and one of his swings rips off the head of the opponent while he was still trying to finish the word to the opponents. He used Kairos light, and it was at this very moment Chris' serious face began to realize that the man who had shaken the entire continent had truly declared his existence. Dust rises everywhere. Drops of blood are dripping. The central army of the Kronos Empire. Roman stands in front of a lot of knights and uses his attacks, knocking back 3 soldiers at the same time, while many others are trying to run at him to attack. He alone cuts through all those who approach him with his swings, by cutting off 1's throat, 2's arm, and 3's throat. 4. He hits the torso with his attack and spurts blood everywhere. Roman continues to attack with a serious face and blood gets on his face. Their general stands in shock, doesn't know what to do, thinking to himself that it can't be. One of the soldiers approaches him while he is sitting on his horse. He pays attention to that one, and he says, "Commander, things are no better and they can be defeated at this rate." The latter is horrified, shouting at him that first of all they have to get rid of this splinter novel, and he keeps shouting about what if they take him down and go straight to the back of the squad. Then Roman starts to smile, and Roman makes a sharp dash through all the knights who try to attack him, but they don't have time to keep up with him, and he ran forward. The captain notices that he is very frightened, thinks to himself that here he is crazy, decided to go straight through the army and kill him. One of the soldiers with blonde hair uses an aura and shouts for him to stop. It was Captain Gustavo of the 10th Kronos Knight Order. He uses a golden colored aura and shouts that he will be his opponent. After that, they collide in a duel, strike each other. Roman attacks him from above while he tries to attack him from the side. After all, he is ranked 78th in the continental ranking, and with their swords crossed, They stand next to each other, and Gustav is ranked 35th in the Chronos ranking, smiling, looking at the novel, and Roman thinks to himself that this guy is stronger than the ones he fought. Just then, Gustav pulls back his sword and jumps up, attacking Roman from above. He notices this and Gustav lands multiple blows with his weapon on Roman right at his head. He, in turn, blocks all these blows with his sword, and from behind him, 2 Aura Knights appear and try to attack him. He notices this and then launches a circular attack, cutting through these knights and hitting Gustav. Gustav choke runs away from him, thinking to himself that he didn't move even when he and the Aura Knights attacked at the same time. He looks at the novel like that, violently kills opponents, cutting them into pieces with shining purple eyes, thinking that Roman Dmitri is much more dangerous than he realized. And he thinks that if you let him live, you don't know what will happen. After which, he takes his hand and slaps his stomach, creating momentum, thinking that even if he has to risk his life, he must eliminate the threat. Then Gustav, holding your stomach, produces a huge amount of aura. He comes in shock, and everything spills out. This was the lifting of restrictions. Everything around him gets hit by his aura and flies everywhere. Clouds of smoke and smoke rise up. Watching this comes a shock, thinking that this is strange. He looks closely and sees a ball in his stomach. It starts to crack and thinks that it is still using innate energy. After that, he remembers what innateness means. He imagines it all in the form of a tree and a small baby. There is a power in the center of the belly that feeds on this tree. This is not a force that can be accumulated artificially from the life energy that a person receives from birth, but how he read a lot of books while sitting in his office, and in the past he studied materials on the continent. He thinks that this world has not yet invented a way to use innate energy, and he looks at Gustav, who uses it with great power, and thinks that if he had met him a year ago, he would have been in trouble. Then he strikes. A huge beam of light energy, directly hitting Roman, and the one with a neutral face blocks his blow with his weapon. Gustav gritted his teeth and became very angry, thinking to himself that he had blocked the punch. And, standing in a pose, the sea appears below him, and he uses the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. He uses 3 in 2 levels, then slashes through Gustavo while he shouts a hand at the shadows and tells them to stop. Their black-hued creatures attack Gustav and drown him while he screams for him to stop, after which he finally falls into the depths of this stream. Many knights watching their duel see that a huge cloud of dust has risen, because of which you cannot see what is happening there. The knights are shocked, thinking to themselves that Captain Gustav. They look at the body, all incinerated, and they realize that Gustav has lost while he is lying on the floor. After which, all the knights made way for Roman as he walked away from Gustav's corpse. And he shows up in front of the captain while the captain is in shock at what he's seen, and his horse goes berserk while he tries to stop it. He falls off it and shouts at him that he's a bastard and he's an imperial aristocrat. While Roman stands over him, listens. He keeps shouting that even if there is a war going on, he is confident that he can handle the consequences by killing an imperial noble. His eyes start to fill with blood, and he keeps shouting that he will spend his entire life in fear of death at the hands of the Empire. And Roman, calmly looking at him, says that he knows perfectly well the price for his choice. After that, the captain becomes very afraid of him, stretches out his hand to him and tells him to give up. He asks him, and Roman interrupts, says that's enough. He stands with his demonic smile on. Decorated in purple, they say it's over, and the captain thinks that this bastard is planning to kill him, after which Roman stabs him in the neck and impales it. At this moment, from the rear, Captain Cairo is fighting with other knights. After killing 2 knights, standing right in front of their corpses, he turns to look up. He is very surprised to see the huge clouds of dust raised by Roman. He wonders what the hell that explosion was, watching it with the other knights. Then Chris turns around, talking about the captain with a smile so he doesn't have to worry. He smiles and says the commander won't make them worry. And the captain, looking at him, was very much afraid and wondered how he could be so sure. After that, they notice a green light in the sky. It was a signal rocket. Roman Dmitri did it. Then at the palace in the kingdom, Cairo, sitting on his throne. After that, one of the soldiers runs to him, breaking in. The king smiles at him as he tries to tell him something. He thinks to himself that God is all-powerful, after which, explanations are heard from his palace. The king stands near the communication facility, and the captain tells that there was a clash in the western area, and they managed to kill Count Fabio, the commander-in-chief of Kronos. He smiles as he says this and says that after the remaining soldiers were taken into custody, and the king says with a serious face that they have donated. And he replies that thanks to Roman's huge contribution to Dmitri, the allies have suffered minimal damage while the king stands with his servants and listens to him. He thinks to himself that he has even done too well in his role. He turns around and thinks that now they need to successfully negotiate with the Kronos Empire. He shouts to his servants, holding out his hand to ensure the safety of the Kronos Empire's captives. Then they sit down on one knee, and the king tells them to complete this work without further sacrifice, and they say they listen and obey. the plain of the Western Front, everything is on fire and there are huge clouds of smoke from the fire everywhere. Lots of corpses are being burned. Roman stands in the midst of this fire and presses his hand to his heart, closing his eyes. He watches these corpses burn. After that, one of the soldiers approaches him, and he, taking his hand from his chest, says that they should deal with the environment. The latter says that he obeys and adds to Mr. Roman that he couldn't spare him some time to look directly at him. He bends down in front of Roman and tells him to forgive him for challenging his ideas all this time. He stands right in front of Roman and says that he wouldn't necessarily want to apologize to him as well as express his gratitude. He says that he thanks him and thanks to him it was possible to save the Western Front. After that, Roman, watching all this, thinks to himself that the Baron is not a bad person. He gets up from the slope, and Roman tells him not to believe unconditionally on the battlefield, it's like deadly poison. And the opposite opinion is also necessary. After that, the Baron gasps, closing his eyes, and Roman says that he is only doing his duty as a Baron, and the latter says that thank you for his words. They both watch as a large number of captive knights arrive at the entrance, while the other soldiers escort them out. And speaking of which, they've captured prisoners and that will give them an advantage in negotiations with the Empire. Roman says that's not the case, and she shouldn't hold out much hope for negotiations, while the defense stares at Roman in surprise. The bottom line is that the Empire will never do that. Remember what they were aggressive ideals with a lot of troops, and these aggressors, who always invade someone else's territory, are the first to use brute force. If an attack arrives in response, they will certainly resist it. He remembers the king of the empire and how important he is compared to their king Cairo. And for a war between states, a weighty reason is needed. But this is nothing before logic. After that, the Baron stands in confusion and looks at the novel, and he tells him that the only thing that matters to them is that they lost to some small kingdom. To which Baron says what they should do now, and Roman, looking at him, says that one day they would have to go through with it. And for the continued prosperity of the kingdom, he imagines everything as if he controls them like pawns on a chessboard. By making a move, and on the side that took a step back, it only remains to shoulder all the damage, so that they will have to survive another war called negotiations. Then to the kingdom of Cairo, during the day at the castle. The man on the phone says that on behalf of the greatness of the empire, he is announcing the position of Kronos. It was the Foreign Office, Baron Charlton. He looks down at the king and says that the empire attacked the Cairo kingdom at the request of Marquis Benedict. And the king, listen, it is all with his servants who continue to listen while he speaks. However, since the Marquis who acted as the occasion was defeated, they gave the order for the troops to turn around, thus clearly expressing their own. After that, he becomes angry and says that, however, as their family did, he remembers how Roman cut all the opponents into pieces, and they not only attacked the retreating troops, but also committed a brutal feud. In addition, he recalls how Roman killed their commander. After all, he was an earl and a captain. Then the king was surprised at what he heard and said that they were fighting a war and did they do wrong to punish the enemy. They tell him that, yes, it was wrong, and he doesn't understand what's going on. The man on the phone goes on to say that this is why the empire wants them to pay a decent price. The king tries to refute his words by shouting at him that they attacked them first, and he keeps shouting, saying that since it comes down to it, they will officially push the issue to the world community. Then Fabio starts smiling at the king and tells them to do what they know, because even with the captured prisoners, Kronos will never sit down at the negotiating table. He starts to grin and says that in return they will give them a choice, and the king asks him what that choice is. They say that Roman Dmitri they should give one of his hands, after which the king and his servants come in shock. He imagines himself sitting on his knees and having his left arm cut off. It is said that if he personally comes to the empire, presents his hand on a platter, and kneels down to apologize, then the empire will no longer remember what happened. And he, looking at the king, continues to say that if they do not agree, then they should wait for a full-scale war with Kronos. The king is shocked by what he has heard. He clenches his fist and starts shaking, and is told that the deadline is 10 days, and in that time they must give an answer. He thinks to himself that the country is weak, and therefore has to endure these insults. After which the connection ends, and one of the servants addresses the queen, calling him Your Majesty. He gets shocked and starts shouting that they were going to eliminate Dimitri's affair in advance and realizing that in the future it will become a problem for them. Then the king, lowering his head, says that Roman Dmitri, the heroes of their country. He remembers the way he entered the gate and the many people. His soldiers greeted them, and this is known not only by those present here, but also by the entire nation. The king stands in front of his subjects, stretches out his hand, and confidently says that. However, what would happen if they didn't renounce it, saving their own lives? They would no longer remain loyal to the people and loyal to their kingdom. It says that. They called him Dimitri's novel, and he will talk to him himself. A few days pass. In the throne room, the king sits on the throne, and Roman Dimitri sits on his knee. They told me that this was the case and asked Roman what he should do. Roman says that if they accept Chrono's offer, the Cairo will eventually become a vassal of the empire. And Roman confidently looks at the king and says that he will personally go to the empire and solve this problem. The king is shocked and listens to Roman as he tells them to send him as an ambassador. He stands up strangely, very startled. No way, and they are just waiting to punish him. He starts yelling at Roman that if he personally comes to the empire, then at worst he may lose his life. And the many servants who were standing around at that moment were very surprised that the king started shouting. At that moment, Fabius was standing next to her, putting his hand to his chest. They ask if he can have his say. The king looks at him and tells him to speak, and the latter, lowering the hand of his heart, says that Mr. Roman knows a way to solve this problem. He approaches ever closer to the queen and says that His Majesty believes that wanting Mr. Roman to go to the empire is quite a dangerous choice. And he looks at the king, saying that in that case, why doesn't he send someone to the empire who can fully express Cairo's opinion? There are perplexities, telling the count that he means that he himself wants to visit their country as an ambassador. And he, smiling, says that this is so. He leans over and says that from the kingdom's special agent, he will pass on to these barbarians the position of their country. At this point, Roman looks at him and so does the king, and they think he's Cairo's raccoon and he's suggested a new way out. Other servants all look at it all, turning away, thinking that maybe, just the same, he could not be better suited for this role. Imagining him as a raccoon and thinking that such artificial politicians like him in Cairo, you can count on your fingers. He is able to read the situation and quickly and confidently make decisions that benefit him. After which, Roman, who is sitting on his knee, thinks to himself that even though he was the core of the aristocrat faction in the past, but looking at the fact that he doesn't bother to speak out in front of Roman shows how much his eyes are burning him. Not idle chatter. They represent the king of the empire, telling him that he might lose his life as soon as he set foot in the empire's territory. And he puts his hand to his heart, shouts that he is sure he is ready to take such a risk, and the other says that he will make every effort to successfully complete the mission. The king reaches out to Roman and asks him what he thinks about it. After that, it's already dark and Roman is standing next to Fabius in one of the corridors. Roman has turned his back on him, and he's standing there watching him, and he turns around, and I give him a hand, and they say that he had some purpose in mind when he called me to be the ambassador. The bottom line is to say what he wants. Roman turns and holds out his hand to Fabius. He asks him if he should have a goal to awaken to virtuous participation in the mission, and he should tell him what he wants. He stands in front of him and puts his hand on his heart, saying that he could not blindly ask him to trust. Isn't he an apostate? Ivan says that take advantage of the opportunity to make an oath. Then he closes his eyes and says that he wants to devote the rest of his life to Mr. Roman. He asks you to consider insisting on having a candidate for this mission as an appearance of personal loyalty. From all the soldiers, Roman says that he does not expect them to treat him as their own person. Roman listens to him in silence, and he goes on to say that, however, from now on, he is free to use it to make a personal profit. And he begins to smile, saying that if next to Roman he manages to become a significant person with wealth and honor, he will do anything. Then Roman thinks to himself, looking at him, that the count's suggestion is absurdly explicit. After that, the count sits down on one knee, putting his hand to his heart and bowing his head, saying that he should receive him. And Roman pondered, looking at the seated count, thinking that no, rather, he said it because he saw the essence of his relationship with his subordinates. Roman starts to smile and says that the more clearly he sees it, the more he likes it. And he smiles and tells the count that he is his man and he will have everything he wants. A few days later, at the gate of the fortress wall, several knights accompanied by the count go on a mission of Cairo. Roman watches from the wall and smiles. The count, who is sitting in front on a horse, walks next to his companion, who is dressed in a green jacket. He asks him, will tell him how he is after the betrayal of the person he served. He looks at him and says that, to be honest, he does not understand. Usually it is not difficult for him to endure dozens of failures, but this time he did not immediately manage to survive next to someone who is in power, after which the count notices this, and he begins to grin, saying that people stubbornly do not recognize one thing. Speaking of which, betrayal also has its own romance, and his subordinates are very surprised by his words, asking him what kind of romance. After that, he recalls those people who are currently in office and says that people who have devoted themselves to their position are now in power. Therefore, it is always given with a sincere intention. Then he presents everything as if he were serving his heart on a platter covered in blood, telling him what he would do to someone who bravely took a risk that even the most loyal subject would not dare to take. I probably would have kept it handy and used it. Then he adds that he used it correctly. He imagines offering his heart to one of the humans and burning that this is just an opportunity to let them accept the traitor. He turns around and says that this is the end of the lecture, reflecting that he doesn't like a life of deceit either. He goes forward on his horse, reflecting that the reason he lives as an apostate is because there is no one to whom he can show the proper level of loyalty. Then he starts to grin, thinking that maybe it will be Roman Dmitri. Then the Count and his accomplice. Does it come to us when a huge palace? This was Alexander, the capital of the empire. The Count was very much afraid, looking at the huge building, thinking that this empire. One of the gray-haired soldiers approaches him and tells him to follow him. They both walk through a huge hall with giant statues of knights. He wondered what the badge on this knight's shoulder was, showing the diet. He thinks about how even though he belongs to the rural order of knights, his aura level is incredibly powerful. Looking at him and how much mana he's emitting. While that knight is seriously walking forward, the Count is walking behind, wondering if he can judge this based on his feelings. But he is stronger than Count Nicholas. Then they come to the huge blue doors. He says, "Your Majesty," the Emperor, knocking at these doors. Then they open. Egrave thinks to himself that the mission has arrived. He notices the open doors and the light coming from them, thinking to himself that he is now in a world like paradise. Does he come into the room? There are 4 knights standing next to each other, and in the center sits on top Emperor. On the blue throne, the stairs are also all blue. Behind it is a huge white ornament. By the fold of this state. After that, the Count thinks to himself that if he turns his tongue the wrong way here, he will immediately die. Is he looking at the Emperor, who's wearing a coat? And it looks very bulky. See, I think about the fact that it came to the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor with long gray hair and a crown on them with narrow blue eyes says that really he is a Roman Dmitri. The Count, in turn, was very frightened by his words, thinking about how the breathing stopped from that pressure. The Count tries to say that he is Fabio J of Cairo, and at that moment the knight takes him by the head with his hand and hits him on the floor. While the knight holds him pinned to the floor, the king says that he is sure that his agents have informed him that Roman Dmitri will personally arrive and put his hand to him. The bottom line is a pinned hand trying to tell what it is. The Emperor, despite this, keeps saying that he understands the intentions. The operator says to cut off this person's hand and declare an all-out war. He is very much afraid of this and begins to shout to His Majesty the Emperor that Cairo does not want war. He asks for a comment. I can at least take his head afterward. And that Emperor, looking down on him, says mark his words, if he doesn't convince him, he will die here. After which, the Count gets down on one knee and thinks to himself that the speech he will give will betray the legitimacy of Cairo's actions. He thinks that he will show that the Empire is not in a situation to act rashly. He watches the many knights standing in this hall, thinking that he should make his speech without cringing, undermining the other person's pride. Remembering how, I read a lot of inscriptions, he stressed that there was no sufficient reason for the Empire to intervene in the war. He recalled that 5 kingdoms, with the exception of Valhalla, have expressed their agreement with Cairo's position. He recalls the words of Roman, who told him that even if the development of an all-out war with the 6 kingdoms coalition, then the Empire will win, and the problem is that the war is already over. Roman, who tells all this to the Count near the window, says that Kronos, having exhausted his strength in the struggle, has no choice but to worry about the war. And in this situation, they have no choice but to refer to Valhalla. And the Count then thinks to himself that this is the best thing they can do. He gets up from his knee and says that their country wants peace. If after all that has been said, the Kronos Empire still wants war, then let them behead him. Then the Emperor thinks about it and says that this is very reasonable. The Count starts to smile, and the Emperor says that in exchange for freeing the captives, they will put this conflict behind them. And then the Emperor also begins to smile, saying that. However, Dmitri's novel is a different matter, and from now on, every night Dmitri's novel will be visited by a mercenary. The Count says what it means, and the Emperor says for killing his man. He, as the Emperor, would make him pay in blood, and he was very afraid of this. He clenched his fists and began to tremble, thinking to himself, didn't the Emperor originally want an all-out war? He takes it as if he's pointing at a map like the palm of his hand, covering up their country and cornering them to save the prisoners and kill Roman. I imagine that Roman's body is lying next to the Emperor's, and thus restore the status of the Empire. The Emperor, smiling, says that more tricks like today's will not work. After that, the Count says that he wanted to show off his abilities. He leans over and says that he is sorry, to which Roman standing window says that it is a good job. The Count is very surprised. He says that did he really know that this would happen? Roman turns to him and says that the Empire knew from their intentions because their goal from the very beginning was him. After which, the Count, very surprised, says to Roman, what then, will he be alright? After all, this will be his problem, and he should not worry about it. Roman, looking out the window, smiles, thinking that the constant threat of an assassination attempt. It was a part of his life in the past. Then Roman puts his hand to his chin, wondering who he's going to send to him this time, while the king smiles. The king sits on the throne and speaks to Count Gregory. He colluded with the Empire, thereby putting the country in danger. Gregory is sitting on his knees, and next to him is 2 knights guarding him. The king, looking at him, asks if he admits it, and he replies that he does. He is very worried, looking at the king, and says that he is not guilty of anything. Then the king asks the question, what? Gregory starts shouting that it's a secret for someone that he obeys the Empire. The Chronos Empire faction, Count Gregory. The king, gritting his teeth, tells him that this is an amazing audacity. A confession is enough to label him a rebel. To which Gregory freaks out and starts to smile, saying, "Your Majesty, he is deeply mistaken." He remembers the emperor and says if he kills him, thinking that the empire will stay away. He begins to panic and shouts that His Majesty the Emperor warned that he would take revenge with blood, or he has already forgotten. Then the king sits with his head bowed, and Gregory, looking at him, says that it is better to hand him over to the Chronos Empire. And wouldn't that be safer? The king, with his head down, thinks to himself that his words are not without meaning. They recall the novel and talk about how they also wanted to deal with the empire of the faction once and for all. But in this case, it is possible that an even greater wave of anger will fall on Dimitri's novel. The king grits his teeth and stares at Roman as he stares at him. And Roman says, can he speak out? The king allows him to speak, and he goes ahead and says that the Chronos Empire said so, that they will make him pay in blood. He approaches the king and Gregory and says that his words have nothing to do with this case, to which Gregory is very surprised. He begins to panic as he looks at the novels, and the other continues by saying that the count and the captain of the knights were such significant figures for the empire that Count Gregory is no match for anything else, and the fact that all eyes are now on the novel, and all attention is already focused on it. He looks at Gregory and says that even if they execute him, it won't change anything. Turning to the queen, he says that the world in Cairo ended even at the moment when Benedict was sentenced. He looks and says that His Majesty must make a decision for the sake of the country's future, and he hung his head in thought, thinking to himself that Roman owed him a debt of gratitude. He stands up and says that the royal dynasty will not forget the dedication of the Dmitri family. Does he leave his throne? And he looks at Grigory, saying that he not only colluded with the empire, but also tainted the honor of Cairo's name. Grigory starts shouting, saying that Your Majesty and he are being told to shut up. The king stretches out his hand to Gregory and shouts that the rebel who has put the country in danger, he sentences to death. After that, gallows were hung on the square of Cairo Osa. The Earl of Denver stands desperate, all exhausted and dirty, talking about how stupid he was, and so considering him as a target for recruitment, one should have immediately realized that he was a threat to the empire and eliminated him. He turns to Roman, who is standing near the passers-by, and says that it is not too late to swear allegiance to them. He recalls how he fought against the knights of the empire and saying that he is nothing compared to their world. He remembers Gustavo and says that by the standards of the continent, he is only in 78th place. He goes to the gallows with Grigory. Next to them is a knight, and Roman comes up. Who does he say that in? The country has countless talents that he can't hold a candle to, and he thinks he can handle these monsters. He starts shouting while looking at the novels, saying that even if the conversations with him are over, the same can't be said for Valhalla. He tells him to think carefully while looking at the novel, and the fact that if his head falls off his shoulders, relations with his country will also end, which Roman looks at and smiles. They say they hope so, and he realizes that he is in a desperate situation and begins to cluck. After that, the knights bring the loops to their heads as well. Those are very worried, of course, teeth. He says that he is a fool and turn the 2 giants of the continent against him. After that, the chairs are lowered and they begin to hang. After which, looking at the hanged barons, it is said that the 3 Cairo factions have stepped on the path of doom. After that, the commanders-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vandenberg, kneeling in the throne room. The king standing next to him says that he bravely repelled the attack of the Chronos Empire and raised the prestige of Cairo. A nearby servant holds a chest. The king holds out his hand to the seated count and says that as a reward, he grants him the title of Marquis and lands. He turns the other way and says that there are still heroes who risked their lives in the war with the empire, and before him stand all the commanders-in-chief of that war. They were Baron Knoll and Flora Lawrence, and also Dimitri's Rodbol. They fought with dignity and achieved brilliant success, and with them are many other soldiers and many nobles. He presents a huge chest of gold and says that for what he pays everyone, a promotion and 1,000 gold reward. He smiles as he looks at them and says that, of course, if it weren't for the help of Roman Dmitri and the entire Dmitri family, they would never have been able to win this war. Then the king sits down on his throne and many servants stand in front of him, along with Roman. He says that they won this battle thanks to Dimitri's novel, and he is obliged to reward him with an appropriate reward. After that, the nearby aristocrats say that this is not possible, and they already have power that all 3 destroyed factions cannot compare with. They start complaining and say that they are worried that they will endow it with power surpassing the influence of the royal family. Whereupon one of the king's trusted servants says that he knows this is going to sound cruel, but wouldn't it be better to finish him off before it's too late, to which he is told that he wasn't talking nonsense. He turns to one of these blonde-haired aristocrats and says that if they have already forgotten how their country was destroyed by traitors, if they, like these politicians, will act for profit, then please. Afraid. To which the king says with a serious face that he also thinks so. He perceives Dmitri with a sword that Cairo is unable to contain Dmitri's romance. After that, the king shakes his hand and tells him that in this war he showed that he has much more power than their country, so he builds communication with Dmitri not as with a duchy, but as with an equal and friendly country. After that, he puts his hands together and says that he wants to use the chance of hard-earned land wisely and show the world the birth of a new one from the country. He says that for this reason, on the day when Dmitri officially declares the state, he, Daniel Cairo, smiling, says that he will sincerely congratulate them. After that, the soldiers don't stand. They watch as they congratulate Roman, smiling and listening like a king. They say that in the name of the king grants the family Dmitri the title of duke. He spreads his hands as he approaches Roman and says that he is here on this spot and declares the entire northeastern region, including the Dmitri fortress, to be a duchy. Roman stands, smiling, listening to all this, and on this day the land, once considered a god-forsaken suburb, took its first step as the Duchy of Dmitriev. After that, in one of the cities on the street, people begin to discuss what happened, saying that as he is good spot stopped the rift between the factions that caused their country a headache and repelled the attack of the empire. Consider him an enemy. A lot of people gathered around the fountain are discussing it all. Speaking of which, the king sees the general state of affairs, and one of the men with the light speaks to him himself. And yet, how much longer will the novel continue to grow? On looking at the sky and seeing an eagle fly near the sun, it is said that on the entire continent, no one at his age rose to the level of 5 stars. After which, the other says that who knows, because suddenly, remembering the novel and how he goes up the level ladder, for the first time in the history of the kingdom, there was a swordsman who will rise above the 50th place. After that, in the evening, a musician in a green hat sits on the fountain and plays the guitar. Many listen to him and rejoice. They say that it may be due to the exclusivity of his actions, but people have always discussed the novel, regardless of the country, and street musicians composed songs about his exploits. Then with the mention of Roman Gerb Dmitriev, and the prestige of the family itself, Dmitri soared to the skies. In one of the estates in the evening, this whole chain of rumors did not appear on its own, it was carried out at night by one of the Cairo estates. After that, one of the man's servants approaches him and says that all over the continent began to respond to the news and maybe someone did not hear about the country itself, but everyone knows about Mr. Roman now. He smiles maliciously and says that if his plan is perfect and what they say is no, it's not enough. Looks at the entire continent from above and says that it only took 2 years for the Baron's humble family to turn into the Dmitriev Duchy. Their goal is the entire continent from start to finish. Looking ahead, he says that all the people of the continent should idolize Dmitri's novel. We need to spread the fame of his exploits so that he can become a hero of the continent by looking out the window. It was Henry. He looked out of the window, smiling, and said that the meeting with him was destined for him, so it should go even higher.